Listening to her words, Mu Yuan turned to the elemental ancient behind him. This is an era of universal awakening, where professionals grow stronger simply by slaying monsters. Having transmigrated here, you became a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic class elementalist on the day of your class change and awakened 2 super talents. Just as you were ecstatic, you were bound by the skill enhancement system. Ding! Fireball has been super enhanced into the fire type forbidden spell, Scorched Plains. Ding! Ice bloodline has been super enhanced into the ice god's shield. Thus, a super cheating mage was born. Huaxia Federation, Jiangcheng City. Mu Yuan lay quietly on his bed alone, contemplating his current situation and the path he would take next. After all, suddenly transmigrating from a peaceful country to this crisis-ridden blue star would make any normal person feel out of place. 3 days ago, just after helping an elderly lady across the street, he was accidentally sent flying by a car, and then inexplicably transmigrated to this world. To his surprise, Blue Star was still Blue Star, but the overall vibe had become somewhat different. 100 years ago, the Void Realm invaded this world's Blue Star. Countless Void Realm monsters appeared across the globe, followed by the transformation of Blue Star by the influx of Void Realm energy. In response to this catastrophe, Blue Star's primordial protective consciousness, Gaia, awakened, turning most dangerous areas into dungeons of varying levels. The humans of Blue Star can challenge these dungeons and obtain materials and equipment from them to enhance their own strength. Since then, Blue Star has become completely gamified, and the primordial protective consciousness has been locked in a struggle against the Void Realm. Humans can weaken the Void Realm by eliminating the monsters within its dungeons, thereby ensuring that the Blue Star is not completely annexed and merged by the Void Realm. Due to the transformation caused by the Void Realm's energy and the assistance of the Gaia consciousness, people have gradually begun to awaken their own talents and undergo class change into various professions. Among these professions are combat classes, such as the traditional mage, warrior, assassin, and so on. There are also life skill classes, such as enchanters who can enchant items and equipment, enhancers who can boost equipment attributes, and blacksmiths who forge gear. Some lucky individuals even undergo class change into hidden classes. While these hidden classes may not necessarily be the strongest, each possesses its own unique characteristics. According to incomplete official statistics, in the century since the gamification of Blue Star, hundreds of different professions have emerged. These vast numbers of professionals constitute the gamified Blue Star of today. Humans on Blue Star can undergo awakening and class change at the Awakening Stone Pillar as long as they are 18 years old. However, only a small fraction of people are able to class change into combat professions. The original owner of this body was also named Mu Yuan, a student in Class 3, Grade 12 at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School whose grades were fairly common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. His social background was quite simple. At the age of 8, his parents tragically sacrificed their lives while participating in a special city operation to periodically clear monsters from the wilderness. Fortunately, he received a substantial compensation package from the Adventurers Guild and, under the care of his neighbors, safely reached adulthood. Mu Yuan's relationships with his classmates were also quite harmonious. There were no school bullies picking on him, no inexplicable jealousy or hostility from wealthy second-generation male classmates, and none of the cliché tropes involving beautiful school belles. His life followed a simple routine between school and home, a two-point line. On weekends, he would occasionally go out with friends, but overall, he was a bit of a homebody. Mu Yuan's psychological resilience was decent. After all, he had been a university student on Blue Star in his previous life. Setting aside the dangers, having read countless novels, he was actually quite curious about this version of Blue Star that had veered toward the mystical side. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Why overthink things? Time for sleep. The awakening is tomorrow. Early the next morning, Mu Yuan woke up, prepared a simple meal to fill his stomach, and hopped onto his beloved little yellow bike, pedaling leisurely toward school. Along the way, he ran into quite a few classmates he knew, and they all exchanged greetings. Although he was a transmigrator, he had fully inherited the original host's memories. The process had been seamless, without any headaches or memory loss. It was like pouring 2 glasses of water into the same cup, merging together naturally. Have you guys heard? The number of participants in our awakening ceremony is the highest in the last 5 years. I bet someone will be able to class change into a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic class this time. The one speaking was Li Lin from the class next door. His father is a minor official at the Jiangqing Education Bureau. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic class change. Beside him, Wang Lin shook his head in disagreement. Mu Yuan was inclined to agree with this sentiment. It is important to understand that the awakening class templates for most people on Blue Star generally fall below the common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic levels. The reason common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic classes are called as such is that the probability of such a class change is essentially 1 in 10,000. P.S. common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic 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 common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic, common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary. As a Tier 3 city, Jiangcheng has a large population with about 5,000 high school graduates each year. However, it has been 10 years since a legendary, mythic, or epic class last appeared among the common, uncommon, elite, and rare tiers. That legendary professional was a Blood Rage Berserker, a branch of the warrior class. Word has it that he is now the deputy commander of Jiangcheng's 3rd Legion. Consequently, class change and awakening are highly unpredictable. Class change is relatively straightforward, as everyone is guaranteed to obtain a class regardless of its quality. Awakening, however, is a different story. Professionals who can awaken a talent immediately upon their class change are essentially geniuses with limitless potential. Most professionals, by contrast, do not naturally awaken a talent until their 3rd class advancement. Furthermore, class change and talents can be influenced by external factors. For instance, exposure to various extraordinary elements from a young age can increase the probability of changing into a related class, though, of course, such opportunities are out of reach for commoners. Thinking about today's class change ceremony, even Mu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Of course, he had always been good at controlling his emotions, so he didn't let it show too much. As usual, he rode his bike toward the school, chatting and laughing with others along the way. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School was the best high school in Jiangcheng. Every year, students successfully underwent class change into excellent professions, leading to their admission into the top universities of the Huaxia Federation. When Mu Yuan walked into the classroom, he found that almost everyone had arrived. Everyone was excitedly discussing the upcoming class change ceremony. Mu Yuan, come over here quickly. Mu Yuan looked toward the source of the voice and saw that the person greeting him was his deskmate, Shen. He wore a pair of thick glasses and wasn't very tall, appearing gentle, weak, and somewhat introverted. In reality, however, he was a social butterfly and a chatterbox. The two of them got along well and were friends who always had plenty to talk about. Mu Yuan placed his backpack on his desk and walked toward the spot where Qian and the others had gathered. What are you guys talking about? You're so excited I could hear your voices from outside the classroom. Ha, it's about the class change. I heard the school went all out this year and is going to use exquisite awakening stones for our class change. What? Is that for real? It's not a rumor, is it? The chubby Wang Shu, standing nearby, hurriedly chimed in to ask. Of course not. My great-uncle's classmate's neighbor's sister-in-law's daughter knows one of our school's vice principals, and she told my mom herself. My mom told me as soon as she got home. Everyone. Mu Yuan was also speechless, thinking to himself that this web of relationships was truly complicated. However, he tended to believe what Qian said. The kid had always been known as the school's intelligence chief, and many of the rumors he shared eventually turned out to be true. Alright, everyone take your seats. Teacher Wang is here. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried back to their respective seats. After all, for Teacher Wang to be a homeroom teacher for a graduating class at No. 1 high school, his strength is quite formidable. He is already a beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier warrior. These students have always held respect for the strong, though this also stems from the fact that this teacher has a penchant for persuading others through sheer force. PS Blue Star Professional Class Change. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Creak. The closed door was pushed open. Walking in was a middle-aged man dressed in the standard white training uniform of No. 1 high school. He was tall with robust limbs, sharp eyes, and a hairstyle that stood up in a slight explosion. Beneath his loose-fitting clothes were bulging, well-defined muscles, giving him an exceptionally powerful appearance. He glanced at the students sitting upright below and flashed a satisfied smile. All right. Students, listen up. Today's class change ceremony is the most important moment of your lives. Now, follow me to the class change location. Everyone must maintain discipline. I believe the regulations have already been explained clearly to you. Finally, I wish you all a successful class change. Now, assemble. Let's head to the class change hall together. Mu Yuan followed the crowd and stood up to head outside. As the best high school in Jiangcheng, No. 1 high school had a massive campus. It took the group about 15 minutes of walking to reach the class change location. It was a magnificent grand hall, its top covered by a circular barrier that emitted a soft blue glow. By the time they arrived, many groups had already gathered in front of the hall, as the class change was organized by class order. Students who have just arrived, please line up according to the designated areas and enter the class change hall in sequence. At the entrance of the class change hall, a teacher holding a staff was guiding the crowd. Mu Yuan was in class 3, so he still had a bit of a wait ahead of him. However, the class change ceremony was faster than he had imagined. It didn't take long at all for a person to go in and come back out. Those who had completed their class change would gather on the opposite side. Hey man, I've changed into a summoner. How about you? Mine is an array mage. What a shame, I really wanted to change classes into a combat profession. Not bad at all. Array mages are in high demand, and you'll be safe in the rear. That's enough, you two. Why on earth am I a chef? Heh, brother, you've got it good. I'm a damn plumber. Can someone tell me why this even needs a class change? Everyone was excitedly discussing their new professions. Naturally, while some were overjoyed, others were filled with gloom. After all, class change is random, and there will always be someone whose profession does not meet their expectations. Soon it was the turn of class 3, where Mu Yuan was located. Teacher Wang led the group at the front and entered the class change hall. In Mu Yuan's eyes, the interior of the class change hall was not as mysterious as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was quite simple. To the south was a viewing platform, where most of the school leaders from No. 1 high school were watching the class change ceremony. The most eye-catching feature was undoubtedly the class change stone pillar standing in the center. Around the stone pillar, 6 professionals holding spellbooks were channeling energy into the awakening stone at the top, maintaining the operation of the class change magic circle. He observed the class change pillar closely, noting that it was covered in mysterious inscriptions. Some were shaped like flowers, birds, fish, and insects, or elements like wind, forest, fire, and mountain, while others were symbols representing various classes. Notably, the awakening stone atop the pillar glowed with a pale blue light. He immediately understood it was indeed an awakening stone of exquisite quality. Teacher Wang handed the list of class change candidates to the teacher presiding over the awakening and then walked toward the observation area. Alright, everyone quiet down. Students whose names are called, please come forward and touch the class change pillar in front of me one by one. Li Lin, Wang Shu, Zhao Chang, Mu Yuan. Upon hearing the teacher call his name, Mu Yuan walked straight toward the magic circle where the class change stone pillar stood. Only as he drew closer could he truly feel the rhythmic waves of energy radiating from the exquisite awakening stone at the top. Since the gamification of Blue Star a century ago, equipment and items dropped by professionals clearing dungeons or killing wild Void Realm monsters have generally been displayed in different colors. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. 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 Of course, these are common knowledge regarding common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic tiers, which Mu Yuan naturally understood. He was simply curious why the school had suddenly changed its mind this year and used exquisite awakening stones for their class change. One must know that exquisite awakening stones can increase the probability of awakening talents for schools and other organizations. Every use consumes a vast amount of resources. Student Mu Yuan, please place both hands on the class change stone pillar, close your eyes, and naturally sense the special energy within the pillar. Listening to the teacher's guidance beside him, Mu Yuan took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the stone pillar. Upon contact, he felt a surge of gentle energy flowing into his body from the point where his palm met the stone. Boom! Immediately after, an even more powerful wave of energy erupted from the class change pillar. Mu Yuan felt an inexplicable craving for this energy within him, an instinctive evolutionary response of the body, and began to absorb the energy even more rapidly. He continued until his entire body felt warm, as if soaked in tepid water, and he could no longer absorb even a single trace of energy. At the same time, countless profound elemental symbols began to emerge around him one after another. These symbols represented the power of the void elements: scorching fire, violent winds, ice that freezes all. The teachers, who had been closely observing the class change stone pillar, had long since noticed these anomalies. It's a class change vision. Judging by these signs, it should be an elementalist, one teacher said excitedly. That's right, it is indeed an elementalist. It seems our number 1 high school has produced yet another genius. The one speaking was none other than Principal Lu of number 1 high school. He wore a pointed wizard hat and held a red grimoire in his hand, with crimson flames flowing across its cover. Perched on his shoulder was a magic cat with spirited eyes, which was currently staring intently at the elemental symbols surrounding Mu Yuan. It then let out a contented meow, appearing to be in full agreement with what Principal Lu had said. It looks like our Jiangcheng number 1 high school should be able to achieve excellent results in this year's national joint examination, the dean standing nearby added hastily. Indeed, the elementalist is a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic class. Especially an elementalist who has learned elemental amplification in terms of raw output capability alone, they can rival some common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic classes. Teacher Wang, it seems you've taught a fine student. The principal said with a smile to Mu Yuan's teacher. You flatter me. It's mostly because Mu Yuan is a hard-working child, Teacher Wang, standing nearby, replied modestly. Although I am usually very serious about teaching the students in my class, I mostly teach them combat common sense and techniques. Class change itself has always been a matter of luck. However, this didn't stop Teacher Wang from being overjoyed, not just for Mu Yuan, but for himself as well. After all, a student's class change results directly impacted his own performance evaluation. Congratulations, Mu Yuan, you have successfully undergone a class change and become an elementalist, the teacher beside him said with a smile. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully completed the class change. The skill enhancement system is now officially bound. Could it be the standard issue perk for transmigrators, a system? Yes, host. The skill enhancement system has been bound. You can enhance your skills using enhancement points, which are earned every time you level up. Additionally, you will receive a super enhancement point with every rank advancement. Since this is your first awakening, one super enhancement point has been granted as a bonus. Super enhancement point, the most precious type of enhancement point, capable of significantly upgrading a skills tier. PSFEDCBASSSSS Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King Tier, Emperor Tier, Divine Tier, God Tier. Introduction to the skill enhancement system is complete. The system's subjective intelligence will now shut down, leaving only basic notification and query functions. Goodbye. Is it really this efficient? They just drop off the goods and run? Student Mu Yuan, are you alright? The guide, seeing that Mu Yuan hadn't reacted for a long time, hurriedly asked in a low voice. This kid couldn't have gone stupid with joy after changing classes into a combat profession, could he? Oh, sorry, teacher. I was just thinking about my class. Every year during the awakening season, all sorts of incidents occur. The guides have long since become accustomed to it. Mu Yuan, come over here. Teacher Wang waved to him with great delight after his class change was complete. Student Mu Yuan, you should already be familiar with the details regarding the class change. If you have awakened a talent, please keep it confidential and do not disclose it to others at will. Of course, basic information about your class doesn't matter. Additionally, now that you have become a professional, your personal space has been activated. You can head to the Adventurers Guild later to bind your own exclusive warehouse. By the way, take this. This is the Energy Watch issued to every new professional. You can bind your class ID to it. Once bound, you'll be able to access your personal storage and the trading house remotely. Both are linked to your personal space. You can buy or sell items through that space, so this watch essentially functions as a trading device. It's quite important, so please don't lose it. If you do, you must report it and apply for a replacement immediately. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Wang. If there's nothing else, I'll head home now. Alright, the class change process is quite draining. Go home and get some good rest for the day. Teacher Wang patted him on the shoulder and said. But remember to come to the school administration office tomorrow to collect your class change reward. Since you are currently the only student in this year's class at number 1 high school to have a class change into a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic class, the school will prepare a set of early stage resources for you today. Remember to come and collect them tomorrow. Okay, Teacher Wang, see you tomorrow then. Mu Yuan waved goodbye to Teacher Wang and headed toward the campus parking area. Is this what it feels like to finally let go after the college entrance exams? It feels great. Tomorrow marks a brand new beginning. Upon returning home, Mu Yuan immediately bound his professional ID. This ID is naturally bestowed by the Blue Star Consciousness, and it is unique to every professional. Opening the panel, a pale blue light screen materialized before him. Name, Mu Yuan. Class, Elementalist. Level, 1. HP, 60. Mana, 200. Magic attack, 20. Physical defense, 10. Magic defense, 10. Talent. Lord of Elements. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King Tier, Emperor Tier, Divine Tier, God Tier. Born with extraordinary intelligence, you possess spiritual power and elemental affinity incomparable to common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic individuals. All elements from the void elemental realm shall acknowledge you as their master. Effect 1, skill consumption is reduced by 99%, and magic skills can be cast instantly with 0 cooldown. Effect 2, once per day, you may cast a designated spell with 0 consumption, and the power of that spell will be doubled. Effect 3, you are immune to all magic damage dealt by enemies. Chaos Unknown, blessed by the Supreme God, you possess a miraculous destiny. You are immune to all negative status effects and cannot be detected by any detection type spells. In the eyes of the stars, hidden within chaos, you shall be the most mysterious existence. Skills: Fireball, Meditation, Appraisal. Fireball F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank. Skill cost: 10. Skill description: condenses the power of the fire element into a fireball, dealing 50 plus magic attack 1.5 damage to enemies. Cooldown: 10s. Meditation: after exiting combat, you can accelerate the recovery of your mana through meditation. Appraisal: a skill possessed by every professional on Blue Star. It can detect the attributes of monsters no more than 10 levels higher than the user and can also be used to identify equipment. Equipment: none. I never expected to awaken dual talents. Is it because I'm a transmigrator? Furthermore, this talent is outrageously strong, especially its bonuses for the elementalist class. It truly lives up to being a beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier talent. Good heavens, the cheat code you've given me is a bit too overpowered. One must realize that the beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier talent sits even above the SSS rank. In the 100 years since Blue Star became gamified, there has been no record of anyone ever awakening a talent of this level. With a class template like this, I feel like I'm about to take off. No matter how strong Mu Yuan's mental fortitude was, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement seeing such a broken, cheat-like talent. After all, who wouldn't want to be powerful? Especially on this gamified Blue Star, being a salted fish can sometimes get you killed. Right, there are also enhancement points. He looked down to see his remaining enhancement points displayed prominently at the bottom of his attribute panel. Super Enhancement Point 1. Skill Enhancement System. It seems I can strengthen my own skills, though I'm not sure to what extent. After a moment's thought, he decided to prioritize enhancing Fireball. After all, he needed damage-dealing skills for early-level grinding. Appraisal and the post-battle mana recovery meditation weren't particularly useful for him at level 1 for the time being. So, Mu Yuan tried using a super enhancement point on Fireball. Ding! Fireball enhancement successful. Super enhancement triggered. Fireball has been enhanced into a fire-type forbidden spell. Forbidden spell, Scorched Plains. Forbidden spell, Scorched Plains beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Skill cost, 100 million. Skill description: the supreme forbidden spell of the fire element, summoning the undying flames from the void elemental plane to utterly annihilate everything in sight. The undying flames ignore the enemy's magic resistance and will not extinguish until the enemy is dead. What is going on? How did it suddenly become a fire-type forbidden spell? No matter how mentally prepared Mu Yuan was, he never expected this super enhancement point to be so powerful, directly upgrading his skill through the ranks of beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, and god tier. But I'm only level 1, and you've already handed me a fire-type forbidden spell. Is this even reasonable? On Blue Star, forbidden spells are called such because magic of this caliber taps into the power of elemental laws, a domain that has always belonged to the gods and remained a forbidden zone for mortals. There is also a very practical issue: mana consumption. However, with my Lord of Elements talent, I can reduce consumption by 99%. Once my mana pool grows, casting a forbidden spell on its own shouldn't be a problem, and it would be an instant cast forbidden spell at that. Just imagine launching one of these at an enemy. The scene would be far too harmonious to behold. With the ability to cast a skill once a day without any cost, it was essentially like possessing the power to unleash a forbidden curse right now. Mu Yuan took a deep breath, trying his best to calm his racing heart. I can't get reckless, I need to stay steady. Even though I have a weapon of mass destruction now, my skills are too one-dimensional, and my sustained output isn't consistent enough. Besides, this world is full of geniuses and monsters. I have to keep a low profile and focus on growth. I absolutely cannot afford to become arrogant. Gurgle. Suddenly, Mu Yuan's stomach growled. He just realized that from the moment he cycled home from school until now, he hadn't eaten a single thing. Checking the time, it was already past 11 o'clock. Better go grab a bite at the snack shop downstairs. The snack shop he usually frequented was run by a young woman surnamed Lee, whom Mu Yuan usually called Sister Lee. Unfortunately, Sister Lee had lost her husband at a young age and was now living alone with her daughter. Her profession was a chef, so she simply opened this snack shop to make a living for herself and her daughter. Naturally, the neighbors in the area took good care of the two of them. It was now noon, and when Mu Yuan arrived, the place was quite crowded. Only 2 of the 6 tables in the small shop were vacant. Sister Lee, a bowl of shepherd's purse wontons and an order of crab roe buns, please. As soon as Mu Yuan entered the shop, he walked toward an empty table by the window, calling out to the person busy in the small kitchen as he went. Oh, it's you, Xiao Yuan. The young woman poked her head out, and seeing it was Mu Yuan, she greeted him with a smile. Where's Ling? Is she out playing? Ling was Sister Lee's daughter. The little girl was only 5 years old, with a lively and adorable personality that made her very popular. Yeah, the little one went over to Xiao Yi's house to play. Xiao Yuan, you'll have to wait a moment, it's quite crowded right now. It's okay, Sister Lee, I'm in no hurry. Mu Yuan looked over the furnishings in the shop. Some of the tables and chairs appeared quite old, yet they were wiped so clean that they actually reflected light. It was evident that although the shop owner's financial situation wasn't great, they wiped them down frequently. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Mu Yuan's wontons and steamed buns were served. Sister Lee's wontons were all thin-skinned and generously stuffed, but what was even more remarkable was the incredibly savory broth, which had clearly been simmered for a long time. Paired with the delicious crab roe buns dipped in vinegar, Mu Yuan ate with sheer delight, exclaiming how satisfying it was. As expected of food prepared by someone in the chef profession, it was truly professional. It is said that some chefs can even learn from recipes. Dishes prepared this way can boost a professional's attributes for a short period, making them extremely popular. However, these types of recipes suitable for sub-professions are hard to come by and remain very precious. Mu Yuan ate quite quickly, and since the food was delicious, he finished it in no time. After finishing, he patted his belly and wore the satisfied smile of a true foodie. Sister Lee, here is the money. Mu Yuan was quite familiar with the prices at this shop, so he counted out the exact amount and handed it to the busy Sister Lee. Xiao Yuan, are you full? I'm full. I'll head out now, Sister Lee. You don't let me keep you, Mu Yuan said to her with a smile. Come back again soon. Will do. Mu Yuan planned to head to the Jiangcheng Adventurers Guild first to bind his personal storage vault. Much like a professional's portable inventory space, this storage was a gift granted to professionals by the Blue Star Consciousness, accessible to everyone upon a successful class change. You only need to go to the Adventurers Guild to complete the formalities, and then you can bind it. Once bound, it can be used remotely. It is linked to your personal space and is much larger in capacity. By the time Mu Yuan arrived at the Adventurers Guild, it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The counter for binding storage is located in the novice area of the Adventurers Guild. There are many professionals gathered here, most of whom are newly awakened professionals from Jiangcheng who have just completed their class change. There are swordsmen carrying greatswords, summoners with their pets, and so on. As Mu Yuan was taking in the furnishings of the place, a young lady wearing the Adventurers Guild uniform walked toward him. She said to him with a smile, "Hello sir, is there anything I can help you with?" "Hello, I am a newly initiated professional. I'm here to bind my exclusive personal warehouse." "Certainly, sir. Please fill out this form." The young lady smiled and pulled a form from her breast pocket. Mu Yuan took the form she handed over and looked it over carefully. There was nothing particularly invasive regarding privacy. Most of it consisted of basic personal information and his personal class ID. Mu Yuan finished filling it out quickly and handed the form back to her. He was then informed that the procedures were complete. He only needed to go home and wait for 3 hours. Once the processing was successful, they would notify him via text message. Mu Yuan was quite satisfied with this level of efficiency. Time to head home. After I pick up my resources at school tomorrow, I can start killing monsters to level up. I'll strive to reach level 10 before the National Joint Examination. Only by achieving high scores in the joint entrance examination can one secure more resources and strengthen oneself. Only then can one better survive in this world. Mu Yuan had a relatively clear vision of the path he was about to take. When Mu Yuan woke up the next day, it was already past 7 in the morning. Yesterday afternoon, Teacher Wang had made a special point of calling him, notifying him to gather at the Academic Affairs office at 9 o'clock in the morning. Instead of going downstairs to eat, Mu Yuan whipped up some noodles at home to satisfy his hunger before rushing off to school. When he arrived at the school's Academic Affairs office, he happened to see the burly Teacher Wang standing there, boasting to another teacher about the common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic geniuses that had emerged in his class. "Mu Yuan, you're here." Seeing him approach, Teacher Wang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly waved him over. "You've really made me proud. In our entire school, you are the only student who has undergone a class change into a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic profession. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, teacher." Mu Yuan replied with a smile. His emotional intelligence was certainly not low enough to say something dismissive or arrogant. After all, mutual flattery costs nothing. He was more than happy to give others face. Who wouldn't appreciate someone with high emotional intelligence? As expected, Teacher Wang was very pleased upon hearing this, even though he knew Mu Yuan's words were somewhat exaggerated. However, it also reflected, from a certain perspective, the respect the student had for him as a teacher. It seems Mu Yuan is quite a level-headed young man, Teacher Wang thought to himself. He had seen far too many people become insufferably arrogant the moment they completed their class change. So he advised, "Mu Yuan, if skill books are offered as a reward, you should prioritize choosing passive skills." Teacher Wang gave Mu Yuan this piece of advice before leading him into the Academic Affairs office. By the time they stepped inside, quite a few students had already gathered there. The dean, who had been sitting and talking with everyone, looked up the moment he saw Teacher Wang walking in with Mu Yuan. He immediately stood up and said to everyone with a smile, "The genius of our number 1 high school has arrived." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the newly arrived Mu Yuan. Some looked on with envy, while most eyes were filled with curiosity. Mu Yuan nodded to the crowd with great poise. The crowd responded to Mu Yuan with smiles of their own. Since they were all professionals from the same year, they were bound to cross paths in the future. With no conflicts of interest between them, naturally, no friction occurred. "Alright, since everyone is here, I'll take you all to the school warehouse to collect your supplies. Everyone, follow me." The group followed the director and headed outside. "You all come from Jiangcheng number 1 high school. Although you will attend different universities after the national joint examination, you might still need to team up with each other for dungeon raids in the early stages. You can take this chance to get to know one another. I'm sure you all already know Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan, these are the professionals from our number 1 high school who are at the common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic levels or above. You should take the opportunity to get to know everyone." And so, they chatted as they walked. Being young people of the same grade, they naturally became acquainted quickly. With laughter and conversation along the way, the atmosphere was very lively. It seemed that there were not many people who had undergone a class change to become combat professionals. As for combat professionals, those with professional ranks at the common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic levels or above were even fewer and farther between. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic elementalist common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. This was even the case at Jiangcheng number 1 high school, which possessed abundant educational resources. The class change results at other high schools in Jiangcheng City were even less impressive. This was Mu Yuan's most intuitive impression after learning about everyone's classes. The secret treasure warehouse of Jiangcheng number 1 high school was located right next to the awakening hall where yesterday's class change took place. Students, you will enter one by one in a moment and tell the administrator inside your class ID. He will then send the list of resources provided by the school to your energy watch. You can browse and select them yourselves, and once you've made your choice, you can collect them. Mu Yuan was the first to enter, as everyone else insisted on yielding the spot to him. Finally, the director said jokingly, "Let Mu Yuan go in first. Once this kid becomes powerful in the future, you might even be able to ride on his coattails." Ha! Everyone burst into laughter as well. Seeing that even the director had put it that way, Mu Yuan decided not to decline any further. After all, at this point, continuing to refuse would be somewhat disrespectful to everyone and might even come across as hypocritical. So, he cupped his hands to the crowd and said, "Thank you, everyone." With that, he stopped demurring and walked inside. The person attending to Mu Yuan was a teacher whose profession was an arcanist, wearing a hood patterned with starlight. He glanced at Mu Yuan, his eyes lighting up as he said, "You're student Mu Yuan, right?" "Hello, teacher. I am Mu Yuan. I saw your class change at the site yesterday." "Congratulations, student Mu Yuan." "Thank you, teacher. We'll be relying on you all in the future. The monsters of the Void Realm are still too powerful." "Alright, enough of that. These are the resources the school has prepared for you since you achieved a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic class change." Mu Yuan provided his ID, and the teacher sent over the list of resources he was eligible to receive. He opened his energy watch to find what was indeed a comprehensive resource manifest. The list read: Crystal Coins 2. 3 Class Skill Books. Linguist Staff. So, are you satisfied? Satisfied was an understatement. It was completely beyond expectations. Mu Yuan never expected the school to invest so heavily. Crystal coins were not the same as the Hua credits used in everyday life. It is a currency that can only be obtained by killing monsters from the Void Realm. These coins are minted from unknown Void Realm crystals and can be exchanged for excellent equipment and items in specific situations, or used to power certain magical artifacts. Therefore, they are highly valuable, and professionals generally choose to use crystal coins when trading items among themselves. Typically, the exchange rate between crystal coins and Hua credits is 1:100, which means the school essentially gave Mu Yuan 2 million credits directly. For a commoner like him, this is a significant amount of startup capital that will allow him to navigate the early stages smoothly. Regarding the skill books, he recalled what teacher Wang had said earlier and chose 1 passive skill book and 2 active skill books. This was also the only passive skill book among the available options. Skill books are extremely precious on Blue Star, as they are only dropped by dungeon monsters. Not only is the drop rate within dungeons inherently low, but there is also a massive demand from new class changers every year, resulting in the current situation where skill books are highly sought after but rarely available for sale. Source of Magic Frostbolt Chain Lightning. Source of Magic F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description: you will receive the Blessing of Magic, increasing your mana by 1000 plus magic attack 10, and your mana recovery speed will be increased by 10%. Frostbolt F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank. Skill cost, 10. Skill description: gather ice element magic to form a frostbolt and fire it at the enemy, dealing 50 plus magic attack 1.5 ice damage and applying a 30% slow effect. Skill cooldown, 10s. Chain Lightning F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank. Skill cost, 10. Skill description: condense a bolt of chain lightning that bounces between 3 enemies, dealing 30 plus magic attack 1.5 lightning element damage and applying a 0.5s paralysis effect. Skill cooldown, 10s. Mu Yuan was quite satisfied with these 3 skill books, especially the passive one, which could significantly increase his mana pool and grant him greater endurance. As for Frostbolt and Chain Lightning, one targeted single units while the other hit groups, and both came with a degree of crowd control. This would make his skill output patterns much more versatile. The Linguist Staff was also a weapon perfectly suited for Mu Yuan. Linguist Staff Exquisite. Level requirement, 10. Magic attack plus 100. Casting speed plus 5%. Mana regeneration speed plus 5%. Fire elemental damage plus 5%. Trait, no level requirement. Mu Yuan stared intently at the staff's attributes. High quality, it was simply top tier. Not only was the magic attack bonus high enough, but most importantly, it actually came with a trait. One must know that equipment with traits is incredibly rare. For instance, this no-level requirement trait meant that a mage of any level could equip it. It would allow him to rapidly accelerate his leveling speed in the early stages. After all, how could a level 1 mage's damage output be low when equipped with level 10 gear? So, Mu Yuan, are you satisfied with the rewards the school has given you? Mu Yuan looked toward the voice. The speaker was Principal Lu. He had been so focused on selecting the skill books that suited him best that he hadn't noticed the principal walking up beside him. Principal Lu's smile looked very kind, showing none of the pretension one might expect from a beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, or god tier professional. Principal Lu was not only kind to Mu Yuan, he was generally good to all the students, often providing financial aid to those from struggling families. As the veteran principal of number 1 high school, he had been there for 30 years, nurturing batch after batch of students. He had long since come to regard the school as his home. I'm very satisfied, Principal. I just feel it's a bit too valuable. The principal patted him on the shoulder and said, "You are all like newly ignited sparks. All we can do is try our best to add fuel in the early stages to help you grow. I hope that every student who walks out of our school can realize their value and become someone who contributes to the world." On this point, my personal view is that there should be no distinction between sub-professions and combat professions. It is simply a matter of different divisions of labor. However, the reality is that our world is currently suffering from an invasion by the Void Realm. Those powerful Void Realm monsters are constantly plotting to enslave us and slaughter us. The fact that you have a stable environment to grow in now is only because others are out there bearing the burden on your behalf. But due to differences in natural talent, we can only allocate resources to those who are more common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic, so that the flames of our world may never be extinguished. Mu Yuan was deeply moved by the principal's words, which also gave him a sense of urgent pressure to level up. Having traveled to this world, he felt that if he had the ability, perhaps he should do something for it. Of course, these things are still quite far off for you. What you need most right now is to raise your professional level. Do not let your class go to waste. I understand, Principal. Mu Yuan nodded slightly. He strongly agreed with Principal Lu's words. In his original hometown, there was also a famous saying, "In poverty, attend to your own virtue, and success, attend to the well-being of the world." Xiao Lu, please bring out the items student Mu Yuan has selected. Upon hearing the principal's instructions, the arcane teacher stood up and headed to the rear storage dimension to retrieve the supplies. Student Mu Yuan, please double-check everything. Mu Yuan glanced over the items on the table and nodded, confirming that nothing was missing. Alright, now that you've made your choices, you should head back. You can choose to level up in the novice area outside the city. Once you reach level 5, you'll be able to form a party to take on dungeons. Go forth, my child. Become stronger as quickly as you can. The world needs you. Live well. As he finished speaking, his eyes grew slightly red, and his voice turned low and heavy. Perhaps he had already said these words to many geniuses before. Mu Yuan listened quietly until he finished, then gave him a deep bow before turning to walk away. He still had his own path to travel. Perhaps only at this moment did he truly realize that this was a real world, not just a gamified facade. The core of this world had always been a brutal struggle against the creatures of the Void Realm, rather than a game of grinding mobs to level up. Mu Yuan had not stepped out of his house since returning home yesterday, choosing instead to browse the Adventurer Forum on his energy watch. The Adventurer Forum is an officially established platform designed to facilitate the exchange of information among professionals. The forum contains many helpful strategy guides for novices, allowing newly awakened class changers to quickly understand the distribution of monster zones around Jiang City. Jiang City is located in the central part of the Huaxia Federation, bordered by the Li River to the south and the Yan Mountains to the north. Since the invasion of the Void Realm, countless Void Realm territories have merged with the Blue Star, most of which have been transformed into dungeons. However, there are relatively few beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, and god tier dungeons around Jiang City. Most are of low to mid difficulty, making it a relatively safe location geographically. In reality, there are not many leveling areas available for Mu Yuan to choose from, as he is currently only level 1. Novices usually choose to level up near the novice camp outside Jiangcheng, which was established by the Jiangcheng authorities. At the same time, it also serves as a line of defense for Jiangcheng against monsters in the wild. He learned from the adventurer forums that not only are there many low-level leveling areas around this camp, but it is also situated closely to 3 major dungeons. These 3 dungeons are the lowest level ones in Jiangcheng, all of which are level 5 dungeons. Mu Yuan planned to first buy a suitable set of equipment at the auction house. After all, he had no other gear besides his staff. Possessing a fortune of 20,000 crystal coins, he would naturally ensure he was fully prepared before choosing to venture out. Through his energy watch, he linked to the online auction house, and after browsing for a long while, he selected a standard set of novice equipment. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose better gear. It was either because they weren't available, or they were too expensive. For instance, equipment with the level less trait commanded astronomical prices. To begin with, equipment suitable for level 1 was scarce. These pieces of starter gear were mass-produced items crafted by those in the blacksmithing and tailoring professions. Mu Yuan 500 crystal coins: common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic, mage. This set of equipment didn't provide much of a boost to magic attack, but it offered a significant amount of defense, which Mu Yuan felt was exactly what he needed most right now. Time waits for no one. Mu Yuan donned the gear, gripped his Lingyue staff, and decided to head out of the city to start leveling up. Before leaving, he took a quick look in the mirror, which reflected the silhouette of a young man. He had a well-proportioned build and delicate features. Most striking were his glowing eyes, clean and clear, instilling a sense of peace in others. He wore a white hood adorned with a mage emblem and a gold-threaded robe, while holding a staff that shimmered with magical radiance. In a word, handsome. There are shuttle buses in the city that go directly to the novice camps outside the city, though one must present their Energy Watch ID to board. Noticing that he was a newcomer, the driver enthusiastically introduced Mu Yuan to suitable places outside the city. You can head to the novice camp square to find a group first. Generally, you beginners need to form a 5-person squad for leveling up. The standard setup is 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 damage dealers. This is the most efficient way to level. Brother, I see your class is a mage. Mages are very popular. A nearby warrior also looked at the staff in Mu Yuan's hand with envy. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a burly build and well-developed muscles. Man, it's a shame I had a class change into a warrior. I actually have the heart of a mage. The warrior rubbed his head and spoke with a simple, honest grin. Bull, with your IQ, you actually want to be a mage? Stop kidding me, will you? An assassin holding a dagger nearby gave him a sharp knock on the head. It was clear they were teammates in the same squad. The professional called Bull didn't get angry after being hit. Instead, he grinned and retorted. Can all professionals really be the same? The warrior class isn't too bad either, he added. Words to the effect of the mage being just one of his ideas tumbled out of his mouth. Perhaps he was just clumsy with words, but the more he explained, the more muddled things became. The car was instantly filled with a sense of lighthearted cheer. After driving for about an hour, Mu Yuan and the others finally arrived at the novice camp. Good luck, young man. Before leaving, the bearded driver waved his hand at him. Mu Yuan stood there, watching the car drive away, and waved back in greeting. When he arrived in front of the camp, everything before his eyes left him utterly shocked. The warrior beside him looked at his expression and laughed. Quite a sight, isn't it? When I, the bull, first came here, I looked exactly like you do now. It wasn't Mu Yuan's fault for being surprised. The camp before him simply far exceeded his expectations. He had originally assumed the novice camp would just be a small area enclosed by wooden fences, or at most, a place with a simple city wall. But in reality, it was magnificent. A giant magical barrier, radiating a blue glow, was inverted over the camp, and at the very core of this barrier stood a magic tower over 100 meters tall. The magic tower was continuously emitting a beam of energy, connecting it to the magical barrier that enveloped the entire camp. The camp was surrounded by high city walls, which were surprisingly equipped with rows of magic-powered cannons. At the camp entrance, several guards were busy registering the information of the professionals entering the grounds. Mu Yuan stood in the long queue with the other professionals who had arrived with him, and it wasn't long before it was his turn. "Hello, please present your professional panel. You may choose to display only your name and class. We are simply verifying whether you are a professional. You should also be aware that the outside world is an area where the fallen are active. These measures are all in place to prevent them from infiltrating the camp and causing destruction." Perhaps sensing Mu Yuan's confusion, the guard conducting the inspection explained it to him in detail. The so-called fallen are professionals who have embraced the void realm and been abandoned by the will of Blue Star. They are unable to display their professional panels. "All right." Mu Yuan smiled slightly, expressing his understanding. He chose to hide his detailed information, displaying only his name, profession, and level. Name: Mu Yuan. Elementalist: common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level: 1. The guard gave him a surprised look, seemingly because of his profession, but did not ask any further questions. She simply gave him a slight nod and said with concern, "Make sure to form a party for leveling up in the early stages, and stay safe." Mu Yuan felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. Perhaps because this world faced constant crises, there seemed to be a great deal of camaraderie among professionals. This was evident in everyone he had encountered today, from teacher Wang to the principal. After completing his registration, Mu Yuan stepped into the camp. Upon entering, the most conspicuous sight was a sign marking the trading area. Mu Yuan looked toward the bustling trade zone in the distance and noticed that many chambers of commerce from Jiangcheng had opened branch offices here. As he continued walking forward, he was met with a cacophony of hawking and shouting, where many professionals were setting up stalls to sell their own equipment and items. The camp's trade zone was a suitable place for professionals to sell the items they had harvested. Although everyone could list items on the auction house directly through their personal space, there was a 10% transaction fee. Consequently, many people still chose to set up stalls or sell directly to the chambers of commerce. "Come take a look." A novice staff dropped from the level 5 Goblin Village dungeon. 20 for 5 crystal coins, buying wolf pelts in bulk. Exquisite armor dropped only by the Centaur dungeon boss. Take a look if you're interested. Mu Yuan wandered around, his eyes darting from one thing to another, overwhelmed by the variety. "Hey little brother, you're a mage, right? Why don't you check out this novice staff?" The warrior, who had been shouting about selling staves from the very beginning, tried to pitch it to him. He carried a broad shield on his back and wore thick steel armor. Mu Yuan guessed that he must be a defensive shield warrior. He then picked up the staff from the stall, and its attributes appeared before his eyes. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement: 5. Magic attack plus 15. Damage to goblins plus 5%. Description: the staff held by a goblin high shaman of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic difficulty, very suitable for a novice mage. The equipment attributes were decent, but since Mu Yuan already had the Lingyue staff, he wasn't particularly interested in this piece. He smiled and said, "Brother, the stats are indeed quite good, but my level isn't high enough yet." The warrior didn't get angry just because Mu Yuan didn't buy it, seeing that he was wearing a standard novice mage robe. Taking the staff he handed over, he said, "No worries. You'd better level up quickly then, brother." He then added a reminder: the party recruitment is usually at the party square up ahead. Just head straight through the trade zone and you'll be there. Mu Yuan thanked the warrior and headed toward the party square he had mentioned. The two areas were not very far apart. The party square seemed slightly smaller in size than the trade zone, yet it was no less crowded. It was here that Mu Yuan truly witnessed a vast array of diverse professions. There were fellow spellcasters who, like him, held staves and radiated an aura of magic. There were warrior-type classes with fierce temperaments, carrying greatswords and wielding long spears. There were also summoner classes accompanied by their loyal pets. There were even psionic gunners who exuded a distinctly cyberpunk aesthetic. Mu Yuan had seen this class before in the encyclopedic bestiary. The book stated that the psionic gunner has formidable damage output and is a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic class. 5-man leveling party looking for 1 DPS, leaving as soon as we're full. Goblin village common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic difficulty looking for a shield warrior level 7 or above, constitution must be 150 plus. Centaur camp dungeon group forming, running common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic difficulty only looking for support classes no totem planters or dog summoning creeps. Level 15 mage carrying newbies for professional power leveling. 200 crystal coins to reach level 5 guaranteed. Mu Yuan looked at the bustling party finding plaza. Although he felt quite excited, joining a group didn't seem quite right for him. He wanted to clear a dungeon first to raise his level before considering whether or not to team up. This wasn't out of arrogance, rather, from the encyclopedia and adventurer forums, he had already realized the kind of immense power he now wielded. If he chose to level up in a party like an ordinary person, his efficiency would definitely drop, especially considering that experience points are shared among party members. Alright, then I'll head straight to the dungeon to level up. For a professional in Jiangchang, it's relatively simple to go from the novice camp to conquer a dungeon. One can either walk there directly or use the teleportation array in the team square. Mu Yuan chose to teleport, because walking directly to the dungeon area would require him to pass through many dangerous monster-infested zones. For a level 1 like him, that would be far too difficult. Blue Star features a wide variety of dungeons. Some are actual territories from the Void Realm that have been directly integrated, while others are merely projections of Void Realm energy. The former are significantly more difficult, whereas the latter are relatively easier. By eliminating monsters and clearing dungeons, professionals can mitigate the erosion of Blue Star by Void Realm energy. It is important to understand that the more severe the erosion of Blue Star becomes, the more terrifying creatures from the Void Realm will descend. After all, humanity is already struggling immensely on the front lines just to resist the monsters that have already arrived. However, the Blue Star dungeon mechanism also has level restrictions. Your level cannot be more than 5 levels below the dungeon level, nor more than 10 levels above it, otherwise, entry is prohibited. The only exception is a primal dungeon, one that has just been generated and has never been cleared before. In Jiangchang, there are only 3 dungeons suitable for beginners: Goblin Village, Centaur Tribe, and Slime Temple. Although these 3 are only level 5 dungeons, the strength of the monsters within them is far greater than those found in the outside world. Before entering a dungeon, you can choose from different difficulty levels. From lowest to highest, these are the 6 difficulties: simple, common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic, hard, nightmare, hell, and calamity. Furthermore, the rank of the monsters within a dungeon varies depending on the difficulty level. Taking the Goblin Village dungeon as an example, comparing common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic difficulties to the calamity difficulty. Although the final bosses are both level 5 Goblin High Shamans, one is ranked as common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic, while the other is classified as beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, or god tier. Their attributes are worlds apart by comparison. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Because dungeon spaces receive a constant direct infusion of source energy from the Void Realm, they are sustainable. This means you can grind them as many times as you want, provided you are strong enough to clear them. Therefore, Gaia, the primordial protective consciousness of Blue Star, encourages the continuous clearing of dungeons. Mu Yuan Goblin Village Dungeon. According to the forums, this dungeon is the most difficult among the 3 level 5 dungeons, and naturally, it yields the most abundant experience points. Most importantly, this dungeon has a chance to drop skill books and equipment specifically for magic-based classes. The easy difficulty of Goblin Village is quite manageable generally. A standard 5-person party of level 8 players can clear it. However, as the chosen difficulty increases, the strength of the monsters becomes increasingly terrifying. After paying the fee to the teleportation administrator, Mu Yuan was teleported to the dungeon meeting stone area. This is a spacious hall designated as a specific safe zone. Jiangcheng has consistently stationed several beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, and god tier professionals here to prevent any accidents from occurring. When Mu Yuan arrived, he found that people from all walks of life and various professions had already gathered there. LVL 5 Goblin Village Party forming, looking for DPS. Hard difficulty Goblin Village looking for support class, requires Blessing of Courage level 2 or higher. Mu Yuan knew that Blessing of Courage was the signature skill of priests, capable of boosting the damage output of DPS classes. A warrior shouting nearby looked at him and said, "Hey man, want to run a dungeon together? Our team is still missing a DPS mage. I see you're holding a staff, so you must be a mage, right?" Mu Yuan looked at the warrior and replied, "Sorry, brother, I've already made plans to run it with some friends." "Oh, alright, maybe next time then." The warrior didn't mind and went back to recruiting teammates. Mu Yuan certainly wouldn't team up with anyone else right now. Not only was he capable of soloing the dungeon, but he couldn't exactly cast the forbidden spell, Scorched Plains, right in front of teammates. If he did, he'd likely end up as the top headline across the Huaxia Federation the moment he stepped out. He had even thought of the headline already. Shocking, a level 1 mage does this to monsters in front of his teammates. Entering the dungeon was simple. One only needed to step through the swirling portal in the center of the dungeon hall to be teleported inside. However, before entering, he first checked the clearance records next to the dungeon. He had previously learned that while names on the dungeon clearance records could be hidden, the completion times could not. He had no desire to stand out too much in the early stages with the skill enhancement system. He only needed to follow the path step by step to grow stronger. There was no need to show off excessively. One must keep in mind that against the backdrop of the Void Realm invading Blue Star, there were quite a few fallen ones acting as collaborators for the invaders. For instance, the notorious Evil Spirit Society is famous for its worship of the Void Realm deities. This organization has long conspired to bring these gods down upon Blue Star. Dungeon ranking records are typically displayed on the psionic stone tablets located at the dungeon entrance. He chose to view the leaderboard for the Calamity difficulty directly. Calamity difficulty leaderboard. First place, Imperial Capital Longhua Team, 1 hour and 30 minutes. Second place, Magic City Jianshan Squad, 1 hour and 40 minutes. Third place, Cloud City Luoxia Squad, 1 hour and 45 minutes. 10th place, River City Moyuan Squad, 2 hours and 50 minutes. Mu Yuan scrolled all the way down to the 10th place, discovering that even the fastest squads to clear the Calamity difficulty took over an hour. This is because in the Cataclysm difficulty dungeons, even the regular monsters are of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic tiers, while the Goblin High Shaman is a boss of beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, and god tier levels. Even a full 15th level squad had to proceed with extreme caution to successfully clear the dungeon. This goes to show just how terrifying a Calamity level dungeon truly is. In truth, the leaderboards held little appeal for Mu Yuan at the moment. While there were benefits, the drawbacks outweighed them overall, as he had no way to explain how he managed to clear the stage. Unless, of course, he was willing to fully expose his trump cards to the world. That was obviously out of the question. Select Enter. As Mu Yuan stepped into the dungeon, a notification suddenly rang out, "Ding! Due to your chaos fate, you have the option to hide your dungeon results. Would you like to hide them?" Mu Yuan froze for a moment, not expecting his second talent to possess such a capability. Hide them. Without hesitation, Mu Yuan chose to hide his dungeon results. Select difficulty, Calamity grade. Once the difficulty was selected, Mu Yuan instantly felt a sense of space-time distortion. Then, he immediately entered the dungeon space. Everyone is placed in an absolute safe zone upon first entering a dungeon. No one is ever clichédly teleported directly into a swarm of monsters. Dungeon description: Goblin Village. A village formed by a gathering of cruel goblins. This place was once a nightmare for countless people from Blue Star. Level requirement: 115. Party limit: 5 players. Completion condition: defeat the Goblin High Priest. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King Tier, Emperor Tier, Divine Tier, God Tier. The Goblin Village appeared vast from a distance. Various types of goblin monsters could be seen wandering about. There were also dense clusters of goblins gathered together in groups. Most striking of all was the village entrance, where a massive iron cauldron sat steaming, filled with the skulls of various unknown creatures and emitting a strange, bubbling sound. A massive temple stood at the very center of the village. The goblin guardians there were even more distinct from the monsters on the outskirts. They were clad in orderly suits of armor and patrolled the temple perimeter incessantly. Standing at the temple entrance were 2 giant goblins in black armor. Mu Yuan used appraisal to check their stats. Giant Goblin Temple Warrior Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 5. HP, 10,000. Attack Power, 1500. Physical Defense, 1800. Magic Defense, 1600. Description: a terrifying variant of the goblin species. Their massive size is extremely rare among the goblin population, and they possess fearsome strength. These attributes are truly terrifying. It appears this is the main hall where the final boss of the dungeon resides, exactly as described in the forum intel. Gazing at the monsters below, Mu Yuan wore an expectant expression as he slowly pointed his staff toward the ceiling of the hall. Come on! Let me see the true power of a forbidden spell. The tier known as the power of gods among common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic ranks. Mu Yuan activated the skill bolstered by his Lord of Elements talent. The forbidden spell was cast instantly. And its power became even more terrifying. Forbidden spell, Scorched Plains. In an instant, countless fire elements converged above the goblin temple, as powerful magical fluctuations emanated from the void. The intense fire elements seemed ready to incinerate the very air, and a scorching aura enveloped the entire village. The goblins below began to descend into a state of panic. Suddenly, clusters of bewitching, blood-red flames appeared out of thin air above the temple. Then, with a deafening boom, the sky changed. The entire expanse above the dungeon was stained a vivid, blood-like crimson. The heavens wept blood, signaling a final judgment. Countless clusters of blood-red flames converged into a golden river of fire, hanging inverted across the firmament. Below, the goblins stood frozen in awe of the celestial phenomenon, feeling the oppressive heat of the fire elements permeating every corner of the space. The entire transformation had occurred in the blink of an eye. They felt only their skin burning and their blood evaporating. Hot, it was far too hot. It was clear that even breathing had become extremely difficult for them. They ran about in panic, struggling desperately. These monsters, the lowest of which were level 5 common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic, all looked as if they were facing the final judgment. Some goblins even knelt in terror, praying to the gods they worshipped, but it was all in vain. The goblin high shaman inside the temple rushed out in a panic. He attempted to cast a water-based spell, only to discover to his horror that not a single trace of any other element remained in the space. There was only fire, endless fire elements. He gazed at the sky in despair, letting out an unwilling, incomprehensible roar. The forbidden curse was unleashed. A river of fire swept across the entire dungeon, golden flames engulfing everything in their path and reducing it all to nothingness. Mu Yuan truly realized the terrifying nature of magic at this level. It was a world-ending natural disaster, a cold and ruthless judgment from the gods. Beyond the mere burning damage, a terrifying reaction was occurring between the fire elements themselves. Explosions, violent, cataclysmic explosions. Massive white fireballs erupted one after another from the center of the forbidden spell. In an instant, terrifying damage numbers flickered rapidly among the monsters. 99999999999. 99999999999. 99999999999. Ding! Hyper-dimensional spell burst detected. Damage values have exceeded the maximum threshold. Dungeon protection mechanism activated. Mage common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Ding! You have slain a goblin temple warrior common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Goblin high shaman common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Ding! You have eliminated all dungeon monsters. Calamity difficulty dungeon cleared successfully. Dungeon clear time, 1 minute. All the monsters were reduced to nothingness. Even the fearsome goblin high shaman didn't have time to put up any resistance before being instantly annihilated. Upon hearing the notification that the monsters had been eliminated, Mu Yuan dispersed his spell. As he walked down from the hillside, he felt the ground beneath his feet was somewhat uneven and hard. Looking down, he realized the ground had been transformed into a crystal-like surface as hard as glass, as if it had undergone vitrification. As soon as he entered the village, a suffocating heatwave surged toward him. Looking around, every building in the village had been reduced to ashes by the river of golden flames, leaving a pungent stench hanging in the air. Layer upon layer of gray mist drifted across the sky, spreading outward along with the heatwave. Consequently, a gray snow began to fall throughout the entire dungeon space. Mu Yuan believed that if it weren't for Blue Star's damage immunity mechanism, he wouldn't know if the monsters would survive a forbidden spell, but he certainly wouldn't. He is absolutely dead. The so-called damage immunity mechanism means that the spellcaster's own damage-type spells will not cause any harm to themselves. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Clearing a calamity grade dungeon provided such a massive amount of experience that Mu Yuan instantly leveled up 5 times. As expected of a calamity grade dungeon, the experience gain is incredibly generous, especially considering that the experience required for Blue Star professionals increases significantly with every level. This is amazing. At this leveling speed, there are likely very few who can keep up with me. Mu Yuan smiled with satisfaction at the thought. After all, a level 1 professional monopolizing all the experience from a calamity dungeon is a luxury even second-generation elites probably never get to enjoy. Ding! System detects that the host has leveled up to level 6. Reward, 5 enhancement points. Mu Yuan looked at the enhancement points displayed at the bottom of the attribute panel, feeling even more delighted. As expected, leveling up is the key to obtaining enhancement points. I only need to keep leveling up to continuously enhance my skills. The more I upgrade, the stronger I will become. It is time to pick up the dropped items. In the distance, several beams of light shimmered from beneath the ground. Those were the items dropped by the monsters. Would you like to consolidate the rewards into the dungeon reward space? Consolidate. Mu Yuan collected his rewards from the dungeon space. There were 3 skill books and 5 pieces of equipment in total. The drop rate is simply too low. No wonder it's been criticized by countless professionals. However, looking at it from another perspective, precisely because the output of both is so scarce, the selling price naturally won't be low. Therefore, the combat professionals on Blue Star generally do not have poor financial conditions. Mu Yuan looked at the rewards from this dungeon and revealed a satisfied smile. The skill books consist of the Mage's Universal Skill Book Magic Shield, the Warrior's Charge, and the Summoner's Wood Spirit Summoning. The equipment he could use consisted of a robe, a magic hood, and a ring. The remaining items were a weapon for a gunner and a shield for a protection warrior. He hadn't expected an accessory to drop on Blue Star. The drop rate for accessory-type equipment was incredibly low. Mu Yuan quickly appraised the gear, and the attributes of the items materialized before his eyes. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, level 5. Armor, 100. Magic resist, 200. Magic attack plus 100. Casting speed plus 5%. Mana regeneration speed plus 15%. Fire spell damage plus 10%. Equipment description: no fire mage can say no to this piece of gear. Calamity difficulty, dropped by the Goblin High Shaman. What an exquisite robe! Not only does it provide a massive boost to magic attack, but it also enhances the damage of fire magic. This is likely the most perfect robe for a fire mage before level 10. It seems running dungeons at this level is the way to get the best gear. Next, Mu Yuan took out the ring. It was a fiery red color, engraved with fire element runes, and felt slightly warm to the touch. Ring of Fire exquisite. Required level, 5. Mana plus 100. Magic attack plus 50. Fire damage plus 5%. Equipment description: this small ring harbors the power of fire drops from goblin fire mages on hell difficulty or higher. Another highly practical piece of jewelry with quite impressive attributes. Not bad, not bad. Now, let me see the hat. This was a hood once appraised. It was surrounded by a faint blue starlight. There was no doubt that this was a piece of refined equipment. Mu Yuan concealed the equipment's glow, a common practice among most professionals. However, there are also some showy professionals who love to loiter in the streets decked out in flashy, multicolored gear. Goblin Starlight Hood exquisite. Level requirement, level 5. Armor, 50. Magic defense, 100. Magic attack plus 20. HP plus 50. Casting speed plus 10%. The attributes of this hood were also very suitable for him, so Mu Yuan equipped all 3 pieces of gear. He planned to have the Chamber of Commerce recycle the equipment he had just replaced. It's time to head out. Do you wish to exit the dungeon? Exit. Dungeon completion time, 1 minute. Would you like to hide your dungeon clearance record? Hide. Ding. You have achieved first place in the Goblin Village Dungeon Calamity difficulty rankings. Since your completion time was under 5 minutes, congratulations on obtaining the Dungeon Speedrunner medals for Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King Tier, Emperor Tier, Divine Tier, and God Tier. Oh! Metal type equipment actually dropped. Mu Yuan was somewhat surprised these were even rarer than jewelry type equipment. He immediately took out the medals. Dungeon Common, Uncommon, Elite, Rare, Legendary, Mythic, Epic. Equipment drop rate plus 10%. Equipment description: what extraordinary talent it must take to achieve such a brilliant result. The stars hereby grant you these medals as a reward. It actually increases the equipment drop rate attribute. This is incredible luck. Without hesitation, Mu Yuan quickly equipped the medal. Since the gamification of Blue Star, the drop rates for equipment and items have been outrageously low, which was evident from Mu Yuan's experience clearing the dungeon. A Calamity grade dungeon had only yielded these few items. One must realize that the number of monsters killed by Mu Yuan's forbidden spell in this dungeon was massive, and their levels were by no means low. When Mu Yuan reappeared outside the dungeon, the main hall was still buzzing with noise and activity. People were everywhere, shouting for teammates or begging to be carried through runs. He glanced at the Goblin Dungeon leaderboard and, as expected, his name was nowhere to be found. Mu Yuan wasn't one for vanity, he only cared about tangible benefits. It hadn't taken long at all from the moment Mu Yuan entered until he emerged, but the hall had become significantly more crowded in that time. No one noticed him anyway, and besides, one could exit a dungeon at any time. However, exiting midway meant receiving no clearance rewards. Alright, time to stay low and develop. Mu Yuan chose not to team up with others for dungeon runs anymore, as he wanted to return to the camp first to deal with the dropped equipment and skill books. Although he could list them directly on the trading house from his personal space, he didn't want to spend extra on transaction fees. His philosophy was to save whenever possible in the early stages, stay low-key, and quietly amass a fortune. After paying 5 crystal coins, Mu Yuan chose to teleport back to the novice camp. Better learn the skills first. He found a quiet inn at random, took out the magic shield skill book he had obtained as a drop in the dungeon, and chose to learn it. F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank. Skill cost, 10. Skill description, consumes your own mana to form a mana shield that can offset damage equal to 10% of your maximum mana. The shield shatters if this limit is exceeded. Skill cooldown, 10s. Unsurprisingly, a plus sign appeared next to this newly learned skill. This meant that Mu Yuan could choose to enhance them using enhancement points. Unfortunately, he had no super enhancement points left, otherwise, he could have acquired another powerful skill. After learning the skill, Mu Yuan checked his class interface. Name, Mu Yuan. Elementalist common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level, 6. HP, 500. Mana, 5100. Magic attack, 400. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 500. Talent 1 Lord of Elements Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King Tier, Emperor Tier, Divine Tier, God Tier. Talent 2, Chaos Unknown. F Frostbolt, F Chain Lightning, F Meditation, Appraisal, Forbidden Spell, Scorched Plains Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King Tier, Emperor Tier, Divine Tier, God Tier. Source of Magic, F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. 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 Dungeon Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King Tier, Emperor Tier, Divine Tier, God Tier. Remaining enhancement points, 5. This dungeon run was quite worthwhile. It's just a pity that I can only cast a forbidden spell once a day for now. Otherwise, he would have had to run the Calamity Dungeon a few more times, and then his equipment and level would have truly taken off. That being said, he was still quite satisfied with his current attributes. He estimated that his classmates who underwent the class change with him probably hadn't even reached level 3 yet. However, he now had to consider which skill to invest his enhancement points into to increase his strength as quickly as possible. After browsing through some mage guides on the forums for a while, Mu Yuan decided to prioritize leveling up his passive skills. Aside from his talent, he currently has only one passive skill. F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank. Source of Magic. Enhancing this skill can significantly increase his mana pool and mana recovery speed. Paired with the newly learned magic shield, it's simply perfect. With this, he'll be both tanky and high damage. Just imagine, wouldn't you fear a mage turret with such formidable survivability? Alright, then I'll enhance Source of Magic. So Mu Yuan allocated his enhancement points to Source of Magic. Ding! Source of Magic has been successfully enhanced. Source of Magic. F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description, you will receive the Blessing of Magic, increasing your mana by 2000 plus magic attack 20. Additionally, your mana recovery speed is increased by 20%. Watching his mana pool surge significantly, Mu Yuan became even more determined to max out this skill first. Continue strengthening. Ding! Source of Magic has been successfully strengthened. Mu Yuan strengthened it twice more in succession, and the attributes of this passive skill underwent a world-shaking transformation. Source of Magic. F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description, you will receive the Blessing of Magic power, increasing your mana by 10,000 plus magic attack 100, and your mana recovery speed is increased by 50%. Mu Yuan felt that he might never run out of mana when casting regular skills in the future. The Lord of Elements talent already reduced his mana consumption, and now his mana pool was this massive. Of course, forbidden spells were an exception. Those things consumed far too much mana. Woohoo, taking off! As expected, it's always a blast when you're constantly cheating. Enhance, and enhance again. Mu Yuan was absolutely exhilarated. Ding! This skill can be enhanced up to F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, and Godly rank. To advance it further, the host must use a super enhancement point. Carrot. Upon receiving the notification from the skill enhancement system, Mu Yuan muttered to himself in regret. It looks like I'll have to wait until level 10 to get a super enhancement point. Mu Yuan decided to invest the remaining 2 enhancement points into Mana Shield, which happened to synergize perfectly with his passive ability. Since his current standard output skills include Frostbolt and Chain Lightning, they are already sufficient for basic leveling. His thinking remained the same. As a fragile mage, what he lacked most were survival skills. Ding! Magic Shield successfully enhanced. The Magic Shield skill has been enhanced into Elemental Shield. He spent 2 skill points in quick succession. Even the name of the Magic Shield has changed. This enhancement logic is truly unpredictable. F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank. Mana cost, 500. Skill description: draws elements from the Void Elemental Sea to form a shield capable of absorbing damage equal to 50% of your total mana. If damage exceeds this limit, the shield will shatter. Cooldown, 40s. It's exactly as I thought. Now that this shield skill is paired with my F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank source of magic, I should be able to tank damage from most low-level monsters, including those found in dungeons. As long as he could further upgrade his offensive skills, soloing dungeons would no longer be a dream. Mu Yuan decided to stop upgrading his skills for now, because he had run out of enhancement points. In reality, it was quite difficult for professionals on Blue Star to level up their skills. Although the world had been gamified, it didn't function exactly like a video game. Skills learned through skill books could not be directly upgraded. The only other way to upgrade them is through skill advancement scrolls. However, these scrolls only drop from high difficulty dungeons. Therefore, when it comes to beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, and god tier skills, professionals on Blue Star are still in great shortage. Mu Yuan decided to head to the camp's trading area first, intending to sell the 2 skill books he had acquired in the dungeon along with the equipment he no longer needed. The outdoor trading area was as bustling as ever. Instead of setting up a stall, Mu Yuan walked straight into the nearby Huan Chamber of Commerce. Huan Chamber of Commerce is a well-known local chain in Jiangcheng with a consistently solid reputation. Mu Yuan believed it would not let him down. With its immense resources, Huan Chamber of Commerce stands as the most prestigious local chain in Jiangcheng. The chamber not only commands several professional teams dedicated to treasure hunting. It is also rumored to be backed by beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, and god tier level professionals, though the veracity of this claim remains unknown. In short, they are one of the local powerhouses in Jiangcheng. Although this chamber of commerce is a colossus to the average person, its reputation is surprisingly good. Not only have there been no reports of them bullying competitors or dominating the market, but they are actually quite supportive of professionals. They generally don't drive prices down too aggressively for professionals coming to sell items, making them very popular among the professionals in Jiangcheng. Just as Mu Yuan was reflecting on the reviews of the Huan Chamber of Commerce posted by professionals on the forums, a soft voice suddenly came from behind him. "Hello, sir. I am Lu Xiaoyi, a receptionist for the Huan Chamber of Commerce. How may I assist you today?" Mu Yuan turned around to see a young woman dressed in the black uniform of Huan standing behind him. She appeared to be quite young, likely in her early 20s, with fair skin and a graceful figure. Her most striking feature was her eyes, which were as clear and shimmering as autumn water. "I would like to sell some equipment." He spoke while facing the young lady, who possessed such a friendly service attitude. Mu Yuan also replied to her with a smile. "May I ask if the equipment you are selling is unidentified?" Hearing his answer, Lu Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. "Yes, it is," Mu Yuan replied. "All right, sir. Please follow me this way," Lu Xiaoyi said, gesturing toward an area ahead. On Blue Star, when professionals sell items, chambers of commerce typically provide private spaces for the transaction. After all, it is common knowledge that people prefer to keep their wealth hidden from public view. In this regard, the Chamber of Commerce naturally avoids crossing any lines. They would never have a customer pull out equipment in the main hall, as it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Therefore, transactions are generally conducted in reception rooms protected by small-scale magical barriers. Mu Yuan walked beside her at a moderate pace as Lu Xiaoyi introduced him to the Huan Chamber of Commerce along the way. She then led him to a door-marked reception room and came to a halt. She pulled an identification badge from her clothes and swiped it across the card slot outside the door, which opened automatically. "Please step inside, sir. If you could wait a moment, I'll go fetch our appraiser." Lu Xiaoyi gave Mu Yuan a sweet smile and then stepped out. Appraisal: common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Professional: common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Their profession was officially titled appraiser. Unlike the standard appraisal skill possessed by every professional, equipment appraised by them had a chance of revealing superior attributes. The higher the appraiser's level, the greater the probability. Mu Yuan didn't have to wait long before he heard the click of a door opening behind him. "Young friend, I am Lu Shan, an appraiser for the Huan Chamber of Commerce. Are you the one looking to sell unidentified equipment?" The newcomer was an elderly gentleman. Though he appeared somewhat thin in stature, his voice was full of vigor. Most of his hair had already turned gray but was combed very neatly. Most striking of all was the distinctive goatee resting upon his pointed chin. "Yes." After speaking, Mu Yuan took out the pistol and shield that had dropped in the goblin dungeon. "Oh?" A flicker of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes when he saw the equipment Mu Yuan produced. However, he didn't ask any questions, instead choosing to examine the two pieces of equipment before him with great seriousness. Then, he slowly pulled a piece of white silk cloth from his jacket pocket, picked up the pistol first, and began to wipe it gently. After wiping it clean, he took out a small bottle of transparent liquid from his personal space and poured a single drop onto the pistol. Following this, energy surged from his hands, and the pistol instantly emitted streaks of faint blue light. He caressed the pistol in his hand, examining its structure from top to bottom. As he inspected it, he marveled, "Excellent, this is truly a fine piece of equipment. Not only is the design ingenious, but the attributes are also quite impressive." With that, he handed the appraised pistol over to Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan was somewhat surprised as he looked at the pistol's attributes. Rapid psionic pistol, exquisite. Level requirement, 5. Attack power plus 80. Armor penetration plus 30. Energy bullet plus 1. Equipment description: a pistol crafted by an artisan from the spirit realm. It looks quite magnificent. Getting shot by this would probably hurt a lot. The appraiser, Elder Lu, didn't pause for a moment and immediately picked up the shield to begin its appraisal. It was the same process, only he applied a bit more of that mysterious liquid from before. Suddenly, a burst of purple light emerged, the distinct glow unique to common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic equipment. This. Elder Lu wore an expression of disbelief, his goatee twitching up and down in a rather comical fashion. It wasn't surprising that he lost his composure. Although he was well-traveled and knowledgeable, he never expected a young man like Mu Yuan to possess such high-quality equipment. This was no common, mass-produced gear. Instead, they were common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic tier equipment. One must realize that for an average professional under level 20, having even a single piece of uncommon gear would be cause for immense celebration. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 5. HP plus 240. Magic defense plus 200. Physical defense plus 200. Block chance plus 15%. Equipment description: the rock shield, indestructible. The material of the shield looks incredibly hard. Do you want to test it with your head? Elder Lu exclaimed repeatedly, "Excellent equipment. I heard you intend to sell these two pieces, young friend?" Mu Yuan nodded slightly. Very well, I will provide a preliminary valuation for now. You can take some time to consider it. Elder Lu stroked his beard, thought for a moment, and spoke. 10,000 crystal coins for the psionic pistol and 50,000 for the monolith shield. What do you think? Mu Yuan was slightly surprised. He looked up at the old man in front of him, unable to quite grasp what he was thinking. It was obvious that the valuation for this equipment was on the high side. He thought to himself, who would intentionally raise the price when buying? Not driving the price down is already considered a conscientious chamber of commerce. It wasn't surprising that Mu Yuan thought this way, as he was quite familiar with the market prices for low-level equipment. When he was buying his novice gear earlier, he had checked the prices for level 5 equipment on the auction house. Generally, level 5 equipment of refined quality would cost around 5,000 crystal coins at most, and even those of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic grades wouldn't exceed 20,000. Mu Yuan was not the type of person who liked taking advantage of others, especially when it came to such inexplicable bargains. After all, excessive courtesy without a reason usually hides an ulterior motive. So, he politely cupped his hands toward Elder Lu and said, I wonder if it would be convenient for Senior to answer a question for this junior. I know exactly what you want to ask, young friend. In truth, you needn't overthink it. I was simply struck by a moment of professional admiration for such a rare find. Elder Lu had clearly seen through his confusion, while simultaneously feeling surprised by Mu Yuan's reaction. After all, most people would never complain about receiving too many benefits. Having appraised equipment for the better part of his life and encountered countless individuals, he felt that based on this character trait alone, this young man was destined for greatness. Having lived most of his life, he understood better than anyone, the world never lacks those who are blinded by greed, but it sorely lacks those who can adhere to their own path and principles. Thus, he explained with even greater patience. For you to be able to produce such excellent equipment at such a young age, establishing a good relationship with you is also beneficial for our Chamber of Commerce. After all, next time you have high-quality gear to sell, wouldn't you prioritize our Huan Chamber of Commerce? Besides, this pistol of yours actually increases skill levels. That is truly a rare find. Seeing Mu Yuan lost in thought, he continued. Secondly, regarding this shield, low-level shields of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic quality are extremely attractive to well-funded rookie professional teams. Those people aren't short on cash, and the defense class is the most critical position in a team. So, even at this price point, there is still a significant profit margin for us. Mu Yuan understood his clear and straightforward explanation, nodding in realization. Then I must thank you for looking out for me, Senior. Let's go ahead and sell it at this price. Alright, that will be 60,000 in total. Give me your professional ID, and I'll have someone transfer it directly to your crystal card. No need to rush, Elder, Mu Yuan said, waving his hand. Elder Lu looked a bit surprised. Is there something else on your mind, young friend? Mu Yuan nodded and smiled at Elder Lu. I was wondering, does the Chamber of Commerce purchase skill books? Upon hearing this, Elder Lu's interest was instantly piqued. Skill books? Yes, skill books. Seeing that Elder Lu was intrigued by the word skill books, Mu Yuan repeated himself. We buy them, of course we do. Immediately after, Elder Lu picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. It wasn't surprising that he was so excited. After all, skill books with their outrageously low drop rates were vital to every Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, once a Chamber of Commerce acquired them, they could choose to either sell them or use them internally. Consequently, no Chamber of Commerce ever complained about having too many skill books in their inventory. He composed himself and asked slowly, I wonder what rank of skill books you intend to sell, young friend? Mu Yuan didn't waste any time and pulled 2 skill books directly from his backpack. Take a look. Both are F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank. One is the Warrior's Charge, and the other is the Summoner's with Spirit Summoning. Well, these 2 skill books are relatively common. Elder Lu had thought Mu Yuan was about to give him another big surprise, or rather, a shock. He breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing what they were. If Mu Yuan had produced another F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, SS rank, SSS rank, or godly rank skill book, Elder Lu would have started to doubt his own professional judgment. How about 10,000 per book? If you accept, I'll transfer the funds to you immediately. Mu Yuan thought it over and accepted the price, as it was indeed quite fair. While skill books are highly precious, they are still categorized by tier. These two are merely entry-level books, so 10,000 credits each is already a fair price. If they were even slightly higher tier skill books, the price would be astronomical. By the way, young friend, this is our Huan Chamber of Commerce membership card. With this card, you'll receive discounts on all transactions at our establishment. Additionally, we will notify you of any upcoming events. All right. Mu Yuan readily accepted the membership card handed over by Elder Lu. After all, this was a gesture of goodwill and was perfectly acceptable. I wonder if there is anything else you need, young friend? For instance, equipment or skill books. If you are interested, our Huan Chamber of Commerce will be holding an auction in 3 days right here in the main hall. You are welcome to come and take a look. Oh? Don't you guys list your gear for consignment on the auction house? Of course we do, but generally, for items that are common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic, we still prefer offline auctions. Gear sold through offline auctions tends to fetch a better price. Mu Yuan suddenly realized that there were such intricacies involved. No wonder most of what he saw on the online auction house was standard issue equipment. High quality gear and skill books were rare, and even when they did appear, they were priced exorbitantly. Elder Lu, I was wondering if you have any passive skill books here? Mu Yuan had truly tasted the benefits that strengthening passive skills brought him. Compared to active skills, he felt that passive skills provided the most significant boost at this stage. He had seen a few passive skill books at the auction house, but the prices were simply unacceptable. Since the gamification of Blue Star, passive skill books have become the hardest type to obtain as drops. If we assume the drop rate for active skill books in a dungeon is 1%, then for passive skills, it would be 1 in 1,000. Mu Yuan didn't hold much hope. He was just asking casually. After all, this was a real world. Once someone obtained a skill book they could use, they would typically use it to bolster their own strength or that of their teammates. Even if they couldn't use it, most would trade it with others. It was rare for such items to be sold through a chamber of commerce. This was also why Elder Lu was somewhat surprised to see him selling skill books. Are you looking for passive skills? Let me check that for you. Elder Lu did not refuse him outright after hearing the request. Instead, he took out his energy watch, logged into the Huan Chamber of Commerce's internal warehouse skill enhancement system, and began his search. He searched very thoroughly, taking about 5 minutes to complete the task. Mu Yuan hadn't expected the old man before him to possess such authority. It seemed his status within the Huan Chamber of Commerce was likely quite high. Oh? There actually is a skill book suitable for the mage class listed as available for sale. Elder Lu was also somewhat surprised. After all, the Chamber of Commerce's skill books were usually reserved for internal use and rarely made their way to the public market. What skill is it? Although Mu Yuan was feeling a surge of excitement, he asked the question while maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. It's the mage skill, mana drain. Elder Lu then displayed the attribute description of this skill book to Mu Yuan. F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description, your cast spells have a 1% chance to trigger a mana drain effect on enemies, restoring your mana by an amount equal to the skill damage dealt while reducing the enemy's mana. Oh, so it's this skill. Mu Yuan had seen this skill mentioned on the forums before. This skill can be described as one that mages have a love-hate relationship with. What they love is that if the probability triggers, they can transform into a super perpetual motion machine, the ultimate mage turret. It can significantly enhance their sustain and endurance. But what they hate is that the trigger probability is far too low. Sometimes their mana bar is completely empty, and it still hasn't triggered once. Isn't that just a total scam? Mu Yuan considered his own situation and realized that this skill seemed quite useful to him. even though he possessed a massive mana pool and a rapid recovery rate. The ability for his spells to drain the enemy's mana would still be a highly practical asset. As for the issue of probability, that was no concern for him at all. After all, he had enhancement points to upgrade and improve his skills. Imagine the sheer absurdity of casting a single spell that drains the opponent's entire mana pool while simultaneously restoring your own to full. This is the one. Mu Yuan made his decision. I wonder how many crystal coins this skill book costs. Elder Lu had remained silent, not wanting to disturb him while he was deep in thought. It wasn't until he heard the question that he replied, "If you want it, you can take it for 50,000 crystal coins." 50,000. It's not expensive, in fact, it's quite a bargain. I currently have nearly 20,000 on me, and with the items sold today, my savings are approaching 100,000 crystal coins. I have more than enough money. One must keep in mind that once a skill book is missed, it's gone for good. I have to secure it. Alright, 50,000 it is. Then please wait a few minutes, young friend. I'll have Xiaoyi go fetch it for you immediately. There might be some paperwork to handle as well. Elder Lu spoke as he took out his watch and sent a pickup message to the staff outside. No rush. Mu Yuan waved his hand to show his understanding. Young friend, if you have anything you wish to sell in the future, you can come to our Chamber of Commerce and find me directly. Rest assured, I will certainly not let you get the short end of the stick. Furthermore, we maintain absolute confidentiality regarding our clients' information. Alright, no problem. In fact, Mu Yuan felt that this visit to the Huan Chamber of Commerce, whether for selling equipment or trading skill books, had been a very positive experience. Even if Elder Lu hadn't mentioned it, he would have prioritized this one himself. Mu Yuan didn't have to wait long before a girl pushed the door open and walked in. It was Lu Xiaoyi, the one who had brought Mu Yuan here earlier. In her hand, she held an ancient-looking skill book, which must be Mu Yuan's mana drain. Grandpa, I've brought the skill book. The girl spoke softly to Elder Lu. Give it to this young friend here. Elder Lu gestured toward Mu Yuan, who was sitting there. Hello, sir, here is your skill book. Mu Yuan stood up from the sofa, nodded to her, and took the skill book from her hand. After offering a final word of thanks to Old Man Lu, he left the reception room and headed out of the guild. Old Man Lu watched Mu Yuan's departing figure from a distance and sighed with emotion. This young man's future is truly limitless. Lu Xiaoyi looked at her grandfather in surprise. It was the first time she had ever heard such an evaluation of someone from his lips. She knew her grandfather best, and his standards were incredibly high. Xiaoyi, your school term should be starting soon, right? The old man didn't explain further, but instead asked this question. Yes, soon, Lu Xiaoyi answered obediently. After leaving the Huan Chamber of Commerce, Mu Yuan took a brief rest in the room he had booked. After grabbing a quick bite at a restaurant in the camp, he planned to challenge the dungeon once again. He was now level 6. With his current attributes, as long as he remained cautious, soloing a level 5 dungeon should pose no problem. This applied to any difficulty below Hell mode, of course. Mu Yuan decided to test the waters first in the hard-level goblin village. No sooner said than done. Mu Yuan teleported to the dungeon assembly area, selected the hard difficulty setting, and was immediately transported into the dungeon. The clearance conditions remain the same. You must still kill the goblin high shaman. However, the high priest's rank in difficult mode is only at the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, or demon king level. Upon entering the dungeon, they were still positioned atop that same slope. Mu Yuan first cast the elemental shield skill on himself before heading forward. He didn't choose to charge straight down. Instead, he stood not far from the patrolling monsters outside the village, aiming only at the one in the very front to unleash a frostbolt. A subtle ripple of elemental energy pulsed through the air, and a crystal-clear arrow radiating an aura of extreme cold materialized before him. With a wave of his staff, Mu Yuan sent the arrow whistling toward the distant monster. Bang! The frostbolt slammed into the lead goblin monster wielding a large blade and burst apart. 300. A terrifying damage number floated up from the monster's body, and its health bar plummeted by half instantly. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level 5. HP 200-500. Attack power 100. Physical defense 120. Magic defense 100. Monster description: the most common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic type of monster in the Goblin Village. Be careful not to let it get close to you. At the same time, the cold air rapidly turned the monster's body an icy blue. Traces of frost even appeared beneath its feet. It was clearly being slowed down. G. The attacked Goblin Greatswordsman let out a grating, unpleasant shriek. Mu Yuan did not pause. He immediately followed up by firing another frostbolt at it. Seeing the same spell flying toward it again, the Goblin Greatswordsman hurriedly let out a terrified scream to its distant companions. Bang! Unsurprisingly, with only half its health remaining, it was instantly killed. A wisp of white essence drifted from the monster's body and entered Mu Yuan's. Mu Yuan looked at his experience bar and saw it had only increased by a tiny amount. It seemed that leveling up was still a long way off. He estimated that he might need to clear the entire dungeon to level up. Keep going, keep going. However, the scream it let out before dying had alerted the nearby monsters. 3 Goblin Greatswordsmen, clutching their cleavers with hideous expressions, came charging toward Mu Yuan. This time, Mu Yuan did not cast Frostbolt. Instead, he chose to cast Chain Lightning, as this spell was perfect for damaging 3 monsters simultaneously. Crackle, a sharp surge of electric current appeared atop Mu Yuan's Lingua staff. Chain Lightning. This spell traveled even faster than Frostbolt, reaching the leading monster in an instant. Screech. The moment the monster was hit by Chain Lightning, it began to tremble violently from the shock, its hair stood on end, and its movements became stiff. The other 2 monsters were not spared either, as the bolt of lightning instantly arced outward. It bounced repeatedly between the 3 monsters. Mu Yuan did not stop, casting Chain Lightning after Chain Lightning. One bolt followed another. These 3 monsters, which would typically require a 5-person party to handle with extreme caution, were now completely numbed by his electricity. Without being able to put up any resistance, they dissolved into experience points. Satisfying. Is this what it's like to be a mage? If anyone else had been there, they would surely have cursed Mu Yuan as a shameless cheater. A normal mage requires chanting to cast spells, and the higher the tier from beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, to god tier, the longer the chanting time required, not to mention the skill cooldowns. It wouldn't be like him, firing off instant cast spells one after another. Moreover, a mage in the early stages would have to sit down and recover mana after casting only a few spells. As for Mu Yuan, with the bonus provided by the Lord of Elements talent, casting spells themselves saves 99% of mana. Coupled with the existence of the source of magic, an F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank passive, his current mana pool is far beyond what his level should have, and his recovery speed is incredibly fast. If this isn't cheating, what is? Mu Yuan watched as he effortlessly wiped out this wave of dungeon mobs. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Perhaps he should test the defensive capabilities of the elemental shield. If it could tank the monsters, he would be able to pull more of them at once. That way, his dungeon clearing efficiency would be extremely high. Next, Mu Yuan fired another frostbolt at a distant goblin greatswordsman. Having been attacked, the greatswordsman immediately charged toward him. Mu Yuan did not fire a second frostbolt, fearing he might kill it instantly. Instead, he observed the monster. As soon as the goblin greatswordsman broke free from the slow effect, it swung its massive blade directly at Mu Yuan. With a ding, the greatsword struck Mu Yuan's elemental shield, and the shield value decreased by 50. Looking at the remaining shield value of over 20,000, Mu Yuan's lips twitched slightly. "Brother, you're a bit weak." After his remark, he rewarded it with a frostbolt. Subsequently, the goblin greatswordsman was sent on its way by him. I was still being a bit too conservative. It seems my cautious nature hasn't let me fully adapt to my status as a cheater yet. Let's get to work. With that said, Mu Yuan unleashed volleys of chain lightning directly toward the distant crowds of monsters. Countless arcs of electricity leaped among the monsters, and damage numbers of 50 after 50 appeared above them. Most importantly, the paralysis effect of the chain lightning kept these monsters in a constant state of hit-stun. After a storm of lightning raged through, the goblins outside the village were completely wiped out by Mu Yuan. Meanwhile, his experience points had increased by about 1/5. Man, leveling up is such a grind. This experience is way too hard to farm. Ceasing his complaints, Mu Yuan headed toward the village entrance. Next up was the first boss of the dungeon. This dungeon had a total of 3 mini-bosses. They were the Goblin Patrol Captain, the Goblin Fire Mage, and the Goblin Knight guarding the Goblin High Shaman. The first boss was the Goblin Patrol Captain. The enemies Mu Yuan had cleared earlier were its subordinates. As Mu Yuan reached the village entrance, he spotted the silhouette of the Goblin Patrol Captain wielding a massive great axe. It was sitting cross-legged in the middle of a group of Goblin Greatswordsmen. Mu Yuan used appraisal, and the monster's attributes appeared before him. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level, 5. HP, 2000. Mana, 800. Attack power, 400. Physical defense, 420. Magic defense, 450. Skills, heavy strike, whirlwind. Monster description: this is the patrol captain of the Goblin Village. Countless lost souls who trespassed by mistake have perished beneath its great axe. Taking it down should be a breeze. Mu Yuan looked at this monster, known as the Rookie Killer, and reached this conclusion. Only a cheater like Mu Yuan would be qualified to say such a thing. One must realize that a typical level 5 professional with a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic template would only have around 1000 HP. One swing from this monster's axe could shave off nearly half their health, and that's for defensive classes like shield warriors. It was clear just how difficult a hard dungeon was for people with common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic templates. But for Mu Yuan, none of this was an issue. With his elemental shield, his shield alone had over 10,000 points. Furthermore, his current magic attack was over 400. To him, this incredibly formidable rookie killer was nothing more than a matter of casting a few extra spells. First, use chain lightning to clear the mobs, then focus the boss with frostbolt. Mana surged through Mu Yuan's body as arcs of electricity crackled and flashed before him. The monsters gathered around the Goblin Patrol Captain were instantly wiped out. Next up is this big guy. Frostbolt triple shot. Mu Yuan didn't waste any time, firing multiple frostbolts to apply a slow effect. The Goblin Patrol Captain struggled forward toward Mu Yuan, lugging its giant axe, but its health bar was depleted before it could even reach him. Oh, no! The monster let out a wretched scream and exploded. A massive orb of white energy drifted from its body directly into Mu Yuan. Then, an item emitting a green glow appeared on the ground. Mu Yuan walked over to take a look. It was the very axe the Goblin Patrol Captain had been wielding. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 5. Attack power plus 100. Armor penetration plus 50. Equipment description: the giant axe wielded by the Goblin Patrol Captain, its destructive power is quite formidable. Oh, it actually dropped the big guy's weapon. This axe would be pretty good for classes like Berserker. It should sell for a decent amount of crystal coins. Moving on. Mu Yuan picked up the axe dropped by the Goblin Patrol Captain and hummed a cheerful tune as he continued forward. The next boss was the Goblin Fire Mage. The flame ring Mu Yuan was wearing happened to be a drop from this very creature. I hope you drop some good loot for me. On Scourge difficulty, you only gave me one fine grade piece of equipment. Even though it's an accessory, that's hardly fitting for your status as a chieftain rank monster among common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, and demon king tiers. Mu Yuan grumbled to himself about the current dungeon drop rates. The Goblin Fire Mage was a crimson-skinned monster. Holding a purple wand in its hand, it leaned against a large tree with its eyes closed in meditation. Mu Yuan cast an appraisal, and the monster's attributes appeared before him. Mage common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level 5. Health 1800. Mana 3000. Magic attack 450. Physical defense 300. Magic defense 480. Skills Fire Rain, Giant Fireball. Mu Yuan stuck to his old routine, using chain lightning to clear the minions. After a few blasts of chain lightning, only the goblin fire mage remained, standing alone in the center of the clearing. Furthermore, its health had been affected by the chain lightning splash, dropping by about 1/5. This thing's magic resistance is certainly high. Even with his magic attack of over 400, the damage was mitigated significantly. It looked like he would have to chip away at it slowly. Having been a punching bag for a while, the goblin mage let out an angry, piercing shriek and began chanting a spell directed at Mu Yuan. It was its signature move, the Giant Fireball. Following a surge of fire elements, a fireball the size of a wash basin manifested in front of it. With a wave of its wand, the giant fireball hurtled toward Mu Yuan. Seeing this, Mu Yuan didn't panic at all. He said disdainfully, "If you were a physical class like the patrol captain, it might be a different story. But with elemental spells? Are you trying to show off your sword skills in front of Guan Yu? Teaching a fish how to swim, how laughable." The moment the terrifying giant fireball touched Mu Yuan's elemental shield, it was instantly absorbed. The elemental shield didn't even show the slightest ripple. As Mu Yuan expected, his Lord of Elements talent had taken effect. "You little brother mage, I'm immune to all elemental damage." The goblin fire mage was stunned to see its fireball simply confiscated by Mu Yuan. An expression of utter disbelief crossed its face, but it immediately began chanting Fire Rain. Mu Yuan didn't stay to watch the performance. Instead, he switched directly into turret mode, firing off frostbolts one after another in a rapid fire chain toward the goblin fire mage. Seeing the onslaught, the monster shrieked in terror, staring at Mu Yuan as if he were the real monster. It jabbered away in a series of frantic squeaks and squawks. "What are you barking about?" Mu Yuan didn't care what he was saying. He continued the onslaught of frostbolts, sending the fire mage straight to the afterlife. A green blow dropped to the ground. It looked like a pair of boots. Mu Yuan picked them up and checked the attributes. They were decent enough. Mage common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement 5. Magic attack plus 10. HP plus 30. Equipment description: novice boots sewn from magical materials. They look quite nice. Perfect to replace my starter boots. The bonus isn't huge, but it's better than nothing. As usual, Mu Yuan hid the equipment's glow, otherwise, he'd be glowing green from head to toe. It felt like he was walking on green halos. I need to pick up the pace. After clearing 3 more waves of mobs, Mu Yuan finally arrived at the Goblin Temple, the domain of the Goblin High Shaman. The third boss, the Goblin Guard Knight, was stationed right alongside the Goblin High Shaman. Let's deal with the temple guards first. In Calamity mode, the 2 guards at the entrance of the Goblin Temple are of the Chieftain rank. In Hard mode, they are naturally only elite rank. P.S. The common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic ranks for monsters are different from the common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic ranks for professionals. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level 5. HP 1500-1500. MP 800-800. Attack power 260. Physical defense 300. Magic defense 300. Skill double slash. Monster description: a terrifying goblin variant. Their massive size is extremely rare among the goblin species, and they possess fearsome strength. The monsters were the same, but compared to the Calamity difficulty, their attributes were far inferior. Those had 20,000 health points alone. Mu Yuan unleashed a barrage of frostbolts, quickly taking down the two gatekeepers. Frustratingly, they dropped nothing at all. How stingy. He then pushed open the temple doors and stepped into the goblin temple. The interior of the temple appeared quite spacious, and there were no other monsters inside. There was only an elderly goblin holding a fiery red staff and wearing a silver crown. And another goblin, pitch black all over, riding a giant tusked boar. A hog rider? Mu Yuan was somewhat surprised. The appearance of the knight before him was truly bizarre. As per usual, he led with appraisal. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level 5. HP 3000. Mana 1000. Attack power 350. Physical defense 500. Magic defense 500. Skills: charge, golden armor shield. Monster description: the only knight in the goblin village. Its mission is to guard the high priest of the goblin race. Goblin High Shaman. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level 5. HP 4000. Mana 6000. Magic attack power 1100. Physical defense 800. Magic defense 1200. Skills: bursting fireball, chain lightning, water shield, flame shock. Monster introduction: he is the most respected great shaman within the goblin village and a fearsome magical creature, proficient in wielding various elemental spells. Mu Yuan looked at the attributes of these two monsters, feeling somewhat surprised. He truly hadn't expected the attributes of these two monsters to be so formidable. One must consider that as a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic class, Mu Yuan's magic attack attribute only reached around 400 even with his equipment. And what about the Goblin High Shaman? It actually possessed a magic attack of 1100. This was only a common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king level great shaman. Following the multiplication principle, it was estimated to reach over 10,000 on cataclysm difficulty. To clear cataclysm difficulty, one would likely need a full level 15 professional team, and their equipment couldn't be in shambles. Presumably, all sorts of buff items would have to be used as well, otherwise, they would only face a total party wipe by a beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier level boss. The moment Mu Yuan walked in, the two monsters detected him immediately. Mortal, you have stepped into the domain of the gods. Mu Yuan suddenly heard the knight opposite him roar. Immediately afterward, the knight activated a charge skill, riding the giant boar as he hurtled toward him. Damn, I'm about to get gored by a pig. Naturally, Mu Yuan wasn't just going to stand there and watch himself get rammed by a pig-riding knight. One frostbolt after another shot toward the knight. He had to eliminate this big guy first. Although the Goblin High Shaman had high magic attack, its repertoire consisted entirely of elemental spells, posing no threat to him. However, the Goblin High Shaman clearly didn't think so, and soon a massive bursting fireball hurtled toward Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan curled his lip in disdain and turned his back to the shaman. Facing the knight, he activated his magic machine gun mode, and the goblin knight was continuously slowed down by the frostbolts. 20. 20. A string of pitifully low magic damage numbers popped up from its body. Not bad, time to grind him down slowly. Meanwhile, seeing that Mu Yuan completely ignored it, even turning his back to it, the Goblin High Shaman felt a surge of unprecedented humiliation rise within its heart. Infuriated, it spat out, "Despicable and arrogant reptile, Kukulka shall bury you in flames." Then came an even longer incantation. Mu Yuan was still focusing his output on the Goblin Knight, naturally having no time to pay it any mind. Just as the knight's health dropped to halfway, a golden shield suddenly appeared around its body. It was the golden armor shield. Once the skill was activated, the slowing effect brought by the frostbolt actually ceased to work. The knight was ecstatic, whipping the giant boar beneath him as he charged straight toward Mu Yuan. His speed was like the wind. Mu Yuan was not particularly panicked. This wasn't a common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, or demon king creature of calamity difficulty. It was impossible for it to break his shield in a single blow. Sure enough, as the Goblin Knight launched its charge and slammed violently into Mu Yuan's elemental shield. Mu Yuan didn't budge an inch. Instead, the Goblin Knight was thrown back by the countershock, crashing directly into a temple pillar. With a loud thud, a massive sound echoed. It struggled, attempting to stand back up. Mu Yuan did not miss this opportunity. He believed in striking while the iron was hot. He continued to condense frostbolts, firing them incessantly at the Goblin Knight. Just then, a massive pillar of fire erupted from beneath his feet. The flame burst skill of the Goblin High Shaman. Unfortunately, it failed to deal even a scratch. Instead, the impact was absorbed by Mu Yuan's elemental shield, significantly replenishing its durability. The Goblin High Shaman stared at Mu Yuan, its eyes filled with utter despair. Mu Yuan found the look familiar. It was the exact same expression the shaman had worn when facing his forbidden spell. Trembling, the Goblin High Shaman pointed at Mu Yuan and shrieked, "Lowly insect, you who have stolen the power of the gods shall surely face divine retribution." Mu Yuan remained unmoved by the shaman's words. If anything, the casting speed of his frostbolts increased. Before long, the Goblin Knight let out a final scream and bit the dust. A blue blow dropped from its corpse. Mu Yuan didn't even stop to pick up the gear, turning instead to face the Goblin High Shaman. "Now it's your turn, old man. I've been putting up with you for long enough." Upon hearing this, the Goblin High Shaman's expression instantly shifted into a mix of terror and humiliated rage. Frostbolt Chain Lightning, Frostbolt Chain Lightning. Spell after spell was hurled frantically at the High Shaman. Casting standard spells cost Mu Yuan almost nothing. In fact, his mana regenerated faster than he could spend it. Within a few short minutes, the tormented Goblin High Shaman collapsed at his feet. Just like the knight, it dropped a piece of fine-grade equipment. Simultaneously, a golden light surged. He had finally leveled up. Man, leveling up is way too hard. Still, he was quite pleased to get 2 pieces of fine-grade gear on hard difficulty. He was definitely having a stroke of emperor luck. After all, he had the bonus from his title. Ding! Goblin Village Dungeon hard cleared. Clear time, 25 minutes. Ding! You have made it onto the leaderboard. Would you like to hide your information? Same as usual, hide it. Would you like to exit? Select exit. Without hesitation, Mu Yuan quickly exited the dungeon. Once outside, Mu Yuan pulled out the equipment dropped by the last 2 bosses. Appraisal. A flash of white light flickered, and the equipment's attributes appeared before his eyes. Goblin Knight Spear refined. Level requirement, 5. Agility plus 10. Attack power plus 80. Armor penetration plus 50. Equipment description, a sharp spear. Although it is quite common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic, its piercing power is formidable. Goblin High Shaman's Flame Gauntlets refined. Level requirement, 5. Armor, 50. Magic resistance, 100. Magic attack plus 60. Mana regeneration speed plus 5%. Fire spell damage increased by 5%. Equipment description, a piece of magic equipment very suitable for beginners. It can enhance your fire element spell damage. Without hesitation, Mu Yuan directly replaced his beginner gauntlets. His magic attack increased by another 60, now reaching over 500. As for the spear, he tossed it directly into his inventory, planning to sell it later once he had stockpiled more equipment over the next few days. Mu Yuan thought to himself that he shouldn't run this dungeon anymore. This was because he had already reached level 7. On Blue Star, when a professional's level is higher than the monsters, the experience gained from killing them diminishes. I might as well head straight to a level 10 dungeon. While the wild mobs outside dungeons are easy to farm, the experience they provide is just too low. Mu Yuan decided to challenge a level 10 dungeon directly. Monsters in a level 10 dungeon are generally 3 levels higher than him, which naturally comes with a significant experience bonus. This time, he could actually look for a team to conquer the dungeon with others. After all, he didn't know much about the monsters in a level 10 dungeon yet. Moreover, when facing level 10 dungeon monsters, his spell accuracy and damage might be slightly reduced. However, since his skills could be cast instantaneously, his damage output wouldn't be low by any means. Time to head over and take a look. Regardless, if there were no suitable teams, he could always solo the simple difficulty on his own. There were 5 level 10 dungeons in Jiangcheng, all located near the novice camp. Mu Yuan chose the Flame Demon Grotto directly as the name suggested. Most of the monsters in this dungeon were fire-based. From the encyclopedia, Mu Yuan learned that this place was originally a volcano within the Void Realm. The interior of the volcano had birthed a large number of flame demon monsters. It wasn't until the fusion with Blue Star that Gaia transformed it into the Flame Demon Grotto dungeon. Mu Yuan still opted for teleportation, as walking there would take far too long. Hello, Flame Demon Grotto, 1 person. 20 crystal coins. The staff member managing the teleportation array took the fee and activated the array immediately. With a flash of white light before his eyes, Mu Yuan successfully reached his destination. The moment he stepped off the teleportation array, a wave of scorching heat hit him, and the surrounding temperature rose significantly. Looking around, he found himself in a large camp at the foot of the volcano. Above the camp stood a volcano emitting black smoke, with thick gray mist drifting through the sky. Mu Yuan could clearly feel that the fire elements here were exceptionally active. This level 10 dungeon camp appeared much larger than the goblin dungeons, and there were far more professionals. Most were between level 10 and level 15. There were very few professionals over level 15, as they would no longer gain experience once they exceeded the monster's level by 5. Recruiting magic classes for common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic flame demon grotto ice mages preferred. Recruiting level 15 shield warriors and healers for hard difficulty flame demon grotto. It was no different from the dungeon hubs Mu Yuan had seen before. There were still plenty of people shouting for party members. Mu Yuan considered joining a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic team first to get a feel for it. It wasn't exactly leeching, but rather a way to adapt. It just so happened that someone was shouting for a mage for common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic difficulty, the very same team looking for an ice mage. The one shouting was a warrior wielding a long spear. He was quite tall, clad in a suit of bright silver iron armor, and appeared to be in his early 20s. Hello, my name is Mu Yuan, and I'm a mage. May I join your party? Mu Yuan walked straight up to him and asked. Hello. I'm Zhao Tianliang, the leader of this squad. If you don't mind me asking, are you an ice mage? As you know, the monsters in the Flame Demon Cave have very high fire resistance. Only ice damage can maximize our output. The moment the warrior saw Mu Yuan inquiring, a brilliant smile instantly broke out on his face. I have 1 ice type skill and 1 lightning type. My magic attack is around 500. Mu Yuan didn't hide his skills, as this was standard information needed for teaming up. As long as he didn't directly blurt out that he possessed a fire-forbidden spell, he was fine. Mu Yuan didn't elaborate further. Ah, your magic attack is already over 500? This was significantly stronger than the average level 10 mage. Mu Yuan didn't blame him for being surprised. It was simply that the intelligence bonuses provided by common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic classes were exceptionally high. Furthermore, his equipment wasn't lacking either, as he already possessed purple common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic gear. For a warrior like the one before him, unless they were from a wealthy second-generation family, they would typically only have a few pieces of green common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic equipment at most. Brother, welcome. I'm the leader of the Sky Scar squad. Our teammates are just up ahead. Come with me, let me introduce you. Zhao Tianliang enthusiastically grabbed Mu Yuan, seemingly terrified that this hard-to-find magic class player might run away. Mu Yuan was somewhat speechless and quietly pulled his hand back. Zhao Tianliang's squad was located right at the camp entrance. When they arrived, Zhao Tianliang shouted to the 3 people in the distance, "Look! I've recruited a mage lord. Mu Yuan." Mu Yuan looked in the direction he was shouting and saw 2 women and 1 man standing together, chatting. Upon hearing Zhao Tianliang's voice, the 3 of them quickly hurried over. Hey, boss, you finally managed to recruit someone. The one speaking was a boyish-looking youth who seemed younger than Zhao Tianliang. He carried a massive shield on his back, clearly serving as the teen's shield warrior. You brat, stop complaining. If magic classes were that easy to find, they wouldn't be in such high demand. Brother Mu Yuan, this is our teen's shield warrior, Lu Xiaotian. Zhao Tianliang said, patting Lu Xiaotian on the head. Hey, Zhao Tianliang, I told you not to touch my head. Lu Xiaotian shouted at Zhao Tianliang in dissatisfaction. Ha, the two women standing beside him chuckled, covering their mouths. Hello, I am Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan greeted him with a smile as well. Hello, hello. Brother, how old are you? I feel like you're even younger than me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Tianliang quickly interrupted him. Are you running a census check or something? Lu Xiaotian scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, Brother Mu Yuan, I shouldn't have asked that. Mu Yuan quickly waved his hand, signaling that it didn't matter. Then Zhao Tianliang introduced the others to Mu Yuan. These two are the sisters, Su Rou and Su Ling. The older sister is a water mage, and the younger sister is a priest. Mu Yuan looked toward the older sister and saw a woman with flowing long hair and delicate features. She wore a light blue robe and held a staff embedded with a blue gemstone. Seeing Mu Yuan looking at her, her face reddened slightly, and she spoke softly to him. Hello, I am Su Rou. Hello, big brother, I am Su Ling. The petite priest standing beside her also greeted Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan smiled and replied to them, Hello, I am Mu Yuan. Alright, we need to hurry up the mountain. We can get to know each other better as we walk. Let's try to clear the dungeon once before dark. Zhao Tianliang raised his spear and pointed toward the summit. The group then left the camp and began making their way up the mountain. The portal to the Flame Demon Grotto dungeon was located at the top of the mountain. Along the way, they encountered quite a few wild monsters. However, Mu Yuan and the others dispatched them with ease, as they were only wild monsters around level 10. Before long, a red portal appeared before Mu Yuan and his companions. Is everyone ready? If you are, let's head in. Zhao Tianliang was clearly a considerate person, asking the group one last time before they entered. Mu Yuan and the others nodded, and the group stepped into the portal together. Mu Yuan followed the team directly into the portal of the Flame Demon Grotto. Upon entering, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Your party has selected the common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic difficulty Flame Demon Grotto. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 520. Player limit, 5. Dungeon description: this was once a beautiful village until a volcanic eruption buried it. Years later, the village became a terrifying grotto, inhabited by countless fire element monsters. Clear condition: kill the flame demon leader common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Notice, entering the dungeon now. Instantly, Mu Yuan felt the familiar sensation of teleportation. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing before a cave entrance radiating intense heat. The rest of the team was right there beside him. As soon as they arrived, Lu Xiaotian unslung his shield from his back. He held the shield in his left hand and a one-handed sword shimmering with a cold glint in his right. Seeing that everyone was ready, Zhao Tianliang did not choose to enter the grotto immediately. Instead, he began to brief everyone on the dungeon. Alright, let me give you a quick rundown of this dungeon. The Flame Demon Grotto has 4 bosses in total: the Flame Demon Warrior, the Flame Demon Mage, the Flame Demon Priest, and finally, the Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Our team's overall attributes are quite good. As long as we take it steady, clearing it won't be an issue. Xiaotian, before the first boss, just pull 2 mobs at a time to let everyone get adjusted. Got it, Brother Zhao. Leave it to me. The young boy nodded with great confidence. Brother Mu Yuan, you, Su Rou, and Su Ling are all fragile magic classes. You must pay attention to your positioning at all times. We aren't aiming for a speedrun, we just want everyone to clear it safely. Meanwhile, I'll be responsible for damage output. Of course, if necessary, I'll step in as a tank to take some of the pressure off Xiao Tian. Is there anything anyone is still unclear about? Zhao Tianliang had explained everything very meticulously throughout the process. No, we're good. Mu Yuan and the other two replied in turn. Good, then let us head in. Xiao Tian, get ready to drink the fire resistance potion. Linger, choose the right moment to cast Blessing of Courage and Shield. Make sure to keep Xiao Tian's health topped up. Got it, Brother Zhao. Su Ling waved the staff in her hand and replied with a playful air. I'm counting on you, Sister Linger. Lu Xiaotian also knew that his life was entirely in the priest's hands. Alright, let's go. With that, Mu Yuan and the others walked directly into the catacombs. Contrary to the dim and gloomy cavern he had imagined, the interior was surprisingly clear and visible. Looking around, various unknown red crystalline ores were embedded in the surrounding walls. These ores emitted a shimmering red light, providing everyone with a relatively clear field of vision. Monsters ahead. Xiao Tian, pull them over directly. Zhao Tianliang clearly knew this dungeon very well and immediately alerted Lu Xiaotian. Don't worry, Brother Zhao, I'm a veteran at this. As he spoke, he charged toward a monster in the distance that was entirely red. He was very fast, reaching the monster in the blink of an eye. Shield bash! Lu Xiaotian shouted loudly. The broad shield smashed directly into the monster's face. With a thud, the monster was successfully stunned by him. At the same time, Mu Yuan fired a frostbolt directly at the monster, casting an appraisal on it as well. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level, 10. HP, 1000. Mana, 800. Attack power, 220. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 280. Monster description: the most common monsters in the Flame Demon Grotto. They are slaves serving the Flame Demon. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. As expected of a level 10 dungeon, these stats are already comparable to a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic grade monster in a level 5 dungeon. Mu Yuan remarked with a sigh. Soon, Mu Yuan's frostbolt shot directly into the Flame Demon slave. With a bang, the frostbolt burst apart, and a figure of 300 floated up from its body. A bit low, it seems the monster level is still too high. Lu Xiaotian watched as Mu Yuan's single spell caused the monster's health to plummet by nearly a third, and he immediately lost his composure. Brother Mu Yuan, your damage is so high. Mu Yuan rubbed his nose and said modestly, it's just average. Nice job, Brother Mu. Zhao Tianliang also gave him a thumbs up. The sisters Su Ro and Su Ling were also slightly stunned. Especially Su Ro, as a fellow mage, she was certain her water-based spell damage was nowhere near that high, and she was already level 17. Everyone was a veteran of dungeoneering. Though they were surprised by Mu Yuan's damage, they didn't stop their actions. Zhao Tianliang's output wasn't low either, with every spear strike dealing over 100 damage. Then there was Su Ro. This woman's level must be very high. One had to know that the damage capability of a water mage is considered low among magic classes. Yet her water spear technique could deal over 200 damage every time, showing how much she suppressed the monsters with her level. This was Mu Yuan's most direct observation. The group moved quickly, clearing wave after wave of mobs. Mu Yuan's coordination with them became increasingly seamless, and they soon arrived at the location of the first boss. Zhao Tianliang waved his hand, signaling everyone to pause. Brother Mu Yuan, you three should take this time to recover your mana. Next up is the first boss of this dungeon. The Flame Demon Berserker is a boss with high burst damage. Linger, you must make sure to keep Xiao Tian's health topped off. But with Su Ro here, her water healing spell should mean our healing pressure won't be too intense. The most important thing is the DPS. Once the boss goes berserk, we must take it down within 1 minute. Otherwise, it will enter a bloodlust state. In that state, the Flame Demon Berserker's damage is terrifying. Even Xiao Tian won't be able to tank more than a few hits. Mu Yuan sat down and listened to Zhao Tianliang explain the boss mechanics. In reality, he didn't need to recover his mana at all, because he had been at full mana the entire time. The Su sisters were also recovering quickly by drinking mana potions. Alright, let's head inside. Seeing that everyone had finished recovering, Zhao Tianliang took a deep breath and spoke. The Flame Demon Berserker was located in a spacious hall. As the group walked in, it was sitting upon a stone throne. Mu Yuan looked ahead. Before him stood a green-faced, fanged monster wreathed in flames. In its hands, it gripped a massive longsword that flickered with blood-red light and fire. Pests! How dare you set foot in this place? The moment the monster saw Mu Yuan and the others, it stood up and let out a deafening roar. Screw you! Lu Xiaotian was clearly a hot-tempered young lad. He immediately raised his shield and charged straight at it. O gentle holy light, grant this brave warrior a hardened shield. Young Su Rou also began a soft incantation, instantly placing a golden shield onto the charging Lu Xiaotian. Su Ling continued chanting her water spear spell to prepare for damage output, just as she had before. Mu Yuan didn't say a word, directly firing a triple shot of frost bolts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 frost bolts flew even faster than the charging shield warrior, Lu Xiaotian. Instantly, a series of damage numbers popped up above the monster. 150. 150. 150. The Flame Demon Berserker was immediately slowed, just as Lu Xiaotian reached its side. Mu Yuan looked at the Flame Demon Berserker's attributes. Warrior common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level, 10. HP, 2050-2500. Mana, 1000. Attack, 600. Physical defense, 400. Magic defense, 300. Skills, Bloodlust, Sanguine Multi-Slash. Monster description: the Balrog Berserker is a terrifying entity within the Balrog clan, capable of masterfully wielding the power of blood energy. Be warned, the lower its health, the higher its damage. What terrifying attack power, Mu Yuan muttered, clicking his tongue slightly at that 600 attack stat. Sure enough, he watched as Lu Xiaotian was struck by a single sword swing, losing 270 HP instantly. And that was even with the priest's damage reduction shield active. Without it, the damage would likely have exceeded 400. Mu Yuan estimated that Lu Xiaotian's maximum HP was around 1200 at most. His class template likely wasn't common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic grade, so he didn't have much of a bonus. Watching the Balrog Berserker continuously inflict damage upon him, Lu Xiaotian showed no signs of panic. Instead, he steadily used his shield to parry the Balrog Berserker's onslaught. At the same time, Su Ling's healing spells rained down on him, keeping his health at a consistently healthy level. Zhao Tianliang wasn't idling either. Gripping his long spear, he thrust repeatedly at the Berserker's back. Swish, swish, swish. The Balrog Berserker's health bar began to drop rapidly. Damnable bugs, die! Xiaotian, look out! Zhao Tianliang shouted urgently. Lu Xiaotian quickly raised his shield, bracing his entire body behind it. However, a sudden change occurred. The Balrog Berserker flashed a grotesque, bloodthirsty grin. Instead of attacking Lu Xiaotian, it whirled around and delivered a horizontal slash toward Zhao Tianliang, who was behind it. Sanguine Multi-Slash. Oh no! Lu Xiaotian immediately tried to adjust his direction to block the attack for Zhao Tianliang, but it was a split second too late. At that critical moment, a gentle voice rang out. Water elements, please turn into chains and seal everything before me. In an instant, 4 thick chains of water elements rose from the ground, binding the Flame Demon Berserker in place. It was rendered completely immobile, frozen even in its mid-air leaping / posture. Seeing its sneak attack easily thwarted, an expression of fury appeared on its face. Lu Xiaotian reacted immediately, using a shield skill to stun it directly. Mu Yuan's eyes narrowed as he unleashed a barrage of frostbolts, each radiating a chilling aura, straight at the Flame Demon Berserker. 150. 150. 150. Damage numbers began to float above it one after another. Mu Yuan had no intention of holding back now, cranking his damage output to the maximum. The extreme cold instantly enveloped the flame demon berserker, even suppressing and extinguishing the flames on its body. The terrifying slow effect made its movements stiff and sluggish, prompting everyone to hurriedly accelerate their damage output. After just a short while, the flame demon berserker let out a desperate roar and collapsed to the ground in frustration. A green item dropped from its body. "Thanks, Xiao. I would have been in real danger if not for you." Zhao Tianliang didn't choose to pick up the item first. Instead, he turned to thank Su Rou behind him. "And brother Mu Yuan, without your damage, we wouldn't have had such a smooth fight." Naturally, no one asked why Mu Yuan could cast spells instantaneously or anything of that sort. Mu Yuan smiled and replied politely, "It was a team effort." The group looked at each other and shared a cheerful laugh. The laughter echoed into the distance, making even this terrifying abyss feel a bit more heartwarming. Then, Zhao Tianliang picked up the equipment dropped by the Flame Demon Berserker and displayed its attributes to everyone. Flame Demon Berserker's Chainmail: Common, Uncommon, Elite, Rare, Legendary, Mythic, Epic. Level requirement, 10. Armor, 200. Magic resist, 120. Stamina plus 15. Health regeneration speed increased by 5%. Equipment description: a chainmail chestpiece forged from cold iron. It feels heavy when worn. Zhao Tianliang put the equipment away first, then consulted with the group. They decided to distribute the loot after finishing the dungeon. "Let's go, there's still a long way to go." Zhao Tianliang pushed open the bronze door behind the Balrog warrior and spoke to everyone. Following that, Mu Yuan followed the group deeper into the grotto. Mu Yuan and the others continued forward, only to find a winding downhill path behind the door. The slope was very steep, so Lu Xiaotian held up his massive shield and stayed at the very front alone to scout the way for everyone. Affected by the terrain, the field of vision here was not very open, so everyone moved very slowly. However, this kind of terrain also had its advantages. Monsters almost never gathered together in large numbers. This meant Lu Xiaotian would face the attacks of 2 monsters at most at the front. Even so, he found it very difficult to endure. If it weren't for the little priest's holy heal and Su Rou's hydrotherapy from her role as a water mage, he would have been blasted to pieces long ago. This was because the monsters in this section of the passage were mostly mage-type creatures. Explosive fireballs continuously burst against his shield. Watching the durability of his battered shield steadily drop, Lu Xiaotian felt like crying but had no tears. One must know that he had saved up crystal coins for a long time to buy this shield. Mu Yuan looked at these monsters in the distance that were firing fireballs. Mage: Common, Uncommon, Elite, Rare, Legendary, Mythic, Epic. Level, 10. Health points, 900. Mana, 1400. Magic attack, 240. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 300. Monster description: common monsters in the Balrog Grotto, they are the mages of the Balrog race. Please be careful of their fireballs. He estimated that if he were the one tanking the monsters, it shouldn't be a problem either. Due to Mu Yuan's presence, the group cleared the monsters very quickly. They soon arrived before the second boss. As before, Zhao Tianliang had everyone rest on the spot to recover their status while he explained the strategy for the second boss to the group. The Flame Demon Archmage's damage output is very high. Ling, you need to keep your eyes on Xiao Tian's health the entire time. Also, Su Rou, remember to keep your water shield active on Xiao Tian at all times. Alright, brother Zhao, Su Rou nodded. There's nothing else then, Zhao Tianliang said after a moment's thought. Then let's do this, Xiao Tian said heroically, lifting the shield in his hand. Without wasting any time, the group stepped directly into the area where the Flame Demon Mage was located. The temperature here was significantly higher than it had been in the tunnels earlier. Mu Yuan noticed that there was actually lava flowing nearby. The glowing red lava illuminated the entire area clearly, allowing everyone to immediately spot the monster ahead. It was indeed the Flame Demon Archmage. It was a monster covered in dark red scales with an elongated head. It held a crimson magic staff, and its sunken eyes, set deep within a withered face, glared fixedly at the group. Possessing keen perception, it watched them as they entered. It spoke slowly, "Flame will eventually bury all. Such is our fate, and so it shall be yours. Everything is but a cycle." Its tone was sluggish, yet it carried a strange sense of rhythmic cadence. Looking at the monster, Mu Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of unease welling up in his heart. Mage common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level 10. HP 3000. Mana 5000. Magic attack 510. Physical defense 400. Magic defense 500. Skills: Pyroblast, Flame Shield. Monster description: its origins are entirely untraceable, but there is no doubt that it harbors deep secrets. Lu Xiaotian raised his shield and took the lead, rushing toward the flame archmage while activating his charge skill. Gentle water elements, transform into a shield and protect the one before me. Su Rou also wasted no time, chanting the water shield spell to envelop Lu Xiaotian. A blue shield rippling like water appeared, and Lu Xiaotian felt a sudden wave of coolness wash over him. The Flame Archmage truly lived up to its status as a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic level monster. Seeing Lu Xiaotian charge, it immediately fired a massive pyroblast fireball at him. Put! The fireball collided with the water shield, and a cloud of white steam erupted instantly. 150. The damage was acceptable, though the water element shield on Lu Xiaotian vanished. His reflexes were sharp. He immediately executed a shield bash to stun the Archmage, buying time for Su Rou and the others. The moment the water shield shattered, Su Rou began chanting a new one. Mu Yuan's damage output was timely as well. Following his usual routine, he started with 3 frostbolts, followed by chain lightning to provide brief crowd control. 100. 100. 100. The damage was quite low, even with the bonus damage that ice elements deal to fire types. Zhao Tianliang also twirled his spear, the tip flickering like cold stars, stabbing the flame archmage and making it roar incessantly. Oh, no! In the end, the monster finally collapsed, but it only dropped a pair of shoes of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic grade for the group. This is way too poor. Don't they say all mages are rich? Lu Xiaotian was still somewhat unwilling to accept it. Be content as long as something drops, it's fine. Aren't you aware of the equipment drop rates in dungeons? Zhao Tianliang comforted him. Mu Yuan also felt that the drop rate was too low. The group continued walking forward while complaining about the monster's stinginess. The next area was the domain of the Flame Demon Priest, a place swarming with massive numbers of flame beasts. Flame beasts were wolf-like creatures with their entire bodies shrouded in black flames. They were not only fast but also possessed significant attack power. They posed a great threat to the 3 magic-based classes, including Mu Yuan. Consequently, the group moved cautiously through this section of the path, fearing they might lure out too many flame beasts. Stopping and starting along the way, they finally arrived at the main hall where the Flame Demon Priest resided. According to the strategy, Lu Xiaotian remained at the very front, with Su Rou having already cast a water shield on him. Roar, let me see who shall be buried by the flames. The Flame Priest was a humanoid creature, treading upon a blood-red magic circle with a hunched body. Holding a flaming skull in its hand, it stared at the approaching group with a bizarre expression. It's always those same 2 lines, don't you get tired of it? To Mu Yuan's speechless disbelief, that silly brat Lu Xiaotian actually started interacting with it. Is that so? Then how about we play a fun game? The Flame Priest laughed gloomily. Zhao Tianliang frowned and immediately shouted to Xiaotian, watch out, something's not right. Mu Yuan also looked solemnly at the monster before them. His instinctive talent told him that some unknown change might have occurred in the dungeon. Hee, little bugs, did you think you could still escape? It has already descended. As soon as it finished speaking, the Flame Demon Priest let out a miserable scream. Then, its entire body's flesh and blood melted into liquid, slowly flowing into the flaming skull it held. Ding! The flame demon priest has activated the sacrifice array. A primordial being is about to descend. Ding! The dungeon portal has closed. Please clear the dungeon. Ding! The primordial creature, fire spirit, is about to be born. A series of notification prompts echoed in everyone's minds, each one more urgent than the last. Mu Yuan's expression shifted clearly, his premonition had come true. Crisis was approaching. What? Why is this happening? Zhao Tianliang asked, his face pale. He seemed unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. He had cleared this dungeon countless times, yet this was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. I heard from my mentor that dungeons are originally weak points where two worlds merge. If they are struck by void realm energy, there is a chance they will undergo a mutation, Su Rou explained with a solemn expression. But the probability is incredibly low, so low that some people can grind dungeons for their entire lives without ever encountering it, Su Rou said with a bitter smile. As expected, we can't get out. Mu Yuan tried to exit the dungeon, only to be informed that it was impossible. It's useless. Unless we eliminate the descending creature, Gaia has already sealed this dungeon space. If we all die, only then will a stronger team be sent in to eliminate the monster, Su Rou said hurriedly, seeing Mu Yuan attempting to leave. So, what level of monster is a fire spirit usually? Lu Xiaotian asked Su Rou with a face full of curiosity. There's a high probability it will be at the beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, or god tier level. However, it shouldn't exceed the dungeon's level limit. That's a restriction of the Blue Star laws, Su Rou stated. This is just too unlucky, the little priest Su Ling said with a miserable expression, clutching her sister tightly. Can we find a place to hide first? And wait for rescue from the outside? Mu Yuan asked. He thought that even if no rescue came, he would be able to cast a forbidden spell once he made it through today. It's no use. Look at our bodies, this is the primordial mark. We can't hide from it at all. Su Rou gave a bitter smile and pointed to the blood-red flame mark on everyone's forehead. It seems we can only face it head-on. Mu Yuan gripped the staff in his hand tightly. Zhao Tianliang looked at everyone and forced a laugh. I didn't expect our luck to be this good, haha. The others looked on helplessly as they heard him. No one could have anticipated this situation. As the little priest Su Ling was still young after all, she said tremblingly to Su Rou, "Sister, I'm scared." Su Rou also fought back the tears in her eyes, instead comforting the little girl in a soft voice, "Ling, don't be afraid, sister is here." Seeing the usually lively Su Ling so frightened, Lu Xiaotian took a large stride forward with his shield, blocking her behind him, and gently stroked the girl's hair. Patting his chest, he said, "Don't be afraid, Ling, brother Xiaotian is here to shield you." Zhao Tianliang also took a step forward at this moment, standing at the very front of the team. "Don't be afraid, you still have big brother Zhao." Watching the four of them acting as if facing a life and death parting, Mu Yuan refrained from breaking their somber atmosphere for a moment. Upon seeing the blood-red skeleton emitting a brilliant light, he cast an appraisal over. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Level, 10. Health points, 38,000 65,000. Mana, 70,000 70,000. Magic attack, 13,000. Physical defense, 12,000. Magic defense, 15,000. Skills, Flame Whip, Chain Flame Burst, Fire Rain Meteor, Fire Dragon Art, Flame Hell, Flame Curse, Flame Breath, Extreme Flame Blast. Status, Forming, Uninterruptible. Monster description: this is an extremely terrifying flame creature from the Void Realm, a darling of the flames. Due to an extremely special incident, it was summoned to this world. Newly born, it hungers for a sacrifice. As time passes, it will gradually recover its strength. Phew, what terrifying attributes! 8 skills alone truly worthy of a king-tier monster. Mu Yuan exhaled heavily as he watched the monster's health points continue to rise. However, he felt slightly relieved. Luckily it's an elemental type monster. If it were a physical type, I'd likely be in real trouble. Hey, excuse me for a moment. Mu Yuan immediately spoke up to the four of them. The four turned to look at Mu Yuan upon hearing his voice. You lot better hurry up and exit this hall. Head back the way we came, and go as far as possible. The four. Lu Xiaotian scratched his head in confusion and asked in a low voice, Brother Mu Yuan, is it because you don't want to die together with us? Mu Yuan carrot. Zhao Tianlian was the most mature. His eyes lit up as he asked, Brother Mu Yuan, do you have a way to deal with this monster? Mu Yuan didn't say much, only nodding heavily. He spoke 3 words with certainty, trust in me. Su Rou and the others looked into Mu Yuan's resolute eyes and ultimately chose to believe him. Before leaving, Su Rou handed him a white scroll along with a blue necklace. She said softly, Mu Yuan, this scroll seals an F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank ice shielded can be instantly cast to block 1 instance of damage for you. And this necklace is my life-saving item, put it on quickly. Mu Yuan accepted the items she handed over and gave her a nod. The 4 of them were not the type to dawdle. They understood that against beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier monsters, they couldn't help at all. Rather than staying here and causing trouble for Mu Yuan, it was better to choose to trust their teammate. Mu Yuan watched the 4 depart, then turned to face the fire spirit that was about to manifest. He placed Su Rou's necklace around his neck, and a trace of warmth emanated from the icy cool jewelry. Frostspeaker's Polar Ice Necklace. Common, Uncommon, Elite, Rare, Legendary, Mythic, Epic. Level requirement, Level 5. Magic attack plus 200. Casting speed plus 10%. Ice spell damage plus 15%. Extreme cold trait, your ice spells will ignore 30% of the enemy's ice resistance. Frost invasion, you can release a blast of extreme cold to freeze the opponent, consuming 2000 mana to deal 500 plus magic attack 20 ice spell damage. Cooldown, 1 hour. Equipment description, a necklace once used by a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic rank professional. It contains a mother's most sincere love for her daughter. This was the necklace with the best attributes Mu Yuan had seen so far for an ice element mage. It could be worn continuously even as their level increased. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a powerful heartbeat emanated from the nearby skull, followed by a terrifying pressure that radiated in all directions. In an instant, red light filled the sky, stinging Mu Yuan's eyes, but he kept his gaze fixed intently on everything before him. This was his first time facing a monster of this tier directly. The previous natural disaster dungeon didn't count. That time, he had only caught a distant glimpse of the goblin high shaman from a hillside before it was obliterated by a forbidden curse. Roar! Then, a terrifying roar resounded. A creature composed entirely of flames appeared before Mu Yuan. It possessed a massive, burly physique, with mysterious fiery patterns coursing across its body, and 2 blood-red eyes that harbored a torrential blaze. Roar! I am finally free! The monster let out a cry of pure joy the moment it escaped its confinement. This world shall ultimately be entombed beneath my flames. Jia. Watching the monster that had just broken free, Mu Yuan didn't bother with pleasantries and immediately unleashed his full firepower. In an instant, he transformed into a magical machine gun. With a wave of his staff, one frostbolt after another, radiating a chilling frost aura, shot toward the creature. 1. Every single hit dealt only forced minimum damage without breaking through the defense, but Mu Yuan had long been mentally prepared for this. Nevertheless, he continued to pour spells onto it without a moment's pause. Roar! You damn bug, how dare you offend the great fire spirit! The fire spirit had not expected this weak creature before it to have the audacity to strike first. Bug, let the flames bury you! Chain pyroblast! With a wave of the fire spirit's hands, several massive pillars of fire erupted around Mu Yuan, followed instantly by the thundering sound of explosions. Ha ha! Seeing Mu Yuan struck by the fire pillars, the monster let out a gleeful laugh. Immune! Mu Yuan hadn't sustained a single point of damage. Instead, he continued to fire frostbolts at the fire spirit, his speed even increasing significantly. Damage numbers of 1, 1, and 1 continued to float up from the fire spirit's body. Roar! What are you? Why are you immune to my damage? The fire spirit stared at Mu Yuan in utter disbelief. Mu Yuan gave no answer, instead alternating between frostbolt and chain lightning to maintain his relentless output. Great flame burst, flame curse. One flame spell after another struck Mu Yuan, but he was immune to them all. The fire spirit was beginning to panic. It truly couldn't understand why this creature with such a weak aura could be immune to its fire elemental magic. You come any closer. The fire spirit spoke to Mu Yuan with a trembling voice. Mu Yuan ignored it, continuing to serve up one frostbolt after another. Linked together like a meteor shower of cold rain, these frostbolts struck the fire spirit with a series of crisp ding-ding-ding sounds. And so it went 1 minute, 2 minutes. After an unknown amount of time, the fire spirit's health had been stubbornly whittled down until only 100 HP remained. By now, the fire spirit had long lost the majestic appearance it possessed when it first emerged. It even seemed as though its mind had fractured. It did nothing but let out furious roars at its surroundings. As it roared, it unleashed flame spells indiscriminately, as if trying to exhaust its last drops of mana. Why bother? As soon as he spoke, Mu Yuan activated the active skill of the Frost Speaker necklace, taking away the fire spirit's final sliver of health. You monster! Ultimately, the fire spirit collapsed at Mu Yuan's feet, unwilling to accept its fate. Several beams of light drifted out from its body, clearly the dropped items. With a shing sound, 2 consecutive pillars of golden light rose from Mu Yuan's body. The experience granted by this level 10 chieftain tier monster was simply too immense, allowing Mu Yuan to level up twice in an instant. At this moment, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, and he slumped down onto the ground. Disregarding the surrounding terrain, which had been blasted beyond recognition by spells, he sat there panting heavily. After resting for a while, his spirit finally recovered somewhat. Mu Yuan walked over to where the monster had died and picked up the items it had dropped. Using appraisal, the attributes of several items leaped before his eyes. Energy Ring of the Fire Spirit Rare. Required level, 9. Mana plus 500. Magic attack plus 200. Fire spell damage plus 10%. Mana regeneration speed plus 10%. Equipment description: a ring formed from the condensed energy of a fire spirit, containing immense firepower within. The first item was a ring shimmering with a purple glow. After Mu Yuan toggled off the equipment's glow effect, its true appearance was revealed before him. It was a crimson ring crafted from an unknown crystal. Within the band, traces of molten lava flowed subtly, constantly emitting a warm aura. Mu Yuan immediately chose to equip it, significantly boosting his attributes. Pet Egg Fire Spirit. Item description: this egg nurtures a unique creature known as a fire spirit. You must provide a vast amount of fire attribute materials to successfully hatch it. It was actually a pet egg. Seeing this, Mu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. One must know that on Blue Star, pets are incredibly precious. An average professional has virtually no chance of obtaining one. He had seen pet eggs at the auction house before, and even the cheapest ones cost over 1 million crystal coins. A powerful pet like the fire spirit, in particular, was worth a fortune. Considering that if it hadn't been for his specific counter abilities, the fire spirit could have easily wiped out an entire team of professionals. The third item was a skill book, specifically, the fire spirit's flame curse. F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank. Mana cost, 3000. Skill description: harness the power of fire elements to unleash a terrifying flame curse, dealing 1000 plus 1% of the enemy's current HP as fire damage per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Mu Yuan's eyes lit up. This skill was incredibly potent. It was actually a percentage-based skill. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it immediately. Next, it was time to find Zhao Tianliang and the others. They were likely waiting anxiously. Just as Mu Yuan expected, Zhao Tianliang and his group were indeed waiting in a state of high anxiety. listening to the constant sounds of fighting and the terrifying roars of monsters echoing from the distance. Su Ro couldn't help but worry for Mu Yuan. After all, he was facing a chieftain-tier monster. As the minutes ticked by, Su Ro and the others felt their hearts sinking into the depths of despair. Just as everyone was on the verge of hopelessness, a melodious notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! The primordial monster within the dungeon has been slain. Su Ro's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as an expression of pure joy washed over her face. I didn't expect Brother Mu Yuan to actually succeed, Zhao Tianliang said excitedly. Come on, let's hurry over and check on Big Brother Mu Yuan, Su Ling urged. Right. What if Big Brother Mu Yuan is injured? Lu Xiaotian chimed in hurriedly. You're right. Look at me, I got so happy I lost my head, Zhao Tianliang said, slapping his forehead in self-reproach. Let's move, quickly. Su Ro grabbed her younger sister's hand and ran toward the cavern where the flame demon priest had been. Since they had already cleared out the smaller mobs earlier, the group made rapid progress along the way. By the time they arrived, Mu Yuan had only just stepped out of the cavern. He had been planning to regroup with them, but he hadn't expected the four of them to come looking for him so soon. From a distance, Su Ro spotted Mu Yuan. Seeing that he had no major injuries on him, her racing heart finally settled. Walking quickly to his side, she spoke softly, everyone was worried about you, so we rushed over. Mu Yuan felt a slight warmth in his heart. He smiled at the group and said, Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Zhao Tianliang didn't say much. He lowered his head and gave Mu Yuan a deep, respectful fist and palm salute, saying solemnly, Brother Mu Yuan, you saved our lives. This debt is as heavy as Mount Tai. If there is ever anything you need from me, Zhao Tianliang, you need only ask. Mu Yuan quickly helped him up and said, Brother Zhao, you're overstating it. Looking at Mu Yuan, Lu Xiaotian also said excitedly, Brother Mu, me too. Mu Yuan laughed, patted the young boy on the shoulder, and said nothing more. Little Su Ling looked at Mu Yuan with red-rimmed eyes, her voice trembling as she said, Big Brother Mu Yuan, it's so good that you're okay. Mu Yuan ruffled the girl's hair and addressed everyone, Alright, let's clear the dungeon first. Mu Yuan dungeon. Keep in mind that the final boss hasn't been dealt with yet. Let's finish the dungeon and then head out. That's right, I almost forgot if Brother Mu Yuan hadn't mentioned it. The young girl Su Ling said cutely while wiping away her tears. For a moment, everyone burst into laughter seeing her dazed expression. The group followed Mu Yuan and walked forward. As they passed the battlefield where Mu Yuan and the flame spirit had fought, they saw that the ground had long since collapsed, with magma-surging craters scattered everywhere. These massive craters were connected one after another, and in some places, they even formed rivers of fire, with a scorching aura permeating the air. Zhao Tianliang and the others were stunned by the sight. They could hardly imagine just how brutal the battle here must have been. However, no one asked Mu Yuan how he had defeated the flame spirit, nor did they mention the monster's drops. There was only an even deeper sense of gratitude toward Mu Yuan. Passing through the flame demon priest's territory, the group began to encounter various small mobs again. The most common among them was a type of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic monster called the Flame Demon Guard. They mostly had curved horns and held long sabers. Their health points were not very high, but their attack power was quite strong. Facing these common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic monsters, the group cooperated with great tacit understanding. Every time Mu Yuan casually threw a few frostbolt spells over, the monsters were instantly killed. Along the way, although they cleared out many flame demon guards, only one piece of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic equipment dropped for everyone in the end. Mu Yuan also noticed Lu Xiaotian and Zhao Tianliang digging for something on the ground from time to time. He asked the two of them and learned that the flame demon catacombs had always produced a common type of flame crystal ore. This ore can be forged into equipment, so it can be sold to those in blacksmith professions, serving as a source of extra income in the dungeon. Lu Xiaotian said that his shield was bought with the savings from selling flame crystal ore. Zhao Tianliang and the other person stated that everyone should have a share of the ore produced in the dungeon. Mu Yuan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. The Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King is the ultimate boss of the Flame Demon Catacombs dungeon. Zhao Tianliang only instructed Lu Shaotian to keep his fire resistance potions active at all times. He didn't say anything else. Perhaps he also understood that with Mu Yuan present, someone capable of soloing a demon beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier monster, the outcome was certain. The common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic difficulty levels, along with the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, and demon king bosses, are simply not enough to pose a challenge. The place where the Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, and Demon King resided was a massive palace of crimson fire. Mu Yuan found it hard to imagine that such a majestic structure could exist within an underground cavern. The palace was constructed from massive blocks of red ore. At the entrance stood a pair of flame demon statues, which looked different from the flame demon creatures they had encountered along the way. These statues appeared far more mysterious, and the great hall doors behind them were covered in various eerie runic inscriptions and symbols. Mu Yuan was deeply interested in this, so he leaned in to closely examine the inscriptions. Unfortunately, he couldn't make any sense of these runes at all. Seeing Mu Yuan studying the inscriptions, Zhao Tianliang spoke up. I once heard from someone in the archaeologist class that these runes record the history of the Flame Demon clan. Monsters have history too? Hearing Zhao Tianliang's words, Su Ling looked on with the expression of a curious child. Of course. To us, they are monsters invading our world. But as a void realm biological race, as long as they have their own civilization, they likely have a means of recording their history, Zhao Tianliang explained patiently. Then why do they want to invade our world? Lu Shaotian asked, equally puzzled. How should I know the answer to that? Zhao Tianliang replied snappily. Mu Yuan observed very carefully and discovered that the walls surrounding the palace were also covered in a large number of murals. The drawings depicted flame demon-type creatures as well as various strange-looking beings he couldn't name. They appeared to be constructing a massive altar. Beneath the altar lay the remains of countless creatures, packed densely together, and there were even corpses of flame demons among them. The content recorded in the murals wasn't extensive, and most of it was fragmented and incomplete. Specifically, regarding the scenes after the altar was successfully built, the surrounding walls were bare, showing nothing at all. Let's go, get inside. It's time to clear this dungeon. Mu Yuan said to the four who were still debating the origins of monsters. With Lu Shaotian still leading the way and Mu Yuan and the others following behind. Creak! The door was pushed open. Mu Yuan looked inside and saw a path paved with countless skeletal remains. This! An image flashed through Mu Yuan's mind, a scene of the Balrog clan performing a sacrificial ritual. Could this great hall be that very altar? At the end of the path of remains, a massive dark shadow knelt on the ground, towering and motionless. Zhao Tianliang pointed at the figure and said to Mu Yuan, Brother Mu, that is the Balrog Lord. Every time we enter the dungeon, it's kneeling there. As soon as we attack it, it awakens. Mu Yuan looked toward the figure Zhao Tianliang had pointed out. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Common, Uncommon, Elite, Rare, Legendary, Mythic, Epic. Level, 10. HP, 7000. Mana, 4000. Attack power, 800. Physical defense, 720. Magic defense, 700. Skills, Balrog Strike, Balrog Trample. Monster description, it is the strongest of the Balrog clan and was once the lord who held the most hope for leading its people toward glory. Unfortunately, it is now nothing more than a sinner. Looking at the identified attributes, Mu Yuan's eyes flickered. It seemed this dungeon still hid quite a few secrets. However, he wasn't particularly concerned about it. Ever since monsters descended upon the Blue Star, such phenomena or existences had become far too common. Under normal circumstances, only those in the archaeology profession had the time and energy to unearth secrets hidden in the deepest reaches of history. Pull the boss. Mu Yuan said to Lu Shaotian, who was holding his shield at the front. Hearing Mu Yuan's words, Su Ling immediately cast a damage-reducing shield spell on the young boy. Su Ro did not hesitate either, chanting a water shield spell to cover him. Lu Xiaotian took a vial of red liquid from his backpack, downed it in one gulp, and charged straight at the Balrog Lord. Charge! With a dull thud, his small frame slammed into the massive figure. 20. A very low damage number appeared above the Balrog Lord. Finally, the figure that had been kneeling there all this time stirred to life. Two beams of red light shot from its eyes, followed by a death warning issued to the crowd in a raspy voice. All creatures who disturb the peace of the Flame Demon clan shall be buried by me. It stood up abruptly, hoisting the warhammer in its hand. Looking at the corpses before it, a sorrowful expression flickered across its face. So tall. This was Mu Yuan's most intuitive impression. The Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King before them stood over 20 meters tall. Lu Xiaotian, holding his shield, looked like a tiny speck in front of it. Its body was covered in long, blood-red scars, with strange symbols etched into the skin surrounding each wound. Watch out! The massive hammer in its hand, still wreathed in raging flames, swung violently. Bang! It slammed heavily directly onto Lu Xiaotian's shield. A massive 400 damage indicator appeared. Mu Yuan marveled, what high damage! Su Ling wasn't idling either. The moment Lu Xiaotian was hit, she cast a heal spell on him. Plus 230. A large portion of Lu Xiaotian's health was restored. Mu Yuan opened with a 10-shot volley of frostbolt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of ice arrows, gleaming with a chilling light, lined up in a straight path and hurtled toward the Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Bang, bang, bang. Each frostbolt exploded upon impact. 80. 80. 80. 10 consecutive damage numbers appeared on the Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Roar! The Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King let out a violent cry of agony, its gaze instantly snapping toward Mu Yuan, the source of its pain. Everyone was shocked by Mu Yuan's damage output. They knew Mu Yuan had to be incredibly strong to be able to kill beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier monsters, but this direct visual impact was still staggering. At that very moment, the Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King swung its massive hammer, slamming it heavily into the ground. It was precisely its Flame Demon Strike skill. A massive shockwave sent Lu Xiaotian and Zhao Tianlian flying, plunging them into a state of dizziness. It ignored the two who had been knocked aside and instead charged toward the backline, specifically targeting Mu Yuan. Or rather, it was coming directly for Mu Yuan. Careless. A wave of regret flashed through Zhao Tianliang's mind just as he saw Mu Yuan flicker and appear at the very front. With one hand, he reached out to catch the giant hammer of the Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Thud! As the shockwave scattered, Mu Yuan curled his lips in disdain. He had caught the giant hammer of the Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King with a single hand. Furthermore, the opponent had failed to deal him even a single point of damage. It was the elemental shield that Mu Yuan had activated long ago which absorbed the blow for him. Big guy, you're still a long way off, the youth said spiritedly to the monster before him. At the same time, he slightly clenched his right hand, and a mysterious flame rune appeared in his palm. Mu Yuan extended his right hand, and the flame rune traveled up the giant hammer, burrowing directly into the body of the Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. It was precisely the flame curse he had just learned. The flame curse did not disappoint him. 200. 200. 200. Bursts of terrifying damage numbers immediately leaped from the body of the Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Hurry up and deal damage, let's finish this big guy off quickly. Mu Yuan spoke to the four people around him who were already petrified with shock. Lu Xiaotian, ever the blunt boy, blurted out to Mu Yuan, "Brother Mu, you are truly a beast." Zhao Tianliang nodded heavily in agreement. The Su sisters also let out soft laughs. Just like that, the final boss of the Flame Demon Cave, the Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King, was easily taken down. No, the Flame Demon race will not perish. I am not a sinner. It let out a roar of frustration and collapsed straight to the ground. Two pieces of equipment dropped from its body, one blue and one green. Finally over, Mu Yuan let out a sigh of relief as he watched the fallen boss. This dungeon run had been incredibly exhausting. Ding! Your team has cleared the Fire Demon Cave Common, Uncommon, Elite, Rare, Legendary, Mythic, Epic. Clear time, 4 hours 53 minutes. Would you like to exit the dungeon? Select exit. Let's go. Mu Yuan waved to the group and exited the dungeon. By the time Mu Yuan and the others left the dungeon and reached the outside, it was already past 7 in the evening. At the peak of the volcano, a bright moon hung high in the 9 heavens. A gentle breeze swept through, lightly fluttering Mu Yuan's flame spirit mage robe. It's so beautiful. The young girl, Su Ling, pointed at the moon in the sky and told her sister to look. Su Ro gazed at the moon and the person ahead, lost in thought. Let's head down the mountain. Zhao Tianlian quickly spoke to everyone, as it was already quite late. The journey back was relatively peaceful. It wasn't until they returned to the camp that Zhao Tianliang and the others finally breathed a long sigh of relief. We're finally back. The young boy, Lu Xiaotian, stretched his arms and sighed with emotion, putting his shield back into his inventory. Then let's all go grab something to eat. Zhao Tianliang suggested to the group. Mu Yuan nodded in agreement. After all, this dungeon run had been truly taxing on both mind and body. Furthermore, since they had essentially escaped from the jaws of death this time, they definitely needed a feast to celebrate. Let's go, my treat. Zhao Tianliang waved his hand grandly, pointing toward a restaurant in the distance. Mu Yuan followed the direction he pointed and saw a very luxuriously decorated restaurant. The building stood 9 stories high, with every floor adorned with lanterns and streamers. Above the main entrance hung a bronze-colored wooden plaque with 3 gilded characters, Piao Xiang Lu. Piao Xiang Lu is a very famous restaurant in the novice camp. Their dishes are generally prepared by professionals in the cooking vocation. Su Ro explained with a smile as she saw Mu Yuan looking toward Piao Xiang Lu. It's rare for Brother Zhao to treat us. I'm going to eat my fill today. Lu Xiaotian added with a mischievous grin. Heh, as if I'm afraid of how much you can eat. Today, I'll have to show you your brother Zhao's true capabilities. Zhao Tianliang laughed after hearing this and led everyone forward. Mu Yuan and Su Ro gradually fell to the back. Once they were the only 2 left, he took the necklace she had given him earlier off his neck. Then, he reached out and handed it back to her. Su Ro was momentarily stunned. She took it and put it directly around her neck. At this moment, a warm sensation emanated from the necklace, leaving her heart feeling somewhat unsettled. Fortunately, the young girl Su Ling wasn't there. She had run to the very front to discuss with Lu Xiaotian what they should eat in a moment. Otherwise, she would have certainly noticed her sister's unusual state. Mu Yuan, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you back then, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Su Ro looked at him quietly, her watery eyes shimmering with starlight, her face filled with gratitude. Hearing her say this, Mu Yuan smiled and said, "We are teammates in the same squad. Besides, I was in the dungeon too. We could only get out by destroying that monster. So, there's no need to be so polite. I think if it were you, you would have stepped up as well, right?" Mu Yuan looked at Su Ro with a calm expression. Yes, I would have. Su Ro nodded firmly. Seeing that she understood, Mu Yuan said no more, but instead thought of the pet egg he had just acquired. By the way, let me ask you something. What is it? Go ahead. I want to get a pet. How do you hatch a pet egg that you've bought? Mu Yuan did not directly mention that he had obtained a fire spirit pet egg in the dungeon. Instead, he made up a casual excuse and asked his question. To hatch a pet egg, you first need to buy a contract array. Then, you provide materials of the corresponding attribute for the egg to absorb. Once the absorption is complete, it will hatch. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's question, Su Rou immediately transformed into a studious young woman and began explaining to him in a soft voice. You can buy contract arrays at the auction house. Usually, the price is around 200,000 crystal coins. Right, I understand. Hearing Mu Yuan's response, Su Rou did not press him with further questions. Although she was a girl of few words, it was mostly because she knew exactly what should and should not be said. Brother Mu, sister, hurry up. Su Ling saw the two of them strolling slowly behind. Famished, she hurried back to urge them along. Su Rou gently rubbed Su Ling's head, exchanged a helpless glance with Mu Yuan, and walked forward. Mu Yuan then followed suit. When the group reached the entrance, Zhao Tianliang had already taken a number and led everyone directly to a private room on the second floor. It was a uniquely decorated room, filled with various exotic green plants that emitted a pleasant fragrance. As soon as he entered, Mu Yuan was ushered by Zhao Tianliang to the seat directly facing the door. Once everyone had taken their seats in order, he placed the several pieces of equipment harvested from the dungeon onto the table and said to everyone, "Take a look, everyone. This is all the gear that dropped from the dungeon this time. 2 common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic white grade items, 2 green common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic items, and 1 blue grade refined item." Mu Yuan looked at the 2 pieces of gear dropped by the final Balrog common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Their attributes were decent. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level requirement, 10. Armor, 300. Magic resist, 120. Stamina plus 20. Block chance plus 5%. Fire resistance plus 15. Equipment description: these are gauntlets once worn by a common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king of the Balrog clan, though they have long since lost their former glory under the erosion of time. What top-tier gear! Lu Xiaotian stared at the gauntlets with a look of longing. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 10. Attack power plus 100. Agility plus 15. Equipment description: this is a standard issue longsword commonly used by Balrog clan warriors. Brother Mu, I plan to sell these items at the Chamber of Commerce in a while. All the crystal coins obtained from the sale will go to you. We already agreed back in the dungeon, if we made it out safely, all the dungeon loot would belong to you. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan quickly waved his hand. Brother Zhao, saying that makes it seem like we're strangers. Brother Mu, there's no need to be so quick to refuse. I'll say it again, if it weren't for you on this dungeon run, I'm afraid we would have all perished. Zhao Tianliang spoke to Mu Yuan with a look of sincere gravity. Mu Yuan didn't argue this time, he simply listened as Zhao Tianliang continued. Seeing Mu Yuan remain silent, Zhao Tianliang went on, besides, the reason we were able to clear this dungeon at all was entirely thanks to your damage output. So, all the dungeon proceeds go to you, none of us have any objections. Zhao Tianliang concluded emphatically. That's right. Lu Xiaotian chimed in. Su Ling and Su Rou also nodded in agreement. Seeing the 4 of them so insistent, Mu Yuan smiled and said to Zhao Tianliang, Brother Zhao, if you truly consider me a brother, then please don't say another word about this. We are brothers who have faced life and death together. Although I, Mu Yuan, put in a lot of effort in the dungeon, I cannot accept taking all the gains for myself. Mu Yuan looked at Zhao Tianliang and the others, speaking calmly. Brother Mu Yuan. Brother Zhao, why don't you hear me out first? Zhao Tianliang was about to say something when Mu Yuan interrupted him, leaving him no choice but to listen. As for the proceeds, I was originally supposed to get 1/5, but now I will take half. Let this half serve as everyone's compensation to me. If you don't agree with this, Brother Zhao, then I don't think there's any need for us to finish this meal. After Mu Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Tianliang calmly. The two locked eyes, both sensing the sincerity in the other's gaze. "Alright, Brother Mu, since you've put it that way, I won't be oversensitive. I'll do as you say." Seeing the determined expression on Mu Yuan's face, Zhao Tianliang realized these were his genuine feelings and stopped declining. Instead, he picked up the wine that had been poured on the table and raised it in a toast to Mu Yuan. Seeing this, the other three immediately picked up their glasses, though the young girl, Su Ling, was drinking juice. After the five finished their drinks, they all burst into laughter, and the atmosphere in the private room instantly became lively. Just as everyone was drinking merrily, the door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. Mu Yuan looked toward the door and saw a group of four walking in. Leading them was a fat man wearing a floral shirt with dyed yellow hair. He looked to be about the same age as Zhao Tianliang, with a slightly pudgy build and a face full of flab. Behind him followed 3 or 4 lackeys, all with their hair dyed yellow as well. As soon as he entered, he said to Zhao Tianliang, "Hey, Zhao Tianliang, why didn't you tell me you were back?" Having said that, he sat down directly in the seat next to Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan frowned slightly but said nothing. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Tianliang said displeasurably, "Lu Jun, don't you know the rules? Can't you see I'm hosting a dinner for my friends? Oh, there are beauties here too." Hearing Zhao Tianliang's words, the man named Lu Jun swept his triangular eyes across everyone in the room, his eyes suddenly lighting up. A gaze full of lust fell upon the Su sisters, especially Su Ro. With a loud bang, Lu Xiaotian slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and roared, "Lu Jun, are you here to look for trouble?" Lu Jun turned his head, glanced at Lu Xiaotian, and said with disdain, "You again, kid? Get lost. I don't have time to play with you." Zhao Tianliang also stood up at this moment, took a deep breath, walked over to Lu Jun's side, and said to him, "The grievance between us can be settled privately, but I'm warning you, don't trouble my friends. Or else. Or else what?" Lu Jun's eyes narrowed with a fierce glint, and the fleshy folds on his face quivered as he sneered at Zhao Tianliang. "Or else, you can just go die." Mu Yuan lightly picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and spoke coldly. When the yellow-haired Lu Jun saw this Mu Yuan, who looked like a mere high school student, speaking to him in such a manner, he instantly flew into a rage and shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are, sticking your neck out like this?" He then added with a mocking expression, "You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you're trying to play tough with me?" He stood up, and the 3 lackeys behind him closed in. "Brother Mu, don't bother with someone like him." Zhao Tianliang hurriedly blocked Lu Jun's path and turned to say to Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan was his lifesaver, and he didn't want Mu Yuan to get dragged into this trouble. In reality, Zhao Tianliang was afraid that Mu Yuan, in a fit of youthful impulse, might accidentally injure or kill Lu Jun. One must know that professionals are forbidden from using their abilities to kill each other, and the novice camp violators would be detained by the camp's security team without exception. "Kid, if you've got the guts, say what you just said one more time." Lu Jun was clearly a reckless scoundrel. Seeing Zhao Tianliang holding him back, he mistakenly assumed Mu Yuan was weak. With his 3 lackeys surrounding them, he spoke to Mu Yuan with even more arrogance. "I said, or else you can just go die. What, are you deaf?" Mu Yuan had no intention of showing respect to a small-time thug like him. He knew that with people like Lu Jun, the weaker you acted, the more they would push their luck. Of course, he wasn't being overconfident. A mysterious ripple of magical energy emanated from him, and a transparent elemental shield enveloped his body. Then, he delivered a sharp slap directly across Lu Jun's face, sending him staggering to the ground. Half of his face swelled up instantly. "Boss!" The 2 lackeys hurriedly helped Lu Jun up. "Kill him. I'll take responsibility if he dies." Lu Jun roared like a ravenous beast, barking orders at his followers. Upon hearing this, the lackey immediately pulled out an iron staff and swung it straight at Mu Yuan's head. But unfortunately, with a loud bang, he was instantly sent flying by Mu Yuan's elemental shield and knocked unconscious. Zhao Tianliang and Lu Xiaotian didn't stand idly by either. In an instant, an elbow strike and a whip kick took down the 2 thugs standing beside Lu Jun. "Lu Jun, you old dog, have you forgotten the pain once the wound healed? I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget today." Lu Xiaotian rolled up his sleeves and walked straight toward Lu Jun. "Forget it, Xiaotian." Zhao Tianliang stopped him. "Today is a day for celebration. There's no need to let this piece of trash ruin the mood." Seeing that the tide had turned against him, Lu Jun hurriedly ordered the two men beside him to pick up the unconscious lackey and rush toward the door in a pathetic state. Finally, putting on a brave front while trembling with fear, he shouted at the group, "Fine, fine, fine. I'll remember you all. Especially you, kid, don't you dare let me catch you outside." Lu Jun hadn't expected Zhao Tianliang and the others to be so stubborn. Having suffered a major loss, he could only leave behind those harsh words with a sullen face, clutching his cheek as he departed. "I'm so sorry, Brother Mu. He was coming for me. I didn't expect to drag you into this." Lu Jun himself is nothing, but the problem is his brother, who is the vice president of the Overlord Guild. Zhao Tianliang warned Mu Yuan with a look of guilt, then proceeded to explain the cause of their conflict. "During a dungeon run, Xiaotian and I clashed with him over a piece of equipment, and he's held a grudge ever since. The man is a devious villain. You must be careful. Brother Zhao, you're overthinking it. I don't give someone like him a second thought." Mu Yuan wasn't being arrogant, he truly had the strength to back it up now. Which level 9 mage on Blue Star could cast forbidden spells? Who else possessed an S-rank passive skill? Not to mention, after he cleared the Calamity Dungeon again tomorrow, he would immediately rise above level 10. At that time, he would obtain another super enhancement point, and his strength would surely skyrocket once more. Furthermore, as the top-seeded student of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School this year, if there were any problems he couldn't solve, his teachers and principal would naturally step in to handle them. Especially in this world, the phenomenon of professionals banding together was extremely common. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School might not be highly ranked nationally, but in Jiangcheng, so many professionals had graduated from there that the bonds of alumni loyalty were naturally strong. For example, the deputy commander of the Jiangcheng 3rd Legion mentioned by his classmates earlier, there were many such influential figures in Jiangcheng's power departments who were all seniors from the same school. Therefore, Mu Yuan didn't take someone like Lu Jun seriously at all in a one-on-one fight. He could easily crush him. As for background and connections, Lu Jun wasn't even qualified to compete, so what was there to fear? If truly pushed to the limit, he could simply drop a forbidden spell. Who cares who the opponent is? One must understand that in the supernatural world, when a powerhouse is enraged, blood must be spilled. While there is nothing wrong with being low-key, humble, or playing the pig to eat the tiger, it depends on the situation. If you remain indifferent even when others are shitting on your head, then you truly become a pig that has lost its edge. Hearing Mu Yuan speak this way, and knowing his capabilities, the group stopped worrying. They began to enjoy the delicacies of Piaoshan Pavilion with great interest. The group enjoyed the meal to their heart's content, and the gathering didn't break up until after 9 p.m. Zhao Tianliang and Lu Xiaotian, in particular, were in high spirits while drinking with Mu Yuan. Finally, as they parted ways, they added each other as friends so they could contact one another directly through their energy watches in the future. As they prepared to leave, the young girl Su Ling shouted out, promising they should dive into a dungeon together sometime. Mu Yuan smiled and nodded. Su Ro quickly pulled her back. She understood that a dazzling genius like Mu Yuan walked a different path from people like them: common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic, and she didn't want to hold him back. Regarding Mu Yuan, although they hadn't known each other long, she felt a very complex emotion toward him at this moment. In the end, despite the thousands of words in her heart, she only let out a soft sigh and whispered a gentle warning: "Mu Yuan, be careful with everything." Without saying more, she pulled Su Ling away. Mu Yuan went straight back to the hotel where he had been staying and booked a private room. The room rate was very cheap, costing only 3 crystal coins. Lying in bed, he reflected on everything that had happened today. Compared to 2 days ago, his strength was now worlds apart. Though he was still relatively weak, he was no longer defenseless in the face of danger. He was considering which skill he should use his super enhancement point on once he reached level 10. He now had his forbidden spell as an offensive tool, but he still lacked an absolute defensive measure. It was time to find a defensive passive skill. Once that was enhanced, he would most likely take off, allowing him to level up in peace and security. As he thought, a wave of sleepiness washed over him, and he fell into a deep slumber. When Mu Yuan woke up again, it was already past 9 a.m. He slowly rubbed his head, which was still feeling a bit dizzy. He hurried to the bathroom and splashed his face with cold water, instantly feeling much more awake. Beep, beep, beep. The energy watch on the table emitted a crisp notification sound. Mu Yuan tapped the virtual screen. It was a message from Zhao Tianliang, saying that all the equipment had been sold to the Chamber of Commerce and asking him to verify the amount. Since the two had added each other as friends yesterday, Zhao had transferred the crystal coins directly to him via his professional ID. There was also a message from Su Rou, telling Mu Yuan that she and Su Ling had headed home first. She mentioned that if he ever lacked a priest or healing when running a dungeon, he could call them. She also reminded him to stay safe. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Mu Yuan replied with a will do while organizing his gear. With everything ready, he planned to use today's forbidden spell opportunity on a level 10 Scourge difficulty dungeon. It wasn't that he didn't want to grind level 15 dungeons, it was simply because he was only level 9, and his level was completely insufficient. However, if he waited to hit level 15 before attempting a level 15 dungeon, he estimated he would have to solo grind regular dungeons many times just to level up. Besides, Scourge difficulty was currently impossible for him to clear without using a forbidden spell. He guessed that the attack power of a common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, or demon king flame demon in a level 10 Scourge dungeon would be close to 20,000. Currently, his shield could only withstand just over 20,000 damage. If the boss went into a frenzy, it would be far too dangerous. Furthermore, monsters in Dungeons of Hell difficulty and above had high magic resistance. If he went there now, his attacks would be like scratching an itch, the efficiency would be incredibly low. It would be better to just drop a forbidden spell, reach level 10 first, and then make plans once he had the super enhancement point. After all, he hadn't even used the points from his previous level up yet. No sooner said than done. However, Mu Yuan didn't plan to grind the Flame Demon Cave on Scourge difficulty, he decided to go to the Frosty Snowfield instead. This was also a level 10 dungeon, but unlike the Flame Demon Cave, the final boss of this dungeon was a mage-type monster. He believed it would drop more usable equipment and items to help him improve. When Mu Yuan teleported to the map where the Snowfield dungeon was located, he realized the weather was brutally cold. The ground was covered in thick snow, and snowflakes fell incessantly from the sky. As a gust of cold wind blew past, Mu Yuan let out a sneeze from the chill. He was still wearing the light clothing he had worn to the Flame Demon Cave yesterday, which made him stand out awkwardly among the crowd of people dressed in thick padded coats. "Look, brother, there's a big idiot over there." A little girl pointed at Mu Yuan and said to the man beside her, "Little sister, watch your words." After saying this, the man immediately gave Mu Yuan an apologetic look. "Must be a newcomer, haha. It reminds me of my own lost youth." A bearded warrior wearing a thick fur robe laughed after hearing this. Mu Yuan felt quite embarrassed, so he quickly cast Elemental Shield to block out the biting cold. "Holy crap, you can do that?" The bearded warrior was instantly stunned when he saw Mu Yuan's maneuver. A mage is a mage, truly extravagant. He couldn't help but sigh as he watched Mu Yuan's departing figure in the distance. Mu Yuan walked up the snowy path toward the mountain peak, the cold wind howling and snowflakes swirling all around him. A pack of level 10 snow monsters followed behind him. Mu Yuan didn't kill them immediately, he planned to deal with them all at once when he reached the summit. However, his progress drew the attention of many onlookers along the way. "Holy! Everyone, look out! There's a massive mob of monsters coming up behind him." In front of the dungeon portal at the summit, an archer with keen eyesight spotted the monsters Mu Yuan had pulled and shouted to those who hadn't entered the dungeon yet. As he spoke, he pulled out an arrow, preparing to support Mu Yuan, who appeared to be under siege. As Mu Yuan neared the summit, he looked back at the group of snow monsters still relentlessly attacking his elemental shield and decided to finish them off before heading up. Magic power surged through the Lingua staff in his right hand as bolts of chain lightning shot toward the monsters. Crackle, crackle. Massive arcs of lightning leaped continuously through the crowd of monsters. 380. 380. 380. In an instant, terrifying damage exploded within the mob. Within moments, the pack of snow monsters turned into experience points and flowed into Mu Yuan. Looking at his experience bar, which had increased by less than 1%, Mu Yuan was speechless. The experience from wild monsters was pitifully low. Meanwhile, the group of people at the summit watched Mu Yuan approach like a god of thunder, instinctively parting to make a path for him. Gulp! The archer who had first spotted the monsters swallowed hard. This is just too terrifying. The crowd nodded in agreement, and as they watched Mu Yuan walk toward the dungeon, a single thought flashed through all of their minds. A celestial descended to earth, possessed of the potential of a great emperor. Mu Yuan didn't care what the people around him thought. He walked straight into the dungeon. Following his usual routine, he hid his information and selected the calamity difficulty. Ding! You have entered the frosty snowfield calamity. Dungeon description: legend has always surrounded the snow demons of the Great Snow Mountain. It was said that those who entered the mountain on the night of a full moon could receive the blessing of the Snow Demon clan. That was until one day, after a mysterious creature entered, the Snow Mountain vanished. Required level, 520. Player limit, 5. Clear condition: kill the fallen Frost Witch Demon King. The frosty snowfield dungeon was a vast, white expanse of snowy mountains, where heavy snow fell year-round and ice attribute monsters lurked everywhere. Because Mu Yuan had his elemental shield active when he entered, he didn't feel particularly cold. There sure are a lot of monsters in this place. Might as well stick to the usual procedure. Forbidden spell, Scorched Plains. Mu Yuan directly activated that world-ending forbidden spell. Instantly, terrifying magical fluctuations radiated from his body, and the sky over the frosty snowfield, which usually saw nothing but heavy snow, suddenly took on a strange color. In the gray, hazy sky, a cluster of orange-red clouds appeared, followed by countless flames converging in the heavens. The temperature of the snowfield began to skyrocket. A river of golden fire instantly submerged the entire dungeon space. Countless drifts of snow melted, sending up plumes of billowing white steam. 9999, 999, 9999. 9999, 999, 9999. 9999, 999, 9999. Ding! Ultra-dimensional spell burst detected. Dungeon protection mechanism activated. Exaggerated damage numbers instantly annihilated every single monster within the dungeon. It really is like a shopping trip. Another dull dungeon run. Mu Yuan tugged at his mage robes, feeling the spring-like temperature around him, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. The continuous range of snow mountains in the dungeon had long since vanished, and the golden flames continued to incinerate everything in sight. Mu Yuan knew this was the characteristic of the forbidden spell, Scorched Plains. As long as there was something left to burn, these inextinguishable flames would cling to the surface of objects until they were reduced to nothing. Only when Mu Yuan dispelled the magic did the golden flames filling the sky vanish from the dungeon space. Ding! Congratulations, you have cleared the frosty snowfield calamity. Dungeon clear time, 50 seconds. Sigh, it gets shorter every time. Mu Yuan couldn't help but lament as he heard the voice echoing in his mind. At the same time, two pillars of light representing level ups surged from his body. Finally reached level 11. That was way too hard. Now, Mu Yuan only needs to complete the promotion quest to officially become a beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier elementalist. He then retrieved the items dropped in the dungeon from the reward space. There were 2 skill books and 3 pieces of equipment. Are you kidding me? This stingy? Even though I took a shortcut, this drop rate is just ridiculous, especially since I'm wearing a drop rate boosting medal. This has to be rigged. Mu Yuan grumbled about the dungeon's abysmal drop rates while flipping through his loot. Complaints aside, a satisfied smile crept onto Mu Yuan's face when he looked at the 2 skill books and 3 pieces of equipment in his inventory. One of them was actually usable for him, the Mage skill Frost Nova. The other one was the priest skill Holy Word, which was also quite a popular ability. Not bad. I can pick up another skill, and it's one with decent crowd control. Mu Yuan chose to learn it immediately. Frost Nova Rank E. Mana cost, 100. Skill description: condenses ice elements to blast the surroundings, creating a ring of frost that freezes enemies for 2 seconds and deals 300 plus 1.5 magic attack ice damage. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. With Frost Nova, I won't have to worry as much about enemies getting in my face. As for Holy Word, I can either sell it or trade it for a skill book I can use. Next up is the equipment. Hope it doesn't let me down. He decided to first appraise the white staff that looked as though it were carved from cold jade. As the appraisal skill was cast, the equipment instantly burst with a mesmerizing orange glow. Holy crap, I hit the jackpot. Simultaneously, the true form of the equipment was revealed before Mu Yuan's eyes. It was a staff crafted entirely like white jade, not particularly long, measuring only about 1 meter. The tip of the staff was inlaid with irregular cyan gemstone fragments, which combined to form the shape of a blooming icicle. Mu Yuan reached out to touch it. The staff emitted waves of freezing frost aura. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 10. Magic attack plus 500. Casting speed plus 15%. Ice spell damage plus 15%. Mana regeneration speed plus 20%. Frost trait: your ice spells will ignore 20% of the enemy's magic resistance. Description: a supreme treasure of the Snow Banshee clan, this equipment was once used by the Great Frost Witch. With it, you will have the power to freeze the entire world. What an incredible staff! Mu Yuan toyed with the pillar of frost in his hand, and suddenly, the Lingua staff didn't seem so appealing anymore. He immediately unequipped the Lingua staff and tossed it into his inventory. He then turned his attention to the remaining 2 pieces of equipment, a pair of trousers and a necklace. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 10. Armor, 200. Magic resistance, 300. Magic attack plus 200. Casting speed plus 10%. Ice spell damage plus 10%. Description: these trousers are woven from ice attribute celestial silk. You'll feel a chilling sensation while wearing them. Ice necklace exquisite. Level requirement, 10. Magic attack plus 100. Mana plus 300. Equipment description: a necklace forged from cold iron, capable of slightly enhancing your affinity for the ice element. Not bad at all. Mu Yuan equipped the remaining 2 pieces of gear. Next, he checked his attributes. Name: Mu Yuan. Elementalist: common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level: 11. HP: 800. Mana: 200,000. Magic attack: 1850. Physical defense: 480. Magic defense: 900. Talent: Lord of Elements, beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier, chaos. Forbidden spell: Scorched Plains, beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier, BD Frostbolt F Chain Lightning F. Passive skills: Source of Magic S, Mana Absorption F. Super Enhancement Point 1. Enhancement points, 5. These stats of mine should be considered quite formidable among level 11 mages. Mu Yuan believed that if he were to enter the Flame Demon Cave dungeon across common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic difficulties, he could send the Flame Demon, whether common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, or demon king, to the afterlife in under 10 seconds. Restocking complete for today. I'll continue tomorrow. He was in no rush to leave. Instead, he spent a long time browsing the auction house until he finally found a passive skill book that could improve his defensive capabilities. This book cost Mu Yuan 50,000 crystal coins. The reason for such a low price was simply because the skill was rather mediocre. F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description, grants you the blood of frost. When attacked, it triggers a frost shield that grants 1% damage immunity and reduces the enemy's movement speed. This skill is just meh. If it hadn't run into me, I doubt anyone else would have bought it, Mu Yuan remarked with a chuckle as he looked at the skill's attributes. This is the one. I hope it doesn't let me down. Skill enhancement system, Daddy, give me a boost. Blood of Frost was successfully enhanced into Ice God's shield. Super enhancement point beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Skill description, you are the sole incarnation of the Ice God in this world. When attacked by an enemy, you will gain the Ice God's shield. The Ice God's shield renders you immune to physical damage and freezes the opponent. Mu Yuan. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Skill type, passive skill. Wait, what? Doesn't this mean I become an invincible existence? With the Lord of Elements talent, I can be immune to magic damage, and with the Ice God's shield, I can be immune to physical damage. At this moment, Mu Yuan only wanted to ask one thing, who else? Suppressing his excitement, he finally felt that he truly possessed the capital to develop steadily and explore everything. With the remaining enhancement points, Mu Yuan allocated 2 points to Fire Curse. Ding! Fire Curse has been successfully enhanced. The skill has evolved into Flame Spirit Curse. Flame Spirit Curse S. Mana cost, 20,000. Skill description, harness the power of the fire element to unleash a terrifying flame curse, dealing 10,000 plus 5% of the target's current HP as fire elemental damage until they die. Flame Spirit Curse ignores 50% of the enemy's fire resistance. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. He allocated the remaining 3 points to Chain Lightning, as he had always wanted a group attack skill to improve his monster grinding efficiency. Ding! Chain Lightning has been successfully enhanced into Serial Lightning. Serial Lightning C. Skill cost, 1000 mana. Skill description, you will fire a bolt of Serial Lightning at the enemy. The lightning deals 2000 plus magic attack power 2 magic damage. The lightning can hit up to 5 targets. Skill cooldown, 5s. Mu Yuan was very satisfied with his upgraded attributes. Now, he could basically clear calamity dungeons of the same level without even using forbidden spells. After distributing his points, Mu Yuan planned to head back to camp first because he needed to complete his advancement quest. Advancement quests are triggered every 10 levels. A professional must return to the location of a class change stone pillar to accept the quest. Upon successfully completing the quest, Mu Yuan can receive Gaia's energy infusion and successfully promote to a beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, or god tier elementalist. He would learn new class skills, and there was even a chance his talent would upgrade. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan immediately used the snowfield teleportation array to return to the novice camp. There were no class change stone pillars in the novice camp. They were all located within Jiang City. Therefore, Mu Yuan had to teleport from there back to Jiang City. Teleporting from the novice camp back to Jiang City cost 20 crystal coins per person. The price was considered relatively high, but Mu Yuan paid the fee directly and was teleported to the Jiang City Adventurers Guild. Besides schools, the Adventurers Guild also housed class change stone pillars, so Mu Yuan did not plan to return to school. The Adventurers Guild was just as he remembered it, still bustling with people coming and going. Mu Yuan walked straight to the front desk and stated his purpose. Sir, please present your profession panel. We only need to see your level and ID. A staff member in uniform at the front desk spoke softly to Mu Yuan with a smile. He didn't say much and directly displayed his basic profession information. Name, Mu Yuan. Elementalist common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level, 11. Alright, sir, thank you for your cooperation. This is your advancement voucher. Just hand this to the staff member next to the class change stone pillar. The receptionist quickly finished registering Mu Yuan's information and handed him a blue badge. "All right, thank you." Mu Yuan took the advancement voucher and walked toward the area marked class change. When Mu Yuan arrived, he found that there weren't many people waiting for advancement, only 4, so his turn came quickly. Mu Yuan stepped forward and handed the advancement voucher to the nearby staff member, who then told him he only needed to touch the class change stone pillar. As long as the conditions for a class change are met, the stone pillar will issue the quest to you. Once the quest is accepted, it can be viewed at the bottom of your profession panel. Mu Yuan took a deep breath, walked forward, and touched the class change stone pillar with both hands. A flash of purple light flickered. Ding! It has been detected that this professional has met the advancement requirements. The advancement quest has been issued. When Mu Yuan heard the notification sound in his mind, he looked at the advancement quest at the bottom of his profession panel. Advancement quest: clear the realm of the void doomsday. What does doomsday difficulty mean? Is it actually above natural disaster level? You really always manage to come up with something new for me. Mu Yuan stared at his quest and fell into deep thought. After receiving the task, Mu Yuan's heart grew heavy with increasing doubts, like a tangled ball of silk thread that he had no idea how to begin unraveling. In fact, he had already researched quite a bit of information regarding advancement tasks on the forums and felt he had a decent understanding of them. However, he had only ever heard of others needing to clear dungeons of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic difficulties. He had never heard of a doomsday difficulty existing. Mu Yuan truly could not wrap his head around this. Furthermore, what kind of dungeon was the Realm of the Void? Mu Yuan took out his encyclopedic guidebook on the spot and searched for a long time, but found nothing. Left with no choice, he sent a message to Principal Lu. Principal Lu's reply came quickly, telling him to come to the school library to find him immediately, as he had information regarding the Realm of the Void. Heaven never seals off all exits. Not daring to delay, Mu Yuan immediately hailed a taxi and rushed toward the school. By the time he reached the school, it was already noon. Since the school had long since begun its break, the entire way was quiet and still. The library was located in the southeast corner of the school, housing a very rich collection of books, which had left a deep impression on Mu Yuan. When he arrived at the library, Principal Lu was flipping through a thick book at a table. Sensing Mu Yuan's arrival, he looked up. He smiled and beckoned him over, signaling for him to take a seat. Only after Mu Yuan sat down opposite him did he ask with a solemn expression, "Mu Yuan, where did you get information about the Realm of the Void?" Mu Yuan did not mention anything about his advancement task, only saying that he had accidentally picked up a hidden quest at the Adventurers Guild. Principal Lu looked at Mu Yuan thoughtfully but didn't press further. Instead, he took a book out of his spatial storage and handed it to him. This was a book made of bronze and iron, and it recorded the following about the Realm of the Void. The Realm of the Void, a forbidden land for the living. Those who enter shall die, those who exit shall live. Mu Yuan found the text somewhat cryptic and looked toward Principal Lu with humility. Principal Lu stroked his beard and did not answer him directly. Instead, he asked slowly, "Do you know how many people in recorded history have entered the Realm of the Void?" Mu Yuan shook his head. How could he possibly know such a thing? Principal Lu said solemnly, "Since records began, a total of 91 people have entered this secret realm, but only one person has ever returned. That sounds incredibly dangerous." Mu Yuan narrowed his eyes, gaining a deeper understanding of the complexity of this task. Watching Mu Yuan lost in thought, Principal Lu uttered another sentence that made Mu Yuan's skin crawl. Furthermore, no one is even certain if the survivor was actually him. All they know is that shortly after the man emerged, he disappeared mysteriously as well. Even when our Huaxia Federation's beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, and god tier professionals cast divination spells, they couldn't predict his whereabouts. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. This. Mu Yuan looked at Principal Lu in astonishment. Principal Lu offered no further explanation and continued. The information regarding the Realm of the Void was also brought back by that man. When he was discovered, he had already fainted. His hand was tightly clutching a torn, blood-stained strip of cloth, which had those few words written in blood. Where is the realm of the void, and how does one enter it? Mu Yuan had no intention of giving up, as he now possessed some degree of capital to explore these secrets. Moreover, he had to go, because it concerned his advancement quest. Without completing it, he could not become a beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, or god tier professional. Mu Yuan, take my advice and give up on that quest. Because with your current strength, there is simply no way for you to enter. Seeing that Mu Yuan had not yet given up, Principal Lu advised him in a soft voice. Principal, please just tell me. You know I've always been curious about these things. In the future, when I have the strength, I can go then. Seeing Mu Yuan's insistence on knowing, Principal Lu stopped hiding the truth from this genius of his school. There are many ways to enter. If you are in Jiangcheng. On the 15th of every month, the Calamity Difficulty Undead Graveyard Dungeon experiences a peculiar phenomenon called the full blood moon. On that day, under the blood moon, you only need to jump directly into the dark abyss to the north of the graveyard to reach the realm of the void. This secret is only known to professionals of beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, and god tier levels or higher. In fact, among the beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, and god tier quests of the Adventurers Guild, there has always been one regarding the exploration of the realm of the void. But for all these years, those who entered have never come out again. Mu Yuan, the prerequisite for exploring the hidden secrets of this world is that you must have the strength. You must learn to act within your capabilities. Principal Lu cautioned him earnestly. Mu Yuan agreed with Principal Lu's words, and his thoughts then shifted to the entry time the principal had mentioned. The 15th, isn't tomorrow the 15th? It seemed he had to make a trip to the undead graveyard today. He stood up, bid the principal farewell, and hurried toward the dungeon. The undead graveyard was a very peculiar dungeon near Jiang City. Due to long-term interference from an unknown energy, the novice camp had no teleportation array that led directly there. There was only a gathering point located 50 miles away from the undead graveyard, so Mu Yuan immediately teleported to that location. However, when he arrived, he discovered that there wasn't a single soul in the entire outpost. Something's not right. Mu Yuan reacted quickly, immediately casting Elemental Shield. This was a subconscious combat instinct in truth. For someone of his current level, the Elemental Shield was practically optional. Nevertheless, Mu Yuan did not deactivate it. He looked around and saw that the entire outpost was deathly silent. Not even the sound of a single bird could be heard. Quiet. It was far too quiet. Mu Yuan stepped out of the teleportation array and walked toward the buildings within the outpost. He figured that even if few people came to grind this level 15 dungeon, there should at least be some official personnel from Jiang City present. Could something have happened? Mu Yuan observed his surroundings as he walked until he entered a large building. This building was a restaurant within the outpost. Mu Yuan pushed open the door. With a creak, the door opened. Similarly, there was no one inside. But strangely, the food on the tables was still warm, and the soup was still steaming. Strange. It's impossible for everyone here to have vanished in an instant, right? Mu Yuan took out his pillar of frost and walked toward the kitchen, calling out as he went, "Is anyone there?" There was no response. Mu Yuan walked out of the restaurant and headed toward the Adventurers Guild branch at the very center of the outpost. There was no one inside either, but Mu Yuan still managed to find some clues. He discovered that the Adventurers Guild's defensive magic circle had been activated, as the scent of elemental energy lingered in the surroundings. Mu Yuan immediately headed toward the room upstairs where the magical barrier was maintained. He was certain he would find something there. Just as Mu Yuan was about to go upstairs, a shrill, piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside the building. A man covered in blood came running out from the distant black forest. As he ran, he shrieked hysterically, "Dead! They're all dead!" Mu Yuan immediately sprinted toward the man. "Hang in there, I'm coming." Mu Yuan was fast, but suddenly, a long arrow composed of black gas shot out from behind the man, striking him directly in the back. The man struggled to crawl a few more steps before collapsing completely. Damn it! He saw it clearly that black, arrow-like projectile had been fired from within the black forest. Mu Yuan walked up to the man and flipped him over. The man had gray hair, sunken eyes, and was nothing but skin and bones, his mouth hanging wide open. Hiss! Mu Yuan gasped. The way this man had died was truly bizarre. A wave of fury then washed over him. A human life had been taken so easily right before his eyes, as if he weren't even there. Whatever you are, I'll make sure you regret killing someone in front of me today. He first pulled out his energy watch and attempted to send a message to Principal Liu, intending to inform him of the situation here. But unfortunately, the message status showed that it failed to send. Mu Yuan curled his lip. There was no other way. He couldn't teleport back, so his only option was to head toward the distant forest, as the undead cemetery lay just beyond it. I'll see for myself what kind of thing is playing ghost here. The Forest of the Dead, that was the name of the Black Forest before Mu Yuan, inhabited by various undead monsters around level 15. The forest was vast, filled everywhere with trees shrouded in a thick aura of death. As soon as Mu Yuan stepped into the forest, a trail of dried, reddish-black blood appeared before him. He estimated that this must have been left behind by that person while they were fleeing for their life. What killed him? And when he said they're all dead, was he referring to the people in this outpost? There were still too few clues. Mu Yuan looked at the bloodstain, pondering the possibilities. The further in he went, the more eerie Mu Yuan felt, because he hadn't encountered a single monster along the way. What was going on? He could accept the absence of professionals, but not a single monster? That was far too strange. It wasn't until Mu Yuan reached the middle of the forest that he made a new discovery. The trees in this area had all been cleared away. A complex and intricate blood-colored magic circle was inscribed on the ground, surrounded by various black bloodstains that had long since dried up. A sacrifice? The word suddenly flashed through Mu Yuan's mind. He felt he was getting close to the truth of the matter. Swoosh! 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 Just as he was carefully observing the magic circle, several long arrows formed from black gas suddenly streaked toward him. Mu Yuan looked closely. It was the exact same eerie spell that had killed the man earlier. He gave a disdainful smile, thinking to himself, I was only worried you'd stay hidden like a rat. With a wave of his staff, several thick bolts of lightning shot toward the source of the spell. It was the chain lightning skill. The moment the black arrows touched Mu Yuan, they were directly absorbed by his elemental shield. Boom! 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 Mu Yuan's chain lightning exploded in the distance, with bolts of electricity raging across the ground, toppling nearby trees and even setting some ablaze. Mu Yuan walked over to the area hit by his spell and saw a black monster lying on the ground, long since breathless. Mu Yuan cast an appraisal on it. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level, 15. HP, 03800. Mana, 1000. Magic attack, 600. Skill, Dark Arrow. Monster description, an extremely evil puppet created from the darkest emotions within the human heart. Evil puppets, what exactly are these things? Forget it. I'll keep moving forward. I refuse to believe I won't run into whoever is behind this. Moreover, Mu Yuan now had a few suspicions. It was highly probable that this had something to do with the fallen. Mu Yuan continued his path forward. The deeper he went, the more evil puppets he encountered. He had killed so many that he had lost count himself. Finally reaching the edge of the forest, Mu Yuan stood in silence as he took in the scene before him. Ahead lay a massive, blood-colored pit. Inside were the corpses of various professionals mixed with the remains of various undead monsters. The bodies were fused together in a grotesque, eerie fashion. Surrounding the pit were 4 massive blood-colored magic circles. They were identical to the one Mu Yuan had discovered in the forest, but on a significantly larger scale. Several figures draped in blood-red robes stood guard around the circles. Mu Yuan counted them 9 people in total. The most prominent among them was a man with a terrifyingly pale complexion and an exceptionally gaunt frame. His features were remarkably handsome, or perhaps eerie was a better word. He held a black skeletal staff and wore a blood-red robe embroidered with a bizarre, black, one-eyed motif. That single eye was like an abyss, threatening to pull anyone who looked at it into its depths. My lord, many of our evil puppets have been wiped out by an unknown professional. Should I go and capture them directly? Beside the eerie man, a burly fellow wielding a giant axe spoke in a muffled, booming voice. No need. Our guest of honor has already arrived. Suddenly, the man's gaze snapped toward the thicket where Mu Yuan was hiding. Spotted already? What sharp perception. Mu Yuan thought it was absurd, yet he remained unfazed, stepping out directly from behind the brush. You don't seem frightened at all. The eerie man looked at Mu Yuan with amusement. Mu Yuan waved his hand and replied with a smile, "What's the use of being afraid? If you're meant to die, you'll die. Besides, it might not be me who's afraid in a moment." Oh? Interesting. The leader looked at Mu Yuan. Based on the spark of his life force, he could tell that the person before him was definitely not some old monster in disguise. This meant he was certainly a young man under the age of 20. So, what exactly was he relying on to remain so calm in his presence? Presumptuous. How dare you speak to Lord Red Owl in such a manner? The burly man pointed his giant axe directly at Mu Yuan, shouting fiercely. And if I do? Mu Yuan raised the pillar of frost in his hand and pointed it right back at him, his intent purely provocative. Interesting, very interesting. I thought that people coming to a level 15 dungeon area wouldn't be particularly powerful. So, as long as we blocked all means of communication, no matter how many people came, they would just be sacrifices delivered right to us. I didn't expect to run into someone as interesting as you. Kid, what's your name? Red Owl looked at Mu Yuan with a strange look of admiration. Mu Yuan ignored the question and countered, before asking for someone else's information, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Good, very good. I hope you're still this defiant in a moment. Red Owl watched Mu Yuan and licked his lips hungrily. Seeing his perverted demeanor, a surge of inexplicable anger rose in Mu Yuan's heart. Instantly, a bolt of chain lightning shot toward Red Owl. Little brother, you've got quite a temper. Red Owl, truly the strongest among them, easily dodged Mu Yuan's spell with a well-timed blink skill. Lianshan, go. I want him alive. He then gave the order to the man holding the giant axe. You got it, boss. Leave it to me. Upon hearing the command, the hulking man named Lianshan flashed a gruesome grin at Mu Yuan. With a powerful thrust from his back foot, a burst of violent energy erupted. He charged toward Mu Yuan, giant axe in hand. That was quick. Mu Yuan couldn't help but marvel. The brute was like a crimson whirlwind, sweeping toward him with ferocious intensity. He instantly judged that his opponent's level was definitely not low. Mu Yuan estimated that this man, Lianshan, was at least an advanced warrior. In terms of numerical levels, that would be close to level 30. Mu Yuan didn't even flinch as Lianshan charged at him. Instead, he slightly clenched his right hand, and 5 streaks of flame rose from his fingers. Seeing that Mu Yuan hadn't moved, Lianshan assumed the boy was paralyzed with fear by his valiant charge. He let out a cruel laugh. Kid, watch the axe. With a wide swing, he aimed the giant axe at Mu Yuan's arm, clearly intending to cripple him before capturing him alive. Seeing such arrogance, Mu Yuan gave a disdainful smile and said, You overestimate yourself. As soon as his giant axe made contact with Mu Yuan, a crystal clear, deep blue shield rose from Mu Yuan's body. Clang! A deafening boom echoed as the two collided, yet Mu Yuan stood his ground, completely unshaken. What? The brute's expression instantly turned to one of pure shock. His attack had been blocked so effortlessly? And in that brief moment of distraction, a sudden wave of bone-chilling cold surged toward him. Damn it! Lianshan was clearly an experienced fighter. Failing his strike, he immediately tried to retreat, but unfortunately for him, it was too late. Mu Yuan's ice god shield would instantly freeze any enemy upon being attacked. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Lianshan was frozen solid on the spot, his face still frozen in that look of utter terror. Mu Yuan gave a cold sneer and reached out his right hand to press against the frozen Lianshan. The flame spirit curse in his palm seeped through the ice and burrowed directly into Lianshan's body. Whoosh! The frozen Lianshan was instantly subjected to the torment of two extreme forces, ice and fire. Ultimately, he was completely consumed by the flame spirit curse from within and reduced to ashes. Mu Yuan then slowly turned around, looking at Hong Xiao, and said coldly, "You lady boy, next, it's your turn." "Lianshan is dead just like that?" Seeing Mu Yuan dispatch Lianshan so easily, Hong Xiao's expression instantly turned grave. He knew Lianshan's strength well, although it wasn't on par with his own. It should have been more than enough to handle this young kid. The reality, however, was far beyond expectations. Hong Xiao stared at the youth in the distance who was now looking back at him. His heart tightened involuntarily, and he subconsciously licked his lips. Facing several strange magic circles, Mu Yuan raised the pillar of frost in his hand. He had no intention of dragging this out. Otherwise, who knew what other variables might arise? "Kid, it seems I underestimated you." Hong Xiao raised his staff and barked at the people surrounding him. "Attack! For if you stay to maintain the magic circles, the rest of you take this kid down first." With that, he prepared to chant a spell. Seeing the situation, Mu Yuan instantly fired 3 consecutive chain lightnings toward Hong Xiao. Ha! Hong Xiao watched the lightning bolts shooting toward him but did not stop chanting. Instead, he increased his speed. Just as Mu Yuan's chain lightning was about to strike him, a short, stout man stepped in front of Hong Xiao. With a clap of his hands, a transparent shield barrier appeared before the two of them. Mu Yuan's lightning struck it instantly. The two forces of energy consumed each other until Mu Yuan's spell exhausted its last bit of power and dissipated. However, the fat man was not faring well. His face turned deathly pale as he sustained the barrier, showing just how difficult it was for him to withstand the attack. The other two did not stop their assault on Mu Yuan. One of them immediately went into stealth, waiting for a chance to find a weakness in Mu Yuan's defense. The other pulled out a bronze longbow, drawing the string back like a full moon, and loosed 3 arrows in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rapid fire arrows shot straight toward Mu Yuan's face. Ding, ding, ding. But the arrows he fired were all blocked by Mu Yuan's ice god shield. Mu Yuan looked at the arrows blocked by his shield and let out a disdainful smile. He then said, "Do you really take me for a sitting duck?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cold current appeared out of thin air beside the archer. Starting from his ankles, translucent blue frost began to spread up his body. In an instant, the man was frozen in place, still maintaining his archery stance. "As long as an enemy attacks my shield, I can actively choose whether to freeze them. This freezing ability is conceptual. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier." Mu Yuan was very satisfied with this skill of his, as it was controllable. At that moment, Hong Xiao finally finished chanting his spell. Dark elements surged around him, and a tiger composed entirely of dark energy was summoned. "Go, nether tiger. Tear the man before me to pieces." Hong Xiao looked at his signature spell with a satisfied smile, as if Mu Yuan would be shredded to bits in the next second. Heh, naive. Mu Yuan shook his head disdainfully, watching the nether giant tiger charging toward him without a shred of fear, for this spell could only be neutralized by himself. Flame Spirit Curse. Mu Yuan slightly closed the 5 fingers of his right hand, and 5 streaks of mysterious flames appeared atop his fingertips. With a flick of his wrist, these 5 flames, radiating a cursed aura, flew directly toward Red Owl. Mu Yuan wanted to see how Red Owl would defend against this spell. One must know that Flame Spirit Curse was different from Chain Lightning. This spell could not be evaded through movement techniques because it was a homing type ability. Red Owl's pupils constricted slightly. He recognized that the incoming flames were the very same fire spell that had instantly killed Lianshan. Daring not to be careless, he hurriedly commanded the fat man beside him, "Blackstone, use water element barrier." The short, stout Blackstone also felt a pang of tension. He instantly activated his ability, and a water blue barrier enveloped the two of them. Watching the opponent try to block his flame spirit curse with a water element barrier, Mu Yuan couldn't help but feel they were being somewhat naive. Sure enough, the 5 flames vanished the moment they touched the water element barrier. Red Owl showed a satisfied expression and said to Blackstone, "Well done." However, Blackstone looked at Red Owl with suspicion and alarm, saying, "My lord, the spell vanished, but the water element barrier didn't consume any energy." Red Owl froze for a moment upon hearing this, and immediately, alarm bells began ringing wildly in his heart. He instantly activated a teleportation skill, intending to flash away into the distance. But it was all too late. 5 flames abruptly materialized on his chest and violently bored into his body. Ag! He let out a wail of agony, his face drenched in sweat. The pain was so intense that he could only hunch his body over, unable to stand upright. Cold sweat soaked his mage robes. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Mu Yuan in the distance and said, "What an airy technique. I admit defeat." He then pulled a black humanoid statue from his robes. The face of the statue was identical to the man named Blackstone. Then, biting his lip, he spat a mouthful of foul-smelling blood onto the statue. "My lord, please don't." Blackstone's expression instantly turned into one of terror and despair as he watched Red Owl's actions. Hearing Blackstone's cry, Red Owl steeled his heart, his hands never pausing for a second. The dark blood quickly coated the statue, and a burst of flame suddenly erupted upon its surface. He immediately hurled the statue onto the ground in the distance. Beside him, Blackstone was instantly ignited by the flames. Mu Yuan realized that what was burning him was his own flame spirit curse. The damage was transferred? Interesting. Now, I wonder how many times you can transfer it. Mu Yuan sneered coldly. Without wasting a moment, he swung the frost pillar, and 3 streaks of flame spirit curse shot toward Red Owl. Red Owl's face turned deathly pale the moment he saw the incoming assault. He knew that his ability to transfer damage was not without limits. A single spell from Mu Yuan had already forced him into such a pathetic state. This many spells would surely cost him his life. "No, I have to get out of here." With a sudden thought, Red Owl hurriedly pulled out a scroll and tore it open. A flash of white light transported him hundreds of meters away. Immediately after, he used a blink and fled in the direction of the undead cemetery. "Heh, if you manage to escape, I'll write my name backward." Mu Yuan was in no rush to pursue Red Owl, simply letting the 3 flame spirit curses streak across the sky toward the direction of the fugitive. It was better to settle things here first. There were 5 fallen ones remaining. Aside from the one who was invisible, the other 4 were still channeling energy into the sacrificial formation. When they saw Red Owl abandon them and flee, expressions of despair washed over their faces. The sacrificial formation they had activated required at least one person to drive it, meaning energy had to be funneled into it continuously. Even if they wanted to run, they no longer had the chance. Mu Yuan fired 4 chain lightnings, one at each of the 4 men. Sizzle! The lightning collided with a red light. This red light was incredibly eerie. Even from a distance, Mu Yuan could smell the pungent scent of blood. Upon seeing the situation, the 4 people immediately showed expressions of joy. One of them shouted loudly, "Quick, our formation is about to be completed. Only by completing the formation and summoning that thing will we have a chance to escape." Mu Yuan was no fool. He wasn't about to wait for them to finish the sacrifice. Consequently, 4 flame spirit curses were fired toward each of them. In the end, the skill did not disappoint Mu Yuan. It directly penetrated the red barrier and burrowed into the bodies of the 4 individuals. Instantly, the 4 of them contorted in pain. Not good. Fight him to the death. The 4 were decisive. Seeing they had already been hit, they steeled their resolve and decided to risk everything, determined to take Mu Yuan down with them even if they died. At this moment, they stared at Mu Yuan with eyes full of despair and madness, then shouted loudly, "The time has come to sacrifice ourselves to the gods." With that, they chanted an eerie incantation. As soon as the spell appeared, it caused the waves of blood in the giant pit to churn violently. This is trouble. Mu Yuan couldn't help but sigh as he watched the situation unfold. The incantation was so bizarre it was a language completely unknown to Mu Yuan. Though he didn't understand the specific meaning of the spell, he could clearly sense that it was like the filthiest thing in the world. Just hearing it made him feel a wave of nausea and gagging. How terrifying! As the incantation was recited, the faces of the 4 men previously twisted in agony from the flame spirit curse slowly began to calm. Then, they broke into eerie smiles. Their faces were shrouded in black mist, and their entire bodies began to melt slowly, like burning candles. Mu Yuan had never seen such a grotesque scene. Even his flame spirit curse only burned people to ashes, rather than turning a living human being into something like this. Shortly after, they were directly integrated into the magic formation. At the same time, the formation emitted streaks of blinding red light. Then the red light spread, and the sky over the entire undead graveyard became as if it were soaked in blood. This is quite a spectacle, Mu Yuan remarked as he gazed at the unfolding scene. Ding! Abnormal void realm energy detected. What? Mu Yuan was startled by the voice echoing in his mind. He then felt a surge of energy converging in front of him, right at the massive pit in the center of the sacrificial formation. Looking ahead, Mu Yuan saw a pitch-black crack appear, followed by the distortion of the surrounding space. Ding! Void realm energy influx detected. A primal dungeon is about to descend. A primal dungeon? Good grief, is this really necessary? Most people's class advancement quests involve a hard dungeon at most. As for him, it had been the life and death void realm, then the fallen stirring up trouble, and now even a primal dungeon was descending. Mu Yuan couldn't help but feel as if there was a hand behind the scenes manipulating everything he faced. Damn it, just wait until I find out who you are, Mu Yuan said fiercely. A primal dungeon refers to a territory of the void realm that has just merged with Blue Star. Because it has only recently arrived, the creatures within have not yet been fully restricted by Blue Star's laws. Most still retain the combat power they possessed in the Void Realm. Only after a professional clears it will the levels of the creatures in the dungeon begin to steadily decrease. For instance, in the Flame Demon Grotto dungeon that Mu Yuan had cleared, if the final boss, the Flame Demon Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King hadn't been weakened by Blue Star, it probably could have wiped them out with a single finger back then. At this thought, Mu Yuan immediately prepared to flee this den of trouble. Unfortunately, an inescapable suction force pulled from a distance, dragging both him and the invisible fallen directly into the rift. Ding! You have entered the primal dungeon, Land of Gore. Land of Gore Primal. Dungeon description: this is the territory of a certain blood-loving species. Due to certain events, this mysterious region was forced to merge with Blue Star. Be cautious of any creature in this area, you may discover some interesting secrets. Required level, unknown. Clear condition, kill the blood priest. Blood. There was blood everywhere. Mu Yuan was stunned by the sight before him. The sky here was blood red, and the air was thick with the metallic stench of fresh blood. The ground was a dark crimson. With every step he took, he could feel blood continuously seeping out from the earth. After walking for a long time, Mu Yuan found no vegetation in this world. Everything was barren. Roar! Just as he was starting to feel bored with the trek, a sudden roar echoed out, and a canine beast composed entirely of blood appeared before him. It had no skin or meridians. Its entire body was a vivid, raw red. Its eyes, in particular, glowed with a crimson light as they stared menacingly at Mu Yuan. Its gaze was filled with brutality, and foul-smelling saliva dripped from its exposed, razor-sharp teeth. Looks like you've been hungry for a long time, haven't you? Be good and let me send you on your way. You won't have to go hungry ever again. Mu Yuan spoke with a hint of self-deprecation, tossing an appraisal toward the creature as he finished. Ding! Monster level is too high. Appraisal failed. As expected, Mu Yuan hadn't held much hope to begin with. Seeing that he was not only unafraid but even mocking it, the beast let out a furious roar and lunged straight at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan opened with Flame Spirit Curse. The curse struck the blood beast instantly, producing a sizzling sound as black gas began to billow from its body. Damage indicators of 1500 continued to float above its head one after another. Not bad. As expected of an S-rank skill, it could deal such significant damage even to a monster that clearly had such a high level. Despite taking continuous curse damage, the blood beast's ferocity did not wane as it charged toward Mu Yuan. However, the moment it made contact with Mu Yuan, the ice god's shield was triggered, instantly freezing the blood beast solid. Mu Yuan didn't intend to move forward yet. Instead, he stayed put to observe the monster. Even while frozen, numbers continued to pop up above its head until, 5 minutes later, it crumbled into ash and met its final end. Ha! Why didn't my experience points go up? Mu Yuan suddenly felt a bit cheated. He had gone through the trouble of killing this monster, so why was there no experience? Could it be a specific trait of the primordial dungeon? Nevertheless, Mu Yuan stopped complaining. After all, regardless of the circumstances, he had to clear this dungeon if he wanted to get out. This was where the primordial dungeon differed from common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic dungeons. Furthermore, there was a possibility that a terrifying type of monster, unlike those found in the standard tiers, existed within it. These monsters were known as God Slayers, though the probability of encountering one was very low. However, he had heard that clearing a primordial dungeon granted special rewards bestowed by Gaia. Time to keep exploring. Mu Yuan gripped his staff and continued walking into the distance. Along the way, Mu Yuan encountered several more waves of those blood beasts, but he eliminated them all with ease. Mu Yuan had no idea how far he had traveled until he glanced at his watch and realized he had been walking for 2 hours. He walked over to a stone wall, pulled some dry rations and water from his backpack, and began replenishing his spent energy. Looking up at the wall, he saw that it was covered in various carved blood runes. This was nothing new to Mu Yuan, as he had encountered countless ruins of this type along the way. But the moment he stepped past the massive stone wall, Mu Yuan was stunned by the sight before him. This can't be real. Behind the stone wall sat a bustling village. The surrounding fields were filled with various crops, including wheat and sorghum. In the fields, many men and women were working hard, while children laughed and played nearby. The sound of laughter and chatter drifting from a distance made everything feel surreal to Mu Yuan. How can there be humans in the Void Realm? It's not entirely impossible. After all, with the fusion of Blue Star in the Void Realm, some people and places could have been accidentally sucked in. But generally speaking, the probability of that is extremely low. Mu Yuan walked directly toward them. His figure was soon noticed by the villagers below, who appeared no different from himself. He could even understand the words they whispered to one another. It was the language of the Huaxia Federation, albeit with a slightly different accent. "Young man, where do you come from?" As Mu Yuan was observing the villagers, an elderly man dressed in linen clothes stepped forward and asked curiously, "I'm from Jiangchang in the Huaxia Federation. May I ask where you are from, sir?" Mu Yuan didn't hide anything. He needed to gather information about this place as quickly as possible to decide his next move. "Where is the Huaxia Federation?" A young girl wearing a coarse cloth skirt asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "The Huaxia Federation is my hometown. What is this place called?" Mu Yuan patted her head and asked softly. "Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king." Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Mu Yuan fell into deep thought after hearing the girl's response. Why would the people here give their village such a strange name? Guest, do not be afraid. Our place isn't some village of common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, or demon king. That's just a name passed down from the old days. Seeing Mu Yuan's confusion at the girl's words, the old man spoke up to explain. "Let's go, young man. Follow me into the village first. It's about to get dark. It is very dangerous outside the village at night." The old man glanced at the sunset in the distance and spoke hurriedly. After hearing this, Mu Yuan chose to follow the old man toward the village. He was now full of curiosity regarding this place. Is it dangerous at night? Perhaps all the mysteries would be unveiled when night fell. As Mu Yuan followed the old man into common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village, he realized that the interior was not very large, consisting of only about 100 households. The village appeared quite backward, evident from the fact that most of the dwellings were simple thatched huts. Along the way, the villagers saw the old man leading Mu Yuan in and greeted them warmly. It was only then that Mu Yuan learned this honest-looking old man was actually the village chief. "Chief, I wanted to ask, how long has this village existed?" Mu Yuan decided to start with some indirect questioning to gather information. The village chief thought for a moment and replied, "I can't quite remember that." Mu Yuan was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected such an answer. Even if the chief didn't know the exact time, he should at least know the approximate duration. "What do you mean by can't quite remember?" This struck him as very strange. He then asked tentatively, "What year is it now?" The chief looked at Mu Yuan with surprise and replied, "Young man, it is the year 2030. Mu Yuan felt a slight shock in his heart. This specific year was extremely significant on the current blue star. 2030, that was the year the Void Realm invasion began. Could it be that common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village was accidentally sucked into the Void Realm back then? Mu Yuan found it hard to believe. After all, over 100 years have passed. None of the people here have undergone a class change. How could they possibly survive in this bloody land? Moreover, it's no longer 100 years ago. Why would this old man say it's 2030? The deeper Mu Yuan's conversation with the old man went, the more doubts he had about common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village. "Young man, you can stay at Xiao Qing's house tonight. That child seems to share a special fate with you." The village chief couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he watched the little girl who had been following Mu Yuan so obediently along the way. Qing was the same little girl who had told him the name of the village at the entrance. She had lost her parents at a young age and now lived with her grandparents. Mu Yuan did not refuse. He wanted to wait until it was completely dark before exploring the village. He couldn't shake the feeling that the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village was very strange during the day. Upon arriving at Qing's house, Mu Yuan greeted her family and returned to his room. Night soon fell, and every sound in the entire common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village vanished in an instant. Everything became deathly still. Mu Yuan lay quietly on the bed, his frost pillar staff resting beside him. Suddenly, Mu Yuan heard bursts of shouting coming from outside, and the village was instantly thrown into chaos. "Run, hurry! There are so many monsters here. Mama, I'm scared." "It's okay, don't be afraid. Mama is here. Village chief, lead everyone in a retreat. We'll hold off these monsters." The sounds of shouting and crying drifted in incessantly from outside. Mu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This was bad, something had happened. He immediately grabbed his staff, opened the door, and stepped outside. But strangely, the moment he opened the door, every single sound vanished. Mu Yuan's expression grew solemn. He felt certain that what he had heard just now was very clear. Could it be an hallucination? But it felt far too real. Mu Yuan closed the door and lay back down on the bed. The moment he lay down, voices suddenly drifted over again. "The sacrifice is about to begin. As long as you can please the High God, your village can be preserved. Those things cannot be trusted. In their eyes, we aren't even worth as much as slaves. Do you really think they care about our village? Then tell me, what should I do? So many people have died already. If any more die, there will be no one left in our village at all. No matter what, we must let the children survive." Mu Yuan listened to these words in silence, and for some reason, his heart suddenly grew heavy. Hearing these voices, he had some suspicions. Perhaps the truth behind the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, and demon king villages would be very difficult for him to accept. Now, it was time to go out. Mu Yuan opened the door. A cold wind blew outside, and Xiao Qing's house was silent. Several yellow leaves fell from the tree in the courtyard, making a rustling sound. He walked straight toward the village chief's house. He had memorized the location during the day. It was a brick and tile house in the center of the village. The streets were pitch black and quiet. Every household had their lights off, even though the night had only just begun. When he reached the entrance of the village chief's house, Mu Yuan knocked on the door. There was no response, so after a moment's thought, he prepared to push the door open and enter. "Big brother, leave quickly. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. The bad people are coming." Suddenly, a timid voice came from behind Mu Yuan. He turned around to see that it was exactly a Qing. She looked the same as before, with her hair in a braid and wearing her small cloth skirt, but her face appeared exceptionally pale. She looked at Mu Yuan with concern, and cast a fearful glance toward the village chief's house. "It's okay, a Qing. Do you trust me? Wait here like a good girl, big brother will be back in a moment." Mu Yuan reached out to pat the little girl on the head, but unfortunately, his hand passed directly through a Qing's figure. Immediately afterward, a Qing's entire form became transparent until she vanished completely. Mu Yuan froze. Although he had long had a premonition, he couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. He understood that this little girl truly hoped he could escape. "A Qing, don't worry. I will make sure justice is served." With those words, Mu Yuan's gaze turned resolute. He pushed open the village chief's door and stepped inside. Upon entering, Mu Yuan saw an old man in plain cloth sitting in the main hall. His face was numb, staring blankly out the window. It was the village chief. Seeing Mu Yuan enter, he spoke slowly, "Young man from afar, would you like to hear a story?" Mu Yuan looked at him and said nothing, merely nodding his head. The old man looked around his house, sighed, and said, "We have lived in this village for generations. This used to be a very loving village. We were all of the same clan, living together for hundreds of years. We thought we could go on living like this forever. Until that year, when the blood moon descended, and we were inexplicably brought into this world." At this point, the village chief's expression suddenly became pained. He lowered his head, and when he looked up again, his face was already covered in tear stains. He paused for a moment before continuing. Then the nightmare began. That night, countless monsters rushed in, and the villagers were easily slaughtered by them. They were all my juniors, and just then, a blood-red void realm being walked into the village. He stopped those beasts from massacring the villagers. We thought our savior had arrived. We never expected that we had welcomed an even more terrifying demon. At this moment, a dark aura emanated from the village chief's face, his expression turning ghastly. Mu Yuan listened to his narrative in silence. Later, the demon said that as long as we sacrificed to the god he worshipped, he would protect our children and allow them to live on this land. We truly had no choice. It was either everyone being killed, or leaving the children behind to keep the sparks of our lineage alive. Looking at the village chief before him, Mu Yuan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. And so, one night, the remaining men of the village and I hid all the children in a safe place where supplies were kept. Little Qing was a very good girl. She even comforted her younger brothers and sisters along the way. We locked them in a secret room and told them to come out after 3 days. Little Qing asked me where I was going. I told her we were leaving, that we didn't want them anymore, and that from then on, they would have to rely only on themselves. At that time, the little girl must have felt that we had abandoned them. Finally, every adult in the village jumped into that pit of blood. I suppose the children must be safe now, right? At this moment, a peaceful yet yearning light shone from the village chief's eyes, a radiance that even suppressed the black miasma clinging to his face. Yes, they are all safe. Mu Yuan looked at the desolate old man before him and spoke in a low voice. That's good, that's good. How I wish I could hear those children call me Grandpa Chief one more time. With a faint sigh, he transformed into a wisp of black mist and flew toward the southern part of the village. Mu Yuan gripped his staff tightly, a fire burning within his heart. Mu Yuan stepped outside, and as wind elemental energy surged around him, he floated up onto the roof of the village chief's house. He saw that the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village had completely transformed. Countless plumes of black mist were surging, rushing toward a deep pit in the distance. Then the scene shifted, and Mu Yuan saw everything that had happened back then. There were flames everywhere, and blood-colored exotic beasts were everywhere, slaughtering innocent villagers one after another. The shouts and cries for help were exactly the sounds Mu Yuan had heard earlier inside the room. Adult men had organized themselves, using their bodies of flesh and blood to resist the onslaught, covering an elderly man as he led the children in a retreat. Until a demon dressed in a red robe appeared. Its skin was blood red, a twisted single horn grew from its head, and its face was hideous. It stopped the slaughter of the blood beasts and began to speak with the village chief. It was unclear what was said, but the chief's face turned deathly pale. The people beside him also wore expressions of resentment and despair. Then the demon pointed to the children behind them. Only then did the group gradually calm down. Next came the gathering of the village chief and the others. He and several adults hid the surviving children of the village in an underground secret chamber, among whom was the little girl, a Qing. For some reason, Mu Yuan could see all of this clearly. The time for the sacrifice arrived. Mu Yuan glanced at his wristwatch. It was exactly midnight. A massive pit appeared in the center of the village, and many adult men and women jumped into it one by one. Then, a bolt of blood-red flame was hurled from the demon's hand, instantly igniting the bodies of these villagers. They wailed in agony and struggled until they finally drew their last breaths. The demon wore a satisfied smile, then turned its gaze toward the underground chamber where the children were hidden. Another bolt of blood flame was thrown, and that place was also completely set ablaze. Mu Yuan watched all of this with a heavy heart, realizing that there was also a sacrificial formation around that house. Having finished this, the demon produced a black crystal, bit its finger, and smeared its blood upon it. It began to chant an eerie incantation with great conviction, a spell that sounded somewhat similar to what Mu Yuan had heard before. A wisp of black mist emanated as countless white soul bodies rose from all corners of the village, drifting into the crystal. Afterward, the village returned to its original appearance. Once the souls of everyone in the village had been sucked inside, the demon let out a satisfied laugh and walked out of the village. With that, all the visions ended, and the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village became peaceful once again. Mu Yuan left the rooftop and walked along the street toward the outskirts of the village. The entire night passed quickly. The reason he chose to stay here was to verify a conjecture of his. He wanted to know whether the village chief and Shaoqing during the day were real. Dawn broke soon after. Under the blood-red sky, the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village regained its vitality. He saw the village chief, he saw Shaoqing, and he saw the previous villagers all walking out from within the village. It was only at this moment that Mu Yuan understood that everything during the day was also real, that Red Demon had cast a spell to trap these people's souls here permanently. During the day, they would forget everything and live a normal life, but at night, they would remember everything that happened on the night of the sacrifice. The demon's manipulation of the human heart was displayed here to the fullest extent. Although these people's spirits were imprisoned by the demon, living that single day in a permanent daze, they had been influenced by the environment of the void realm for so long that they possessed a sliver of clarity. They did not know why the village was named common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village, but they were constantly reminding themselves never to lose their way and never to forget. Their home was in the Huaxia Federation, not this cruel void realm. This is simply going too far. If I, Mu Yuan, do not send you scumbags to hell, I swear I am not human. Mu Yuan looked into the distance with resentment. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past, causing Mu Yuan's mage robes to rustle slightly. As if sensing Mu Yuan's grief and indignation, all the villagers of common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village looked toward him. Their expressions shifted from agony to sorrow, and from sorrow to calmness. Finally, one by one, they transformed into countless lights of soul and merged into Shaoqing's body. Big brother, can you take us away? Shaoqing looked at Mu Yuan calmly and spoke softly. We don't know how long we have been wandering in this place. Until one day, we developed memories. It has been 100 years every day we have been battering against the seal, watching the past repeat itself. Pain allows our soul power to grow stronger and stronger. But in order to hide everything, we can only come out when we encounter someone from our hometown. After Mu Yuan listened to Xiao Cheng finish her story, he nodded to her. He guessed that perhaps all of this might also be within that demon's calculations. With their powerful soul energy, they were an even greater delicacy for the demon. But unfortunately for it, he had arrived. How should I take you back? Mu Yuan asked in a low tone. He did not voice his suspicions right now, he only wanted to bring these people back to Blue Star. We will turn into a soul crystal. Big brother, just bury us in Lu village in Dongjiang province. Big brother, thank you. As she finished speaking, Qing's body became increasingly transparent. She looked at Mu Yuan with a smile on her face and finally vanished from this bloody land. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a soul crystal. Soul crystal special. Item description: this is an item condensed from the deepest obsessions of those lost in the void realm. When you bring them back to their hometown, you will receive their reward. Caution: demon-type monsters are very fond of this item. Mu Yuan picked up the transparent white crystal and placed it in his backpack, then walked out of common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village. Looking back, only a giant crater remained behind him. The village was gone. In the center of the crater lay a cracked black crystal engraved with blood-colored runes. Mu Yuan cast an appraisal over it. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Item description: this is a special soul crystal used by the Blood Demon clan for their coming-of-age sacrificial rites to the gods. It can cause souls trapped within to fall into eternal perdition. However, due to a soul shock, this soul crystal has been scrapped. It was also a vital tool in the nurturing of soul crystals. It seems the souls of all the deceased villagers of common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village, under the influence of the void realm environment, spent nearly 100 years constantly battering it, which finally caused this stone to break. But everything is perhaps as I expected. Mu Yuan looked at the blood-colored sky, feeling for the first time a visceral hatred for the demons of the void realm. It is time for the scum of this world to face judgment. He didn't plan to go looking for that member of the Blood Demon clan. 100 years had passed without tracking or divination spells. It was impossible for him to know where the other party was. However, Mu Yuan decided he would simply use a fire-type forbidden spell to send every disgusting thing in this space to its death. If he killed everything, it naturally wouldn't be able to escape. Mu Yuan took out his pillar of frost, pointed it at the blood-colored sky, and activated the forbidden spell, Scorched Plains. In an instant, the sky of this bloody land cracked open, and countless fire elements converged within this space. This was a power belonging to the gods. Mu Yuan's judgment upon this bloody land, and a redemption for the many villagers of common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king village. Clumps of golden flames appeared in the sky above, large and small. Flame clusters of various shapes fell from the heavens like meteors, crashing into the earth. Rumble. Countless golden fireballs exploded violently. The earth was incinerated, and the black-red bloody land was continuously ignited by the golden flames, sending up thick plumes of black gas. Then, these golden flames merged into a river, swallowing everything upon the land. Standing atop a stone wall, Mu Yuan watched the countless blood beasts in the distance being ignited by the golden flames, a cold smile appearing on his face. Forbidden spell. Scorched Plains truly lives up to its name as a fire element forbidden spell. This primal dungeon space is countless times larger than any dungeon he has ever cleared before. Yet, it was still completely covered in golden flames, and massive spheres of golden fire continued to rain down from the sky. Everywhere the eye could see was a sea of golden fire. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the Scarlet Beast King Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the Blood Demon Guard Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the Blood Priest. Countless notification sounds rang in Mu Yuan's ears. He chose to mute them directly. Until a specific voice sounded. Ding! All Void Realm creatures in the Bloody Lands have been eliminated. Congratulations, you have cleared the Bloody Lands Primal. Mu Yuan did not cancel his spell as he usually would. He wanted this wicked place, this evil race, and their very souls to remain forever under the incineration of the golden flames. As all the monsters were eliminated, a deep blue portal appeared. Phew! Mu Yuan let out a long, deep breath and said softly, "Aching, village head, it's time to take you home." He then stepped into the portal. Ding! The Bloody Lands Primal has been cleared. Thank you for everything you have done for Blue Star. You will receive Gaia's super blessing upon your advancement. Ding! Your special authority on Blue Star has been upgraded. Is this the reward for clearing a primal dungeon? What does blessing mean? It seems I'll have to wait until I complete my advancement quest to find out. On the outskirts of the undead graveyard, a deep blue portal suddenly appeared. The area remained exactly as it was when Mu Yuan had left. The area around the massive crater was still filled with the traces of Mu Yuan's battle against the fallen. Has so much time passed? Looking at the sun in the sky, Mu Yuan felt something was off, so he hurriedly checked the watch on his wrist. Why has only 30 minutes passed in the outside world? Could it be that time flows differently in the primal dungeon compared to the outside? Truly strange, but this works out for the better. This way, I won't have to face the Huaxia Federation Adventurers Guild directly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how I cleared the primordial dungeon, especially considering the level of the Bloodlands dungeon is definitely not low. Although Mu Yuan isn't particularly afraid of these things anymore, it's better to save himself some trouble whenever possible. As for sending Xiao Chang and the others home, Mu Yuan planned to do that after his joint entrance exam. For now, he needed to enter the undead graveyard and wait for the blood moon to descend. When Mu Yuan arrived at the entrance of the undead graveyard dungeon, a corpse burned beyond recognition caught his attention. Mu Yuan noticed that the person's clothing belonged to Hong Xiao, who had fled toward this direction earlier, and the body still bore the lingering aura of his flame spirit curse. "Heh, you dead freak, I told you that you couldn't run away." This was precisely the terrifying aspect of the flame spirit curse in F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank skill. It would never stop until the enemy was burned to ashes. Mu Yuan let out a long breath of relief. He had been thoroughly disgusted by that guy earlier. Without lingering any longer, he stepped directly into the undead graveyard. Ding! You have entered the undead graveyard dungeon. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Calamity grade. Selection successful. Entering now. Undead graveyard calamity. Required level 1025. Player limit 5. Dungeon description: this was once a beautiful town in the Void Realm, until the arrival of the Mad Lich Dadars. He unleashed a terrible plague that turned all living beings in this town into undead monsters that know only to devour flesh and blood. Clear condition: kill the Mad Lich Dadars. Mu Yuan looked at the dungeon description and concluded that the final boss was likely another mentally unstable pervert. Any normal living being would feel hostility toward creatures like liches, as they are the harbingers of plague and death wherever they go. Only deadlands remain. Standing at the edge of the undead graveyard, the outermost perimeter of the dungeon, Mu Yuan watched several skeletons wandering inside. He used appraisal, and the attributes of the skeletons appeared before him. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level 15. HP 3000. Mana 1500. Attack power 670. Physical defense 600. Magic defense 600. Monster description: these are the lowest level creatures in the undead graveyard. They were once victims of that great catastrophe. These skeletons were not all humanoid. They came in various shapes, including animals and creatures he didn't even recognize. Looking at these stats, Mu Yuan opened with chain lightning, unleashing a barrage toward the skeletons. The chain lightning, representing the destructive power of thunder, exploded directly within the skeletal horde. Arcs of electricity leaped wildly, purifying everything in their path. 1800. 1800. 1800. The terrifying damage instantly turned the group of skeletons before him into experience points, but unfortunately, his experience bar barely moved. Are you kidding me? Why is leveling up so hard? This is a calamity grade dungeon 4 levels higher than me, yet a whole pack of mobs doesn't even give 1% experience. This is going to be a bit tricky. Mu Yuan was somewhat speechless. One could only imagine how difficult it was for other professionals to level up. Thus, he used his lightning to blast a path, heading straight toward the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss was a special location within the undead graveyard, situated very close to where the final boss, the Mad Lich Dadars, resided. So, Mu Yuan decided to clear this dungeon first before heading off to jump off the cliff. After all, today was only the 14th. The blood moon filling the sky celestial phenomenon wouldn't occur until tomorrow. Clearing out mobs along the way, Mu Yuan soon arrived at the location of the first boss. There were only 3 bosses in the undead graveyard, though few in number. They were all extremely powerful. They were the Bone Maker, the Death Knight Captain, and the Mad Lich Dadars. Since the graveyard wasn't particularly large, it didn't matter which of the first 2 bosses was tackled first. Mu Yuan chose to face the Bone Maker first. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 15. HP, 50,000 50,000. Mana, 30,000 30,000. Magic attack, 9,600. Physical defense, 8,000. Magic defense, 8,500. Skills, Skeletal Summoning, Bone Spear, Bone Armor, Bone Demon Summoning, Bone Soul. Monster description: this is the magnum opus of the Mad Lich Dadars. Capable of constructing all manner of bone monstrosities, it guards the first line of defense for its master's necropolis. The Bone Maker is a towering skeletal construct over 20 meters tall. Its upper body is a grotesque blend of bear and tiger, while its lower half is a patchwork of various bizarrely shaped bones. Most striking are its glowing green eyes of soulfire, giving it an eerie and demonic appearance. Damned mortal, you have trespassed upon the domain of the Lich Master. I shall turn you into a bone puppet for my master. Jia Jia. The monster possessed keen perception. It detected Mu Yuan the moment he stepped into its territory. It let out a sinister grin, but since it lacked flesh, its facial structure merely rattled up and down, producing a piercing, grating laughter. You? Overestimating your strength. Mu Yuan no longer paid any mind to these scourge dungeon monsters that were only a few levels higher than himself. You shall pay the price for your arrogance. Seeing Mu Yuan's blatant contempt, the Bone Maker instantly activated its skill. After all, even the undead possess a spark of temper. Bone Summoning. Suddenly, the earth surged. Countless pale bone hands clawed their way out of the ground in front of the Bone Maker, followed by their skeletal torsos. Moments later, dozens of skeletons wielding greatswords appeared before Mu Yuan. With a wave of the Bone Maker's hands, the skeletons brandished their blades and charged toward him. This time, Mu Yuan didn't lead with chain lightning to clear the mobs. These weren't the common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic skeletons from the outskirts. These were enhanced elites. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 15. HP, 13,000 13,000. Mana, 4,000 4,000. Attack power, 2,400. Physical defense, 3,000. Magic defense, 3,200. Skills, Bone Multi-Slash, Bone Armor, Bone Explosion. Monster description: undead summoned by the Bone Maker. Beware of their greatswords. A couple of hits will hurt quite a bit. With magic defense like that, Mu Yuan's chain lightning wouldn't be as effective as before. It would be better to strike the head of the snake first. With the idea in mind, Mu Yuan immediately put it into action. His fingers spread slightly as 5 flames radiating a mysterious aura appeared. With a wave of his hands, these 5 flames shot instantly toward the Bone Maker. F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank. The spirit flame curse released by Mu Yuan was incredibly fast, and because the bone maker was so massive, it scored a direct hit. "Oh, damn bug, how dare you use such despicable means against me?" The moment the bone maker was hit by the flame curse, its body was immediately bound by 5 thick chains of fire. These chains continuously tightened, relentlessly draining its life force. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Damage numbers ticked incessantly above its head. Watching it get hit by his skill, Mu Yuan knew it was finished. The spirit flame curse was no longer the previous F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, SS rank, SSS rank, or godly rank skill flame curse. The current spirit flame curse lasted until death. He then turned his attention to the group of skeletons surrounding him. Dozens of greatsword skeletons charged aggressively toward Mu Yuan, the undead fire in their eye sockets flickering violently. They raised their massive blades and swung down directly at Mu Yuan's neck. Clang! 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 Unfortunately for them, every strike landed on the ice god shield protecting Mu Yuan's body. Immediately afterward, streaks of bone-chilling frost spread along their blades and onto their bodies. Crack! 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 The movements of these skeletons slowed down instantly until they were completely frozen solid. Not a single one of the dozens of skeletons was spared. He then looked back at the bone maker, only to see that the monster's health had been reduced to the very last sliver. "Oh, damn bug, my master will avenge me." It watched as its own body continued to burn. Although the undead cannot feel physical pain, the spirit flame curse acted directly upon the soul. Consequently, the agony it endured was not diminished in the slightest. It had tried to use its soul power to interfere with that terrifying curse, but the more soul power it added, the more powerful the eerie curse became. It was as if it were constantly feeding fuel to the fire. Finally, seemingly realizing its fate, it let out a final cry of unwilling resentment and perished. A blue and a purple glow from dropped equipment appeared on the ground where it fell. Simultaneously, a massive orb of white experience points drifted into Mu Yuan's body. Refreshing. Seeing his experience bar suddenly jump by 15%, Mu Yuan wore a satisfied smile. After clearing the mobs before the first boss and defeating this common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king mini-boss, Mu Yuan's experience sat at around 25%. He estimated that by the time he cleared this dungeon, he would definitely be able to level up. Picking up the equipment from the ground, he found an elite tier longsword and a pair of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic grade boots. Mu Yuan put the longsword directly into his backpack and then appraised the boots. Bone Maker's magic boots: common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 10. Armor, 400. Magic resistance, 450. Mana plus 400. Magic attack plus 300. Casting speed plus 10%. Mana regeneration speed plus 10%. Equipment description: this is a piece of equipment perfectly suited for beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, and god tier magic-based professionals. It can enhance your magic attack power. Finally, please do not ask why an undead skeleton wears boots. Mu Yuan looked at the attributes of these boots and revealed a satisfied smile, immediately swapping out the goblin flame boots he was wearing. At this point, his magic attack power had increased significantly, directly breaking past the 2000 mark. Very good. Next, it's time to go restock from those two bosses. Humming a little tune, Mu Yuan walked straight toward the territory of the Death Knight Captain. Armed with chain lightning, Mu Yuan essentially transformed into the god of thunder along the way, pouring massive amounts of lightning into the bodies of these undead creatures. Watching his experience points climb incessantly, he finally understood what it felt like to be a cheater. The place where the Death Knight Captain resided was inside a training ground. Mu Yuan found it quite strange that an undead cemetery would have such a place. Is it still training the undead? Soon, Mu Yuan realized why it was called the Death Knight Captain. Because this guy had no sense of fair play. He had brought 20 subordinates with him. As soon as Mu Yuan entered the arena, he saw over 20 skeletal warhorses lined up neatly on the opposite side, each carrying a Death Knight clad in full heavy armor. Damn it, one day I'm definitely going to learn a skill that can summon subordinates and upgrade it to a forbidden curse, just so you all can taste what it's like to be ganged up on. Mortal, you shall be trampled by the Death Knight Legion. The Death Knight captain's body was significantly larger than common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic Death Knights. It also rode a skeletal warhorse, but the difference was that its horse was covered in white flames from head to toe. Mu Yuan looked at the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king monster standing before him, brandishing a long spear. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level, 15. Health, 450,000. Mana, 20,000. Attack power, 10,000. Physical defense, 11,000. Magic defense, 8,000. Skills, Death Charge, Death Blow, Death Trample, Legion Charge, Symbiotic Pact. Monster description: this is a Death Knight captain from the Undead Realm. He and his subordinates have been hired by the Lich Dadars to guard the second line of defense of the Undead Cemetery. As long as the Death Knight Legion remains, the Death Knight captain will not perish through their symbiotic pact. They are able to share their health pools. Holy crap, this health pool is absolutely insane. If I didn't have a percentage-based skill like Flame Spirit Curse and had to rely on chip damage, I have no idea how long it would take to whittle him down. While Mu Yuan was still complaining about the Death Knight captain's massive health, the opponent was no longer willing to wait. Death Knights, raise spears! The Knight captain, riding at the very front, commanded the Death Knight Legion behind him in a muffled voice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In unison, they raised their bone spears and leaned their bodies slightly forward, assuming a charging stance. Charge! Sure enough, at the captain's command, all the Death Knights activated their charge skill. Instantly, the earth began to tremble. Led by the Knight captain, these 20-plus mounted Death Knights galloped toward Mu Yuan, their bodies wreathed in pale, ghastly death flames. In such a hurry to meet your end? Mu Yuan looked disdainfully at the charging Death Knight Legion. Following his usual routine, he opened directly with Flame Spirit Curse, targeting the Death Knight captain, and not just once, but 3 times. The 3 Flame Spirit Curses struck the charging captain dead on, instantly transforming into 15 massive flaming chains that coiled around him. 18,000. 18,000. 18,000. Terrifying fire damage numbers erupted from above the captain's head. At the same time, the agony of his soul being scorched by the Flame Spirit Curse caused even his charging speed to falter. What incredible damage numbers! Then again, Flame Spirit Curse is percentage-based damage after all. The more health the Death Knight has, the higher the damage it deals. The Knight Legion quickly reached Mu Yuan's side, but as expected, they were all unfortunately transformed into blue ice sculptures. With the Ice God's shield now active, Mu Yuan was the ultimate bug in the face of monsters that dealt purely physical damage. Crush the darkness with thunder. Transforming into a veritable Lord of Lightning, Mu Yuan unleashed bolt after bolt of electricity, striking them down. No, the Death Knights cannot fail. The head knight collapsed to the ground immediately after shouting his final slogan. A long spear radiating a purple glow appeared before Mu Yuan. At the same time, his experience bar reached the halfway mark of his current level. He estimated that he would level up after dealing with Dadars, the Mad Lich, who was at the beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. After stowing the spear in his backpack, he walked straight toward the Lich's castle ahead. The Mad Lich Dadar's castle was located in the deepest part of the Undead Cemetery, backed by the dark abyss, a place shrouded in the aura of death where the sun never shone. When Mu Yuan arrived, he realized the castle was far larger than he had imagined. Though it had only 3 floors, the area of each floor was exaggeratedly vast. The outer walls were entirely red, with blood occasionally seeping out, lending the castle an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. A flock of red-eyed crows perched on the outer walls. They remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on the castle's main gate. Creak! Mu Yuan pushed open the iron picket gate of the castle perimeter. Perhaps because no one had visited for years, the gate emitted a piercing screech at even a light touch. My servants, a living being has stepped into this domain. Go, tear him apart. The moment Mu Yuan stepped inside, a hoarse voice suppressed with madness drifted out from the castle. He knew the owner of this voice was none other than the Mad Lich Dadars. As soon as the words fell, countless skeletal hands suddenly erupted from the ground surrounding the castle, followed by hundreds of undead skeletons crawling out of the soil. In an instant, the castle perimeter became crowded. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yuan remarked speechlessly, "Same old tricks, as expected." Then, with elemental power surging around him and relying on his ice god's shield, he charged directly into the skeletal horde. Bang! Countless undead were sent flying. Several long blades struck Mu Yuan, only to be instantly frozen by the frosty aura emanating from his ice god's shield. Ice elemental power erupted Frost Nova. A massive, azure ring of ice surged toward the surrounding undead, followed immediately by chain lightning. Alternating between these two skills, he served the skeletons a lightning and ice combo. Crack, crack, crack. Tens of seconds later, the skeletons finally reached their limit, dissolving into white experience points that flowed into Mu Yuan's body. At the same time, an exquisite long blade dropped. Without bothering to appraise it, Mu Yuan tossed it directly into his backpack. He then proceeded toward the interior of the Lich's castle. Creak! The long-sealed gates of the Lich's castle were pushed open by Mu Yuan. He stepped inside. The ground floor of the castle appeared remarkably clean, resembling the home of a nobleman, yet a lingering stench of decay wafted from an unknown source. Damn undead, so utterly useless. My butler, quickly expel this disgusting human. A raspy, crazed voice echoed down from the upper floors of the castle. As you command, my master. Simultaneously, a dark figure emerged from a shadowy corner at the turn of the first floor. It was a pig-headed monster wearing a tuxedo and clutching a massive butcher's knife. Beiji? Mu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the creature. The monster's attire was simply too farcical. A pig wearing a suit? Damn brat, I shall kill you for my master. Seeing the disdain in Mu Yuan's eyes, the pig-headed monster instantly flew into a rage, charging at him with the long blade raised. Mu Yuan cast an appraisal, and the monster's attributes appeared before him. Favored pig-headed butler, common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level, 15. HP, 30,000 30,000. Mana, 10,000 10,000. Attack power, 5,000. Physical defense, 4,800. Magic defense, 5,500. Skills, Frenzied Slashes, Bloodlust, Devour, Dark Curse. Monster description: this is the most satisfying creation of the Lich Dadars after he went mad, and also his most favored butler. Beware of its skills, do not be deceived by its appearance. Holy crap, this Lich really has some unique taste. I'm impressed, truly impressed. As expected of a senior in the undead circles, he certainly knows how to live on the wild side. As the appraisal results sank in, Mu Yuan admitted he was flabbergasted. There was definitely some bromance going on between this pig and the Mad Lich. A wave of revulsion hit him. The pig-headed butler didn't care what Mu Yuan was thinking, it only knew that the person before it was looking at it as if it were a hideous monster, which made it feel extremely uncomfortable. And so, it charged forward with its blade raised and its eyes bloodshot. You dead pig head, you want to cut me? I'll turn you into a suckling pig first. Mu Yuan immediately cast a Frost Nova, intending to control it from a distance. The power of frost surged outward in all directions. The pig-headed butler looked somewhat clumsy, but it was actually quite agile. Seeing the frost ring sweeping toward it, it dodged and retreated to the edge of the hall. Damned intruder, to think you would turn the master's living room into this. Seeing the living room disfigured by the impact of the Frost Nova, the fury in the pig-headed butler's eyes burned even more fiercely. O great dark deity, your servant beseeches you. Send down your divine punishment and let the darkness devour the enemy before me. This time, the pig-headed butler directly began chanting an incantation. Its chanting speed was very fast, and instantly, a thick black mist submerged Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan did not panic. One must know that he was immune to dark element attacks, and if it were a curse involving negative status effects, he could simply ignore it thanks to his chaos talent. Sure enough, the black mist was useless against him. Instead, countless dark elements surged into his body like children finding their way home. Refreshing. After absorbing the spell, Mu Yuan felt his mind clear instantly. He then beckoned to the pig-headed butler, second senior brother, "Can I have some more?" The pig-headed butler stared blankly at Mu Yuan, who remained unaffected by its magic. "Don't just stand there dazed. Hurry up." Mu Yuan urged the pig-headed butler, looking as if he still hadn't had enough. Seeing Mu Yuan with such an expression, the pig-headed butler immediately looked at him as if he were a total freak. "Damned intruder, I will chop you into pieces." Seeing that its dark curse had no effect on Mu Yuan, it immediately let out a muffled, angry roar. Then, its skin turned bright red and its body began to swell. It was its bloodlust skill. The pig head had now completely lost its sanity, staring at Mu Yuan with nothing but bloodshot eyes. With a powerful stomp, the floor tiles of the Lich Castle were shattered by its violent strength. With a loud boom, it charged toward Mu Yuan like a tank. Seeing this, Mu Yuan felt a sudden sense of boredom. To be honest, he had wanted to play with this second senior brother for a bit longer. But seeing it activate its bloodlust state, he decided not to drag things out any further. Exerting a slight force with his body, he charged toward the frenzied pigman butler. In an instant, the two bodies, one massive and one small, clashed in an unequal collision. Mu Yuan reached out his right hand to make first contact. He felt a surge of immense force from the opponent, but the ice god's shield triggered immediately, perfectly absorbing both the impact and the damage. Furthermore, a terrifying power of extreme cold spread along the opponent's massive blade, instantly engulfing its entire body. A massive pig-shaped ice sculpture appeared in the hall. Mu Yuan looked at the statue before him with a satisfied smile. Then, fire elemental power surged as the mysterious and eerie flame spirit curse burrowed directly through the surface of the ice sculpture and into the pigman butler's body. Within moments, the pig-headed monster turned to ash. A white orb of experience appeared, and Mu Yuan's experience bar nudged upward slightly. Unfortunately, this pig was rather stingy and didn't drop anything for Mu Yuan. However, Mu Yuan was already used to this. He followed the stairs and headed toward the second floor of the Lich Castle. As Mu Yuan climbed the stairs, he was greeted by a long corridor lined with oil paintings. Oil lamps were lit along the corridor walls, burning some unknown fat that emitted a sickly green light and an occasional pungent odor. Many oil paintings hung on the walls. As Mu Yuan walked, he examined them and found them to be quite ancient, likely genuine antiques. So, he picked a few that he liked, took them down, and planned to bring them out to appreciate at his leisure. "Damned thief! How dare you steal the property of the great Lich Daedalus?" Just as he tucked the paintings into his backpack, an angry roar echoed from the upper levels of the castle. Mu Yuan's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. He then reasoned that as cultural artifacts, he simply wanted to take them back for appreciation. Who would have thought this Lich was so petty? Besides, we are both men of culture. Can the actions of a man of culture really be called stealing? Hee hee. While his mind wandered, an eerie giggle drifted from behind him. Mu Yuan turned and looked around but found nothing. Is it a ghost? He felt a start. Having cleared many dungeons since coming to this world, he had seen void realm monsters and undead skeletons, but he had never actually encountered a ghost. Hee hee. Hee hee, your mother. Die for me. Mu Yuan directly unleashed a chain lightning toward the largest oil painting on the wall behind him. As an elementalist, his perception was quite sharp. Just a moment ago, he had clearly felt a faint ripple of energy emanating from that painting, followed immediately by that creepy laughter. Sure enough, when Mu Yuan's lightning struck, the oil painting emitted a dark glow that completely neutralized the electrical power. Then, the eyes of the woman in the portrait shifted slightly, staring at Mu Yuan with a venomous, spiteful gaze. What are you looking at? Mu Yuan wasn't about to tolerate its attitude. He unleashed a barrage of 10 consecutive chain lightnings. Blinding white bolts of lightning illuminated the dim corridor, lighting it up completely and even causing the omnipresent, eerie aura within the castle to dissipate significantly. Ah! The woman in the portrait let out a piercing scream the moment she saw the flurry of lightning bolts surging toward her. The entire oil painting suddenly condensed into a transparent spirit body and attempted to flee into the distance. However, Mu Yuan's lightning bolts were simply too numerous. Within the cramped corridor, over a dozen chain lightnings raged wildly. The spirit had nowhere to hide. It lasted less than 2 minutes before being utterly annihilated. Damned thief! Not only did you steal my belongings, but you also destroyed my favorite painting. You shall die in endless torment. At that moment, a crazed voice echoed from afar once again. Mu Yuan replied disdainfully, "Shut up, you old piece of jerky. All you do is bark. Just wait for me." With that, he headed straight for the top floor of the castle. He encountered many more monsters along the way, but he eliminated them all with ease. At the end of the stairs, a large door carved with magical runes appeared before him. It was surrounded by several bookshelves, though unfortunately, they were completely empty. No other way forward. It seems that Mad Lich is inside. Mu Yuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. Suddenly, a pungent odor wafted over. He narrowed his eyes and saw a humanoid creature in the distance with disheveled hair and glowing green eyes staring at him. There wasn't a trace of flesh on its face. It seemed as though only a layer of skin remained tightly wrapped over the bone. Its eye sockets were deeply sunken, with a flicker of green undead flame burning within. It wore nothing but a tattered, greasy robe and held a skeletal staff in its hand. "Damn thief, loathsome intruder, you finally arrived. The great Lich Dadars shall grant you death." Mu Yuan stared at Dadars, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the Mad Lich to look like this, a skin and bones creature as disheveled and filthy as a beggar. "I say, for a Lich, you've really hit rock bottom, haven't you?" Mu Yuan teased with a smirk. "Damned little thief. You loathsome intruder." Seeing Mu Yuan mocking it, the Mad Lich didn't offer a rebuttal. It simply kept repeating those two phrases over and over. Mu Yuan shook his head. Honestly, why was he even bothering with a lunatic? He then cast appraisal on the Lich before him. Mad Lich Dadars Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 15. HP, 100,000 100,000. Mana, 130,000 130,000. Magic attack, 21,000. Physical defense, 18,000. Magic defense, 27,000. Skills, Undead Summoning, Dark Ritual, Bone Spear, Plague Mist, Bone Explosion, Life Drain, Lich's Howl, Lich's Shield. Monster description: Dadars was once the most promising genius Lich in the necrotic realm. However, one day, after discovering a world-shattering secret, he inexplicably went mad. Since then, he has come to this place and become a Mad Lich. Mu Yuan looked at the identified monster attributes and thought to himself that it was indeed very strong. It seemed he would have to resort to chip damage again. Furthermore, he was quite curious about the secret Dadars had heard, but Mu Yuan wasn't about to go out of his way to question a madman. Start the fight. Mu Yuan opened directly with several rounds of chain lightning, aimed straight at Mad Lich Dadar's face, wanting to see how much damage he could deal. Seeing Mu Yuan's spells attacking him, Dadars did not remain idle. With a wave of his hands, 8 bone skeletons were summoned from a magic circle, standing in front of him as shields. Then, after a few more flashes of light, several ugly stitched monsters appeared before him, abominations pieced together from the bodies of various creatures. Mu Yuan took a glance and found that both waves of summons were chieftain-level monsters, with health pools all exceeding 20,000. What a hassle! Soon, Mu Yuan's lightning spells struck the skeletons, blocking for Dadars. Unfortunately, they only dealt just over 100 damage. "Ha, you wretched thief, are you just scratching an itch for my little darlings?" Dadars laughed maniacally. Seeing that Mu Yuan ignored him, he felt a sudden surge of boredom and began chanting an incantation in the language of the undead. His chanting speed was very fast. As the skill finished, all light in the entire hall vanished, leaving the place in absolute darkness. It was his dark ritual skill. Mu Yuan felt countless dark elements flooding the space, eroding every living thing within it. To him, however, there was no discomfort. Instead, he felt these dark elements were quite intimate with him. This skill lasted for a considerable amount of time. It was only after about 5 minutes that the hall brightened again. Dadars looked at the unscathed Mu Yuan with an expression of pure disbelief. Then, an eerie soul ripple emanated from his body. Mu Yuan sensed this ripple as well and looked toward Dadars. He heard the Lich say solemnly, "Who exactly are you? How can you steal the power of the Dark God?" At this moment, Dadar's eyes were clear, without a trace of madness, only endless confusion. Then, the Lich pulled a scroll directly from a spatial ring and tore it apart instantly. A violent force of fire elements surged forth as 3 massive fireballs appeared, hurtling directly toward Mu Yuan. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded upon Mu Yuan's body. Watching Mu Yuan truly remain immune to its magic damage, it seemed to have obtained the answer it sought to verify. "How did you obtain this power? It's truly strange someone possessing such great power like you has not been tainted by the aura of that place. It seems you are not an entity from there. Interesting." Dadar's sudden transformation and subsequent behavior also surprised Mu Yuan. He immediately countered with a question, "Who exactly are you? You are definitely not Dadars." Mu Yuan suspected that another change had occurred within this dungeon and that the Lich before him had been swapped out. "I am indeed Dadars the Lich, but I am not Dadars the Mad Lich. If you wish to know the truth, come to the Bone Throne. I cannot stay in this world for too long, or else I will be discovered by that thing. Also, one final piece of advice, do not level up too quickly." Dadars looked at Mu Yuan with a mysterious, interested smile on its face. Then, its eyes turned crimson once more, staring frantically at Mu Yuan with no trace of sanity remaining. After listening to the Lich's words, Mu Yuan fell into deep thought. "The Bone Throne?" Mu Yuan silently repeated the name of the dungeon. It was important to note that this dungeon was extremely famous on Blue Star. It was one of the most terrifying original dungeons that had never been conquered since its arrival. As for the Lich before him who had turned mad once again, Mu Yuan no longer held back. He directly unleashed the Flame Spirit Curse, firing it toward the creature. 1, 2, 3. Mu Yuan's Flame Spirit Curse traveled extremely fast. 15 scorching flames, trailing long fiery tails, directly struck Dadars the Mad Lich. Subsequently, several thick fire element chains appeared on its body, beginning to continuously drain the Mad Lich's vitality. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. Substantial damage numbers kept popping up above Dadar's head, and the burning sensation originating from its soul caused it unbearable agony. Energy surged within its body as it attempted to use its Lich power to break free from the Flame Spirit Curse, but the eerie curse instead devoured its power, dealing even more damage. As time passed, Dadars finally let out an unwilling scream and collapsed directly to the ground. "Phew, finally took this guy down." Watching it fall, Mu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The glow of several pieces of equipment flashed instantly, and at the same time, a massive mass of white essence surged into Mu Yuan's body. Whoosh! A golden pillar of light soared into the sky. Mu Yuan had leveled up. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King Tier, Emperor Tier, Divine Tier, God Tier Boss. Mu Yuan looked at his experience bar, which had gained another half segment after leveling up, feeling extremely satisfied. Afterward, he picked up the items dropped by Daedalus, a longsword and a set of magic robes. There were also 2 skill books on the ground, both for magic-based classes, the Mage's Blink and the Summoner's Beast Spirit Summoning. "Oh, I didn't expect the skill book to drop for me." Mu Yuan picked up the Blink skill book from the ground, looking it over joyfully before immediately choosing to learn it. F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank. Skill cost, 1,000. Skill description, use elemental power to blink 10 meters in any direction. Skill cooldown, 10s. Not bad, very good indeed. And with my Lord of Elements talent, blink can be cast instantly. This significantly increases my mobility. Mu Yuan had coveted this skill for a long time. While Blink skill books were available at the auction house, every single one commanded an exorbitant price. As for beast spirit summoning, Mu Yuan placed it directly into his backpack, intending to sell it once he left, and then began appraising the magic robes. White light flashed from his hands as he slowly touched the robes. Instantly, they emitted a mysterious purple glow. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 15. Armor, 500. Magic resistance, 580. Mana plus 500. Magic attack plus 320. Casting speed plus 10%. Damage to undead creatures plus 10%. Bloodthirst trait, your skills will restore health equal to 10% of the damage dealt. What top tier robes? As expected of gear dropped by a level 15 Lord tier boss plus, this trait is practically broken. Though for me, it's a bit redundant. With the Ice God's Shield and Lord of Elements, losing health is almost impossible. However, since the other attributes were better than the Flame Spirit robes he was currently wearing, Mu Yuan decided to keep them for himself and swap them out once he reached level 15. He then placed the equipment directly into his backpack. Ding! Congratulations, you have cleared the undead graveyard calamity. Do you wish to exit? No. Instead of choosing to exit, Mu Yuan walked straight out of the castle toward the location of the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss was situated right behind Dadar's castle. Along the way, Mu Yuan did not encounter any more undead creatures. Soon, he reached the Dark Abyss. Looking at the bottomless chasm before him, Mu Yuan couldn't help but mentally complain about the method old Lu had suggested. Is it really okay to just jump down like this? He picked up a fist-sized rock from the ground and tossed it directly into the abyss. Unfortunately, he waited for a long time without hearing any echo from the stone. This is a bit deep. However, Mu Yuan wasn't too worried. With the Ice God Shield active, the shield would perfectly absorb the impact even if he fell from a height of 10,000 meters. Moreover, he could leave the dungeon through the portal at any time. Checking his watch, he saw it was already night. Mu Yuan planned to rest here for a day and wait for the blood moon to appear tomorrow before jumping down. He wanted to complete the promotion quest quickly and go back to relax. The recent high-intensity dungeon crawling had left him mentally exhausted. Furthermore, the Huan Chamber of Commerce auction was about to start, and he wasn't sure if he would make it back in time. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan let out a soft sigh. He then took out a large camping tent from his storage space. This tent had cost Mu Yuan quite a bit of money. But you get what you pay for. Not only was the interior space massive, but it also had an air purification feature. The merchant had even thrown in a simple warning magic circle set. It was a creation of the Array Mage class. Once activated, it would deploy a magical barrier to serve as an early warning system, truly an essential piece of equipment for travel. After setting up the warning array around the perimeter, Mu Yuan crawled into the tent. The space inside was vast. He then brought out a copper hot pot and various meats and vegetables he had purchased at the camp earlier. He placed some charcoal into the bottom of the pot. With a surge of fire element power in his right hand, a ball of flame appeared, which Mu Yuan tossed directly onto the charcoal. Not bad, not bad. Having mutton hot pot in a calamity tier dungeon, now that's interesting. He ate and drank, finally enjoying a delicious dinner, before pulling up a holographic projection from his watch to watch a movie. Now this is the life. With Gamer Fuel Coke in his left hand and popcorn in his right, Mu Yuan sighed contentedly while watching a Blue Star blockbuster on the projection. Time flies when you're relaxing. In the blink of an eye, it was the following evening. Mu Yuan looked up at the moon, quietly waiting for the blood moon to fill the sky. The blood moon filling the sky was a special phenomenon in the Undead Graveyard Dungeon that only occurred on Calamity difficulty, usually around 9 o'clock at night. As the time arrived, the previously pale, sickly moon suddenly shifted its color. Starting from the bottom, it slowly began to look as if it were being stained by fresh blood, spreading across half the surface, and finally the entire moon. By the time the moon reached the middle of the sky, it had turned completely into a blood moon. It emitted an eerie glow that made the already grim undead cemetery feel even more unsettling. Unexpectedly, the moment the blood moon turned fully red, a massive roar suddenly erupted from the dark abyss behind Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan hurriedly used his mental power to sense the area, but found nothing. Right after the sound rang out, the blood moon in the sky cast down a pillar of red light, shooting straight toward the bottom of the dark abyss. Without wasting a moment, Mu Yuan deployed his elemental shield and jumped directly down the cliff toward the spot illuminated by the pillar of blood-red light. Whoosh! 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 The wind buffeted his face as Mu Yuan's descent grew faster and faster. In this dark abyss, his eyes could barely see anything at a distance, and his mental power was also being restricted. He could only vaguely sense things in his immediate vicinity. After an unknown amount of time, a massive blood-colored vortex suddenly appeared below. Mu Yuan estimated that this must be the location of the portal, so he dove straight into the vortex. Ding! Congratulations, you have discovered the hidden dungeon, Realm of the Void. You have entered. It has been detected that you have accepted a relevant advancement quest. Please clear the Realm of the Void Doomsday. The notification from the skill enhancement system suddenly rang out in Mu Yuan's mind. Finally here. Mu Yuan entered the Realm of the Void directly through that blood-colored vortex, and the dungeon difficulty was automatically adjusted to Doomsday. Let's see what the difference is between a Doomsday level dungeon and a natural disaster level one. He was quite curious about this, as he had never heard of a Doomsday level dungeon since the gamification of Blue Star. Realm of the Void Doomsday. Level requirement, 199. Player limit, unlimited. Dungeon description? Clear conditions: kill Void Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, and Demon King Sol True Form. This? Mu Yuan fell into deep thought as he looked at the information regarding the Realm of the Void dungeon. This was the first time he had encountered such a dungeon, where even the description was filled with question marks. This is going to be quite a headache. It looks like this dungeon run won't be easy. Mu Yuan was somewhat mentally prepared for this, so without overthinking, he looked up to observe his surroundings. He had been teleported into a desert region. The sky was a gloomy grayish yellow, and beneath his feet lay soft yellow sand. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was barren without a single trace of vegetation. It appeared to be a land devoid of life. Since he didn't have a map, Mu Yuan picked a random direction and began exploring. Unfortunately, after walking for over an hour, he had yet to discover a single living creature. This dungeon is quite interesting. Are the monsters trying to play hide and seek with me? Mu Yuan looked up at the sun. The crimson sun was so piercing it was difficult to keep his eyes open. Ever since entering, he had kept his elemental shield active, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to withstand the desert climate. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just as Mu Yuan was pondering the hidden secrets of this dungeon, a sudden noise echoed from ahead. He immediately set off toward the source of the sound. At this point, he just wanted to see something living. Being alone in this desert was far too dull. When Mu Yuan reached the spot and took a closer look, he discovered that the source of the noise was a swarm of giant scorpions. They possessed hard, massive white shells that looked like metallic steel armor, reflecting a dazzling light under the sun. Most terrifyingly, the heads of these giant scorpions resembled human faces, though they were comprised of various contorted expressions of agony. The moment Mu Yuan spotted them, the swarm spotted him as well. Consequently, the scorpions let out sharp, synchronized shrieks and began charging toward him. Following his usual routine, Mu Yuan opened with appraisal. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 12. HP, 96,000 96,000. Mana, 60,000 60,000. Attack power, 17,000. Physical defense, 10,000. Magic defense, 10,000. Skills, Lethal Sting, Blood Toxin, Scorpion Sting Flurry, Steel Armor Shield, Devour. Monster description: these are some of the weakest little fellows in the Realm of the Void, but do not underestimate them. Being stung by their stingers is an extremely painful experience. Holy crap, are you kidding me? Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Is heaven trying to play me to death? Looking at the attributes of these human-faced steel-armored giant scorpions, Mu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he had seen plenty of common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, and demon king tier monsters by now, otherwise, he might have actually fainted from the shock. Is this what a doomsday level dungeon looks like? Fortunately, these mobs aren't very high level. He breathed a sigh of relief at this. It seemed the dungeon's level was scaling according to his own. The giant scorpions charged at high speed, closing the distance to Mu Yuan like a gale. He raised the pillar of frost in his hand, fire elements surging around him as he swung the staff forward. Countless flames shot toward the human-faced giant scorpions. It was the flame spirit curse. Because he went all out and released so many at once, they actually formed a massive sea of cursed fire. In truth, he knew that against mobs of this tier, common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic skills would have difficulty breaking through their defense, and using forbidden spells would be best. However, Mu Yuan still wanted to rely on his conventional power to clear the dungeon first, as this doomsday dungeon was simply too abnormal. He decided to save his forbidden spell charges for today, waiting to use them when he encountered more powerful enemies later on. The flame spirit curse submerged the charging scorpion swarm like a sea of fire. As soon as the giant scorpions were hit by the spell, their charging speed slowed down slightly. Next, Mu Yuan cast Blink 3 times in rapid succession, flashing directly into the center of the scorpion swarm. A burst of ice magic erupted as a deep blue ring of frost blasted outward with him as the center. With the casting of the ring of frost, all the giant scorpions were frozen in place, though for monsters of the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, and demon king tiers, the control duration was somewhat short. Taking advantage of them being frozen in place by the ring of frost, more flame spirit curses poured into the scorpion swarm. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. Dense clusters of damage numbers popped up in front of Mu Yuan. Just like that, by alternating between Ring of Frost and Flame Spirit Curse, he easily wiped out this group of common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, and demon king tier monsters. Strangely, however, Mu Yuan did not receive any experience after killing so many mobs. Upon death, these mobs simply turned into pieces of purple crystals. Mu Yuan picked one up and examined it with appraisal. Experience Amethyst Special. Item Type, Consumable. Effect, grants 1% of the experience required for the current level upon use. Holy crap, I'm really about to take off now. The frustration of not gaining experience moments ago vanished without a trace. This item was far too important. It was common knowledge that leveling up became increasingly difficult in the later stages, yet this experience amethyst could increase experience by a percentage of the current level. I should save these for now and use them once I reach a higher level. Mu Yuan quickly gathered all the experience amethysts dropped on the ground, counting exactly 32 pieces in total. Not bad at all. After eliminating the group of monsters, he continued forward. Before long, he saw the faint silhouette of a massive city in the distance. Along the way, Mu Yuan scouted very carefully. He hoped to encounter more mobs to see if he could farm more experience amethysts. Soon, Mu Yuan arrived before the colossal city and realized it was truly gargantuan. The city gate alone was hundreds of meters high. Mu Yuan estimated that standing beneath it, he would be no larger than an ant. At the edge of the city, there were many giant footprints, each 3 to 5 meters long. Seeing this, Mu Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement, wondering if this was a city of giants. Regarding giants, he had read relevant introductions in library books before. They were a particularly common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic race within the Void Realm. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier, beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier, professional. Might as well go in and take a look. Mu Yuan decided to explore the city. Perhaps he could find some clues regarding that void common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. No sooner said than done, he began blinking repeatedly toward the front gate. Using this skill for travel was incredibly convenient. If other mages knew his blink could be used this way, they would be driven mad with envy. The mere fact that it was an instant cast increased the skill's value infinitely. He moved fast, like a streak of golden light, and arrived beneath the city gate in no time. The tunnel of the city gate was pitch black, resembling the yawning maw of an abyss ready to swallow everything. In front of the gate were several massive pits filled with a black liquid that emitted an inexplicable, foul stench. Curious, Mu Yuan appraised the black substance directly, and its attributes quickly appeared before him. Silt of Sinful Souls Special. Item description: this is a special organism composed of the filthiest evil thoughts from the depths of countless living souls. You had best stay far away from them. Mu Yuan looked at these things and fell into deep thought. It seemed this city held many secrets, otherwise, such things would never have appeared. Regarding the miasmic soul silt appearing at the city gate, Mu Yuan did not take the initiative to touch it. He generally chose to keep a respectful distance from things that looked troublesome at first glance. Consequently, Mu Yuan quickly used Blink to bypass the massive craters and entered the city directly. It was unknown how many years the interior of this city had been derelict, as giant skeletons lay everywhere. The skeletons were covered in marks eroded by wind and frost. Some had even decayed to the point of emitting creaking sounds whenever the wind blew. Why are there so many biological skeletons in this place? Strangely, none of these skeletons had heads. Mu Yuan directly used appraisal to identify them. Amethyst Giant remains special. Item description: these are the remains of the Amethyst Giant clan that once lived in this city. It is unknown how many years have passed since that disaster, and their bones are on the verge of total decay. Mu Yuan looked at the appraisal results with a hint of surprise in his heart. He found it difficult to imagine what exactly had happened to cause these powerful giants to perish here. As he ventured deeper into the city, the skeletons he encountered became larger, and some even emitted a translucent glow, appearing like jade. Mu Yuan knew that these were remains left only by creatures whose strength had reached a certain formidable level. While he was observing the surrounding skeletons, a massive tolling of a bell suddenly echoed from the distance. Clang! 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 The eerie tolling of the bell resonated through this desolate city. Mu Yuan felt the light before his eyes dim, and as he looked up at the sky, he was shocked to find that it had turned pitch black. You've got to be kidding me. Although time in the Void Realm dungeon is inconsistent with the outside world, it shouldn't be moving this fast. When he entered, although it was night outside, it was morning inside the dungeon. He had only been exploring for a few hours. Why was it already dark? He truly couldn't wrap his head around it, but his greatest fear was that this would trigger some unforeseen changes. Sure enough, as the bell continued to toll, the sound of weeping began to echo incessantly throughout the entire giant city. At first, the sound was suppressed, like a single person crying in secret, but it gradually grew louder and more numerous. Mu Yuan frowned, thinking to himself that this city was truly bizarre. Currently standing on a main street, he felt as though this sorrowful weeping was coming from all directions. The mixture of the tolling bell and the sobbing made Mu Yuan feel somewhat agitated. After about a few minutes, the weeping began to gradually subside until it finally disappeared completely, and the sound of the bell grew fainter as well. He felt the scene before his eyes shift, and the entire city changed. The city was no longer a deathly silent city of the undead, but a prosperous city of giants. Mu Yuan watched as various giants walked to and fro on the street, each emanating terrifying fluctuations of energy. These giants each had a purple crystal on their forehead that looked quite luxurious. Strangely, however, none of them noticed Mu Yuan, as if they were not in the same space-time. Suddenly, the scene shifted again. This time, it was a massive altar. Countless giants sat cross-legged around it, listening to a giant on the altar, clearly their leader, giving a speech. It was a language Mu Yuan could not understand, but he could tell from their expressions that they were very excited. Finally, they all stood up and waved their hands to pay tribute to the leader giant. As all the giants departed, only the leader remained on the altar. Gray smoke began to billow from its body, and it transformed into a demon with spiral horns on its head. This demon looked somewhat similar to the Gorfiend Mu Yuan had seen before. The only difference was the skin. The Gorfiend was red, while this one was black. At this point, all the images vanished, and Giant City returned to its state of tranquility. Recalling the final gathering place of the giants he had seen in the visions, Mu Yuan decided to head there to explore. Because he had seen the routes the giants took in those images, Mu Yuan identified the direction and set off toward that location. He continued to travel using blink repeatedly and soon arrived at the base of the altar. It was an altar several hundred meters high, constructed from massive cyan bricks. Every brick was carved with profound magical runes. Mu Yuan could recognize a few of them, most of which were related to fortification and durability. However, he did not recognize the majority of the runes. Countless giant skeletons were piled around the altar. It seemed the higher one went, the denser the skeletons became. Judging by the positioning of the bones, Mu Yuan discovered that these giants had died while rushing toward the top of the altar. They were huddled and jostling against one another, as if some terrifying entity were chasing them from behind. The skeletons were stacked together, making the place look like a hell of white bones, which was quite chilling. Mu Yuan went directly to the top of the altar, wanting to see what was different at the summit. He saw a massive square at the top. Numerous intricate and complex lines were etched into the ground of the square, and these lines were connected to the runes on the cyan bricks below. Mu Yuan sensed them slightly with his spiritual power and found a certain magical resonance between the two. Finally, another living being has stepped into this territory. While Mu Yuan was still carefully identifying the magic circle drawn on the ground, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind him. He turned his head and saw that it was actually the soul of a giant. He did not feel afraid of the sudden appearance of the giant's soul. After all, having cleared so many dungeons, he had seen all kinds of demons and monsters. Thus, Mu Yuan gave a slight smile and asked, "Greetings, senior of the giant race. I arrived in this city by accident. May I ask where this is?" Hearing Mu Yuan's inquiry, a sorrowful expression appeared on the giant's soul's face. Its eyes were full of the vicissitudes of time as it looked at the surroundings and said slowly, "This is the ancestral land of the Amethyst clan." The Amethyst clan was once a peace-loving giant race in the great universe world. Unfortunately, 3,000 years ago, a disaster struck, and the entire clan was slaughtered here. Listening to the answer provided by the giant soul, Mu Yuan showed a thoughtful expression and then asked, "Then, senior, are you a member of the Amethyst giant clan?" "No, I am merely an observer left behind in this place." "An observer?" Mu Yuan heard yet another new title from the mouth of the giant soul before him. So, what exactly happened to the Amethyst clan back then? Mu Yuan was truly curious as to what could cause such a powerful race to vanish into extinction in such a short period of time. The reason? Nothing more than the pathetic fate of the weak. Perhaps it was greed, or perhaps it was a calculated scheme. A complex expression appeared on the giant's soul's face. "Human brat, the truth is still too far out of reach for you. Could you do me a favor? If you can accomplish it, I will promise to do one thing within my power for you in return." Looking at Mu Yuan, the giant soul suddenly proposed a deal. "Senior, my strength is meager. I cannot manage anything too difficult." Mu Yuan did not agree immediately. Instead, he first informed the other party of his limitations, the subtext being, "You'll have to pay more." The giant soul chuckled upon hearing this. "What a cunning human brat. I know why you've come here. If you can do this for me, the original terms remain unchanged, and in addition, I can tell you the locations of the Void Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, and Demon King." Hearing this, Mu Yuan felt as if a path had opened up before him. His eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "It's a deal. May I ask, senior observer, what is it that you need me to do?" Mu Yuan agreed instantly after hearing the observer's conditions, because the location information of the Void Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, and Demon King was far too important to him. The main reason was that the scale of the Void Kingdom dungeon was larger than Mu Yuan had expected. It was like a real world, appearing boundless. Seeing Mu Yuan agree to the request so readily, the observer smiled pleasantly and said, you only need to head to the 4 cardinal directions of this city: north, south, east, and west, and destroy the 4 magic circles located there. Destroy magic circles? Mu Yuan was slightly stunned. He really hadn't expected the observer to assign such a task. Yes, as long as you can complete this for me. I will fulfill the conditions I promised and give you the information on the Void Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, and Demon King directly. The observer nodded and spoke solemnly to Mu Yuan. Alright, wait for my return. He wasted no more time and blinked toward the coordinates provided by the observer. Along the way, Mu Yuan pondered whether the words of this suddenly appearing observer were true or false. Whatever, I'll do as it says for now. If that old geezer dares to break the agreement, I'll send him straight to the afterlife. With that thought, Mu Yuan stopped hesitating and headed directly toward the Eastern Magic Circle. This city truly lived up to its reputation as a city of giants. Even with the continuous use of Blink to speed up his travel, it took him a long time to reach the location mentioned by the observer. Mu Yuan was slightly surprised as he looked at the massive magic circle before him. He had imagined the array would be inscribed with runes or sigils, but he hadn't expected the circle in front of him to be constructed entirely out of purple crystals. Before him, countless purple crystals were laid out on the ground following profound and mysterious patterns, outlining the prototype of the magic circle. It was hard to imagine that after so many years, the energy within these crystals had not dissipated and was still emitting terrifying waves of power. Mu Yuan cast appraisal directly on the magic circle ahead, and a screen of information appeared before his eyes. Soul Crucible Array Taboo. Item description: this is an array that only those of the common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic races could deploy. It acts upon the souls of living beings, allowing countless souls to fuse and give birth to a new existence. Hiss! Mu Yuan gasped. He hadn't expected to encounter such an eerie thing. Since the gamification of Blue Star, taboo items were not ranked within the conventional tiers because they were simply too rare. This is truly a dilemma. From the appraisal information of this magic circle, Mu Yuan saw the deep-seated trouble hidden within. Setting aside the taboo item itself, the very beings capable of setting up such an array were a major problem for the current Mu Yuan. No choice then. Who told you to stand in my way? If we were unrelated, I might have given you some face, but unfortunately, this time I have no choice. As this thought flashed through Mu Yuan's mind, he made his decision. Energy surged throughout his body, and countless bolts of lightning appeared above the magic circle. It was chain lightning cast at full power. Silver snakes of lightning streaked across the sky, slamming violently toward the Soul Crucible array on the ground. Just as Mu Yuan's spell was about to strike the crystals forming the array, a strange gray mist suddenly appeared above the magic circle, instantly swallowing the lightning. The gray mist then transformed into a giant face, roaring at Mu Yuan, "Lowly bug, how dare you damage the array left behind by the master?" At the very moment this giant face appeared, the giant's soul upon the altar seemed to sense something and looked toward this direction, letting out a slow sigh. It has finally begun. Back on this side, the moment the giant face appeared, Mu Yuan used appraisal on it. Servant of Chaos, Array Guardian Avatar. Level, 12. Health, 1,000,000 1,000,000. Mana, 200,000 Attack power, 200,000. Physical defense, 180,000. Magic defense, 210,000. Skill, Power of Chaos. Monster description: a bizarre creation of that race. Its mission is to guard the Soul Forge formation. Countless years have passed, and innumerable intruders have been buried here. Phew! Mu Yuan exhaled deeply, thinking to himself that this thing was far too abnormal, a level 12 monster actually having 1,000,000 HP. If it were anyone else, they would truly be helpless against it. With an attack power of 200,000, no tank at Mu Yuan's level could withstand even a single strike. Pulling the boss. Mu Yuan immediately unleashed Flame Spirit Curse, sending a sea of cursed fire surging toward the giant face of gray mist. Humble bug, how dare you attempt to resist the power of a god? After speaking, it transformed into a streak of gray mist and charged toward Mu Yuan. Facing Mu Yuan's sea of cursed fire, the monster didn't even bother to dodge, swallowing the flames in a single gulp. Holy crap! Watching the scene unfold, Mu Yuan felt things getting a bit tricky. This thing was far more perverse than he had imagined. Having devoured the sea of fire, the giant face of grey mist revealed a satisfied smile and said to Mu Yuan, "Not bad, not bad. Very pure fire elemental power. Give me some more, and I might leave your corpse intact." Mu Yuan's face darkened as he thought, "Is this monster treating me like a chef? Since you want to eat, I'll serve you a feast." He was always a decisive person. Once a decision was made, he would act immediately. He raised the frost pillar in his hand toward the grinning monster. He coldly spat out 4 words, "Forbidden spell, scorched plains." Seeing Mu Yuan raise his staff again, the giant face of grey mist immediately showed an expression that suggested it thought he was being sensible. But when it heard Mu Yuan utter the words "forbidden spell, scorched plains," it was momentarily stunned. Mu Yuan's forbidden spell activated rapidly. Under the empowerment of the Lord of Elements talent, it was cast instantly, and its power was doubled. In an instant, the sky above Giant City changed. The originally grey and hazy sky was filled with clusters of golden fire clouds, followed by a torrential rain of golden fireballs falling from the heavens. These fireballs continuously merged, forming a golden river of flames that surged toward every corner of Giant City. Under Mu Yuan's control, the range of this forbidden spell was restricted to Giant City, with the only area spared being the altar in the center of the city. Upon seeing this terrifying spell, the grey mist on the face of the servant of chaos trembled as it asked in despair, "Who on earth are you?" "Impossible. Those beings are already dead. How can such powers still exist in this world? Furthermore, you don't carry the aura of that place. Just what kind of monster are you?" The servant of chaos seemed to be suffering an emotional breakdown, as if it were witnessing the most terrifying sight in existence. Hearing its words, Mu Yuan thought to himself, "That place, what exactly is it referring to? The Mad Lich mentioned before that I didn't have the aura of that place either. And now, this so-called servant of chaos has brought it up again." The questions in Mu Yuan's mind were piling up, but now was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to eliminate this monster and complete the task at hand first. With that thought, he directly controlled the river of golden flames, sending it coiling toward the servant of chaos. Seeing the river of golden flames sweeping directly toward it, the servant of chaos shrieked in terror. "Brat! No matter who you are, my master will never let you get away with this." While threatening Mu Yuan, it mobilized even more grey mist, desperately trying to form a barrier to block the flaming river. Unfortunately, in the face of a forbidden spell, its power was far too insignificant. The reason a forbidden spell is ranked among beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier skills is that spells of this magnitude have already touched upon the supreme power of the laws of fire. The servant of chaos could easily devour Mu Yuan's previous flame spirit curse, but it could not devour this river of flames. Just as he expected, the grey barrier released by the servant of chaos held for only a fleeting moment before being completely incinerated by the flaming river. "O great master, please grant me the strength of the magic circle." Seeing that its own power alone could not stop Mu Yuan's forbidden spell, the servant of chaos cried out and began to siphon energy from the soul crucible magic circle behind it. Streaks of purple light flashed within the circle, and those purple crystals began to pour surges of power into the body of the servant of chaos. As this energy surged in, its hazy grey body became significantly more corporeal. Then, taking a deep breath, it spat a cloud of grey mist toward the river of flames. In an instant, the mist transformed into a profound and mysterious symbol in the void, which immediately formed a constantly rotating vortex upon its appearance. The river of flames created by Mu Yuan's forbidden spell, Scorched Plains, was directly swallowed by that grey vortex. Although it had temporarily halted the offensive of the flaming river, the servant of chaos was clearly struggling. Its body, which had just become corporeal, instantly turned thin and translucent after casting that spell. Seeing this, Mu Yuan gave a cold laugh. "I wonder how many more times you can block it." He waved both hands, and an even more terrifying surge of energy fluctuated from the sky. The golden clouds of fire instantly transformed into massive fire cloud vortices. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King Tier, Emperor Tier, Divine Tier, God Tier. Fire elements from the void elemental plane continuously poured out from them, injecting directly into the river of flames before Mu Yuan. In an instant, the golden river of flame seemed to be infused with life, boiling over completely as its power surged several times over. Seeing this, the servant of chaos wore an expression of despair. Gritting its teeth, a look of crazed ferocity flashed in its eyes. It threw its head back and let out a long howl. The soul furnace magic circle behind it suddenly erupted with energy, causing countless amethysts to shatter. As the crystals burst, transparent souls of amethyst giants appeared one after another above the circle. These souls cast a longing glance at the ruins of Giant City before being completely devoured by the magic circle. Having consumed all the amethyst giant souls, the magic circle emitted a terrifying wave of energy. Finally, all that power transformed into a massive, chaos-colored pillar of light that enveloped the monster. Infused with this surge of energy, the gray vortex instantly expanded, beginning to relentlessly devour the golden eternal flames. Watching this unfold, Mu Yuan felt a sense of melancholy. He had previously thought the purple crystals laid upon the magic circle looked remarkably like the amethysts on the foreheads of the amethyst giant race. He hadn't expected it to actually be true. He couldn't help but feel a growing wariness toward the entity behind this servant of chaos. This mysterious being had not only wiped out an entire race but was even using their souls as batteries. What a truly vicious heart! However, Mu Yuan felt that the servant of chaos's final struggle was futile. Although it had absorbed the power of the entire soul array, there was still a fundamental gap between that and the forbidden curse of power accessible only to the gods. Sure enough, as the gray vortex continued to devour the eternal flames, the golden river of fire did not run dry. Instead, it grew even more robust. The entirety of Giant City was enveloped in dense fire elements, which continuously merged into the river of flames. Finally, with a loud bang, the void gray portal summoned by the servant of chaos shattered, and countless golden flames surged forth toward the giant face. No! My master will avenge me! It managed only this one desperate cry before being completely submerged by the golden river of fire. A terrifying damage figure floated up from its body. 999999999. After the servant of chaos was instantly killed by the forbidden curse, a gray crystal dropped to the ground with a clink. Mu Yuan picked up the fallen gray crystal and immediately used his identification skill. Chaos Crystal Special. Item description: this is a crystalline core condensed from the full power of a servant of chaos. Feeding it to your pet will allow your pet to randomly acquire a new skill. What a great find! Mu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately tucked the item into his backpack. After all, this servant of chaos could be considered the strongest enemy he had encountered at this stage. Though it had relied on the power of the soul array, it had indeed managed to withstand his forbidden curse for a brief moment. It's finally over. Looking at Giant City, now covered in golden flames, he let out a long sigh of relief. As for the soul arrays in other locations, he no longer needed to make a special trip to deal with them. Faced with the forbidden spell that blanketed the entire city, those magic circles much like the one before them shattered instantly once their power had been completely drained. As Mu Yuan dispelled the forbidden spell, scorched plains, the golden flames gradually faded away from the space. It's time to head back and see the observer. Mu Yuan was incredibly eager for information regarding the location of the Void Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. As long as he killed this monster, he would be able to clear the dungeon before him. Moving swiftly, Mu Yuan soon returned to the Cyan altar in the center of the city. Since he had controlled the power of the forbidden spell earlier, this area remained untouched by the devastation. Upon his arrival, the observer immediately appeared before him and bowed deeply. Its face was filled with awe as it spoke gratefully, "O powerhouse of the human race, thank you for fulfilling my wish. I was blind before. As a reward for your service, you may ask me any question you wish. Furthermore, this is my token. Should you crush it, I will perform one task for you that is within my power." It was evident that it had been intimidated by the forbidden spell Mu Yuan had unleashed. Hearing it speak so politely, a strange expression flickered across Mu Yuan's face. However, he did not object. Since things had turned out this way, he could try to ask about some of the hidden secrets of this world. Mu Yuan accepted the token and spoke slowly. First, tell me about the Void Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Information regarding the Void Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King was what he wanted to know most right now. The observer did not find Mu Yuan's question strange. It thought for a moment and said, the Void Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King is the most powerful creature in the realm of the Void. It slumbers on the highest floor of the starry sky tower, not far from the giant city. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. The old world? Mu Yuan looked at the observer with some confusion. Noticing Mu Yuan's expression, the observer explained, yes, the common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic old world is a lost world from the past. One might call it the world of yesterday. Within these common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic old worlds, some terrifying beings lie dormant. Mu Yuan listened patiently to the observer's explanation and suddenly found himself quite interested in this void common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Then, what is the strength level of this void common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king? After all, one must know both oneself and the enemy to be victorious in every battle. Mu Yuan placed great importance on intelligence regarding his foes. For you, dealing with him is still quite easy. If calculated by the power levels of the human world, it should be at the beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, or god tier level. Mu Yuan was secretly tongue-tied after hearing this, complaining in his heart, has Gaia gone mad? Asking someone like me, who is only around level 10, to deal with a monster at the beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, or god tier level. Converted to blue star levels, that's over level 80. If this were any normal person, they would feel nothing but despair facing this dungeon. Now, tell me about the enemies of the amethyst giant race. Mu Yuan cast aside his thoughts of the void common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, and demon king ranks, and instead asked about the mastermind behind the destruction of the amethyst giants. The enemies of the amethyst giant race? The observer looked at Mu Yuan with a look of confusion. Seeing this expression, Mu Yuan spoke up directly, the murderers who destroyed this giant race. As soon as the observer heard Mu Yuan mention this, his face turned pale. He then gave a bitter smile and said, to them, can the amethyst giants even be considered enemies? As for information regarding that race, it is not convenient for me to tell you more. I hope you understand. If you ever encounter members of that race, remember to run as far away as you possibly can. After hearing the observer's words, Mu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked with great apprehension, are they gods? One must realize that the observer had seen him cast a forbidden curse, which meant it knew he possessed power that only gods could touch. Even so, it still told him to stay far away if he encountered that race, which was truly baffling. The observer smiled bitterly, I cannot tell you the origins of that race, I cannot even mention their name, otherwise, a great horror will descend. I will only mention one characteristic of their race. When you feel that you are facing the purest power of destruction in the world, that is when you have encountered them. But rest assured, this world has long been abandoned by them. That array guardian is merely a discarded pawn. They won't notice you just because you killed the guardian. This is also why I have the confidence to let you destroy the array. Otherwise, I would also run as far as possible from that race. You must know that even the slightest involvement in their karma will result in annihilation. Mu Yuan listened quietly as the observer continuously spoke about that mysterious race, and the wariness in his heart grew deeper and deeper. Fortunately, he wouldn't have to deal with them for the time being. In the future, he would just need to be careful if he encountered them. Furthermore, he was constantly improving. Especially after completing this advancement quest, his strength would see a rapid surge. If they met in the future, it was not yet certain who would emerge victorious. A world like this is truly exciting. Regarding that mysterious race, Mu Yuan was now filled with curiosity. Just what kind of existence could make people too afraid to even mention their name? Then tell me the general location of the Starry Sky Tower. After Mu Yuan figured this out, he felt his state of mind improve significantly, and his entire body brimmed with a renewed thirst for power. Very well, senior. You just need to head out from the south gate of Giant City and keep walking south. After about a day's journey, you will see that giant tower. The Void Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King is right at the top of that tower. The observer gave the coordinates of the Starry Sky Tower to Mu Yuan. Having heard enough, Mu Yuan wasted no more time. He exited through the south gate and headed in the direction indicated. And so, stopping and starting along the way, it took him a full day and a half to reach the region described by the observer. Just ahead, a massive tower loomed over the barren land. The structure was built from an unknown blue material, its surface adorned with various star patterns. The tower was incredibly tall. When Mu Yuan looked up, he couldn't see the end of it. The topmost section vanished into the clouds, making for a truly spectacular sight. Subconsciously, the words Tower of Babel flashed through Mu Yuan's mind. It really did look like it. He flickered forward to the base of the tower. After observing it for a moment, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Contrary to what he had imagined, there were no stairs, only a small vortex. Is it a spatial portal? Mu Yuan felt the power of space emanating from the vortex. Without hesitation, he stepped right in. He felt the familiar sensation of spatial displacement, much like using a standard teleportation array. Suddenly, streaks of starlight flashed before his eyes, and he was transported into a grand hall. The ceiling of this hall was hollowed out, allowing the starlight from outside to pour in through small apertures. The pervasive starlight lent the hall an air of mystery. Intruder, you shall face the judgment of the void. Shortly after Mu Yuan entered, a massive beam of starlight crashed down not far in front of him, and the space there began to ripple like water. A void vortex slowly manifested, and a muffled voice echoed from within. Then, a gargantuan creature stepped out. Its entire body was composed of transparent crystals that shimmered with an eerie brilliance. A massive amethyst was embedded in its head, though it was not the amethyst giant race Mu Yuan had seen in the images before. Ignoring its words, Mu Yuan immediately cast an appraisal on it. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level? HP? Mana? Seeing the feedback from his appraisal, Mu Yuan wasn't surprised. After all, he had already learned about the strength of this Void Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King from the observer. He just wanted to confirm it for himself. Furthermore, the monster's rank was displayed as its true form. Could this be an existence even higher than the Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King rank? Questions arose in Mu Yuan's mind, but now was not the time for contemplation. The monster had already sensed Mu Yuan's probe. His expression instantly darkened further as he roared, "Lowly intruder, you have stepped into a forbidden land of the living. Let the power of the void purify you." With that, he extended a massive arm and slammed it onto the ground. A surge of terrifying energy erupted, and instantly, rows of jagged stone pillars sprouted from the earth, rapidly hurtling toward Mu Yuan's position. Facing a beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier monster, Mu Yuan dared not be careless and prepared to open with a forbidden spell. The stone pillars moved with incredible speed. He felt a massive surge of energy beneath his feet, and in an instant, the ice goddess shield was triggered, blocking all the incoming stone pillars and freezing them solid. Experience the power of a god. With his right hand gripping his staff, Mu Yuan activated the forbidden spell, Scorched Plains. Simultaneously, a force of extreme cold from the void locked onto the Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King of the Void. It is worth noting that Mu Yuan's Ice Goddess shield is also a beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier skill, and its freezing effect is conceptual. He can choose whether to freeze anyone who attacks him. Soul, the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king of the void, saw his skill easily blocked. More terrifyingly, the seemingly weak creature before him suddenly erupted with an aura that made his very heart tremble. It was the aura of death. He found it hard to imagine that such supreme power could still exist in this world. That's right, it is the power of a deity. At this thought, the expression of the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king of the void changed drastically, and he immediately fled toward the portal he had arrived through. But unfortunately, a surge of extreme cold instantly flooded his body. Soul felt all the power within him frozen by that chill. This was the power belonging to an elemental god. As a mere beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier, he had no way to resist and could only watch helplessly as his body was frozen bit by bit. Void Lord Thor was a powerful divine tier monster, but in the face of this supreme power belonging to the gods, he had no means of resistance and was instantly frozen solid. To his utter despair, a scorching power of fire elemental laws appeared before him, followed immediately by a golden river of flames sweeping toward him. It's over. Only a single thought flashed through his mind before he was completely submerged by the river of flames, as a terrifying damage value instantly rose above him. 9999, 999, 9999. Although the Void Lord was a monster over level 80, it clearly could not withstand the damage of this fire-forbidden spell. Truly terrifying. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Watching the Void Lord being easily slain by the forbidden spell, Mu Yuan felt a growing sense of awe for the divine might of the gods. In retrospect, the fact that he could kill the Void Lord so easily still involved a slight element of chance. If it hadn't attacked him with stone pillars right from the start, it wouldn't have triggered the defensive ice god's shield. It was this small detail that caused it to be immediately frozen into an ice sculpture, forced to take the forbidden spell, scorched plains head-on. Were it not for this, given the formidable strength and techniques of a divine tier monster, while it still wouldn't have escaped the fate of falling, it certainly wouldn't have been killed so easily. Ding! Congratulations on killing Void Lord Thor true form. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the key of the void. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the realm of the void doomsday. It's finally over. It's time to leave this dungeon. Mu Yuan felt somewhat mentally exhausted. He needed to go back, turn in the quest, and take a good rest for a while. I'm just an ordinary high school graduate. Having to face divine tier monsters and guard against terrifying entities, this is just too exhausting. Right, there's also this thing. Mu Yuan looked at the simple, ancient key floating before him with a look of curiosity. This was the only item dropped by the Void Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King, and he immediately chose to appraise it. Common, Uncommon, Elite, Rare, Legendary, Mythic, Epic. Item description: this is an important item guarded by the Void Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. It can be used to open the deeper dimensions of the Void Realm, where the secrets of the old gods within the Common, Uncommon, Elite, Rare, Legendary, Mythic, Epic are hidden. Once appraised, the key instantly emitted a mesmerizing 7-colored glow. This was the first time Mu Yuan had ever seen an item of the Common, Uncommon, Elite, Rare, Legendary, Mythic, Epic grade. However, the secrets hidden within this thing are still too far out of reach for me. Asking a high schooler to explore the secrets of the gods, you really want me dead sooner rather than later, don't you? Mu Yuan looked at the key before him somewhat speechlessly and placed it directly into his backpack. He would wait until he was much stronger before exploring it. Still, thinking about the secrets of the gods was indeed quite tempting. At this moment, Mu Yuan's thrill-seeking soul was stirring again. Exit. Looking at the starry tower submerged in flames, he chose to exit the dungeon. In truth, Mu Yuan was quite satisfied with this dungeon run, even though he hadn't directly obtained equipment or experience. But he had gained the Observer's Token and the Void Key, a Common, Uncommon, Elite, Rare, Legendary, Mythic, Epic grade item, not to mention the Experience Amethysts. These things would be very useful for his future development. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan suddenly felt that this dungeon trip was indeed worth it. When he emerged again, he found himself standing on a dilapidated stone platform, surrounded by various black mists. He guessed he was still beneath the dark abyss, though the blood-colored vortex above had long since disappeared. It's time to go back. Mu Yuan directly chose to exit the undead graveyard dungeon. With a swish, he was teleported back to where he had originally entered, right at the location of the undead graveyard dungeon meeting stone. By the time he came out, there were already many professionals here. Everywhere were people forming parties for the dungeon or hawking equipment. It seemed that after he killed the red owl, the people teleported here noticed the change and went back to notify the authorities. In any case, everything here was calm and peaceful now, as bustling as any other dungeon gathering area. Mu Yuan encountered many more professionals along the way. He did not linger, heading straight for the teleportation array to return to the novice camp. The moment he returned to the camp, Mu Yuan finally felt completely relaxed as he watched the professionals passing to and fro. Gazing at the various structures of merchant chambers, restaurants, and guilds in the distance, he couldn't help but sigh, this is what a normal human world should look like. He who is delighted in solitude is either a wild beast or a god. It seemed he still needed to work on his mindset. Mu Yuan returned directly from the camp's teleportation array to the Jiang City Adventurers Guild. He had to hand in his quest first. Adventurers Guild. As soon as Mu Yuan entered, he headed straight for the front desk. The staff member there seemed to still have some impression of him. After all, an elementalist, a class of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic quality, was quite rare in Jiang City. Mr. Mu, are you here to complete your advancement quest? The young lady at the front desk looked at the handsome youth before her, her eyes lighting up as she asked warmly. Yes, that's right. I'm here to complete the quest. Could you please process it for me? Mu Yuan replied to her with a smile. Certainly, Mr. Mu. Please fill out this form. Seeing that Mu Yuan was both powerful and polite, the young lady immediately handed him an advancement quest completion form. He filled it out very quickly and finished in no time. Afterward, he received a red token. With this token, he could use the class change stone pillar once again. Mu Yuan went to the hall where he had previously accepted the advancement quest. The staff member took his token and carefully verified his information. Once everything was confirmed, he smiled at him. Young man, you've come at the perfect time. No one is using the class change stone pillar right now. Mu Yuan nodded back with a smile to acknowledge the information and walked straight toward the class change stone pillar in the hall. Following the same routine as before, he placed both hands directly onto the class change stone pillar. Ding! Congratulations on completing your advancement quest. Energy infusion in progress. Mu Yuan felt a gentle yet powerful force continuously flowing from the class change stone pillar, surging into his body through his hands. In an instant, countless profound symbols representing magical elements appeared around Mu Yuan once again. The symbols appearing this time were far more numerous and emitted energy much stronger than during his initial class change. The staff members inside the hall and the professionals handling business outside were all drawn over by the phenomenon. Holy cow, what kind of professional advancement is this? This is too exaggerated. Looks like a caster class. Oh, it's a mage lord, then it's fine. The crowd of onlookers watched Mu Yuan as he advanced, all showing expressions of envy in unison. On the second floor of the Adventurers Guild, a white-haired old man was also watching Mu Yuan's advancement below. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School Class Change Common, Uncommon, Elite, Rare, Legendary, Mythic, Epic Professional. The old man exuded a powerful aura at every moment. He turned and asked the staff member at the front desk who had just received Mu Yuan. Yes, President. You instructed me earlier to report to you once Mu Yuan arrived to submit his promotion quest. Not bad at all. The old man looked at Mu Yuan, who was surrounded by the vision of promotion, and flashed a satisfied smile. Mu Yuan's leveling speed is simply too fast. To think he just completed his class change, and now he is already promoting to a beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier professional. A middle-aged man with a mustache standing beside the president spoke in confusion. Which powerhouse doesn't have their own secrets? Regarding the younger generation, we only need to nurture them. The stronger they are, the more hope there is for our blue star. No matter how fast he levels up, or what secret inheritance he has obtained, as long as he holds our human race in his heart and can contribute to Blue Star, we should not doubt or ostracize him. Do you understand? Upon hearing the question raised by the middle-aged man, the old man immediately replied with displeasure. We understand your meaning, President. Do the people below need to be dispersed? No need. A genius is meant to bathe in the sunlight. Besides, a mere promotion won't reveal much. Let them be. After saying this, the old man returned directly to his room. At this moment, Mu Yuan only felt the power within his body constantly awakening. Ding! You have received the blessing of Gaia. The class change stone pillar suddenly released a barrier, instantly enveloping Mu Yuan. What is going on? The crowd outside erupted in an uproar. The barrier that appeared before them completely cut off their senses. Could this be the reward for clearing the primal dungeon? Mu Yuan felt a secret surge of joy. His efforts had not been in vain. As this thought crossed his mind, a pillar of 7-colored light descended, showering over his body. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a super blessing. As the notification sounded, Mu Yuan felt an extremely unique aura burst forth directly from the class change stone pillar. It was icy and cool. The moment this aura appeared, his body transmitted a signal of intense longing, and then his body began to continuously devour this energy. Beneath the 7-colored pillar of light, the colors of countless profound elemental symbols became even deeper as they surged into his body. Boom! Mu Yuan's body emanated countless glows of magical light. I have become even stronger. After this thought flashed through his mind, he looked at his class panel. Name, Mu Yuan. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level, 12. Talent Lord of Elements beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier chaos. My class has actually changed into the Spirit of Radiance. This is a mythic template class among the common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic tiers. Could this be the super blessing bestowed by Gaia for clearing the primordial dungeon? Mu Yuan truly hadn't expected such a bountiful reward. One must know that for humans after the gamification of Blue Star, one's class is of utmost importance. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic professional. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic professional. This gap only widens as one progresses, and furthermore, the class template grants each person different class skills. At this thought, he hurriedly checked his skill bar and was shocked to find a new skill had appeared at the very bottom. F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description, as a caster capable of mastering all the magical lights in the world, your spells will ignore the enemy's magic resistance. That's absolutely broken. Mu Yuan couldn't help but be stunned as he looked at this skill. With its existence, it meant he would no longer deal chip damage. No matter how much magic resistance an enemy had, it had nothing to do with him. Every one of his skills would deal true damage. Combined with his Lord of Elements talent, it was truly frighteningly powerful. As Mu Yuan's class advancement concluded, the promotion blessing reached its end, and the iridescent light slowly faded away. Subsequently, the barrier enveloping the area around the class change stone pillar also gradually disappeared. Look, the barrier is gone. I wonder what happened during this class changer's promotion. The crowd outside began to buzz with discussion as they watched the barrier vanish. Alright, everyone disperse. Don't crowd together, you're interfering with other people's class change promotions. As Mu Yuan walked out, the staff from the Adventurers Guild also began to disperse the crowd. Seeing so many people gathered outside, Mu Yuan was initially a bit surprised, but he then walked out calmly. The surrounding professionals all tacitly made a path for him. Outside the Adventurers Guild, he hailed a taxi. Listening to the driver's idle chatter along the way, he headed straight toward his home. Greentown Residential District, Sister Lee's fast food restaurant. Mu Yuan sat in his usual spot, watching the landlady bustle about. "Brother Mu Yuan, my mom said you're a professional now. Have you seen any monsters yet?" Beside him, a little girl with a high ponytail was looking at him with a face full of curiosity. It was Sister Lee's daughter, Ling. Brother Mu Yuan hasn't just seen monsters, he's seen monsters that specifically like to eat chubby little girls like you. Upon hearing this, the little girl's face instantly turned pale with fright, yet her lively eyes still shimmered with sparks of curiosity. The surrounding diners burst into laughter when they heard Mu Yuan teasing the little girl. Brother Mu Yuan is such a big meanie, always trying to trick Ling. The little girl wasn't stupid, she had been skeptical of Mu Yuan's words to begin with. Seeing everyone laughing at her, she suddenly wore an expression of realization. "Xiao Yuan, stop teasing the girl. Last time she saw a professional with a pet, she wanted one too. So she went and asked him, 'Uncle, where did your pet come from?' He told her it hatched from an egg. This little girl ended up holding a chicken egg and trying to hatch it for several days." Ha ha! The surrounding diners laughed even harder after hearing about the little girl's embarrassing story. "Mom, you're just like Brother Mu Yuan, you're both meanies. Ling isn't talking to you anymore." Hearing her mother expose her embarrassing secret, the little girl's face immediately flushed with shyness. She then hurriedly jogged away to find her friends to play with. Mu Yuan enjoyed his meal thoroughly. On his way home, he ran into many familiar neighbors. Everyone had always been very caring toward Mu Yuan as an orphan. He had received a great deal of help from these neighbors in the past. Creak! Mu Yuan pushed open the door to his home. Looking at the familiar room, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. Over the past few days, he had been constantly adventuring in dungeons, encountering nothing but void realm monsters or tragic events. His nerves had been stretched tight the whole time. Now, he felt he could finally take a break and think carefully about what to do next. First was the equipment. Recently, he had accumulated quite a lot of gear and skill books for other classes. "I need to head to the Huan Chamber of Commerce to deal with them, it's just a pity that I missed the auction." Then there's the issue of the pet. For the pet egg he obtained in the Flame Demon Cave, he needs to prepare the required hatching materials and the contract magic circle. These can be sorted out at the Chamber of Commerce or the auction house. Next are the soul crystals obtained in the Blighted Lands. He still needs to send them back to his hometown. Of course, this can wait until after the National Joint Examination. Finally, there's the National Joint Examination. Actually, for the current him, achieving a grade of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic in the National Joint Examination is no longer an issue at all. He should start thinking about which university would be best to attend. He'll just see which school offers the best terms when the time comes. Let's start with a small goal, taking the top spot in the National Joint Examination. Only by demonstrating his worth can he attract these universities to start extending olive branches one after another. With less than 5 days left until the National Joint Examination, Mu Yuan plans to push his way to level 15 within this time frame. Having finished these thoughts, Mu Yuan collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. That was a truly comfortable sleep. Mu Yuan slept until he woke up naturally. Looking at the mottled sunlight streaming in through the window, he rubbed his eyes and stretched comfortably. Come to think of it, it really has been a long time since I've slept so freely without a care in the world. After getting up, he grabbed a quick bite at a snack bar downstairs and headed straight for the novice camp. Novice camp, Huan Chamber of Commerce. Mu Yuan pushed the door open and walked right in. This time he didn't run into Lu Xiaoyi as before. Instead, he was received by a different attendant. When he pulled out the membership card given to him by Old Man Lu last time, the staff member attending to Mu Yuan immediately flashed an even more professional smile. After all, as one of the largest chain chambers of commerce in Jiangchang, anyone capable of obtaining a Huan membership card was undoubtedly either wealthy or of high status. Naturally, such a person was not someone a lowly receptionist like him could afford to offend. "I'm looking for Old Man Lu," Mu Yuan said to the attendant. "Sir, are you looking for Master Lu Shan?" The attendant was slightly surprised to hear Mu Yuan's words. One must know that Lu Shan, as an appraiser of beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, and god tier ranks, rarely handled matters personally. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to actually know him. Yes. Mu Yuan nodded, largely because Lu Shan had left such a positive impression on him when he came to sell equipment and skill books last time. That was why he wanted to find a familiar face again this time after all. He had quite a lot of items to sell. Very well, sir. Please wait here for a moment while I go fetch Master Lu. The attendant led Mu Yuan to an elegantly decorated lounge area and then took his leave. Mu Yuan didn't have to wait long before he heard a familiar laugh from behind him. Young friend Mu Yuan, sorry to keep you waiting. Mu Yuan turned around to see it was indeed Lu Shan. He smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Senior, I've come to trouble you again. Ha, you're here to bring us business. How could that be considered a trouble? Come, let's head to the usual spot. Mu Yuan smiled at the remark and followed him directly into a luxurious reception room. Once the pleasantries were over, Mu Yuan pulled out the unidentified equipment from his storage space. Most of them were gear for other classes that had dropped earlier in the dungeon. I'll have to trouble Senior to appraise these for me again. He first took out 2 long swords. Think nothing of it, think nothing of it. Old man Lu waved his hand dismissively. Following the same process as before, his hands glowed with a white light as he slowly stroked the blade of the sword. A moment later, the long sword emitted a blue glow, the unmistakable light of fine grade equipment. Berserker's Greatsword Fine. Level requirement, 15. Attack power, plus 300. Strength, plus 20. Armor penetration, plus 100. Equipment description, a greatsword once wielded by a powerful berserker in his youth. Its edge is sharp, and its destructive power is formidable. A decent piece of warrior equipment. Old man Lu stroked the beard on his chin and spoke with satisfaction. He then picked up the other long sword beside it and began the appraisal using the same technique. A resonant sword cry echoed from the blade as endless purple radiance coalesced along the length of the sword in Elder Lu's hand. What a magnificent sword! With that, he handed the long sword back to Mu Yuan. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Required level, 15. Attack power plus 400. Attack speed plus 15%. Physical lifesteal plus 10%. Armor penetration plus 200. Frost Congeal special skill, damage dealt to enemies reduces their attack speed and movement speed by 20% for 5 seconds. Equipment description, a famous sword forged from cold jade crystal essence. Be careful not to be wounded by it, or you will experience a cold that pierces to the bone. Having been appraised, the Snow Willow sword revealed its true form. It was snow white all over, with a chilling mist swirling around the blade. Even holding it by the scabbard, Mu Yuan could feel an icy, refreshing coolness radiating from it. I didn't expect it to actually come with a special skill. One must know that any equipment possessing a special skill is the creme de la creme, much like the level-less Spirit Leap staff he had used previously. This is the finest low-level longsword I have seen all year. Young friend, I wonder if you would be willing to part with these 2 pieces of equipment? Senior, there's no rush. I have more. After speaking, Mu Yuan pulled a long spear from his backpack. It was a spear of solid blood red. Elder Lu was stunned once again. It was clearly another high-tier weapon. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, this kid loves keeping things up his sleeve just to play with this old man. Without wasting any more time, he began the appraisal immediately. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Required level, 15. Attack power plus 330. Agility plus 30. Armor penetration plus 250. Fire attribute enhancement plus 30. Equipment description, a knight's lance forged from Void Realm meteoric iron. Holding it, you can feel the unwavering conviction of a knight. Young friend, if you have any other equipment, bring it all out at once. Elder Lu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Mu Yuan, suddenly feeling that the boy was truly a lucky star. Others would have green or blue equipment at most, yet he produces purple quality gear across the spectrum of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic with a single wave of his hand. For an appraiser who loves identifying items, is this not the ultimate lucky star? I don't have that much good gear. Mu Yuan smiled and pulled the goblin giant axe and goblin knight's lance that had dropped last time from his backpack. Seeing him actually pull out 2 more pieces of equipment, Elder Lu's face twitched slightly as he remarked, "Kid, have you been robbing Void Realm bosses these past few days?" No, not at all. Hearing this, Mu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Is there more? What about skill books? Elder Lu rolled his eyes playfully, his expression suggesting he saw right through Mu Yuan's patterns. Oh, I almost forgot since you didn't mention it. These are the priest's holy word and the summoner's beast spirit summoning. Mu Yuan hurriedly pulled those 2 skill books from the Scourge dungeon out of his backpack. The young lady looked at Yi Chen with suspicion, but her professional training prevented her from saying anything further. Elder Lu clutched his chest, looking at Mu Yuan as if he were a monster, complaining inwardly, "I only said that in passing, and you actually have them? Kid, are you a skill book wholesaler or something? That's all for now. Sir, please calculate the price for me. As for the skill books, if there are mage skill books of equal value, exchange them for me. If not, settle it with crystal coins. Alright, young friend. For these last 2 pieces of level 5 equipment you brought out 1 green and 1 blue. I'll value them at 5,000 crystal coins for you. As for this Berserker Greatsword, I'll offer 20,000, and the purple lance is worth 100,000. Now, regarding this Snow Willow sword. Elder Lu fell into deep thought, not offering a price immediately. Let's say 500,000. He let out a long breath and proposed a price that was by no means low. Mu Yuan thought it over and felt the price was quite reasonable, so he nodded readily. For these 2 skill books, I can only pay you in crystal coins, as the Chamber of Commerce has no stock left following the recent auction. The priest skill book is valued at 50,000, and the summoner one at 30,000. That brings the total to 750,000. If you have no objections, I'll have my subordinates transfer the funds to you directly. No problem. Mu Yuan waved his hand. Truth be told, this price was already quite high, and he was very satisfied. Senior, do you sell contract magic circles here? The kind of magic circle used to hatch contract pets? Elder Lu asked in surprise upon hearing this. That's right, exactly that. We do have them, though the price might be a bit steep. The old man gave an apologetic smile. That's fine, business is business. Just give me a quote. Mu Yuan had long been prepared for this. After all, pets had always been notorious money sinkholes on Blue Star. Well, I recall there should still be some in the Chamber's warehouse. As for the price, 1 set of the magic circle is 200,000 crystal coins. Hiss. Even with his mental preparation, Mu Yuan was stunned by the price. As expected, pets were not something ordinary people could afford to mess with. No problem, I'll take 1 set. Deduct the cost from the payment for the equipment. Elder Lu nodded after hearing this. Additionally, does the chamber have any fire attribute materials for hatching pets? I have some, though they aren't of a very high rank. Especially the main attribute materials. Oh? Please, tell me more. Do all pet eggs not use the same materials for hatching? Of course not. You must understand that for high-quality pet eggs, using low-tier materials will hinder the pet's development. Elder Lu shot a glare at Mu Yuan, immediately feeling that this kid must have been a slacker back in school, before slowly explaining, hatching a pet egg requires secondary materials and main attribute materials. Secondary materials are easy enough generally, attribute crystals of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic quality will suffice. But the main material must reach the corresponding rank to maximize the pet's potential. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Mu Yuan realized that he had been thinking a bit too simply before. He pulled the pet egg dropped by the fire spirit from his backpack and asked curiously, "Elder, What kind of main attribute material do you think would be best for this pet egg? As soon as the pet egg was brought out, a scorching wave of fire element aura rushed toward the two of them, causing the temperature of the entire reception room to rise within moments. This is... Elder Lu stared blankly at the pet egg, stammering for a long time without being able to find his words. Senior? Senior? Mu Yuan hurriedly nudged him, fearing the old man might have a stroke right then and there. If that happened, the Huan Chamber of Commerce would surely demand he compensate them for their appraiser. Forgive me, young friend. I lost my composure. I've made a fool of myself. Startled awake by Mu Yuan's movement, Elder Lu's face flushed red as he inwardly cursed himself for his lack of self-control. Lu Shan, oh Lu Shan, you've lived over half a lifetime, how could you be so easily shaken? Young friend, this pet egg of yours certainly has quite an extraordinary origin. Elder Lu said after regaining his composure, looking at the pet egg surrounded by a dense fire element aura. As the grand appraiser of the Huan Chamber of Commerce, he had always possessed a very keen eye. It was all a matter of chance. Could you take a look at which main attribute materials would be suitable for it? As a fire attribute elemental pet, flame jade marrow would be best. Anything higher and I fear it wouldn't be able to absorb it, anything lower would waste this pet's potential. Therefore, only a material like flame jade marrow is the most suitable. Does the Chamber of Commerce have this material? Mu Yuan asked immediately upon hearing this. I have some, but the quantity isn't very large. This stuff has always been in high demand. That's because flame jade marrow can only be gathered in the final boss area of the level 15 team dungeon, Molten Core. Team dungeon? Mu Yuan frowned upon hearing this. If it were a regular dungeon, I could just solo it easily, but a team dungeon cannot be soloed. The minimum requirement for entry is a 5-person party. If it weren't for this restriction, he would have chosen to solo it long ago. Yes, and every time you clear the dungeon, you can only obtain 1 piece of flame jade marrow. Looking at this elemental spirit pet egg of yours, you'll need at least 10 pieces of high-quality flame jade marrow. Old Man Lu took another look at the pet egg Mu Yuan had produced and spoke with certainty. Why? Is the quality of the mineral different every time it's gathered? Of course. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon you choose, the higher the quality of the flame jade marrow gathered in the final room. But you should know that the attributes of monsters in team dungeons are always higher than those in regular dungeons, so it's quite difficult to obtain. Seeing that Mu Yuan didn't know much about it, Old Man Lu explained it to him in detail. Alright then, please get me the contract formation and the secondary materials first. Old Man Lu nodded, took out his smartwatch, and gave orders to his subordinates. Mu Yuan didn't delay. After putting away the materials and the payment, he immediately bid farewell to Old Man Lu and headed straight to the teleportation plaza, preparing to teleport to the dungeon area. Molten Core Dungeon Gathering Area. Mu Yuan looked at the red portal in front of him and fell into slight contemplation, thinking about the dungeon information he had looked up on the forums earlier. Molten Core is the first team dungeon that novice professionals can access. The maximum capacity is 20 people, and the minimum entry requirement is 5 people. This meant Mu Yuan needed to gather enough people for a party. Moreover, he didn't want to team up with others to grind low difficulty levels. Looks like I'll have to call for backup. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan took out his smartwatch and made a remote call to Zhao Tianliang. The call was picked up quickly. Brother Zhao, do you have time? Brother Mu Yuan, Xiao Tian and I are leveling up together. Why? Is something the matter? Are you interested in the Molten Core dungeon? Help me make up the numbers. No problem, Xiao Tian and I will be there right away, Zhao Tianliang replied readily. Still short 2 people, better ask the little priestess and her sister. The figures of Su Ro and her sister flashed through Mu Yuan's mind. Hey, little priestess, are you and your sister free to run a dungeon? I'm free, Brother Mu, but my sister has gone back to school. Mu Yuan felt a bit of regret hearing Su Ling say this. It looked like he would have to find someone else to fill the group. So, he sent another message to Zhao Tianliang asking if he had anyone else available. At that moment, Zhao Tianliang and Lu Xiaotian had just teleported back from a field stronghold. Is that a message from Brother Mu? Lu Xiaotian looked at Zhao Tianliang immediately as his wristwatch chimed. Yeah, Brother Mu is asking if we can find one more person on our end. Why don't you ask Sister Yin if she's free? Lu Xiaotian looked at Zhao Tianliang with a mischievous grin. You brat. Alright, I'll ask her. Having said that, he picked up his wristwatch and began sending a message. Mu Yuan didn't wait long near the dungeon meeting stone before he saw a petite, bouncy figure running toward him from a distance. It was the little priestess, Su Ling. Because she had been rushing the whole way, her face was flushed. When she saw Mu Yuan, her eyes lit up, and she shouted loudly, Brother Mu Yuan. The surrounding professionals looking for groups immediately gave Mu Yuan looks that said, You're really pushing it, kid. Mu Yuan was also very happy to see her. The little priestess had a pure, lively, and cute personality, making her one of the few friends he had made since coming to this world. Doesn't your sister's school start next month? He asked as the image of a girl as gentle as water flashed through his mind. My sister's school started early, so she went back. Without her, my parents won't let me go into dungeons alone. I actually snuck out by climbing over the wall this time, the little priestess said proudly. Mu Yuan facepalmed upon hearing this, thinking to himself, this little girl is really a handful. Zhao Tianliang and Lu Xiaotian also arrived quickly. It seemed they had teleported directly there. Upon seeing Mu Yuan, Zhao Tianliang went straight in for a big hug. Brother Mu Yuan, it's been a few days. I missed you to death. He was still the same as before, radiating a heroic and towering spirit. Big Brother Mu. Lu Xiaotian followed closely behind and greeted him as well. Brother Mu Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Lu Yan, her class is Psionic Gunner. She is also a good friend I've known for many years. After listening to Zhao Tianliang's introduction, Mu Yuan looked at the woman behind him. She was wearing a red one-piece leather suit, boasting a fine figure and long legs, with two blue glowing pistols holstered at her waist. Hello, Sister Yan. Hello, Brother Mu Yuan. I've heard Tianliang talk about you for a long time. Lu Yan also revealed a warm smile and shook hands with Mu Yuan. Alright, let's form the party first. I'll brief everyone on this dungeon. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Mu Yuan immediately sent out party invitations so that they could benefit from the dungeon's damage immunity mechanism. After the party was successfully formed, the group began walking toward the Molten Core dungeon portal one by one. Ding! You have entered the Molten Core raid dungeon. Molten Core. Entry level, 1025. Player limit, 520. Dungeon description: this was once the territory of the Molten Dwarf tribe. When the divine calamity occurred, the Molten Dwarf demigod, Saron, was exiled to the eternal void. To welcome back their deity, the dwarves exhausted their entire race's resources to build a massive underground lava palace, inscribing it with beacon-bearing summoning circles. Unfortunately, when the array was activated, what was summoned back was not the demigod Saron, but an unknown evil god. Hope was followed by despair, and thus the Molten Dwarf tribe met its end. After reading the dungeon description, Mu Yuan was filled with emotion. He let out a sigh, feeling sorrow for the fate of the Molten Dwarves. Please select the difficulty. Calamity difficulty. Mu Yuan chose the highest difficulty without the slightest hesitation. For him now, only calamity difficulty was worth his effort. Brother Mu Yuan, are you really this fierce? Xiao Tian, can you give me a slap to see if I'm dreaming? Zhao Tianliang stared in utter bewilderment as Mu Yuan selected the calamity difficulty dungeon, feeling as though he were in a dream. Is that for real, Brother Zhao? Then here I come. Lu Xiaotian, the mischievous young boy, rolled up his sleeves with an eager look on his face. Alright, Brother Zhao, you guys stay right here. Just leave the rest to me. Mu Yuan cleared his throat, quickly stopping Lu Xiaotian, and turned to speak to the group. Do you really not need our help? Zhao Tianliang asked somewhat sheepishly. After all, being in a party meant they would be sharing the experience points. Mu Yuan waved his hand to decline. He had only asked them to come along to fill the party slots, so he considered them the ones doing him a favor. Furthermore, the monster attributes in a calamity-level dungeon were simply too perverse. He was afraid that if he had a momentary lapse in concentration, things could go south. Everyone, let's just listen to Brother Mu Yuan. Look at the attributes of the mobs here. Lu Yen remained the most composed. Although she didn't understand why Mu Yuan had chosen this difficulty level, she knew the best course of action was for everyone to follow his lead. Zhao Tianliang was taken aback for a moment, then immediately cast an appraisal on a group of dwarf monsters gathered in the distance. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level, 15. HP, 8,000. Mana, 3,000. Magic attack, 1,500. Physical defense, 2,000. Magic defense, 2,000. Skills, magma fireball, magma armor. Monster description: they were once the masters of this land, but after the upheaval back then, they were corrupted into minions of an evil god, wandering their former homeland in a day's day and night. That's insane. Zhao Tianliang remarked as he looked at the corrupted magma dwarves. He knew that as a shield warrior, Lu Xiaotian currently only had about 1,800 HP. Any random mob here could take him out in 2 hits. What do you mean, freak? Lu Xiaotian looked at Zhao Tianliang with a dazed expression. Zhao Tianliang gestured toward the dwarf mobs ahead with his chin and said, "Those things 2 fireballs and you're toast." Man, is this the standard for a natural disaster grade raid? Lu Xiaotian stared wide-eyed at the cluster of lava dwarves, images of them swarming and pummeling him flashing through his mind. He quickly shook his head, casting the terrifying thought aside. Brother Mu, are you really going in solo? The little priestess also looked at Mu Yuan with concern, asking in a low voice. It's fine. You guys just stay here. Mu Yuan offered no further explanation. After giving the group their instructions, he blinked directly toward the mob of monsters below. It was the blink spell. With several consecutive flashes of golden light, Mu Yuan suddenly appeared right beside the corrupted lava dwarves. Brother Mu Yuan. Seeing Mu Yuan's maneuver, the little priestess's brain momentarily stalled, and she reflexively cried out his name in worry. Hearing her, Mu Yuan turned back and gave her a slight smile. Then, his frost mana erupted, and massive rings of deep blue ice blossomed in the middle of the monsters. Before the corrupted lava dwarves could even react, they were frozen solid on the spot by the frost nova, their hideous expressions preserved with lifelike detail. 2,700. 2,700. 2,700. Terrifying damage numbers continuously popped up over the monsters' heads. Furthermore, as a hard crowd control spell, the Frost Nova left these creatures completely powerless to resist. Nice. Now that I have the magic glow skill, I finally don't have to deal chip damage to these high magic resistance monsters anymore. Mu Yuan was delighted as he looked at the damage he was dealing. The problem that had plagued him for a long time was finally solved. Is this Brother Mu Yuan's true strength? Lu Xiaotian asked Zhao Tianliang beside him, stuttering. Sensing that Zhao Tianliang didn't answer immediately, he turned his head and saw his brother Zhao standing there, dumbstruck. Is this what it's like to be a mage lord? Lu Xiaotian suddenly felt like the shield he was carrying wasn't so great after all. Ordinary mages don't have strength like Brother Mu Yuan. Lu Yen didn't quite agree with his phrasing. After all, she had seen plenty of magic-based classes, but none of them were like this. The young priestess already had stars in her eyes, gazing at Mu Yuan with an expression of pure adoration. After wiping out this wave of monsters, Mu Yuan watched as his experience bar surged by a full 1%. Not bad at all. As expected of a level 15 raid, the experience gain is massive. I reckon by the time I finished mining enough flame jade marrow, I should be able to reach level 15. Wasteful of no time, Mu Yuan called for the group behind him to keep up and charged straight toward the other monsters in the distance. Along the way, whether he faced common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic foes or encountered common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, or demon king ranks, Mu Yuan cut through them like a hot knife through butter. Not a single monster could stand its ground. Watching this unfold, the 4 spectators following behind shifted from their initial shock to a state of total numbness. Before long, Mu Yuan arrived at the chamber of the first boss. The Molten Core raid consisted of 6 bosses in total. The first boss was a warrior type, the corrupted Molten Dwarf Chieftain. Mu Yuan pushed open the boss room doors and stepped inside. He instructed the remaining 4 to stay outside the door, fearing that the shockwaves from the battle might accidentally injure them. Let me see, what overconfident creature has dared to step into Master's domain this time? The moment Mu Yuan entered, an evil, piercing voice echoed from the distance. He looked toward the sound and saw a dwarf warrior carrying a black greatsword on his back. The armor on his body had long since rotted away, and his exposed skin was tattooed with various wicked black inscriptions. These runes seemed alive, slithering across his flesh. Mu Yuan had set his appraisal to trigger automatically, so he wouldn't have to manually cast it every time he entered a dungeon in the future. Corrupted Molten Dwarf Chieftain Lord. Level, 15. HP, 70,000. Mana, 10,000. Attack power, 11,000. Physical defense, 12,000. Magic defense, 14,000. Skills, Dark Iron Slash, Battle Chi Secret Art, Potential Burst, Sword Chi Slash, Molten Shield. Monster description: once the chieftain of the Molten Dwarf clan, he fell completely after the Great Calamity, becoming a puppet of the evil god. He now guards the first gateway into the Molten Core for his master. Mu Yuan felt no ripple of emotion as he looked at the monster's stats. Having slain beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, and god tier monsters, this creature was simply beneath his notice. Mu Yuan raised the pillar of frost in his hand and unleashed arc after arc of chain lightning, crackling with brilliant white electricity, directly at the monster. 3,400. 3,400. 3,400. The corrupted Molten Dwarf Patriarch was paralyzed by Mu Yuan's lightning the moment he emerged. He never expected to encounter such a blatant cheater in this world who fought with zero regard for martial honor. Roar! Letting out a furious roar, a molten shield manifested around his body. Enduring the onslaught of Mu Yuan's chain lightning, he drew the black greatsword from his back and swung it violently, sending a massive crescent-shaped sword chi hurtling toward Mu Yuan. Sword chi slash. Unfortunately, due to the stiffness caused by the lightning, his movements were still far too sluggish. Before the sword chi could reach him, Mu Yuan used flash to open up the distance, retreating further instead of pressing forward. Not good. Seeing Mu Yuan vanish from his sight and sensing a surge of fire energy behind him, the monster immediately whipped around. He saw a pale palm, trailing 5 streaks of flame, slamming directly into his back. A piercing pain instantly surged through him, followed by massive flaming chains that coiled around his body. It was Mu Yuan's flame spirit curse aversion that completely ignored the enemy's magic resistance. 16,000. 16,000. 16,000. Terrifying damage. Mu Yuan looked at the first boss, now effectively neutralized by a single skill, and felt a surge of satisfaction. Unknowingly, he had already grown to such a formidable level. No, the glory of the Molten Dwarf clan cannot be extinguished like this. Lord Cerrone, why? The monster let out one final cry of unwilling despair before collapsing completely. Simultaneously, the purple glow of a piece of equipment dropped from his body. Mu Yuan picked it up. It was a piece of plate armor. Inheritance plate armor of the Molten Dwarf Patriarch Epic. Required level, 15. Armor, 600. Magic resistance, 700. HP plus 1000. Damage reduction plus 5%. Fire resistance plus 50. Equipment description: this armor has been passed down through generations of lava dwarf chieftains. Unfortunately, after enduring endless ages of wear and tear, it has become worn and tattered. Mu Yuan tossed the gear directly into his backpack, planning to sell it all together upon his return. Thinking of the shocked expression Elder Lu made every time, he couldn't help but crack a smile. Continuing his progress, Mu Yuan sent a message to Zhao Tianliang and headed further in. The most common monsters appearing ahead this time were terrifying lava spiders. Mu Yuan cleared the way quickly with a constant barrage of frost nova and chain lightning. He soon arrived at the chamber of the second boss, the Lava Brood Mother. The Lava Brood Mother was a massive semi-humanoid arachnid monster. Her upper body was that of a human woman, while her lower half consisted of 8 hairy spider legs. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 15. Health, 120,000 120,000. Mana, 50,000 50,000. Magic attack, 12,000. Physical defense, 11,000. Magic defense, 15,000. Skills, Self-Destruct Spiders, Evil Charm, Lava Fireball, Nerubian Summon, Crimson Pillar of Fire. Monster description: she is the matriarch of the Nerubian race and a slave to a certain entity. Please do not look into her eyes, or you will be charmed and devoured alive. The moment Mu Yuan saw the monster, he felt his eyes were being assaulted. He quickly muttered to himself, "See no evil, see no evil." "Tei-hee-hee, little handsome, aren't you the shy one? Come here, let big sister give you a physical exam." Hearing this, Mu Yuan's face instantly flushed. Could someone tell him why this spider was being so indecent? "You old hag, you're just an old cucumber painted green trying to pass for a fresh vegetable, aren't you? Take this." With a wave of his staff, several bolts of chain lightning struck her, instantly making every hair on the spider's body stand on end. Ha ha! Mu Yuan looked at the frizzy, punk-style spider in front of him and laughed shamelessly. "Damned human, I will devour you completely." Smelling the scorched scent on its own body, the Lava Brood Mother let out a piercing shriek and charged toward Mu Yuan on its 8 long legs. It was incredibly fast. When it was only 10 meters away from Mu Yuan, its abdomen contracted and its massive maw swung open, spitting out a lava fireball radiating intense fire element fluctuations. With a resounding boom, the fireball exploded against Mu Yuan's body. Seeing this, the Brood Mother bared its fangs in a cruel sneer. But before it could finish its laugh, a blue frost nova froze it in place, followed immediately by the flame spirit curse. This F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank skill was surprisingly lucky combined with the skills Mu Yuan had comprehended from his new class template. Getting hit meant certain death for any monster. No! Seconds later, the Lava Brood Mother let out a final scream and collapsed to the ground. Mu Yuan checked his experience bar. It had already risen to 70%. He estimated he could level up once more before reaching the final boss. The experience provided by this group dungeon was simply too bountiful. The Lava Brood Mother dropped a red scimitar, which was a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic grade piece of equipment. He tossed it into his backpack as usual. Without lingering, he continued forward, clearing the path with lightning as he charged toward the next boss room. From forum guides, he knew that the third and fourth bosses were encountered together, a pair of contractually symbiotic two-headed molten ogres. As soon as Mu Yuan entered the hall, he saw these 2 terrifying monsters. They had robust physiques, each bearing 2 hideous heads upon their shoulders and wielding red, flame-wreathed maces. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 15. Health points, 100,000 100,000. Mana, 30,000 30,000. Attack power, 13,000. Physical defense, 11,000. Magic defense, 14,000. Skills, Mace Heavy Smash, Bloodthirsty Berserk, Dual Tornado, Mount High Press, Crippling Strike. Monster description: these are the most terrifying mutants of the ogre race. Influenced by the power of an evil god, their already formidable strength has become even more violent. Beware of their maces. Countless souls have perished beneath these brutal weapons. These 2 big idiots look pretty fierce. Of course, that was for ordinary people. For a cheater like Mu Yuan, he didn't even give these 2 ogres a second thought. Pulling. Mu Yuan aimed at the 2 ogres and initiated with Flame Spirit Curse. With a wave of his staff, several streaks of fire surged toward them. The moment they saw Mu Yuan dare to take the initiative to attack, they couldn't help but roar. Their voices were like thunder, making the dust on the hall floor tremble. These two big idiots sure have loud voices. Mu Yuan grumbled inwardly. He also noticed that although these two-headed ogres looked bulky, they were actually extremely agile, which was evident from the speed at which they charged over. The two ogres held hands, each gripping a spiked club in their other hand, sweeping toward Mu Yuan like two localized tornadoes. Spinning tops? Tornado obliterating a parking lot? The signature skill of a certain anime character flashed through Mu Yuan's mind. In that split second of distraction, the massive lava-spiked club came crashing down toward Mu Yuan's head. Seeing this, both ogres simultaneously revealed cruel smiles. Mu Yuan looked up at the giant club smashing down, gave a disdainful smile, and then reached out his right hand to give it a gentle tap. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The ice god shield triggered instantly, and the two ogres were frozen into two shimmering ice sculptures. Mu Yuan smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the two big idiots before him, now sealed by the extreme glacial chill. Accept your fate. At the same time, the flame spirit curse he had cast earlier burrowed into their bodies through the surface of the ice sculptures. 12,000. 12,000. 12,000. The two ogres didn't last long before they were burned to ashes by his flame spirit curse. Subsequently, a piece of equipment glowing with an orange light dropped from them. A drop. It seems the drop rate in group raids is indeed high. Mu Yuan happily picked up the dropped equipment. It was a fiery red spiked club with a crimson body and upright spikes, the very weapon the ogres had been holding. I didn't expect this to actually drop. He hurriedly checked the equipment's attributes. Ogre Chieftain's Lava Great Club Epic. Level requirement, 15. Attack power plus 800. Armor penetration plus 1000. Damage boost plus 15%. Stun probability plus 10%. Fire damage plus 100. Crush trait, your attacks against enemies have a chance to deal 200% crushing damage. Equipment description, this is an heirloom passed down through generations of the ogre clan, held only by the chieftain. Do not get hit by it, or you will experience the meaning of bone-shattering pain. The bonus damage on this weapon is insane. Mu Yuan looked at the massive, flaming mace in his hand and couldn't help but marvel. Not only did it have a high attack power bonus, but it also came with inherent armor penetration, a dream come true for any physical powerhouse class. Not to mention the crush trait. If triggered, a single swing would likely one-shot any fragile target. Not bad at all. With a piece of gear like this, even if nothing else drops, this dungeon run was worth it. After stashing the mace in his inventory, Mu Yuan continued deeper into the molten core. As he traversed the second half of the path, the temperature rose steadily, and flowing lava covered the ground everywhere. Although the terrain was treacherous, mobs were plentiful. However, since Mu Yuan was immune to magic damage, these monsters couldn't slow him down at all. Before long, he arrived at the chamber of the fifth boss. The fifth boss was a molten priest, a short, stunted creature clad in crimson robes. Mu Yuan spotted it the moment he entered the room. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level, 15. Health, 100,000 100,000. Mana, 90,000 90,000. Magic attack, 13,000. Physical defense, 12,000. Magic defense, 15,000. Skills, Molten Summon, Flame Chains, Divine Prayer, Molten Sacrifice, Self-Destruct. Monster description, once a priest of the Molten Dwarves, it immediately abandoned its faith and embraced the corruption when that ominous entity descended. Since then, its hands have been stained with the blood of countless kin, twisting its heart into something far more sinister. Now, it faithfully guards the final gateway for its dark god. Foolish human, this is no place for the likes of you. The molten priest raised its staff, magic energy surging through its body. Its triangular eyes glared fixedly at Mu Yuan. Perhaps it understood just how terrifying someone who could reach this point alone must be. You're just a traitorous dog, who are you to judge me? Mu Yuan gave it the middle finger, the universal gesture of contempt. Although the monster didn't know the specific meaning of the gesture, it could tell he wasn't saying anything pleasant. Damned insect, die! Great god of ancient lava, grant me the power to summon the creatures of the molten deep lava summoning. It rapidly chanted its skill, and 5 crimson whirlpools materialized before it, followed by a ripple of spatial fluctuations. 10 behemoths, wreathed in smoldering lava, stepped out from the portals. Each stood 20 meters tall, radiating waves of scorching heat. Thump, thump, thump. With every step of their massive frames, the ground trembled incessantly. Go, my servants! Crush the enemies before you into dust. Seeing that it had successfully summoned these molten monsters, a sinister grin spread across the molten priest's hideous face, as if it could already see Mu Yuan being torn to shreds by the giants in the very next second. You're dreaming. Mu Yuan shook his head dismissively, then raised the pillar of frost in his hand and activated Blink. Whoosh! A flash of golden light streaked past, deftly bypassing the lumbering lava monsters and appearing directly in front of the molten priest. You! Seeing Mu Yuan suddenly appear before it, the molten priest showed a look of panic. After all, as a magic-based class, it was still very afraid of close-quarters combat. You what? Frost Nova. Mu Yuan had no intention of grinding it out with the summoned monsters. As the saying goes, to catch the bandits, first capture their leader. He was going straight for a decapitation strike. Flame Soul Curse. The Frost Nova froze the molten priest in place. Although the control effect of this skill would be weakened against high-tier monsters. For Mu Yuan, who could cast skills instantaneously, it was more than enough to seize this brief window of control to unleash his damage. In the molten priest's eyes, a right hand emitting an eerie flame aura pressed directly against its chest. Subsequently, 5 mysterious flames instantly scorched through its robes and burrowed into its body. 14,000. 14,000. 14,000. No! You damned bug, let's go to hell together. Watching its health bar plummet until only a sliver remained, the molten priest looked at Mu Yuan in despair and roared with indignation. Boom! 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 Reaching the end of its life, the molten priest self-destructed its final skill, self-detonation. Mu Yuan had already noticed the violent energy fluctuations. He instantly blinked to put distance between them, and the remaining shockwaves were entirely absorbed by his shield. As for the lava behemoths summoned by the molten priest, they were sucked into a vortex and sent back to their original world immediately upon its death. Ding! Mu Yuan leveled up instantly. Unfortunately, perhaps having exhausted his luck, the molten priest only dropped a single blue great staff. Sigh, you really are poor. I hope your master has a bit more money. Looking at the molten temple guarded behind the priest, Mu Yuan rubbed his hands together and remarked. This temple was originally built by the lava dwarves for the gods they worshipped, but it was now occupied by an evil god. Creak! He pushed open the door and stepped inside. A long corridor stretched out before him, leading to a massive red lava altar surrounded by a flowing sea of magma. In the center of the altar stood a colossal one-eyed statue, radiating an ominous aura that permeated the entire space. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot toward Mu Yuan. He focused his gaze and realized it came from the statue immediately after. The entire altar began to tremble violently. Possessed statue of Abos, the scion of God, common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level, 15. HP, 250,000 250,000. Mana, 150,000 150,000. Attack power, 27,000. Physical defense, 50,000. Magic defense, 58,000. Skills, Dark Sacrifice, Lava Divine Seal, Curse of the Scion, Lava Domain, Dark Space, Summon Divine Servant, Dimensional Blade, Space Distortion. Monster description: Abos was once one of the old gods of the ancient era. After the divine cataclysm erupted, a bizarre entity, Abos the Scion of God, was birthed from his dead carcass. This monster devoured a demigod of the lava clan within the void, and was later successfully summoned to the molten heart by the dwarves using a beacon-marked magic circle. The ancient divine cataclysm? This world truly holds many secrets. As expected of a monster associated with divinity, these skills sound incredibly powerful just by their names alone. Lowly insect, how dare you set foot in the domain of a god? The giant statue stared fixedly at Mu Yuan, who had just entered, and its voice resonated directly within Mu Yuan's mind. Don't flatter yourself. You aren't the old god of the past, you're just a scion. Mu Yuan felt no fear toward the monster, for he knew it wasn't a true old god. Furthermore, the Molten Heart dungeon had been raided by professionals for over a century, and its power had been continuously weakening. Although it was replenished by Void Realm energy, under Gaia's suppression, its attributes were at most at the level of a beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, or god tier. Roar! Damned insect, you dare commit blasphemy! Upon hearing Mu Yuan's words, the giant statue reacted as if a raw wound had been ripped open, the red light in its eyes turning as vivid as fresh blood. Strike first or suffer the consequences. With that thought, a sharp glint flashed in Mu Yuan's eyes. Ice mana erupted from his body as a massive ring of frost surged toward Abos, the scion of God. In truth, he chose to open with this skill simply to see if his frost ring could still inflict crowd control effects on a monster of the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, or demon king rank. With a loud bang. 2,500. A relatively low damage number popped up from its body, but unfortunately, it failed to trigger the freezing effect on the monster. Mu Yuan was not particularly disappointed by this after all, he had been mentally prepared for it. Damned blasphemer, how dare you offend the majesty of a god? Receive divine punishment. Seeing that Mu Yuan actually dared to take the initiative to attack, the abomination felt its divine authority had been ruthlessly scorned. In an instant, a dense aura of darkness emanated from the abomination Abos, and subsequently, the dark elements across the entire altar began to condense frantically. Darkness began to swallow everything within the temple space, whether it was the firelight on the altar or other forms of life, all were being shrouded by this darkness. With the presence of the Lord of Elements talent, Mu Yuan could naturally sense the changes of elements in the space with keen precision. This should be that abomination's dark space skill. As expected, monsters associated with divinity are never simple. For common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic individuals, the dark space skill is indeed difficult to deal with. Because once you are caught in this skill, not only will your vision and perception be completely restricted, but even your vitality will be continuously devoured by the dark elements. Furthermore, within this dark space, the opponent can attack you at will. How can one even defend against that? Sure enough, seeing Mu Yuan shrouded in darkness, the abomination instantly charged toward him, raising its hands to smash down ruthlessly. With a whoosh, a powerful wind pressure came from above, directly flipping back Mu Yuan's magic hood and making his face sting from the gust. Since he was immune to negative effects, Mu Yuan could see everything happening within this dark space clearly. You sneaky bastard! Trying to pull a sneak attack, are we? I'll make sure your little scheme backfires on you. Mu Yuan stood his ground without moving. He intended to use himself as bait, using the active effect of the Ice God Shield to freeze the monster directly. Then, combined with the Flame Spirit Curse, he would give it a double heaven of ice and fire. As expected, the abomination fell for it. Due to the information gap, it had no idea that Mu Yuan was immune to its skill, assuming he could see nothing within the dark space. Bug, turn into mincemeat. Boom! A massive sound erupted from the point of contact as a deep blue frost shield appeared above Mu Yuan's head. Subsequently, a cold current from the void locked onto Abos. It was actually blocked? When did he notice? The abomination Abos saw that its attack had been blocked, and it hadn't dealt even a single point of damage. Seeing this scene, his heart skipped a beat. Moreover, this shield looked strikingly familiar. Oh no, this is? A long-buried memory surfaced in his mind. It was from an ancient era, a time when gods wept blood and the firmament shattered. His predecessor had seen such a shield before, though back then, it appeared far more immense than the one before him now. Indeed, it is his ability. What is your relationship to Sarah? The abomination arbors looked at Mu Yuan in disbelief and hurriedly demanded an answer. Sarah? Never heard of her. Since you have so much free time, you should be considering how to avoid being frozen solid. Cold current, activate. In an instant, a bone-chilling blast of absolute ice swept through the void, directly enveloping the abomination arbors. What a terrifying ability, but do not underestimate me. The abomination spoke with admiration as he watched the statue he was parasitizing become encased in that blue ice. However, before it was completely frozen, he had already darted out of the statue as a blood-red shadow, revealing his true form. I swear by the source of the abomination, I curse the body of the one before me to sink into the abyss, and his soul to sleep forever in hell. It was a language Mu Yuan had never heard before. Every syllable was shrouded in mystery. It was the language of the gods, yet it uttered the most vicious curse in existence. An abomination is essentially a collective of resentment formed upon the corpses of gods who died violent deaths, naturally overflowing with negative energy. A futile struggle. You overestimate yourself. Mu Yuan was not panicked at all. With the existence of his chaos talent, he was immune to all negative effects. The so-called curse from the abomination posed no threat to him whatsoever. Sure enough, once the curse took shape, it transformed into a blood-red thread. Swoosh! It shot directly toward Mu Yuan's head. The skill was incredibly fast, so fast that it had already burrowed into his mind before Mu Yuan could even react. Jia jia! Seeing this, the abomination arbors immediately let out a cruel laugh. In his eyes, Mu Yuan, having been struck by his curse, was now a dead man walking. Unfortunately, as soon as that red thread appeared in Mu Yuan's mind, it was enveloped by a gray light, the power of chaos. Screech, screech! The red thread seemed to be a unique form of life itself. Upon seeing the gray light, it shrieked in terror as if encountering the most horrifying thing in existence. Though it trembled with fear, it dared not resist and was devoured whole by the light of chaos. Ding! Your chaos talent has leveled up. This abomination's curse can actually upgrade my talent? Seeing this, Mu Yuan immediately checked the talent section beneath his class panel. Chaos unknown, blessed by the Supreme God, you possess a miraculous destiny. You are immune to all negative status effects and cannot be detected by any detection type spells. Upgrade Effect 1, you are now able to devour all divine substances in the world to strengthen yourself. In the eyes of the stars, hidden within chaos, you shall be the most mysterious existence. Phew, it looks like I'm drifting further and further down the path of becoming a total monster. Just as Mu Yuan devoured the red thread, the abomination, Abos, suddenly let out a shrill, agonized scream. As it turned out, the abomination's curse was rooted in its own soul divinity. Now that the entire curse had been consumed, it naturally suffered a severe backlash. What did you do? Abos pointed at Mu Yuan, a look of sheer terror on its face. It found it impossible to imagine that anyone in this world could devour a curse infused with its own soul divinity. No, there is one other kind of existence. But how is that possible? He doesn't carry that kind of aura. The abomination clutched its head, letting out continuous cries of pain. Mu Yuan looked toward it and noticed that ever since he devoured the red thread, the monster's health bar had been plummeting. It wasn't just dropping, it was hemorrhaging like a burst dam. In just a few moments, the abomination's health fell to its lowest point. Hey, don't try to frame me for this. No, how could I die in a place like this? Before Abos could do anything else, it collapsed straight to the ground. Simultaneously, Mu Yuan's experience bar surged forward by half. Ding! A ring dropped to the ground with a crisp metallic clink. Mu Yuan immediately picked it up, and the ring's attributes appeared before him. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Required level, 15. Magic attack plus 600. Magic penetration plus 500. Casting speed plus 15%. Mana recovery speed plus 20%. Summon limit plus 1. Soul summon allows you to seal the souls of monsters you have defeated within the ring. They retain 50% of their original attributes and will fight for you until death. Currently, a maximum of 2 souls can be sealed. What an exquisite ring! Not bad at all. Mu Yuan placed it in his backpack, intending to equip it once he reached the required level. It's finally over. He looked at his surroundings and couldn't help but sigh. Time to mine. Mu Yuan had long since spotted the flame chalcedony embedded in the walls of the altar. It was a crystal mineral, crimson all over, with a faint light occasionally rippling across its surface, emitting a scorching aura of fire. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Item description: a crystal mineral sourced from the deepest depths of the molten core. It contains rich fire element power and is particularly suitable for absorption by fire attribute pets. Mu Yuan used his prepared tools to carefully harvest it and placed it in his backpack. Finally got one. That really wasn't easy. Ding. You have cleared the molten core. Ding. Your clear record has been placed on the leaderboard. Would you like to hide your identity? Hide. Afterward, Mu Yuan sent a message to Zhao Tianliang and the others waiting outside the boss room, then sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to meditate. A moment later, they pushed open the door and walked in. Brother Mu, did you really kill this monster? Zhao Tianliang looked at the massive statue of the abomination on the altar, now turned into an ice sculpture, his face filled with shock. Ha, it wasn't exactly easy. Mu Yuan wasn't just being modest. To both the abomination was indeed a bit more difficult to deal with than typical dungeon monsters. Brother Mu, what's next? Lu Xiaotian poked the cold ice block curiously and turned his head to ask. I'm afraid I'll have to go down a few more times. I'm not sure if you guys have the time to grind with me for a while longer. So Mu Yuan explained to the four of them the matter of gathering materials for his pet. Ha, as long as you don't find us a burden, Brother Mu. To be honest, not only can we not help much, but we're also just leeching your experience. Zhao Tianliang rubbed his head sheepishly, revealing a simple and honest smile. Brother Mu, it's good as long as we can help you. Besides, leveling up is leveling up no matter where we are, not to mention how rich the experience is in a calamity grade raid. Lu Xiaotian also nodded hurriedly. I have no objection, Lu Yen replied with a smile. Next, Mu Yuan looked toward the little priestess. The little priestess blinked her large eyes and said naively, I'll listen to whatever Brother Mu Yuan says. Having sought everyone's opinion, he nodded. Just like that, Mu Yuan cleared the molten core dungeon over and over again. Strangely enough, ever since the abomination Jabos was first killed by Mu Yuan, he had become somewhat mindless. Time flew by, and finally, on the day before the national joint examination, Mu Yuan reached level 15. He had long since gathered enough flame jade marrow, even exceeding his expected amount. I'm truly sick of grinding this dungeon. Mu Yuan never wanted to come to molten core again. The main reason was that the dungeon space was massive and the paths were difficult to navigate. Even with his constant use of blink to travel, it still took a lot of time. Zhao Tianliang and the others were also experiencing a mix of pain and pleasure. The pleasure came from the thrill of watching their experience bars steadily rise, while the pain came from the boredom of having nothing to do but tag along. So after a few days, everyone felt exhausted, especially mentally. Thanks for accompanying me into the dungeon these past few days. Dinner is on me. The usual place, Fragrance Pavilion. With hundreds of thousands of crystal coins on him now, he naturally didn't care about the cost of food and drink, so he spoke grandly to the listless four behind him. Haha, a feast again. Upon hearing this, the jokester Lu Xiaotian's eyes immediately lit up, and a joyful expression appeared on his face, a typical foodie. Thus, the group took the teleportation array back to the novice camp and headed straight for the Fragrance Pavilion. By the end of the meal, everyone had enjoyed themselves thoroughly. After Mu Yuan parted ways with Zhao Tianliang and the others, he headed straight toward his home. Mu Yuan's home, Jiangchang Residential District. As soon as he returned, he rushed into the bathroom to soak in a comfortable hot bath, thoroughly washing away his fatigue. Once everything was settled, he grabbed a bottle of chilled happy water from the refrigerator and drank it heartily. Gulp, gulp. After finishing his drink, he pulled up his professional status panel. Name, Mu Yuan. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. 1-5 beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier professional. HP 1700. Mana 365,000. Magic attack 3500. Physical defense 980. Magic defense 1400. Talent Lord of Elements beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier chaos. Active skills. Forbidden spell, Scorched Plains beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier, flame spirit curse S, blink S, chain lightning C, elemental shield D, frost nova E, frostbolt F. Passive skills. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier SSS source of magic S mana F. Equipment. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Pants, caster's ice trousers common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Gauntlets, Goblin High Shaman's Flame Gauntlets exquisite. Headwear, Goblin Starlight Hood exquisite. Boots, Bonemaker's Magic Boots common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Necklace, Ice Necklace exquisite. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Metal, Dungeon Speed Clearer Metal. Remaining enhancement points, 4. Not bad. I reckon there aren't many professionals on Blue Star at the same level whose attributes can rival mine, right? However, the tier of this hood, belt, and gauntlets is still too low. I'll look through the gear I've farmed over the past few days. Mu Yuan looked at his luxurious set of equipment with great satisfaction, feeling only slightly displeased with those 3 specific pieces. At this thought, he immediately pulled out all the items he had obtained in the molten core over the past few days from his spatial storage. In an instant, a pile of shimmering equipment appeared in his room, greens, blues, purples, and oranges bathing the entire space in a chaotic kaleidoscope of colors. This is what he gathered from the dungeon over the past few days, 4 epic items, 15 rare items, 40 exquisite items, and countless remaining white and green pieces. Those 4 epic items consisted of a greatsword, a warhammer, a shield, and a set of armor. Except for the hammer, none of them had been appraised yet. He planned to have a professional appraiser look at them later. Soon, Mu Yuan picked out 3 pieces suitable for his use from the rare equipment. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 15. Armor, 480. Magic resistance, 600. Magic attack plus 300. Magic penetration plus 400. Casting speed plus 10%. Mana regeneration speed plus 10%. Elemental spell damage plus 5%. Equipment description: a magic hood sewn from intermediate magic pattern cloth and golden mana conductive thread. It contains an extremely powerful amount of mana. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 15. HP plus 300. Magic attack plus 280. Item drop rate plus 5%. Spell accuracy plus 20. Equipment description, rare. Wearing this will grant you the favor of the goddess of luck. Perhaps. Who knows? Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 15. HP plus 200. Magic attack plus 310. Spell penetration plus 200. Mana regeneration speed plus 5%. Fire spell damage plus 10%. Equipment description: these are gauntlets passed down through generations of lava priests. They contain extremely powerful fire energy. Not bad, these 3 will do. Mu Yuan put on the selected equipment. His magic attack instantly rose to 4,390, and his other attributes saw significant improvements across the board. Next are the enhancement points. Which skill should I upgrade? He first took out all the skill books he had obtained from the dungeon. There were 7 in total, but only one was for magic-based classes. Mu Yuan immediately chose to learn it. After all, one can never have too many skills. Wind Barrier C. Skill cost, 2000. Skill description: harness the power of the wind element to deploy a wind barrier. The barrier can withstand damage equal to your magic attack 3. It will shatter if this limit is exceeded. Skill CD, 1 minute. Looking at the skills in his skill bar, Mu Yuan decided to spend his enhancement points on Chain Lightning. For single target damage, he already possessed the F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank Flame Spirit Curse. Although it could function as an area of effect AoE skill under his talent's bonuses, it was still different from a true AoE skill. Alright, I'll upgrade this one first. Ding! Enhancement point used successfully. Chain Lightning has been enhanced into Thunder Dragon Summoning. Mu Yuan applied 3 consecutive enhancement points. The original F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank Chain Lightning instantly transformed into the F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, Godly rank Thunder Dragon Summoning. Just like before, further upgrades would require super enhancement points. Thunder Dragon Summoning S. Skill cost, 50,000. Skill description: you gain the right to summon a Thunder Dragon from the Void Elemental Realm. The Thunder Dragon deals 10,000 plus magic attack 2 AoE damage per second to enemies. Enemies hit by the Thunder Dragon will have their mana continuously drained. The dragon will not disappear until the enemy dies. Skill CD, 10 minutes. Another powerful skill. Mu Yuan looked at his enhanced Chain Lightning with satisfaction. He could already imagine the scene of him commanding the Thunder Dragon to slaughter everything in the dungeons. At this thought, Mu Yuan laughed out loud with joy. It feels so good to become stronger. As expected, I, Mu Yuan, am naturally gifted with the potential of a god, just like the handsome readers of this book. Alright, there's also my pet egg. Mu Yuan had been so preoccupied with checking his status panel and leveling up his skills that he had actually forgotten about the pet egg. He hurriedly pulled the fiery red pet egg, which radiated a scorching fire element aura, from his backpack and then took out the contract formation. After setting it up according to the formation's instructions, he placed the Flame Spirit pet egg upon it. All that remained was to arrange the Flame Chalcedony and the secondary fire attribute energy crystals around the edge of the magic circle. Once the contract array was activated, it would accelerate the pet egg's absorption process. Once Mu Yuan had finished placing all the materials, he immediately activated the contract array. A dazzling flash of red light erupted. The pet egg began to absorb the fire elemental power from the Flame Chalcedony and the energy crystals. The fire elemental energy within the materials transformed into a thin red line, slowly connecting itself to the pet egg. Mu Yuan took out a small knife, lightly pricked his pinky finger, and let a drop of his blood fall onto the pet egg. Before long, the blood, mixed with the liquefied essence of the materials, was absorbed into the egg. Immediately afterward, Mu Yuan felt an intimate connection establish itself between him and the pet egg. He could clearly sense a tiny life form incubating inside the egg. He could even feel its thoughts: food. I want more food. Seeing this, Mu Yuan hurriedly took several more pieces of high-quality Flame Chalcedony from his backpack and placed them onto the array. Crack, crack, crack. Moments later, a sound emanated from the pet egg as a small crack appeared in its shell. A pale, tender little hand reached out from the fissure. Then, the little hand gave a gentle outward tug, prying open a larger gap in the eggshell. A small head popped out of the opening, peering curiously at its surroundings. Finally, with both hands pushing firmly against the edge of the shell, the creature climbed out. It was a little Lolita with crimson hair and red eyes, draped in a cloak of flames. As soon as she emerged, she looked at Mu Yuan and let out a series of "Aya Aya" chirps. Linked to her soul, Mu Yuan could naturally understand her. He could clearly sense that she was calling him Mama. Hearing this title, his face darkened. He quickly corrected her, telling her to call him Master. Aya Aya. The fire spirit's crystalline red eyes showed a look of confusion before she chirped "Aya Aya" again. Only after hearing her change the way she addressed him did Mu Yuan look at the little creature's attributes. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Gender, female. Level, 0. HP, 300. Mana, 1000. Magic attack, 200. Physical defense, 240. Magic defense, 300. Talent. Crimson eyes unknown, her eyes contain the most mysterious and terrifying flames in this world, capable of incinerating everything in existence. Flame Chorus, the fire magic damage she deals to enemies will continuously increase over time, and she is naturally immune to fire damage. Active skills, Firebolt C, Flame Mantle A, Fire Chain C. Pet introduction, this is a terrifying mutated flame spirit. Their race is born with the ability to master all flames in the world, but due to contact with a supreme aura, this flame spirit has undergone a mutation, and this mutation will continue to evolve. This little thing's attributes are insane. Mu Yuan thought back to his own attributes when he first underwent his class change and suddenly felt like a complete weakling. Little one, how about I give you a name? Iya, Iya. As soon as the flame spirit heard Mu Yuan say he wanted to name her, little stars instantly appeared in her crimson eyes as she looked at her master with an expression full of anticipation. Since you are a flame spirit and have red eyes, how about I call you Little Red from now on? Mu Yuan rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then said to her, Iya, Iya, Iya. Upon hearing the name Mu Yuan had given her, the 3 fiery stray hairs on the little one's forehead instantly drooped, and she began a flurry of ayahs at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. He really hadn't expected this little creature to be so difficult to fool right after being born. Then, he looked at the little creature and was suddenly drawn to her blood-like eyes, causing a flash of inspiration to strike his mind. He hurriedly said to her, from now on, I'll call you Akame. Iya, Iya. Hearing the new name Mu Yuan gave her, Akame showed a joyful expression, and the flames on her body began to flutter. She then picked up her eggshell and started eating it with a series of crunch-crunch sounds. Her eating manner was very quiet and refined, consuming it piece by small piece. Mu Yuan raised his wristwatch and immediately took a clear selfie with Akame while she was eating her eggshell. Iya, Iya? She looked at Mu Yuan in confusion. It was clear the little one didn't understand what her master was doing. Red Pupil quickly finished eating its eggshell completely. Patting its belly, it let out a satisfied burp. Mu Yuan looked at its attribute panel and found that there weren't any major changes, except that the flame cloak on its exterior had become more solid. Suddenly, he remembered the chaos crystal that had dropped after he eliminated the servant of chaos in the void realm. He immediately took the crystal out of his backpack. It was a gray square crystal emitting a mysterious aura. Chaos Crystal Special. Item description: this is a crystalline core condensed from the full power of a servant of chaos. Letting your pet absorb it will allow your pet to randomly acquire a skill. Red Pupil, Master has something delicious for you. Having said that, Mu Yuan waved the gray square crystal in front of Red Pupil's eyes with his right hand. Instantly, she was captivated by the aura of the crystal, just like a kitten encountering catnip. Ya ya! It began to cry out anxiously. Alright, here you go. Mu Yuan placed the chaos crystal into Red Pupil's hand. She hurriedly brought the square crystal to her mouth, and the crystal transformed into a gray liquid that was sucked into its mouth. Burp! It patted its belly, its red eyes becoming hazy and starry as it sat on the ground, swaying unsteadily. Red Pupil, are you okay? Seeing it acting as if it were drunk, Mu Yuan couldn't help but feel anxious and asked hurriedly. Ya ya! Red Pupil struggled to open its eyes and let out a kitten-like cry toward Mu Yuan. The voice was soft and lingering. She told him she was fine, but just needed to rest for a bit. Mu Yuan felt relieved after hearing this. He looked at Red Pupil's attribute panel again and saw a progress bar slowly rising. The speed was somewhat slow, having only reached 1% so far. Mu Yuan estimated it would take at least several hours to fill up, so he planned to summon Red Pupil back into his pet space. Ya ya! Sensing the summoning circle, Red Pupil slowly opened its eyes, waved a small hand reluctantly at Mu Yuan, and then completely closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After putting red pupil back into the pet space, Mu Yuan lay comfortably on the bed in a spread eagle position. He then pulled up the materials regarding the national joint examination sent by his homeroom teacher, Teacher Wang, and began to read them carefully. The National Joint Examination is a unique talent selection mechanism formed by the Huaxia Federation since the invasion of Blue Star by the Void Realm. Although similar exams existed in the past, most were organized on a province-by-province basis. Now, a unified national standard has been established, with identical dungeons set up for assessments conducted at the city level. The venue for this assessment was chosen to be Jiangqing No. 1 High School at that time. Candidates from all 5 high schools in the city will enter the dungeon simultaneously. Mu Yuan read through the material quickly. Most of it consisted of exam rules and regulations and fell into a deep sleep shortly after finishing. A night of good dreams. Iya, iya. Iya, iya. Mu Yuan was woken up early in the morning by Qi Tong's cries. He glanced into the summoning space and saw the little fellow standing with hands on hips, calling out to him incessantly. All right, I'll let you out right now. He rolled his eyes helplessly and released the noisy little creature. Iya, iya. As soon as Qi Tong emerged, she floated directly onto his face and began nuzzling him. Okay, Qi Tong, stop that. Mu Yuan found Qi Tong's clinginess a bit overwhelming and gently pushed her away. Iya. Being suddenly pushed away, the little one immediately felt aggrieved, looking at Mu Yuan with teary eyes. Mu Yuan. Fine, have it your way. Mu Yuan dotingly tapped the little fellow's forehead. Qi Tong, carrot. Ha! Suddenly, he noticed a flame-shaped gray pattern had appeared on the little fellow's forehead. He immediately pulled up Qi Tong's attribute panel. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Race, Flame Spirit. Level, 0. Gender, Female. Health points, 300. Mana, 1000. Magic attack, 200. Physical defense, 240. Magic defense, 300. Talents, Red Eyes, Flame Heart. Passive skill. Flames of Chaos SS. Skill description: Red Eyes fire spells will be enhanced by the power of chaos, allowing them to devour the enemy's strength. Active skills: Flame Bolt, Flame Mantle, Flame Chains. Oh, this new passive skill is pretty good. It's somewhat similar to the trait Chaos Servant used back then to devour its own flame spirit curse. That's my pet, Red Eyes. Iya. Seeing Mu Yuan's proud expression, the little fellow immediately pointed at itself. All right, you're the greatest, happy now? Mu Yuan was completely defeated by its tsundere attitude. Let's go, Crimson Eye. To school. Today is the day your master takes the national joint examination. Iya. Ha, no need for your help. You're still too weak right now. Iya. Crimson Eye shook her little head vigorously, then raised her snowy white little arm to show off her muscles to Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan. By the time he got on his bike downstairs, it was already getting late. Crimson Eye stood on his shoulder, looking at the outside world with a face full of curiosity. He felt a bit helpless. Why did this little thing dislike staying in her pet space so much? Consequently, Mu Yuan had no choice but to let her perch on his shoulder. Fortunately, she was still small, roughly the size of a large action figure. The moment they stepped out, Crimson Eye gripped Mu Yuan's hair tightly. As she gazed at the world outside, the starlight in the little creature's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Xiao Yuan, heading out? As he passed the snack bar, he happened to run into Sister Li, who was walking out. Upon hearing someone speak, Crimson Eye reacted like a startled rabbit, scurrying into Mu Yuan's hood in a fright and hiding her body behind his hair. She then poked her tiny head out, observing the woman before her through the gaps in his hair. Sister Li's professional level wasn't high, so she only caught a faint glimpse of a red flash. She thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. Yeah, Sister Li. Today is the day of the national joint examination, so I have to head to school to assemble. Hearing this, Sister Lee slapped her forehead. Look at me, so busy every day that I completely forgot today was the joint exam day. Xiao Yuan, do your best. I will. Well, Sister Lee, I'm off. Bye. Bye-bye. Mu Yuan smiled and waved to Sister Lee before rushing straight toward the school. By the time he reached the school gates, the place was already a sea of people. Seeing this scene, Mu Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed. Mu Yuan, over here. He looked toward the voice. The one calling him was none other than his class teacher, Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang's burly physique stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens in the crowd. I've been waiting for you at the gate for ages. The principal said it would be crowded today and told me to take you in through the VIP passage first. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Mu Yuan felt a little self-conscious after all the other students were lining up outside. It's fine. It's not like I'm helping you cheat. The principal just has a few words for you. Alright then, let's go. Hearing this, Mu Yuan didn't overthink it and followed Teacher Wang directly through the adjacent VIP passage. Mu Yuan, how are you feeling? Do you have confidence in this exam? Teacher Wang maintained his usual boisterous personality, speaking his mind freely. Taking the top spot shouldn't be much of an issue. Mu Yuan thought for a moment and gave a definitive answer. True. Given your class attributes, the city-level top scholar title should belong to our #1 high school. After all, in this year's batch in Jiangcheng, you are the only one who has awakening a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic class. Mu Yuan glanced at Teacher Wang after hearing this but didn't offer any further explanation. After all, if he told Teacher Wang right now that he intended to be the national top scholar, Teacher Wang would surely think he had gone mad. This was also related to his chaos talent. Others couldn't see through his true strength unless he chose to reveal his attribute panel himself. And so, Mu Yuan and Teacher Wang chatted along the way, soon arriving at the principal's office. Teacher Wang stepped forward and knocked. The door opened automatically, and the two walked in. Student Mu Yuan, I called you here to remind you that there will be 2 guest students at Mingda High School this time. You should keep an eye on them. Guest students? Mu Yuan was somewhat confused, unsure of what this had to do with him. Yes. They are students registered here from other cities. As you know, being the city's top scholar comes with preferential treatment during university admissions. So, in some highly competitive big cities, certain factions will find ways to register their clan members in high schools in smaller cities through various connections. Oh, I see. Principal, don't worry. Mu Yuan remained very calm. After all, he had a clear understanding of his current strength. Good. No matter what you face, you must maintain this level of composure, remaining unswayed by either favor or humiliation. Principal Lu looked at the high-spirited youth before him and broke into a satisfied smile. Then, patting him on the shoulder, he said, "An eagle is destined to soar above the 9 heavens. Wang, take Mu Yuan to your class's assembly point." Meow. Just after they left, a magical cat crawled out from under Principal Lu's desk. What did you say? You sensed the aura of a high-ranking being? Are you sure you weren't mistaken? Principal Lu looked at the magical cat and hurriedly asked again. Meow. Oh, it seems this little fellow has quite a few secrets as well. Let us see just what kind of brilliance the star student of our #1 high school will display in the joint examination. Principal Lu gave a light chuckle, stroked his beard, and then headed toward the examination site. As for little Qitong, the moment she saw Teacher Wang earlier, she had quietly perched herself on top of Mu Yuan's head. Hidden by the hood, and because Principal Lu and the others hadn't intentionally tried to sense anything, none of them had noticed her. Ya. Through telepathy, Mu Yuan heard what Qitong was saying. You said you sensed the presence of one of your own kind in the principal's office just now? It probably wasn't a fire spirit. Ya. Something with fur? Suddenly, the image of Principal Lu's magical cat flashed through Mu Yuan's mind. Yes, that must be it. It's all right, little one. If you're scared, I'll put you back into the pet space for now. Anyway, I won't need you to take action this time. Yeah, yeah. Hearing Mu Yuan say he was going to put her back into the space, the little creature immediately tugged at his hair. Alright, have it your way. Mu Yuan felt a bit helpless. Mu Yuan, wait here for a moment. I'm going to bring the others in. After saying this, Teacher Wang headed straight toward the school gate. The meeting point for this joint examination was the playground of number 1 high school, which made sense given that a large crowd naturally required a spacious venue. He didn't have to wait long before candidates began streaming in one after another. Mu Yuan. He heard someone calling his name from behind, and when he turned around, he saw it was his old deskmate, Xian. Long time no see, old classmate. Long time no see. Mu Yuan replied with a smile. You've met your match this time, kid. I heard that 2 guest students have arrived at Mingda High School. Even though they only have common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic classes, they come from major families, and their strength shouldn't be underestimated. It's fine, I understand. What's meant to be mine will be mine no matter who comes, they can't take it away. You're something else, man. Xian was momentarily stunned by the response, then gave a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Look, Teacher Wang and the others are coming over. Mu Yuan immediately looked in the direction he was pointing and saw Teacher Wang leading the candidates from their class toward them. However, the number of people was significantly smaller than during the class change. He could understand why. After all, many people whose class change resulted in a poor profession would give up on the joint exam and go straight into the workforce. Mu Yuan exchanged greetings with the classmates he knew and then waited quietly for Principal Lu and the others to arrive. Suddenly, a wave of energy from a detection spell rippled from afar, targeting him specifically. He frowned and looked toward the source. It was the area where the Mingda High School candidates were gathered. In the crowd, a thin man dressed in black was staring at Mu Yuan with a look of disbelief. Seeing Mu Yuan looking back at him, the man sheepishly cupped his fists in a gesture of apology. He guessed that the guy must be one of the guest students at Mingda, likely trying to scout his strength in advance. Unfortunately, let alone a low-level professional like him, even those of much higher levels could never see through Mu Yuan while he was shielded by his chaos talent. Principal Lu and the others are here. Over there at the entrance. They really are. Wow, that woman is gorgeous. Hearing someone call out, Mu Yuan looked toward the sound and saw Principal Lu and a group of others carefully escorting a young woman in white toward them. Mu Yuan guessed that the woman must be the inspector sent down from the higher authorities. This was standard practice for the Huaxia Federation National Joint Examination. One inspector was assigned to each city. In addition to bringing the dungeon teleportation stone, the inspector was also responsible for proctoring the local exams. Once the group was settled in the VIP seats, Principal Lu, dressed in his red magic robes, stepped to the front and began a long-winded speech. Mu Yuan felt a bit of a headache coming on. It seemed that no matter the dimension, one could never escape these sleep-inducing proceedings. Next, I would like to invite Inspector Xia Chanyue to set up the dungeon teleportation stone for this national joint examination. Finally, I wish you all excellent results. Mu Yuan finally heard these words and instantly perked up, as they meant the national joint examination was about to officially begin. Xia Chanyue used a flash step to dart directly from the stage to the area below where the dungeon teleportation stone was to be placed. As her white clothes flickered, she actually left several afterimages in the air. Such incredible speed, Mu Yuan praised, watching her graceful movement technique. He then watched as she pulled a massive red boulder from her spatial inventory. Thud! The boulder hit the ground, kicking up clouds of dust that scattered in all directions. Her strength isn't bad either, Mu Yuan commented upon seeing this. Principals, please come forward to collect the activation scrolls. After setting up the complex magic circle around the red boulder, Xia Chanyue turned and gave instructions to the various principals on the stage. The principals did not dare to delay. They took the red scrolls from her hands one by one and walked back to their respective school sections. Once she saw that every principal had received a scroll, Xia Chanyue immediately activated the array. A blood-red pillar of light erupted from the boulder and shot straight into the sky. Wow, that's amazing. It's my first time seeing this. I wonder what the dungeon will be this time. The students below couldn't help but start chatting among themselves as they witnessed this miraculous scene. Seeing the noisy crowd below, Xiao Chanyu shouted directly, "Quiet." Accompanying her shout was a terrifying wave of energy fluctuations. Feeling the overwhelming pressure washing over him, Mu Yuan smiled faintly and remarked, "This girl certainly knows how to throw her weight around." Although he could easily withstand the impact, the others were not so fortunate. They were all directly cowed by the murderous intent embedded in her aura, breaking out in cold sweats. Ha! Xiao Chanyu also noticed Mu Yuan in the crowd. It was mainly because this kid stood out too much. Everyone else was unsettled by the impact of her aura, yet this boy was looking at her with an amused expression. Asking for a beating. She gritted her silver teeth and reached this conclusion, though she did not intentionally target Mu Yuan. Seeing that the candidates had quieted down, she immediately withdrew her aura and returned to the VIP section. At the same time, Principal Lu approached the students of number 1 middle school holding that red scroll. Then, with mana surging around him, he began to funnel magic power into the scroll. As the mana flowed in continuously, the scroll began to slowly unfurl, eventually transforming into a blood-red portal. The moment the portal opened, the pillar of light also shot out a dazzling red beam that drilled into it. Having finished this, Principal Lu walked back toward the high platform. Xiao Chanyu, seeing that all the distributed scrolls had been activated, stood up and addressed the candidates below. "Non-combat professionals, take note. After entering, please select the special dungeon. You should all be clear on the rules of the joint examination. The entire process of this exam will be monitored throughout. Therefore, do not try to be clever. Once cheating is discovered, your exam results will be invalidated immediately, and you will be banned for life. I announce that the Zhengcheng Regional National Joint Examination begins now. Line up and enter the portal in order. It's finally starting." Looking at the red portal ahead, Mu Yuan felt a slight surge of excitement in his heart. He believed this would be a new starting point for his life in the Void Realm. Since everyone's dungeon space was calculated independently, Mu Yuan was not worried that entering later would put him at a disadvantage. Soon it was his turn. As a red light flashed from the portal ahead, a hexagram beacon was generated in the palm of his hand. From the materials provided by Teacher Wang, he knew that this beacon would record his performance within the dungeon. Mu Yuan took a deep breath and stepped directly into the blood-colored portal. Immediately after, he felt a sense of spatial displacement, a sensation he had long since grown accustomed to. Only Qi-Tong was still struggling to adapt. As soon as they entered, stars spun before its eyes, and it let out a series of wobbly, dizzy cries, "Yeah, yeah." Ding! Welcome to the Huaxia Federation National Joint Examination Dungeon Secret Realm. Examining Mu Yuan's identity has been bound. Please select the dungeon challenge difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the more points you will earn. Mu Yuan took a look. The available difficulty levels were the same as a standard dungeon. There was no doomsday difficulty. Consequently, he directly chose the highest option, natural disaster difficulty. Only a natural disaster dungeon can give me even a slight desire to make a move. Mu Yuan looked at the dungeon difficulty icon, marked by 3 red skulls, and wore an expression of dull indifference. Ding! Dungeon difficulty selection complete. Teleportation commencing. Ding! You have entered the Dragon-S Slumber Natural Disaster. Clear condition: slay the corrupted dragon soul of Saron Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Mu Yuan glanced at the dungeon information on his panel. Dragon-S Slumber Natural Disaster. Dungeon type: Artificial Mirrored Secret Realm. Player limit: 1. Level requirement: 0-30. Dungeon trait: being killed by monsters in this dungeon will not result in true death, but will automatically end the examination. Dungeon introduction: Saron was once the guardian dragon of the great universal world. One day, at the end of the world, Thunder Cliff had inadvertently learned a cruel truth. From that moment on, the guardian dragon's personality changed drastically, to the point where it attempted to destroy the entire world. It was later sealed in the deepest depths of this land. I didn't expect this joint examination dungeon to be so perverted. Mu Yuan estimated that when the other examinees saw the name of this exams dungeon, they would definitely be hit by a massive headache or even despair. Even Principal Lu and the others outside had not expected that the higher-ups would use Dragoness Slumber as the examination dungeon, even if it was just a mirrored dungeon. A so-called mirrored dungeon is an artificial dungeon, a replica created by powerhouses at the level of beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier, or above, using special methods to extract the source essence of a real dungeon. Compared to a real dungeon, the levels of the monsters in a mirrored dungeon are artificially suppressed. However, this does not mean the challenge is easy to clear. Taking Dragoness Slumber as an example, although the monster levels are lower than those in the real dungeon, their attributes remain identical to monsters of the same rank. Furthermore, as a dragon-type dungeon, the difficulty is bound to be extremely high for common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic rankers. It's likely that most people can only choose the easy difficulty to grind mobs and scrape together some points. Xiao Chanyue didn't know the specific details of the dungeon beforehand. It was only when she felt the startled gazes of Principal Lu and the others that she realized it was actually the land of Dragon Slumber. Xiao Chanyue was quite familiar with this dungeon, as the land of Dragon Slumber was a well-known branch of the Dragon Realm dungeon cluster. She and her teammates had cleared it many times. Thinking of this, she knitted her willow-like brows slightly and instructed Principal Lu, "Principal Lu, please turn on the pre-prepared virtual projection. Then, link it to the current Jiangcheng class template professionals who are at common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic levels or above." "Understood, Inspector Xia." After responding, Principal Lu hurriedly gave orders to the staff. Before long, a massive virtual screen appeared in the sky. The screen was then divided into smaller subframes, which vividly displayed scenes of Mu Yuan and others inside the dungeon. "Look, everyone! This candidate actually chose the calamity difficulty. The principal of number 2 high school was an elderly summoner." Upon discovering the difficulty level Mu Yuan had selected, he immediately cried out in surprise. "What? Someone actually chose calamity difficulty? This is a dragon-type dungeon. How does he have the nerve?" Upon hearing this, the principals and Jiangcheng officials were drawn to Mu Yuan's screen, and a heated discussion broke out. Principal Lu, hearing that it involved his own student, double-checked in disbelief. After exchanging a glance with teacher Wang beside him, he hurriedly clutched his chest. "Is this kid crazy?" Xiao Chanyue was also somewhat shocked. Having become a regional inspector at such a young age, she had naturally been surrounded by the aura of a genius since childhood. Though she had encountered many brilliant talents along the way, she had never seen anyone like Mu Yuan who dared to solo a calamity-level dungeon during the national joint examination. "Interesting, truly interesting. Are you too stupid, or are you truly a peerless genius?" However, when Xiao Chanyue recalled how the youth had easily withstood the pressure of her aura earlier, she tossed the former thought aside. Her heart couldn't help but fill with a bit more anticipation for him. Inside the dungeon, Mu Yuan wasn't overthinking things. He was simply considering which method to use to clear the stage. Should I just drop a forbidden spell and carpet bomb the area? He immediately ruled out this idea. He still wanted to keep a trump card for himself. Then I'll choose Thunder Dragon Summon. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of the Thunder Dragon summoning across F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, and Godly rank. Moreover, the summon elemental Thunder Dragon dealt area of effect damage, making it ideal for sweeping through everything in its path. At this thought, Mu Yuan clapped his hands together as magical aura surged through his body. In an instant, a massive magic circle shimmering with the radiance of lightning appeared before him. It was precisely his newly acquired skill, Thunder Dragon Summoning. The magic circle continuously emitted blinding bolts of lightning, and then, a massive claw of purple thunder extended from the summoning array. Next came a giant dragon head with long, spiraling horns. Within the dragon's eyes, flashes of violent lightning capable of destroying all things flickered from time to time. As soon as it emerged, it let out a dragon's roar. The sound was neither that of a lion nor a tiger, neither a bear nor a leopard. It rose and fell with a rhythmic cadence, possessing a unique and divine charm. The roar echoed in all directions. Upon hearing this sound, the monsters inhabiting the outskirts of the dragon's slumber trembled in terror, as if they had encountered the most fearsome creature in existence. Finally, the thunder dragon flew out of the array. Its body stretched a full 100 meters long, covered in scales of purple lightning, and its entire form radiated a blinding electric glow. It flew straight toward Mu Yuan, trailing bursts of thunder in its wake, before coming to a rest, floating silently behind him. "Look, everyone! Is that the student named Mu Yuan?" It was that little old man from number 2 middle school again. At this moment, he let out another shrill cry, sounding exactly like a rat with its tail caught in a trap. "I say, old Han, can you stop being so jumpy? I'm busy watching Lu Hongbin from our school." "No, look." Principal Han of number 2 high school pointed tremblingly at the screen showing Mu Yuan summoning the thunder dragon and shouted at the top of his lungs. If there weren't so many people here, he would have genuinely thought he was under some kind of illusion. A high school graduate can actually summon an existence like that? This is insane, right? Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. What terrifying pressure! At this moment, everyone was captivated by the thunder dragon Mu Yuan had summoned. Staring at that 100-meter-long giant dragon, the group of principals felt completely numb. "Is this your true strength?" Xia Chanyue's beautiful eyes glittered with wonder. Perhaps only now did she understand where Mu Yuan's confidence came from. Meanwhile, Principal Lu also watched the thunder dragon summoned by Mu Yuan in utter disbelief. He turned to Teacher Wang beside him, looking puzzled, and asked, "Isn't this kid an elementalist? Since when did he switch careers to summoning?" Teacher Wang. Setting aside the shock of the crowd outside, inside the dungeon, Shitong, who had just poked her head out of Mu Yuan's, had watched her master clap his hands and summon such a massive thunder dragon, her face filled with envy. Then, her little brain started whirring. After a moment of thought, a spark of inspiration flashed through her mind, and her eyes instantly filled with little stars. "Aya! Aya!" Immediately afterward, she raised her tiny hands and gave a clap, chanting solemnly, "Aya! Aya!" A gust of cold wind blew past. The scene was somewhat silent. Seeing this, a drop of cold sweat slid down Mu Yuan's forehead, and his mouth twitched in wordless exasperation. "All right, Shitong. Come on, Master is taking you to level up. Aya! Aya!" Hearing that Mu Yuan was taking her to level up, Shitong, who had been a bit dejected about failing to summon a giant dragon, immediately started chirping happily. The two humans and one dragon hadn't gone far when they encountered their first monster, or rather, a pack of monsters would be more accurate. It was a group of kobold monsters with red skin and black scales growing on their necks. Mu Yuan directly cast an appraisal, and the monsters' attributes appeared before him. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 5. HP, 4000. Mana, 2000. Attack power, 800. Physical defense, 720. Magic defense, 850. Monster skills, Dragonization, Charge, Slash. Monster description: this is the most common type of monster in the outskirts of the Dragon Slumberland. They were originally common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic kobolds, but they inadvertently received the baptism of dragon blood and became the formidable dragon blood kobolds. They generally live in groups. Go! Thunder Dragon. Mu Yuan didn't waste any time and directly gave the command to the Thunder Dragon. The lightning elemental dragon let out a dragon roar upon hearing the command, and the group of kobolds was instantly deterred, frozen in place and unable to move. They looked at this dragon, over 100 meters in size and radiating a violent aura of lightning, and were terrified out of their wits. Such an existence was simply too terrifying. The Thunder Dragon was incredibly fast, lunging into the monster crowd like a bolt of purple lightning. With a swipe of its massive lightning claws, bursts of horrifying damage appeared on the monsters. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. This damage had long exceeded the limit that these dragon blood kobolds could endure, and they collapsed to the ground in swaths, like mown hay. Furthermore, the elemental thunder dragon was shrouded in the power of the lightning element. Any monsters that came near were affected by the overflowing electricity, first becoming paralyzed and then being instantly killed. Not bad, it truly lives up to being an F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank area of effect skill. Mu Yuan watched the thunder dragon slaughtering everything in its path and showed a satisfied expression. Meanwhile, Shi Tong began to continuously receive experience from the deaths of the monsters, but since her own rank was too high, these monsters likely wouldn't be enough for her to level up. Soon, the group of dragon blood kobolds was completely wiped out under the attack of the elemental thunder dragon, leaving 2 pieces of green level 5 equipment on the ground. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Mu Yuan picked them up, tossed them into his backpack, and walked straight ahead. This kid is just too monstrous, as expected of someone from our number 1 high school. Principal Lu watched Mu Yuan's thunder dragon easily crush the group of common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king monsters, a proud smile appearing on his face. When the surrounding principals heard Principal Lu's words, they immediately felt he was being somewhat shameless. Principal Lu ignored the principals who looked down on him and watched Mu Yuan continue to advance, cutting through the enemies like vegetables. For a moment, he felt the wrinkles on his forehead smooth out, and he seemed to have become much younger. At this moment, Principal Lu just wanted to shout, "Who else?" He understood that Mu Yuan's position as the city's top scholar was practically guaranteed, and looking at the boy's strength, there was still room to push even higher. He's about to reach the first boss. Beside him, Teacher Wang was equally thrilled. After all, this was a student he had taught himself. As he watched Mu Yuan head toward the boss room ahead, he clenched his fists tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Mu Yuan looked at the massive kobold before him, his heart remaining completely calm. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level 5. HP 20,000 20,000. Mana 10,000 10,000. Attack 3,600. Physical defense 3,000. Magic defense 3,500. Monster skills: Dragon Blood Berserk, Dragon Claw, Frenzied Strike, Charge, Armor Piercing Slash. Monster description: this is the Kobold Chieftain of the outermost region of the Dragon Slumber Lands. Having undergone the baptism of dragon blood, it has successfully mutated. Do not underestimate it. The greatsword in its hand is incredibly sharp. Thunder Dragon, go! Tear it to pieces. Mu Yuan pointed toward the Kobold Chieftain ahead. The Thunder Dragon's eyes instantly flashed with lightning as it charged toward the chieftain. Watching the massive dragon, hundreds of meters long, rushing toward it, the Kobold Chieftain felt its heart tremble. However, as a chieftain baptized by dragon blood, it mustered its courage and barely managed to raise its long sword in a defensive block. Clang! The Thunder Dragon's massive purple lightning claw easily swatted it away. Furthermore, under the influence of the lightning element, its entire body became stiff and paralyzed. 16,000. With just this single light strike, the giant dragon-blooded Kobold Chieftain was instantly reduced to critical health. Before its despairing eyes, the Thunder Dragon opened its massive maw and spat a ball of lightning radiating terrifying elemental power directly at it. Boom! Plasma splattered everywhere. The giant dragon-blooded Kobold Chieftain was instantly blasted into nothingness, not even a scrap remaining. At the same time, a piece of blue equipment dropped. It was the greatsword the chieftain had been holding. Meanwhile, Shi Tong, having absorbed the experience from this common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king grade monster, finally leveled up to level 2. This kid is just too monstrous. The outermost boss was actually one-shot by the Thunder Dragon he summoned. You've got to be kidding me. The speaker was the principal of number 3 high school. Looking at his school's seated contestants who were still struggling and playing mind games with common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic goblins, he fell into utter despair. I want to see just how far he can go. Keep in mind, this is only the outermost fringe of the Dragon Slumber Lands. The monsters here are only level 5. The next area is a level 10 monster gathering zone. I don't believe he can still make it look this easy. Perhaps the higher he climbs, the harder he'll fall. The principal of Mingda High School looked rather displeased. After all, for this joint entrance examination, he had spent a fortune to reach an agreement with the Lu family from the provincial capital. He had intended to secure the top scholar spot in Jiangqing City at all costs, but now that a variable like Mu Yuan had appeared, his efforts could go down the drain at any moment. How could he possibly be happy? I say, old Ming, what's with the sarcastic remarks? What do you mean, the higher he climbs, the harder he'll fall? Do you want to pick a fight? I'll let you experience firsthand what falling hard feels like. Principal Lu wasn't about to tolerate his attitude. Mu Yuan was the genius of his school. There was no room for some outsider to sit there and badmouth him with snide comments. Upon seeing this, Principal Mingda immediately lost his temper. He knew that Principal Lu, as a veteran king-tier professional, was far beyond his current level. Alright, let's watch the assessment. Mu Yuan has entered the Dragon Beast domain. Seeing this, the principal of number 3 middle school hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. After all, with an outsider like Xiao Chinue present, they couldn't afford to let internal bickering turn them into a laughingstock. As he spoke, he shot them a meaningful look. Principal Lu and the other were both shrewd individuals, so they naturally chose to call a temporary truce and returned their attention to the screen showing Mu Yuan's exam. After the Thunder Dragon insta-killed the Kobold Chieftain, Mu Yuan glanced at the map issued upon entering the dungeon and headed straight toward the depths of the dragon's slumber. The territory of the dragon beasts should be just ahead. Dragon beasts were terrifying monsters. Although they hadn't awakened the dragon's true heritage, the dragon bloodline within them was countless times stronger than that of the dragon blood-bathed kobolds. The moment he stepped into this territory, Mu Yuan heard a series of beastly roars coming from the distance. The roars were like thunder, carrying a sense of violent bloodlust. Thunder Dragon, quiet these half-breed things down. Upon receiving Mu Yuan's command, the elemental Thunder Dragon soared into the air. Magic power surged through its body as it unleashed a terrifying dragon roar toward the path ahead. In an instant, the previously noisy dragon beast territory fell silent, leaving only the dragon's roar echoing continuously across the wilderness. Looking out, the entire dragon beast domain was covered in barren rocks. From time to time, withered yellow weeds on the rocks rustled in the cold wind, making the place seem exceptionally desolate. Whoa, whoa! These beasts, who knew only slaughter, were significantly cowed after being intimidated by the Thunder Dragon's roar. They began to growl low in fear. Qitong stood on Mu Yuan's shoulder, holding a piece of crimson flame jade marrow and licking it incessantly, as if eating a delicious popsicle. Iya. She seemed very satisfied with the little dessert Mu Yuan had given her. Mu Yuan carefully observed the group of diverse dragon beasts in the distance, noting that each was over 10 meters tall, with sharp fangs, wicked claws, and hideous features. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level, 10. HP, 9000. Mana, 4000. Attack power, 2000. Physical defense, 2500. Magic defense, 1500. Monster skills, Tyrant Charge, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Super Recovery. Monster description, a terrifying beast found deep within the dragon's slumber. They possess no reason and know only slaughter. As expected, for every layer deeper I go, the monster level increases by 5. I wonder if it will continue to be like this. If so, then this dungeon is finally starting to get interesting. Mu Yuan gently adjusted his golden hood, a flicker of fiery battle intent flashing in his eyes as he surveyed the attributes of the dragonkin horde before him. I need a few more. With a sudden clap of his hands, he directly summoned 3 more lightning dragons. Go, lightning dragons! At Mu Yuan's command, the 4 lightning dragons charged toward the dragonkin with murderous intent. Is this for real? How is this possible? That's clearly a high-tier summoning skill. Why is his skill cooldown so fast? This kid is a total freak. Outside, the spectators cried out in shock when they saw Mu Yuan summon 3 identical elemental lightning dragons with just a simple clap of his hands. Even Principal Lu was bewildered. This kid had only just completed his class change. How could he be such an anomaly? Could it be a special talent? At this thought, his eyes lit up, and he let out a triumphant smile. Watching the 4 thunder dragons wreaking havoc among the dragon beast horde, Xiao Changyue, standing nearby, was also slightly stunned. Then, a hint of adorable blankness flickered across her cold face, and the gaze she directed toward Mu Yuan grew increasingly intense. We must recruit this kid to our school at all costs. Inside the dungeon, with the addition of the 3 elemental thunder dragons, a hole was quickly torn through the pack of drakelings. They continuously spat out massive spheres of thunder element, blasting the drakelings. One after another, the monsters fell, transforming into experience points that were absorbed by Red Pupil. With a soft shing, the little fellow leveled up once again. Once Mu Yuan had cleared the entire group of monsters, a giant, crimson-bodied drakeling emerged from the distance with heavy steps. Thump! 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 Because its body was so massive, every step it took let out a deafening boom. Unlike the other drakelings, this monster appeared much sturdier in its limbs. In particular, its 2 sharp front claws shimmered with a chilling, eerie green light. Furthermore, its entire body was covered in thick scales, and its bloodshot red eyes were filled with a violent urge to slaughter. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. HP, 40,000 40,000. Mana, 20,000 20,000. Attack power, 7,000. Physical defense, 8,000. Magic defense, 10,000. Monster skills: Dragon Roar, Drakeling Charge, Dragon Berserk, Dragon Claw Toxin, Super Regeneration. Monster description: this is the king of the Drakelings and the pet of the Red Dragon Scion, Mihal. Do not underestimate this mindless, berserk beast. It is a terrifying killing machine. Go, Thunder Dragons! Mu Yuan directly commanded the 4 thunder dragons to swarm the target, showing no regard for fair play. Roar! Seeing the 4 thunder dragons rushing toward it, the king of the Drakelings raised its head and let out a furious roar, its blood-red eyes turning even more crimson. Immediately after, its body became shrouded in a scarlet aura. It was the Dragon Berserk skill. Once activated, its size swelled by dozens of meters. Although it still couldn't match the size of the thunder dragons for the time being, it now looked like a colossal juggernaut in its own right. With a resounding bang, the 2 sides collided instantly. In the next moment, the thunder dragon's purple lightning claws gripped its body fiercely. 9,000. A massive gash appeared on the Dragon Beast King's body, and its health bar dropped significantly in an instant. Roar! Struck by this attack, it let out a roar of agony. Clearly, the thunder dragon's strike had inflicted substantial damage. Meanwhile, enduring the pain inflicted by the thunder dragon, its glowing green giant claws also tore into the dragon's body. Unfortunately, the thunder dragon was an elemental lifeform from the void elemental realm. Its core resided only in the elemental crystal atop its head. The rest of its body was merely condensed lightning. Not only did the Dragon Beast King's attack fail to take effect, but it was also shocked by the purple radiance overflowing from the thunder dragon's body, causing white smoke to rise and plunging it into an abnormal status. In that brief moment while the Dragon Beast King was paralyzed, the attacks from the other 3 thunder dragons arrived. In an instant, it was swatted flying by the 3 dragons. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 3 terrifying instances of damage suppressed the Dragon Beast King's health to its absolute limit, leaving only a sliver of health remaining. Just then, a shimmering green light suddenly erupted from its body. Plus 20,000. A massive health recovery number appeared above its head. Seeing this, Mu Yuan guessed that this must be the monster's super recovery skill. However, he had no intention of interfering. He believed the thunder dragons could still handle it with ease. After all, its super recovery would surely have a cooldown and could not be used indefinitely. Seeing the Dragon Beast King recover from the brink of death, the 4 thunder dragons glanced back at Mu Yuan. They then let out furious dragon roars, sounds like clashing metal, filled with infinite killing intent. The 4 thunder dragons soared into the sky together. Amidst flickering purple light, they appeared around the dragon beast king, forming a square. Immediately afterward, 4 thick pillars of lightning enveloped them. These pillars quickly linked together, forming a massive lightning cage that trapped the dragon beast king inside. The lightning cage continuously shrank, emitting crackling sounds. Seeing this, the dragon beast king's expression instantly turned to one of despair. No matter how dull-witted it was, it began to panic in the face of a life or death crisis. But it was all in vain. The lightning cage soon bounded completely. 36,000. A massive burst of damage instantly emptied its health bar, which had only recovered halfway. Instantly, Little Red Eye leveled up again. It glanced satisfyingly at the thunder dragons Mu Yuan had summoned and sucked the last bit of flame jade marrow into its mouth. It then patted Mu Yuan on the shoulder and held out a small, pale hand, gesturing the shape of an ice pop. Seeing the little fellow's appetite, Mu Yuan's heart twitched, yet he pulled another fresh piece of flame jade marrow from his backpack and handed it over. This little one is truly a spendthrift I can't afford to raise. Yeah. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. After the death of the Dragon Beast King, the Thunder Dragons returned to stand behind Mu Yuan. He stepped forward and picked up the equipment that had dropped on the ground. He glanced at it, a level 10 blue-grade item. Not bothering to appraise it, he tossed it directly into his inventory. On to the next zone. Mu Yuan pulled out the map to verify the direction, then led Qitong and the 4 Thunder Dragons toward the area. A thick black mist loomed ahead. It was clearly the territory of the Black Dragonkin. Those 4 Thunder Dragons are absolutely broken. These dragon beasts are like paper in front of them. The skill level must be incredibly high. I'm really curious how he has enough mana to cast them? Maybe it's a talent. Possible. He really is a genius, awakening a talent immediately upon his class change. Damn, this kid really has no sense of fair play. 4 against 1. My condolences to the Dragon Beast King. He passed it. At this moment, everyone outside was captivated by the footage of Mu Yuan's assessment. Almost no one was paying attention to the other candidates anymore. Watching Mu Yuan annihilate swarms of dragon beasts with overwhelming force and then effortlessly dispatch the Dragon Beast King. Exclamations of awe broke out from the crowd from time to time. Principal Lu was now glowing with pride, looking as rejuvenated as if he had consumed a divine elixir, feeling a bit lightheaded from the constant flattery of those around him. Only one thought remained in his mind: my number 1 middle school is about to become famous. Then he turned to look at Xia Changyue. He had heard rumors about this inspector's background, a top graduate from Imperial Capital University. He figured she would likely try to recruit Mu Yuan for her alma mater. At this thought, old Lu instantly straightened his back. Xia Chanyue's heart was far from calm at this moment. Watching the youth crush everything in his path within the dungeon, she felt more and more that he was unfathomable, truly a rare piece of uncut jade. I must recruit Mu Yuan for the university. She bit her red lips slightly, making a firm decision in her heart. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Mu Yuan had just stepped into the territory of the first Dragonborn envoy. Looking around, there were no small mobs in this space. There was only a luxurious house not far from the entrance. As Mu Yuan entered, the black mist gradually dissipated, and a humanoid creature with 2 black dragon horns on its head walked out of the room. We can't. You have entered the domain of the Black Dragonborn, EST. Mu Yuan ignored it and cast appraisal directly in its face. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 15. HP, 70,000 70,000. Mana, 30,000 30,000. Attack power, 11,000. Physical defense, 15,000. Magic defense, 14,000. Monster skills: Super Resistance, Super Recovery, Black Dragon Transformation, Bloodthirsty Berserk, Dark Elemental Cloak. Monster description: the Black Dragonborn estate is one of the 4 Dragonborn guarding Saron. It possesses the violent destructive power of the Black Dragon. It is brutal by nature and loves bloodthirsty slaughter. Despicable bug, are you defying the great Black Dragonborn? Seeing that Mu Yuan not only ignored it but also slapped an appraisal on it right to its face, Est immediately flew into a rage. I say, you keep calling me bug and ant, are you finished yet? Thunder Dragon, go. Teach this youngster how to speak properly. Mu Yuan was somewhat speechless at this irritable black dragon. He hadn't even been in there for a minute and had already been insulted twice. May I ask, are you from Zon? Upon hearing Mu Yuan's command, the elemental thunder dragon immediately erupted with thunderous light, turning into a bolt of lightning as it charged toward the black dragonborn estate. Hee, bug, do not even think about defeating me. Mu Yuan watched this brain-dead child with exasperation, wondering to himself why this black dragonborn had such a shitty personality. Don't you realize what you're about to face? Sure enough, with a sharp crack, it was sent flying by the elemental thunder dragon in the very next second. 5,000. That was a momentary lapse in judgment on my part. How dare you offend a great scion of the black dragon lineage? Ist burst into a complete frenzy, but before it could hurl any more threats, the thunder-clad claws of the other 3 elemental thunder dragons slapped across its face. Slap, 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 3 crisp strikes. Ist, the black dragon scion, was left utterly dazed by the assault. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. Staring at its rapidly plummeting health, its eyes turned blood red. With a deafening roar, it instantly draped itself in a mantle of dark elements. At that moment, Mu Yuan checked its attributes and discovered that both its magic resistance and physical resistance had soared to 18,000. Now clad in the dark elemental mantle, the dragon kinist's eyes were filled with murderous intent as it activated bloodthirsty berserk and black dragon transformation. The once humanoid black dragon spawn had completely transformed into a massive black dragon. Its body pulsed with a crimson glow, signaling that it had entered a berserk state. Starting off with an ultimate, I see. Impressive, but not enough. Mu Yuan watched the black dragon, now fully buffed, with a look of genuine interest before turning his gaze toward the clash between the two sides. The 4 elemental thunder dragons were already locked in a fierce struggle with the dragonized YY. It was a brutal, physical exchange. However, the elemental thunder dragons were entirely unfazed by the black dragon's physical strikes. In contrast, Y, despite the attribute boost from its berserk state, was reduced to a mere punching bag under the relentless, storm-like assault of the 4 thunder dragons. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Even with the protection of its dark elemental mantle, damage continued to accumulate, and its health bar began to steadily dwindle. Roar! This cannot continue. The Berserk Y quickly realized the predicament. Far from being a brainless, bloodthirsty drakeling, it began to maneuver toward Mu Yuan while fighting. Mu Yuan naturally sensed its movements, but what of it? If it dared to attempt a close-quarters ambush, he would certainly give it a taste of a world of ice and fire. The black dragon spawn, however, had other ideas. Sensing the distance was right, it immediately activated super recovery. The health that had been chipped away by the thunder dragons surged back to full. Then, with an even more vivid crimson flash, its speed spiked dramatically. Before the 4 thunder dragons could react, it had broken through the encirclement and was charging straight for Mu Yuan. Not good. Sigh, it's about to end. The crowd watching from the sidelines gasped in horror. The berserk black dragon spawn was simply too terrifying. Combined with the ultra-high attributes of level 15 common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, and demon king monsters within the Calamity Dungeon, no one believed Mu Yuan could withstand its sudden assault. Get out of the way. Principal Lu and Teacher Wang were breaking into a cold sweat for Mu Yuan. I wonder how you will block this strike. Xia Chanyue watched the black dragon spawn charge at Mu Yuan without a hint of worry. The youth before her was simply too calm. Principal Lu and the others were merely blinded by their concern, lacking her keen sense of observation. Mu Yuan watched the black dragon spawn lunging toward him, a playful smile playing on his lips. He gently placed Chi Tong, who was perched on his shoulder, safely behind him. Then, he simply extended a single finger toward the black dragon spawn. Why? He's lost his mind. This was the consensus among everyone. The crowd watching outside was collectively stunned by Mu Yuan's action. This time, even Xiao Chanyue could no longer remain calm. She stood up abruptly, her mind in utter disarray. This kid, what on earth is he thinking? Principal Lu muttered, glancing at Teacher Wang beside him. Teacher Wang returned the look with a blank, bewildered expression. Even Ist was dazed. After struggling so hard to break through the obstructions and reach this human, the man actually extended a single finger toward him. This is a complete lack of respect for a dragon. Watch me tear you to pieces. The dragon kinist watched as his massive claws were about to strike Mu Yuan, a triumphant smirk appearing on his hideous draconic face. But his smile quickly vanished. The moment that finger touched his body, a crystalline blue shield shimmered into existence on the opponent's form. Immediately after, a current of ultimate glacial cold surged from the opponent's finger, and frost began to spread across his entire body in an instant. Clack, clack, clack. In no time at all, he was completely transformed into an ice sculpture. Thunder dragons, go! Upon hearing the command, the 4 elemental thunder dragons immediately surrounded the frozen black dragonist. Then, 4 thick breaths of lightning began to pour incessantly from their maws. The area where the ice block stood soon turned into a marsh of lightning. This time, the dragon kinist perished without even making a splash. Clink! A piece of purple equipment appeared on the ground. Mu Yuan picked it up and found it was a pair of mail gauntlets. He placed them directly into his backpack, turned around, and headed toward the next region. What was that just now? How did he block that violent strike from the black dragon kin? Is this a joke? A chieftain tier monster in a natural disaster dungeon was actually frozen solid by him just like that? Seeing Mu Yuan effortlessly freeze the black dragon kin with a single finger, the crowd outside gasped in unison. This boy is terrifyingly powerful. The atmosphere among the spectators was instantly ignited, as everyone began heatedly discussing the final skill Mu Yuan had used. This kid is a total beast. Principal Lu patted his chest. Unbeknownst to Mu Yuan, his image in Principal Lu's mind had officially shifted from genius to beast. Xiao Chanyue heard Principal Lu's mumbles from beside her, a faint smile flickering across her snow-white face as her curiosity about Mu Yuan continued to grow. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Mu Yuan had already stepped into the domain of the golden dragon Mikhail. Looking around, the place was filled with crystals of every color: red, green, blue, and white. As soon as little Qitong saw these colorful, sparkling objects, she couldn't tear her eyes away. Yeah. She flew straight to a purple crystal, grabbed it with her 2 small, fair hands, and began pulling upward with all her might. Seeing Qitong's little money grubber behavior, Mu Yuan's face couldn't help but darken. Qitong, come over here. Be careful of monster attacks. After all, they were still in a dangerous natural disaster dungeon. Qitong's level was still low. Even though killing the black dragonkin earlier had brought her up to level 5, she was still very fragile. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's call, Qitong immediately stopped what she was doing and obediently flew over to sit on his shoulder, though her eyes were still fixed on those beautiful crystals. Master will get them for you in a bit, Mu Yuan smiled and comforted her, tapping her forehead with his finger. Yeah. Hearing Mu Yuan's promise, Qitong instantly cheered up, her crystalline eyes shimmering like starlight. It seems more guests have arrived. I am Mikhail the Golden Dragonkin. Would you like to come over for a cup of tea? Mu Yuan looked toward the sound and saw a golden portal appear in the distance. Out stepped a man wearing a white robe, with a pair of golden horns growing from his head. His appearance was somewhat human-like, unlike the ugly dragon face of the previous black dragonkin. He had a kind expression and spoke gently. Golden Dragonkin Mikhail Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King Health, 80,000. Dungeon Mu Yuan. Dungeon. Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 15. 80,000 80,000. Mana, 90,000 90,000. Magic Attack, 13,000. Physical Defense, 11,000. Magic Defense, 12,000. Monster Skills, Crystal Seal, Spatial Teleportation, Crystal Manipulation, Golden Dragonification, Super Recovery. Monster Description: among the common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic tiers, the Golden Dragonkin Michael is a gentle-natured sage. Generally, he treats the youths he favors with great enthusiasm, though of course, this is only within the common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic contexts. Then let's have a cup. This was the first time Mu Yuan had encountered a monster with such a peaceful temperament. It piqued his curiosity instantly, making him want to sit down for tea to try and coax out some information about the creature's background. Please wait a moment. With those words, the golden dragon waved its hand, and a golden crystal appeared before them, slowly transforming into a table. Interesting. Is that a crystal manipulation ability? And there should be spatial power involved as well. Watching the golden dragonkin's display, Mu Yuan's eyes flickered as he immediately began to see through the depths of his opponent's abilities. Then, Michael began preparing the tea for Mu Yuan with the poise of a true human aristocrat. Warming the cups, adding the leaves, steeping, and brewing, not a single step was missed, and the entire process was exceptionally elegant. Honored guest, please. Once everything was ready, the golden dragonkin gave a light flick of his right hand, sliding a cup of freshly brewed tea in front of Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan took a careful sniff, and a rich, drifting fragrance assailed his senses. Good tea. While praising it, he cast an appraisal on the cup of tea. Crystal Needle Tea Special. Item description: a tea brewed from rare plants found in the Void Realm. It can slowly increase your spirit attribute with no side effects. Hearing Mu Yuan's praise, the golden dragonkin smiled slightly, picked up his own teacup, and took a gentle sip with a look of satisfaction. Seeing him take a drink, Mu Yuan no longer hesitated. He picked up his tea and drank, but after just one sip, a notification rang out. Ding! You have been poisoned. You are immune. How did I get hit? Mu Yuan was slightly startled, never expecting to fall into a trap despite his caution. Fortunately, his chaos talent granted him immunity to all negative status effects. This was precisely where his confidence to drink monster tea in a dungeon came from. What's the matter? Do you feel dizzy, guest? Does your entire body ache as if being sliced by blades? The golden dragon looked at Mu Yuan with a beaming smile, speaking in a gentle tone. How was I poisoned? Mu Yuan still wanted to ask, because when he appraised the tea earlier, it showed as non-toxic. Crystal needle leaves themselves possess no toxicity, but it's a different story when combined with the odorless ginkgo powder on my body. Mikhail looked at Mu Yuan and explained slowly. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Then why aren't you poisoned? Furthermore, what is your purpose for poisoning me? The golden dragon spawn seemed to enjoy explaining things to others. Hearing Mu Yuan's questions, he said playfully, by taking the antidote in advance, of course. As for the purpose? Since you killed my little pet, I have no choice but to transform you into my new one. Iya. Upon hearing this, Chi-Tong immediately drifted in front of Mu Yuan, her flame mantle surging as she stared at Mikhail with hostile intent. I didn't expect you to have such a cute little fellow. Mikhail looked at Chi-Tong, who had suddenly appeared before him, a look of greed surfacing in his eyes. I'll deal with this nuisance first before settling things with your useless master. As soon as he finished speaking, he crossed his fingers, and a strange magical fluctuation surged. 4 golden crystal cages then appeared within his palms. Go! With a wave of his hands, the 4 crystal cages turned into streaks of light, shooting directly toward the thunder dragons behind Mu Yuan. Seeing the monster suddenly launch an attack, the elemental thunder dragons roared and spat out lightning orbs to stop them. However, the crystals were very eerie, as if leaping through an alternate dimension, they passed directly through the lightning orbs. They then appeared out of thin air beside the thunder dragons, transforming into 4 massive golden crystal cages that sealed them inside. Hee, it's useless. Once hit by my crystal seal, don't even think about breaking it from the inside. Michael watched the thunder dragon continuously attacking the crystal seal and spoke smugly. Yeah. Seeing this, Chiton's eyes sharpened with divine light as a mysterious aura emerged, and a trace of mystical blood-colored flame suddenly flickered in her gaze. No need, little one. Mu Yuan pulled Chiton directly behind him. Then, spreading his 5 fingers slightly, 5 profound flames appeared and instantly transformed into streaks of light, charging toward the golden dragon. How is this possible? Michael's brow furrowed, his face filled with confusion. He truly couldn't fathom why the person before him hadn't been poisoned after clearly drinking his tea. One must know that this compound poison was an ultimate neurotoxin he had invented after researching countless formulas. Once an enemy was affected, their mental power would be continuously eroded in such a state. It should be impossible for them to cast spells. Nothing is impossible. If you want to poison me, wait for your next life. Following his words, a massive, deep blue frost ring emitting a chilling aura surged toward the golden dragon. Michael looked at the 2 spells flying toward him, his face now clouded with gloom, his demeanor no longer possessing its original kindness. So, you've been playing me for a fool this whole time? His eyes turned blood red as he glared at Mu Yuan, gritting his teeth and asking in a low, heavy voice. You could say that. Actually, I just wanted to see what exactly you were up to. Mu Yuan looked at Michael teasingly. This was the first time he had encountered such an insidious monster. Sure enough, common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic rankings aren't everything. This golden dragon descendant is an absolute snake in the grass. Good, very good. You lowly insect, you actually dare to toy with me. Hearing Mu Yuan's response, Michael's face had already turned flushed with rage. He had always prided himself on being a wise sage, never expecting to be played like an idiot this time. Heh, you brought this on yourself. Now, die. Mu Yuan's flame spirit curse quickly reached Michael, accompanied by the massive deep blue frost ring. Overconfident insect. The enraged Michael immediately shifted his hand gestures. With a forward thrust of his hands, walls of golden crystals materialized before him, instantly blocking Mu Yuan's flame spirit curse and frost ring. The crystal walls shimmered with flowing light and appeared incredibly sturdy. The frost ring shattered immediately upon impact, turning into currents of icy frost that surged in all directions. Seeing this, Michael began to laugh triumphantly. What exactly are you so smug about? Do you really think this can block my F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, and godly rank skills? Mu Yuan looked at it as if he were looking at an idiot, unable to resist mocking it. One must know that the Flame Spirit Curse was currently the highest damage single target skill in his arsenal. He was certain that the golden dragon before him could not possibly withstand it. Sure enough, those 5 flames were only delayed for a fleeting moment by the crystal walls before burning right through them. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. In the blink of an eye, they reached the final layer. Seeing this, Michael's golden pupils constricted sharply. At this moment, he felt a fatal sense of crisis surging toward him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. I absolutely cannot let these flames touch me. This was the accurate intuition honed by his years of combat. With this thought, his expression shifted drastically, and he instantly teleported a great distance away. Immediately after, another golden crystal cage appeared, temporarily sealing Mu Yuan's flame spirit curse inside. Ha ha! Though your skill is strange, as long as it is trapped by my crystal seal, it is impossible for it to break free. Seeing the flame spirit curse sealed within the crystal and the life or death crisis averted, Michael burst into laughter. And how many times can you seal it? Mu Yuan looked at the monster with amusement and teased. As he spoke, he waved his staff, and 10 flame spirit curses appeared before him, transforming into 10 flaming arrows that shot toward the golden dragon. No, you monster! Michael fell into complete despair. He truly could not imagine that such a being existed in this world, one capable of casting skills without interruption. Furthermore, it was obvious that the level of this skill was not low. It was only then that he remembered the 4 thunder dragons following behind Mu Yuan when he first entered. Could it be? He didn't dare think further. The human before him was definitely a terrifying monster wearing human skin. The mere thought caused him to shudder involuntarily. But Mu Yuan's flame spirit curse didn't care what he was thinking. It plunged directly toward his body. No! The golden dragon scion let out a roar, transforming into a massive, solid gold dragon. Subsequently, layers of crystal scales continuously grew all over the dragon's body as it prepared to head-on tank Mu Yuan's flame spirit curse. Naive! Seeing Michael make such a choice, Mu Yuan was momentarily stunned. He truly hadn't expected the opponent to be so stubborn. One must realize that the damage from the flame spirit curse itself is already terrifying. Combined with the empowerment of his own magic glow skill, there was simply no way for it to withstand the assault. Sure enough, the moment those 10 flaming arrows struck Mikhail's transformed golden dragon body, he was instantly set ablaze. 14,000. 14,000. 14,000. 10 terrifying bursts of fire damage erupted from above its head, instantly killing the dragon-blooded monster before it even had a chance to trigger its super regeneration. With a crisp chime, little red pupil leveled up again. At the same time, a piece of purple gear dropped. Mu Yuan picked it up and found it was a necklace. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level, 15. Mana plus 1500. Magic attack plus 310. Casting speed plus 10%. Spellvamp plus 2%. Mana regeneration plus 10%. Item description: a magical necklace imbued with the magic of a golden dragon. Wearing it allows you to feel the surge of elemental power. Quite a decent necklace. Mu Yuan took off his frost necklace and put on this new purple one, bringing his magic attack exactly to 4,700. I need to pick up the pace. He scooped up little red pupil, who was still busy picking up crystals, and perched the little fellow on his shoulder. After telling the little guy to hold onto his hood, he began chaining Blinks, heading straight for the depths of the dragon's slumber. He just took care of the golden dragonkin like that? I can't help but feel like this kid is a fake mage. Say, do you think he might actually clear this calamity difficulty dungeon? By now, the crowd outside had become completely numb, or rather, they were entirely won over by Mu Yuan's consistent performance. Seeing this, Xiao Chanyue immediately pulled out her smartwatch and sent a message to her mentor. She was afraid that if she didn't act now, it would be too late. Many others shared the same thought. People glanced at one another and began sending messages in secret. Principal Lu watched the scene, his beard twitching with delight and his face wrinkled with a wide grin. Look, Mu Yuan is about to enter the territory of the twin dragonkin. I bet these 2 dragon whelps won't be able to stop this freak. A moment of silence for the poor monsters. +1. +1. The atmosphere outside was starting to get a bit strange. Mu Yuan took out his map for a quick look. The grand hall before him was the final room on the path to the dragon's slumber temple, and the monsters guarding it were the twin dragonkin. Kreek! He pushed open the bronze doors of the great hall and stepped inside with the thunder dragon and red pupil. The interior was dimly lit. A quick glance around revealed no sign of the twin dragonborn, only 2 statues standing in the shadows. Could it be? Just as he was speculating, the 2 statues suddenly stirred. Clods of earth and dust crumbled from their bodies before their eyes ignited, each shooting out 2 beams of piercing light. Intruder, you shall perish within our domain. As the words fell, the statues began to glow intensely, one emitting a cold blue light and the other a fiery red. Moments later, they transformed into 2 hideous, humanoid monsters. One of the creatures held a spellbook radiating a bone-chilling frost, while the other shouldered a massive greatsword wreathed in roaring flames. It was a classic warrior-mage duo. Upon emerging, they locked their gazes onto Mu Yuan, their faces twisted with murderous intent. Mu Yuan cast appraisal on each of them, and their attributes materialized one after another. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level, 15. HP, 80,000 80,000. Mana, 90,000 90,000. Magic attack, 16,000. Physical defense, 13,000. Magic defense, 11,000. Skills, Frozen Barrier, Frost Pillar, Ice Roar, Frost Armor, Ice Dragon Form. Description: an offspring of the ice dragons that dwell in the extreme polar regions. It has mastered terrifying frost spells and is a natural-born caster. Do not underestimate it, or you will be frozen into an ice sculpture. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 15. HP, 85,000 85,000. Mana, 30,000 30,000. Attack power, 14,000. Physical defense, 15,000. Magic defense, 17,000. Skills, Bursting Flame Slash, Blazing Strike, Thousand Flame Vortex Sword, Dance of Cinders, Fire Dragon Form. Description: possessing the bloodline of the fire dragons, it not only commands the power of flames but is also a natural warrior. Do not underestimate it, or you will be reduced to ashes. Interesting. Mu Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight, his fighting spirit igniting. He curled his finger toward them in a provocative gesture and said with high spirits, "Come on. Arrogant insect, accept the judgment of ice and fire." Yashu and Tel froze for a moment at Mu Yuan's gesture, then a wave of fury surged into their hearts as they roared in unison. "Thunder dragons, pin down that fire dragon spawn for me." Upon hearing Mu Yuan's command, the four thunder dragons erupted with brilliant lightning. They charged directly toward the fire dragon spawn, while massive spheres of lightning coalesced within their jaws in a flash of electric light. Sizzle! Crackle! Countless currents of electricity surged within the massive lightning orbs, dense and chaotic, emitting a violent aura that threatened to tear everything apart. Roar! The thunder dragons spat out the fully charged lightning orbs, aiming them squarely at the distant fire dragon spawn. Faced with this assault, the fire dragon spawn Terrace showed no sign of panic. Instead, his face was filled with a burning battle intent. Flame Thousand Vortex Sword. Blazing flames surged around his body like a cloak of fire. He then raised his massive greatsword and pointed it sharply forward. A huge vortex of fire suddenly appeared at the tip of the greatsword. From within the vortex, hundreds of small flame swords flew out, whistling through the air as they shot toward the four thunder dragons. In mid-air, the four massive lightning orbs collided incessantly with the incoming flame swords. Lightning and fire were both violent elements. For a moment, at the point where the two skills clashed, countless spheres of thunder and fire exploded continuously. Boom! 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 Seeing his partner entangled by the thunder dragons, the ice dragon spawn Yashu raised the frost spellbook in his left hand and began chanting an incantation. "Insects, let the extreme cold seal you forever." His chanting speed was rapid. Before long, dense ice element mana gathered around him, and he pointed his right hand toward Mu Yuan. Sharp pillars of ice continuously erupted from the ground, surging toward Mu Yuan with a series of thuds. Seeing this, Mu Yuan used Flash to reposition. Instead of retreating, he advanced. A flash of yellow light flickered as he nimbly dodged the ice pillar assault, charging straight for the ice dragon spawn. "Insect, you're dreaming." The fire dragon spawn, who had been locked in combat with the thunder dragons, saw Mu Yuan's movement. He instantly transformed into a dancing flame, forcing the four thunder dragons back. Seizing the opportunity, he blocked Mu Yuan's path and raised his flaming greatsword to strike him down. Mu Yuan did not pay the attack any mind. A golden light flashed as he perfectly evaded the strike. With his fingers slightly spread and his palms permeating with the aura of fire, he appeared before the ice dragon spawn in an instant. It's over." Mu Yuan looked coldly at the panicked Yashu. Under the dragon spawn's despairing gaze, he slammed the flame spirit curse hard into its chest. No! In an instant, a terrifying fiery aura exploded against its chest before boring deep into its body. 14,000. 14,000. 14,000. The eerie flame spirit curse directly ignited the frost dragonkin's body, and terrifying damage numbers began popping up over its head every second. Seeing that it had already fallen victim to the spell, Muyuan simply ignored it and turned around to deal with the fire dragonkin, Tyr, who was once again entangled with the thunder dragon. Ah shoo! You insect, how is this possible? Tyr truly had not expected the Muyuan before him to be so formidable, severely wounding Ashu in just an instant. At this moment, his face was filled with sheer terror. It's your turn now. Muyuan didn't waste any time, flashing directly behind him and pressing another flame spirit curse toward his back. Having seen Ashu's miserable state, Tyr didn't dare take Muyuan's skill head-on. He erupted with the power of flames, transforming into a red light to retreat rapidly. In your dreams. Frost Nova. Wind Barrier. Seeing the fire dragonkin's sudden burst of speed to dodge his close-range strike, Muyuan cast 2 restrictive skills to trap him. The deep blue Frost Nova moved swiftly, covering everything in its path with white frost. Seeing this, the fire dragonkin swung his greatsword, unleashing a half-moon-shaped flame slash. In an instant, the raging fire collided with the frost ring, and countless plumes of white steam rose, blurring the vision between the two. Although Muyuan's line of sight was obstructed, his innate perception as a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic class was very strong, so he wasn't affected much. Meanwhile, the previous wind barrier had successfully trapped the fire dragonkin. You're delusional. Tyr only felt a violent surge of wind element fluctuations before finding himself inside a cyan barrier. He swung his greatsword once more. A phantom of a fire dragon appeared on the blade, roaring as it charged toward the wind barrier. Puff! The barrier shattered, but Muyuan was not surprised. After all, wind barrier was only an F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank skill. It was already impressive enough to block a single strike from this level 15 calamity common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. He seized the brief opening created when the fire dragonkin broke the barrier and flashed directly to its side. Not good. The fire dragonkin Tyr was startled. His skills had not yet recovered, and he had no way to dodge this time. Under his unwilling gaze, a fair right hand, carrying 5 eerie flames, pressed directly onto his chest. It's over. As a counter-shock force surged forth, Muyuan's Frost God shield was instantly triggered. As the creature was encased in ice, the flame spirit curse simultaneously burrowed into its body. 14,250. 14,250. 14,250. The flame spirit curse. To be struck by it is to die. Even the fire dragonkin could not escape this fate. Just like the ice dragonkin before it, it was completely reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, Shitong absorbed the experience from the deaths of the 2 dragonkins and leveled up twice, reaching level 8. Next up is the final boss. Muyuan looked toward the passage behind the bronze hall doors, his eyes burning with an intense will to fight. Yeah. At that moment, Shitong used the power of flames to levitate the equipment dropped by the 2 monsters and brought them before Muyuan. He took a look. They were exactly the weapons held by the twin dragonkins. My luck is actually quite good. Could it be that the treasure hunter belt I'm wearing is working its magic? Muyuan identified them one by one, and the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment appeared before him simultaneously. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Required level, 15. Mana plus 2000. Magic attack plus 350. Casting speed plus 10%. Ice spell damage plus 10%. Special trait, level requirement ignored. Item description: a magic book crafted from the mana crystals of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic ice attribute magic beasts found within the great glaciers of the Void Realm. Holding it allows you to feel the power of ultimate frost. Friendly reminder: watch out for frostbite. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 15. Attack power plus 400. Armor penetration plus 600. Critical hit chance plus 5%. Fire attribute enhancement plus 30. Item description: a greatsword forged from the aged teeth of a fire dragon, capable of perfectly channeling fire attribute power. Shoulder this, and you'll be the coolest guy in the world. Not bad at all. That's another batch of items that can be sold for a good price. Mu Yuan glanced at the identified weapons and stowed them directly into his inventory. Then, leading Qi Tong and the Thunder Dragons, he headed toward the Dragon Rest Temple. The Dragon Rest Temple was the resting place for the soul of the guardian dragon, Saron. Rumor had it that after Saron was sealed, its corrupted dragon soul wandered through the temple day and night. Mu Yuan had the two Thunder Dragons lead the way while he followed slowly behind. Qi Tong sat on his shoulder, playing with the crystals collected earlier from the Golden Dragon's domain, letting out cheerful cries from time to time. Soon, the two Thunder Dragons clearing the path ahead let out a pair of roars. Mu Yuan knew this meant they had found the entrance to the Dragon Soul Temple. "Let's go, little one." With those words, several flashes of golden light flickered in succession as he hurried toward the Thunder Dragon's position. Before long, a massive palace appeared before them. "I told you, those two dragon whelps stood no chance against this freak. I never expected a true dragon to emerge from our small Jiang city. Look! He's found the Dragon Soul Temple." The crowd watching from outside stared intently at Mu Yuan's figure within the dungeon, terrified of missing a single moment of the spectacle. At this moment, everyone was witnessing the rise of a supernova. Mu Yuan stood at the entrance of the Dragon Soul Temple, not entering immediately, but instead taking in the magnificent architecture. Looking up, the entire temple was constructed from unknown cyan masonry. These stones were inscribed with intricate runes, which Mu Yuan surmised were seals placed by the powerhouses of the great universal world in ancient times. On the temple gates, 3 exquisite murals were carved. They appeared aged, likely due to the vast passage of time. Mu Yuan stepped closer to examine them, guessing that the protagonist was likely the former guardian dragon, Saron. In the first mural, a pale white dragon stood at the edge of the world, continuously repelling demons and protecting the entire realm. In the second mural, it appeared amidst a sea of lightning, surrounded by a sinister black mist, and subsequently began to destroy the world. The final image depicted the dragon being sealed in this place by an unknown entity, with the 4 guardian dragonkin entering to watch over the palace where the dragon slept. History is always shrouded in mist. The great universal world again, the Amethyst clan that was exterminated in the Void Kingdom also seemed to be beings from that world. Could it be that Saron's descent into madness was related to that clan as well? At this thought, Mu Yuan couldn't help but freeze for a moment, sighing inwardly, this world truly holds too many secrets. Rumble! Mu Yuan pushed open the bronze doors that had been sealed for untold ages, and a gust of chilling wind blew out from within. Woo! Woo! The bronze lamps inside the hall flickered violently in the wind. The ghastly green light from the wicks cast distorted shadows of Mu Yuan and his companions against the walls. Upon hearing the eerie sound of the wind, Little Red Eye's mouth fell open in fright. She immediately covered her eyes with both hands, only to cautiously peer at her surroundings through a tiny gap between her fingers. Mu Yuan frowned slightly at the sight. His right hand surged with flame magic as the flame spirit curse coalesced into a massive fireball, which he then hurled high into the distant air. Bang! The fireball exploded, scattering into countless embers that rained down, instantly illuminating the entire bronze palace. What is this? Mu Yuan was stunned by the scene before him. Deep within the hall, 4 thick black chains suspended a massive dragon carcass in mid-air. It appeared to have been dead for many years, with not a single trace of life force detectable from its body. Despite this, the dragon corpse still radiated a terrifying pressure, with ripples of energy pulsing from it from time to time. The 4 black chains flickered with an eerie light, absorbing the energy overflowing from the dragon's remains. Is this the guardian dragon sealed within the Dragon Rest Temple? Then where is its soul? Look, another pathetic insect has arrived. Just as Mu Yuan was searching for the dragon's soul, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from above the carcass. Following the sound, a ghastly green phantom of a dragon slowly drifted down. Its face was contorted in agony, as if enduring endless suffering. Its eyes were bloodshot, filled with madness and deep despair. Mu Yuan cast an appraisal on it. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 15. HP, 150,000. Mana, 220,000 220,000. Magic attack, 30,000. Physical defense, 40,000. Magic defense, 45,000. Monster skills: Soul Poison Fire, Dragon's Majesty, Soul Suppression, Fear, Soul Clone, Death Lash, Confusion, Soul Explosion. Monster description: Guardian Dragon was once Saron's title, but everything changed when it inadvertently learned the truth about this world. It began to doubt its mission and the high and mighty gods. Until one day, a voice suddenly echoed in its mind, "Go forth and destroy this filthy world." Since then, hope vanished from its eyes. It was no longer the guardian dragon of the great universal world, but the fallen dragon of destruction. I hate riddlers the most. Can't you just say what the secret is? Mu Yuan looked at the monster's description with a hint of speechlessness. It was obvious that many secrets were hidden here. First, the Mad Lich Dadars, and now the guardian dragon Saron both had undergone drastic personality shifts because of a single secret. This couldn't help but stir Mu Yuan's restless spirit of exploration. Pathetic insect, witness the truth of this world. Sink into oblivion. Face your destruction. Soul Poison Fire. Just as Mu Yuan was still pondering the connection between the two, the fallen dragon's soul launched a sudden, dishonorable sneak attack. Its massive dragon maw swung open, and a glob of ghastly green flame was spat directly toward him. The cluster of poison fire flew at high speed, its trajectory flickering and unpredictable, aimed squarely at Mu Yuan. Seeing this, the corners of Mu Yuan's mouth curled slightly. Magic power surged through his body as he instantly deployed 10 wind barriers in front of him, creating a series of cyan-like curtains that separated the two. He used his magical perception to sense the soul poison fire and discovered that it wasn't just lacking heat, it was actually somewhat cold. Can fire be cold? Soon, it slammed directly into Mu Yuan's wind barriers, emitting a series of sizzling and corrosive sounds. In a short moment, the ghastly green soul poison fire burned through Mu Yuan's barriers. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Just like when he had used the fire spirit curse to burn through the crystal walls deployed by the golden dragonkin, this poison fire appeared to have a powerful corrosive effect. As expected, offense is the best defense. At this thought, a scorching spark of fire flashed in Mu Yuan's eyes. He raised his right hand, and 5 small flames appeared on his fingers in sequence. Then, 5 more scorching flames followed the fire spirit curse. Not enough, still not enough. Mu Yuan violently mobilized all the magic power in his body. In an instant whoosh, a massive fireball appeared above his right hand, its core filled with the tiny, flickering flames of the fire spirit curse. Expand. 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters, 50 centimeters. The fire spirit curse fireball in his hand eventually expanded to about 2 meters. Then, with a slight push from his feet, Mu Yuan flew into the air, hoisting the massive molten fireball. He then hurled it fiercely in the direction of the fallen dragon soul, Saron. Boom! The giant fireball, composed of countless fire spirit curses, moved at incredible speed. With a swish, it cut through the air, leaving a brilliant trail of flame. Even more terrifyingly, the space surrounding the fireball was distorted by the intense and explosive power of the flames. How is this possible? The moment Saron's corrupted dragon soul saw the explosive flame spirit fireball, its spectral form shuddered violently. Within those despair-filled eyes, previously shrouded by thick black mist and bloodshot veins, a flicker of genuine fear appeared. Roar! Soul clones! In the next instant, Saron's eyes turned frantic. With a deafening roar, it split its essence into 3 identical soul bodies in rapid succession. Go! Block it for me! The 3 soul clones drifted directly in front of the flame spirit fireball, each spewing out a massive glob of soul poison flame. You're dreaming! Watching the dragon soul's movements, Mu Yuan instantly saw through its plan. Sizzle! The moment those 3 massive soul poison flames touched the flame spirit fireball, they were like drops of water falling into a vast river, instantly swallowed whole. Soul burst! Saron's corrupted dragon soul was a ruthless character. Seeing that its poison flames could not stop the fireball, it commanded its clones to self-destruct. In a flash, The 3 dragon soul clones in front of the flame spirit fireball began to swell rapidly, followed by a thunderous bang. Violent energy fluctuations rippled out from the center of the soul burst. At the cost of detonating 3 of its clones, the dragon soul finally managed to blast the flame spirit fireball apart. Victory shall be mine. Seeing the flame spirit fireball scatter and dissipate, the dragon soul roared again in a frenzy. You're celebrating a bit too early. The moment the words left his lips, Mu Yuan spread his fingers slightly. The flames from the shattered fireball, which had been scattered in all directions, instantly coalesced again, transforming into streaks of flaming arrows that shot toward the corrupted dragon soul. Like fireflies turning into a blaze, 10,000 arrows fired at once. No! Saron watched the sky full of flaming arrows raining down on him like meteors, a profound sense of helplessness surging through his heart. He barely had time to let out one final roar of despair before he was riddled with holes by the flame spirit curse's arrows. 17,500. 17,500. 17,500. A barrage of terrifying damage numbers instantly executed the corrupted dragon soul. Shortly after, 2 white orbs of experience, one large and one small, drifted from the site of its death, flowing into the bodies of Mu Yuan and Shi Tong. With a soft chime, the massive experience from a level 15 common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king tier monster pushed him to level up, while little Shi Tong leveled up twice in a row, reaching level 10. Finally, it's over. Mu Yuan picked up the equipment dropped by Sarong. At the same time, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have cleared the dragon's slumber calamity. Do you wish to exit the dungeon? Yes. Looking at the empty hall, Mu Yuan couldn't help but be filled with emotion. He then led Shi Tong directly into the portal behind him. He's out. Mu Yuan is out. Where is he? Stop pushing. My God, who is touching an old man like me? The crowd outside on the playground swarmed toward Mu Yuan the moment they saw him step out of the portal. It seemed everyone wanted to catch a first glimpse of this young prodigy's elegance. Mu Yuan was stunned by the chaotic scene as soon as he emerged. Had he walked onto the wrong set? He looked toward the distant rostrum and saw Principal Lu, Xiao Chanhua, and the others, confirming he was in the right place. Moreover, the way these people were looking at him with such fervor and strangeness sent a chill down his spine. Mu Yuan, time to slip away. Look! The results are out. At that moment, the principal of number 3 high school suddenly pointed at the virtual screen in the sky and shouted. Everyone immediately turned to look. What a high score! This must have broken the joint examination record for all previous years, right? There, displayed prominently on the screen, were Mu Yuan's results for this joint examination. Name, Mu Yuan. Assessment points, 500,000 full score. As expected, the point values for monsters in calamity difficulty are incredibly high. Of course. The 4 dragonkin and the final boss Sarong alone add up to 220,000 points. But can common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic people really handle level 15 monsters? Level 15? Most examinees are probably still below level 7 right now. I'm really curious what level that freak Mu Yuan is at now. At least level 10. A perfect score, what an absolute beast. After seeing these results, everyone on the scene was stunned, and a heated discussion immediately broke out. Taking advantage of the fact that they were distracted by his scores, Mu Yuan quickly found an opening to slip away and headed toward Principal Lu and the others. Principal. Mu Yuan, well done. Zhangcheng number 1 high school will always be proud of you. Looking at the young man before him, Principal Lu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. It had been so many years, and finally, number 1 high school had produced a peerless genius. Beside them, Xiao Chanhua watched quietly as Mu Yuan chatted with Principal Lu. Once they finished talking, she smiled and said to him, Student Mu Yuan, congratulations. Thank you. Facing the inspector before him, with whom he had no conflict of interest, he replied very politely. Principal, Inspector Xia, am I free to go home now? Yes, you can. The moment you stepped out, your results were already uploaded to the Huaxia Federation entrance exam official website. Once everyone finishes their assessment today, you'll be able to check your national ranking. Principal Lu smiled and stroked his beard, speaking to Mu Yuan in a kindly tone. Student Mu Yuan, rest assured, with your scores, there will be no problem taking the title of this year's top scholar. I expect recruitment teachers from various top universities will arrive in Jiangcheng tomorrow to invite you. Xia Chanyua looked at the youth with eyes full of appreciation. Such a genius was a rare sight indeed. Then Principal Lu, I'll head back first. Goodbye. After bidding the two of them farewell, Mu Yuan hailed a taxi at the school gate and hurried home. In a short while, he arrived back at his house. First, let's sort through the spoils from this trip. Especially regarding the equipment dropped by Salone at the very end. He hadn't even looked at it yet. Mu Yuan used appraisal, and after a flash of white light, the equipment revealed its true form. It was a suit of armor. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level, 15. Armor, 700. Magic resist, 800. Health plus 2500. Block chance plus 10%. Damage reduction plus 5%. Elemental resistance plus 5%. Item description: this was once one of the armors in Salone's collection, but after the erosion of endless years, this equipment has long since lost its original spirit. Not bad. I'll bundle it up and sell it tomorrow after I've chosen a school. Chi Tong. Yeah. The little fellow before him responded listlessly, her eyes half closed. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Only now did Mu Yuan realize something was off. It seemed the little one had been like this ever since they left the dungeon. At first, he thought she was just tired, but now it seemed it wasn't that simple. Yeah. You're saying you're a bit sleepy? Mu Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Could she really just be tired? He then checked Chi Tong's attributes. Name, Chi Tong. Race, Fire Spirit Mutated Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Gender, Female. Level, 10. Health, 70,000. Mana, 100,000. Magic Attack, 17,000. Physical Defense, 15,000. Magic Defense, 19,000. Talent, Crimson Eyes, Flame Heart. Passive Skill, Chaos Flame. Active skills, Fire Arrow, Flame Mantle, Flame Chains, Glazed Lotus Core Fire. Status, Evolving. Current progress, 10%. I feel like a piece of trash. Mu Yuan looked at himself. Even with the empowerment of his full set of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic equipment, his magic attack had barely reached 4,700. And this little thing is only level 10, yet its magic attack is 17,000? Is the tier system of common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, and demon king really that prestigious? As for health points, he didn't even have a fraction of hers. Where is the justice in this? Who is the one with the cheat code here, exactly? He was utterly speechless, staring at Crimson Eye's explosive attributes while falling into a deep state of self-doubt. And she had even gained an extra skill. Glazed Lotus Core Fire S. Skill cost, 50,000. Skill description: the Flame Spirit utilizes her source power to summon glazed lotus seeds from the endless sea of fire in the void elemental realm. As 1,000 lotuses bloom, they deal 10,000 plus magic attack 5 fire damage to enemies. Not bad, the little one got another skill. Crimson Eyes, go back to the pet space and rest for now. Yeah. After receiving a response from Crimson Eyes, Mu Yuan directly summoned her back into the pet space. Watching her fall into a deep sleep, his heart was filled with anticipation. It seemed that pets like Crimson Eyes were similar to humans, evolving once every 10 levels. Afterward, Mu Yuan took out his smartwatch and began searching for information regarding the top universities in the Huaxia Federation. Through the memories in his mind and online searches, he learned that there were 4 top-tier universities in the Huaxia Federation. The first was the imperial capital's Qingmu University, also known as Imperial Capital University. The other three were Shanghai's Lingyun University, Fufeng City's Xingxi Academy, and Tianshui City's Nuahai University. There were many other first-tier universities remaining, but Mu Yuan didn't bother to look through their information in detail. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely choose from these four top-tier universities. It would all come down to which one offered him terms that best suited his needs. Time for bed. At that moment, in the admissions office of Aoki University in the imperial capital, a curvaceous, mature woman was humming a little tune while watering plants with a spray can. Splash, splash, splash. The water flowed generously from the can, quickly overflowing the flower pot and making the already fiery red petals look even more vibrant and delicate. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an alert sounded from the smartwatch resting on the table. Hearing the sound, she gently placed the watering can on the side table and picked up the watch to check it. Oh? Girl Xia actually recommended a genius to us? Oh, really? If I recall correctly, this is the first time Xia Changyue has recommended a genius to us since she became a proctor, isn't it? Rare indeed, truly rare. I wonder what kind of talent managed to impress our resident genius proctor. The speaker was a bald man sitting across from the woman. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a burly build and a square-jawed face that radiated a sense of uprightness. Let me see. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, Mu Yuan. Jiangcheng? Where is Jiangcheng? The woman gave a soft laugh, did a quick search on her watch, and replied, "It's a small city nestled next to the Yin Mountains." Oh? So, how are the candidates' results? The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Xia Chanyue's recommendation to come from such a small, obscure city. Let me check. Since Chanyue sent me a message, his results must have already been uploaded to the official joint examination website. Having said that, she used Aoki University's special admissions authority to look him up. But the moment she saw Mu Yuan's results, her entire body began to tremble with excitement. Hey, Yueji, what's going on with you? The middle-aged man was completely baffled by the woman's sudden change in demeanor. Guo, I'm afraid we're going to have to consult the president on this one. The mature woman had regained her composure by now. She looked solemnly at the man, whose face was filled with skepticism, and spoke slowly. Consult the principal? Are you serious? Of course. Take a look at this kid's results. After saying this, she handed the smartwatch displaying Mu Yuan's scores to Guohua. SSS, this has to be fake, right? How could it be fake? Not only were there proctors on site, but even those people are constantly monitoring the joint examination. Yu pointed upward, and Guohua immediately understood her meaning. Mage, you're right. Let's consult the principal, otherwise, there's no way we'll be able to secure this genius. Once they reached an agreement, they didn't dare delay any longer and hurried toward the back mountain of Aoki University. Aoki University Back Mountain, by the shores of Lingyan Lake. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful complexion, dressed in white crystal silk casual wear, sat on a stone stool holding a stringless emerald bamboo pole. He stared motionlessly at the lake's surface. Principal! Principal! Upon hearing the shouts behind him, the old man's brow furrowed slightly. He did not respond, continuing to fish with his bamboo pole. The newcomers were Guohua and Yu. The more they thought about it on the way, the less they dared to delay, fearing that if they reported too late, the student would be snatched away by another school. What is it? As beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier admissions officers of my Aoki University, acting so flustered, where is your sense of decorum? Finally, the old man grew somewhat irritated by their frantic behavior and turned around to scold them. Principal, a genius has appeared in Zheng City. He was recommended by that girl, Chanyue. So a genius appeared. What is there to make such a fuss about? If he meets our school's admission requirements, just send someone to recruit him. The old man lightly flicked his fishing rod, speaking with little concern. This time is different. This candidate's strength is simply too high. How high? The old man chuckled upon hearing this. To what level could an average person rise in just 10 days after their class change? Unless the person came from a powerful clan and was being carried through power leveling. But he had always held those who were carried through levels in contempt, never deeming them worthy of his attention. Jiangcheng, for a small place like Jiangcheng to be chosen by that girl Chanhua, there must be something to it. At this thought, he suddenly developed a flicker of interest in this candidate and asked, how were his results? Yueji and Guohua exchanged a glance, both swallowing hard. With trembling voices, they said, Principal, he cleared the Calamity Grade Joint Exam Dungeon. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes, which had been somewhat chaotic, suddenly shimmered with the brilliance of 10,000 stars. He looked at the two of them, his gaze so intense they didn't dare meet it. Why didn't you mention such important news earlier? Yueji. Guohua. Our Aoki University must recruit this candidate. The two of you are to use the long-distance teleportation array and head to Jiangcheng immediately. The two of them nodded in agreement instantly. And the terms? Yueji glanced cautiously at the old man and asked softly. There are no fixed terms. Whatever conditions other universities offer, we will double them. Or, let him name his own price. Hearing the old man utter these two sentences so nonchalantly, Yueji and Guohua looked at each other, both seeing unprecedented shock in the other's eyes. A genius of this caliber, only our Aoki University can protect him as he grows. You don't understand yet. Now, go. After hearing this, the two bowed to the old man and immediately rushed toward Jiangcheng. After they left, he gently lifted his fishing rod. A golden fishing line suddenly emerged, and at the end of that line was a 7-colored hook. Dangling from the hook was a blurry sphere, which surprisingly contained a miniature world. Not bad, not bad. The old man looked at what he had caught, a faint, barely perceptible smile appearing on his face. Iya. Mu Yuan was woken up again by Qi Tong's voice and let out a comfortable stretch. He raised his hand to check his watch and realized it was already late afternoon. He then released Qi Tong from the pet space. The little fellow no longer showed any sign of fatigue and was now bursting with vitality. He looked at her status panel again and noticed that the progress bar had long been full, indicating that the evolution for this stage was complete. Furthermore, beneath her original skills, a new ability had appeared, Flame Avatar. Flame Avatar S. Mana cost, 30,000. Skill description: the flame spirit releases the seal within her body to transform into her true flame form. In this state, the pet's total attributes are increased by 30%, casting speed is increased by 20%, and skill cooldowns are reduced by 50%. Qi Tong, you're incredible now. Mu Yuan lightly tapped the little one's snowy white forehead with his finger and said earnestly. Iya. Alright, I'll be counting on you to protect me from now on. He chuckled upon hearing that, then pulled a piece of flame jade marrow from his backpack and handed it to her. Iya. The moment she saw it, Shidong's crystalline eyes instantly sparkled with starlight. She happily took it from Mu Yuan's hand, hugged it, and began to lick it. Beep beep. Just then, a notification sound suddenly came from Mu Yuan's smartwatch. Feeling somewhat puzzled, he picked up the watch to check and found a message from Principal Lu, informing him that the recruitment teachers had gone to find him. Mu Yuan was slightly stunned by this and immediately placed a voice call to Principal Lu. Hello, Principal, this is Mu Yuan. Didn't we say I would go to the school tomorrow? Ha, you're a genius, and not just any ordinary genius. These recruitment teachers are naturally afraid that someone else will beat them to it. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Compare your options carefully, especially the offers from the Big Four universities. Alright, I understand. Misham, if there's anything you're unclear about, just give me another call. Mu Yuan hung up the call and began to think quietly while waiting for the recruitment teachers to arrive. While he was still pondering which school to choose, there was a sudden knock at the door. Thud, thud, thud. Mu Yuan guessed that the recruiters had arrived, so he walked straight to the door and pulled it open with a creak. Sure enough, the hallway outside was packed with people. The aura emanating from this group was incredibly strong, and none of them seemed weaker than Principal Lu. You are student Mu Yuan, right? I am Xia Yan, the recruitment teacher from Lingyun University in Magic City. Hello, teacher. Mu Yuan stepped aside to let the group in. It wouldn't do to have them all crowding the doorway. Student Mu Yuan, as long as you agree to come to our Magic City University, we can provide you with very generous terms, including... Hey, Xia Yan, can you stop dawdling? Since everyone is here, let's just lay out all our conditions and let student Mu Yuan choose for himself. The speaker was a burly, powerfully built man who cut Xia Yan off as he was rambling. I say, Wang Badian, could you stop interrupting me? What's the matter? You want to go around? With that, he rolled up his sleeves. Teachers, could I have a word? Seeing that the two were on the verge of a brawl, Mu Yuan spoke up immediately. Student Mu Yuan, go ahead. Yes, tell us what's on your mind. We're listening. Looking at the two teachers who were now speaking to him so softly and reasonably, Mu Yuan almost thought he had misjudged them earlier. Since you are all here for recruitment, why don't we just lay everything out on the table and state your respective terms? I will consider them carefully and choose the school that suits me best. Does that work for you? After speaking, Mu Yuan calmly observed the recruiting teachers. Straight to the point. I like your style. It was Wang Badian again, giving Mu Yuan a big thumbs up. Xia Yan's face twitched at the remark, silently cursing Wang Badian for being such a meathead. I really can't fathom why Lingzhou University would send such a moron for recruitment. The other teachers immediately understood Mu Yuan's intentions as soon as he finished speaking. He wanted them to compete openly. What a clever kid. However, they had no other choice at this point. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Ahem, then I'll go first. If student Mu Yuan chooses our Magic City Lingyun University, your tuition for all 4 years will be completely waived. Additionally, the school will provide an annual subsidy of 1 million crystal coins. During your time at the university, we will cover all your equipment, guaranteeing a quality of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic or higher. Finally, you may select any 5 skill books of F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, godly rank or higher from the school as private collection realm. Seeing that everyone had reached an agreement, Xia Yan cleared his throat and laid out his conditions one by one. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. They truly hadn't expected Lingyun University to be willing to bleed so much just to recruit a rising star like Mu Yuan. Just as these people were reeling in shock, another muffled sound echoed from nearby. Ha, Lingzhou University will match those terms, and will throw in a pet evolution stone as well. Xia Yan. Has Lingzhou University gone insane? As soon as the other recruiters heard the conditions Wang Tianba proposed, this exact thought flashed through all of their minds. Zhao Koan, the recruiter from Jingzhou University which sat adjacent to Lingzhou University, became anxious upon hearing this. He immediately pulled him aside and said, Tianba, you can't just make wild promises out of a moment of spite. Although he and Wang Tianba were now teachers at different schools, they had once fought side by side. They were brothers who had shared life and death experiences, so naturally, he feared his friend was making a grave mistake. More importantly, he understood the situation at Lingzhou University. While these terms might just be a flesh wound for a school like Lingyun University, for a first-tier university like theirs, it was practically cutting a major artery. It's fine, old Zhao. This is the authority granted to me by our president. Our president said that instead of recruiting a crowd of mediocrities, it's better to give all our resources to a single genius. The crowd was speechless upon hearing this, thinking to themselves that the president of Lingzhou University had some truly bizarre ideas. They then did a quick mental tally of the bargaining chips they could offer and realized they couldn't even compete with Modu University. Naturally, they didn't linger any longer. After saying their goodbyes to Mu Yuan, the recruiters from these first-tier universities departed. In truth, they had come prepared for this outcome. The probability of recruiting Mu Yuan had been very low from the start. Pet upgrade stone? Mu Yuan looked at Wang Tianba with a hint of confusion after hearing the term. That's right, a pet upgrade stone. It's a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic item that only has a chance to drop in hell-level dungeons of level 55 or higher. Its effect is to allow your contracted pet to advance by 1 rank. Wang Tianba shot Xia Yan a triumphant glance, then turned back to Mu Yuan to explain with a smile. Oh? Can it upgrade a pet of any rank? Mu Yuan's eyes lit up at the news. He thought that if he could raise Little Red Eye's rank by another level, wouldn't she then become the first existence on Blue Star to surpass the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king rank? Well, not exactly. This item can only upgrade pets below the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king rank. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's question, Wang Tianbai's face flushed red, and he suddenly looked quite embarrassed. At this moment, he felt like he had been blowing up a balloon only for it to pop in his face. It was quite a humiliating blow. After receiving the answer, Mu Yuan felt a slight pang of disappointment, but on second thought, he realized this was only natural. After all, if an item truly existed that could allow a pet to break through the common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king rank, it would likely only drop in the most elite, top-tier dungeons. He believed that as his strength increased, he would surely be able to obtain it in the future. Low drop rate? Then he would just farm it n times. Dismissing the thought for now, Mu Yuan looked toward the remaining few people, who were the recruitment teachers from the other 3 top-tier universities. Seeing Mu Yuan's gaze shift toward them, the recruitment teacher from Nuahai University no longer remained silent. Then I shall speak as well. In addition to the same conditions offered by Lingyun University, we are willing to add a class advancement quest scroll. Xia Yan. A class advancement quest scroll? Correct, a class advancement quest scroll. Upon completing the quest, you can upgrade the tier of your class template. Are there any tier restrictions? Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Mu Yuan. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic elementalist. After using this scroll, you will receive a quest. Our Nuahai University promises to help you complete it and ensure your successful advancement. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic class template. Wang Ping was quite confident in the terms he proposed. This scroll had been specifically selected by his own principal from his personal collection. There weren't many of them in the entire Huaxia Federation. Mu Yuan suddenly felt it was a bit of a pity. He was already a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic class, the spirit of radiant glow, which meant the scroll was essentially useless to him. And so, he turned his gaze toward the remaining 2 universities. Lu Shui from Xingxi Academy was delighted to see that Mu Yuan hadn't made a decision even after hearing about the class advancement scroll. She hurriedly said, "Our conditions are also based on those of Lingyun University, but additionally, we will provide you with a portable mystic realm." Xia Yan. A portable mystic realm? Yes, a portable mystic realm. It's equivalent to your own exclusive personal dungeon. What use does it have? Mu Yuan was a bit puzzled. After all, there were so many dungeons outside the city that could be farmed at any time without limit. Perhaps sensing Mu Yuan's confusion, she smiled slightly and explained directly, "The portable mystic realm we are giving you can be carried with you, and the sealed dungeon within is of very high quality. If you are not satisfied with it, as long as you say the word, we can even customize one for you." Xia Yan was somewhat shocked to hear that Xingxi Academy would actually offer something as precious as a portable mystic realm. But on second thought, their academy Estine was a world-renowned beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier sealer in the Huaxia Federation, so it made sense. While these things were difficult for others to obtain, they weren't particularly hard for them. However, he still felt the need to remind the child. Just as he was about to interject, Yuji's provocative voice drifted over. "Say, Lu Shui, aren't you going to tell student Mu Yuan about the wear and tear issues of the artificial secret realms?" Upon hearing Yuji's words, Lu Shui's expression flickered slightly before returning to normal. She turned back and said coldly, "Naturally, there will be wear and tear, but our academy can provide 10 restoration opportunities per year." 10 times, that's quite a lot indeed. Student Mu Yuan, do you think that's appropriate? Hearing this, Mu Yuan understood Yu Ji's implication. There was definitely a pitfall here that he was unaware of. So, he asked tentatively, "I wonder if Teacher Lu could tell me under what circumstances these artificial secret realms get damaged." Wear and tear occurs if the highest difficulty is used 5 times within a month. If that limit isn't exceeded, it will slowly recover on its own. After hearing this, Mu Yuan's interest diminished greatly. To him, this artificial secret realm was clearly a bit of a white elephant he could just as easily grow by continuously conquering wild dungeons. Thus, Mu Yuan turned his gaze toward Yu Ji, who had raised the question earlier. Seeing this, Yu Ji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her watery eyes looked at him gently as she said, "Our imperial capital Aoki University will double the offer provided by Lingyun University." Xia Yan. Hearing the conditions offered by Yu Ji, Wang Tianba, Wang Ping, and Lu Shui glanced at each other, all seeing a hint of helplessness in one another's eyes. "Additionally, if you have any other conditions, you can let us know. The school will agree to all of them." At this moment, Hua Hua, standing behind Yu Ji, stated the final terms, completely silencing Xia Yan, who had wanted to speak again. Mu Yuan was somewhat surprised. He truly hadn't expected Aoki University to offer such generous terms, doubling the resources provided. "Can I propose any condition at all? As long as it's within the capabilities of Aoki University, we will certainly agree to it." Yu Ji looked at Mu Yuan, nodding with a soft smile. "Fine, then I choose Aoki University. As for the conditions, can I think about it and give you an answer later?" "Of course you can." Seeing that Mu Yuan had made his decision, Xia Yan and the others chose not to stay any longer. Only the 2 recruitment teachers from Aoki University remained to continue talking with Mu Yuan. Jiangcheng Residential Area, Mu Yuan's home. Yu Ji looked at the handsome youth before her in his humble home. Thinking back on the brilliant results he achieved in the joint examination, a sense of appreciation for his talent welled up in her heart, and the gaze she directed at him became increasingly soft. "Student Mu Yuan, here is your admission notice and your identity card. As for the resources we promised you, you can claim them at the Aoki University Treasure Realm using your identity card once you have enrolled. Additionally, if you have decided on your terms, you can message us anytime to let us know." "All right." Seeing Mu Yuan put the items away, Yu Ji and Guohua added Mu Yuan as a friend and left without further delay. After seeing them off, Mu Yuan released Qi Tong. He watched her fly around playing with the crystals while planning out his time before the start of the semester. Next, he needed to grind levels quickly to increase both his and little Qi Tong's levels and accumulate more enhancement points. That way, once he arrived at Aoki University and collected his resources, he could immediately enhance his skills. With this in mind, Mu Yuan opened his smartwatch and began searching for level 20 dungeons near Jiangcheng that would suit him. The search revealed that there were 4 level 20 dungeons in the vicinity of Jiangcheng: the Dark Labyrinth, Cloud Ridge Snake Den, Ghost Castle, and Spore Kingdom. After comparing them, he ultimately decided to farm the Dark Labyrinth next. This was because the final boss of the Dark Labyrinth was an evil god priest, and he was currently very interested in anything related to gods. After all, he hadn't used his chaos talent since it had been upgraded. I'll choose this one." After making his choice, Mu Yuan opened Blue Star Duel and began a joyful 5v5 journey in the rift. After furiously feeding 20 kills in a single match, he ruthlessly reported his teammates. "What a bunch of dead weight. If they had followed my lead, we would have won long ago. Iya." Looking at the red-faced Mu Yuan, Qitong gently touched his forehead with her small hand, her face filled with confusion. He continued battling like this until late at night. Looking at his record of 20 consecutive losses, nothing more was said that night. The next day, he woke up early. After eating a bowl of his favorite wontons at a snack shop downstairs, he took the teleportation array directly to the novice camp. Mu Yuan planned to drop off all the equipment he had accumulated during this period at the Huan Chamber of Commerce. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King tier, Emperor tier, Divine tier, God tier. Elder Lu looked at the youth before him. Although it had only been a few days since they last met, he felt the boy's transformation was so significant he could hardly recognize him. Judging solely by his aura, he was clearly much stronger than before. Little friend Mu Yuan, do you have more equipment to sell to us? Yes, I obtained some equipment recently. Please give me an appraisal, Elder Lu. Mu Yuan picked up the fragrant tea in front of him and took a gentle sip. After offering a word of praise, he proceeded to explain the purpose of his visit to old Lu. Oh? I wonder what level the equipment is. And what is the approximate quantity? Old Lu's interest was piqued instantly. After several previous dealings with Mu Yuan, he knew better than to underestimate this young man. Well, they are mostly level 15. As for the quantity, probably around 100 pieces or so. Mu Yuan recalled the count he had done at home last time, but since he couldn't quite remember the exact split between white and green grades, he could only give a vague estimate. Put. Cough, cough, cough. Old Lu, who was in the middle of drinking tea, spat it out immediately and even started coughing from the shock. How many? Over 100 pieces? His eyes bulged and his mouth hung slightly ajar in utter bewilderment. Once he regained his composure, he asked Mu Yuan for confirmation once more. Yes. I've been running dungeons lately and accumulated quite a bit. You do accept white and green grade equipment here, right? Mu Yuan thought of the loot from the Molten Core dungeon piled up in his backpack and asked. We do, though the price certainly won't be very high. In that case, what are the buying prices for level 15 white and green quality equipment? 1,000 for a white piece, and 2,000 for a green one. Old Lu thought for a moment before providing those figures. Alright, let's settle these first then. With that, Mu Yuan emptied out all the white and green equipment he had gathered from several days of grinding raid instances. In an instant, a clattering sound filled the room as the equipment formed a massive pile on the floor. This. Looking at the heap of gear before him, old Lu's goatee twitched violently. He then asked with a trembling voice, You didn't go out and commit a robbery, did you? Mu Yuan's face darkened at the remark. He was a perfectly law-abiding citizen, wasn't he? Seeing his reaction, old Lu gave a strained laugh and quickly used his smartwatch to call people in to start the inventory count. Young man, let them finish inventorying these pieces first. You can go ahead and take out the rest of your gear. Alright. Mu Yuan didn't waste any time and pulled the 40 pieces of fine-grade equipment straight out of his backpack. And you still claim you didn't go on a looting spree? Looking at Mu Yuan, Elder Lu was now completely speechless. As he continued to pull out equipment, the entire reception room was bathed in a blue glow. 40 pieces of blue equipment. You do the math, Elder. Mu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed by the old man's gaze and spoke up quickly. I'll offer you 20,000 for each piece of blue equipment, the same price as the Berserker Greatsword you sold last time. Is that acceptable? Elder Lu observed the pile of gear for a moment before offering the same rate as their previous transaction. Mu Yuan thought it over. The price was fair enough, so he nodded directly. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. With that settled, he pulled another 13 pieces of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic equipment from his backpack. Are you some kind of Doryman, kid? Elder Lu had never seen anyone sell equipment like this before and couldn't help but crack a joke. Mu Yuan's mouth twitched at the comment. He quickly took a sip of tea from the table to hide his awkwardness. I'm a born workhorse, I swear. Every time I appraise gear for you, I'm worked half to death. How about I appraise them myself, and you just handle the purchasing? Hearing Elder Lu's grumbling, Mu Yuan teased him, knowing full well the old man would never agree to that. Never mind that, I'll do it. At Mu Yuan's words, Elder Lu hurriedly pulled the equipment toward his chest, as if afraid his precious treasures would be snatched away. Mu Yuan. As white light flashed repeatedly, the dozen or so purple common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic items slowly revealed their true forms. The more Elder Lu appraised, the more excited his expression became, to the point where Mu Yuan started to get a little worried. He thought to himself, I hope this old guy doesn't get so happy he has a stroke right here. Realizing the old man acted like this every time, Mu Yuan decided that for the sake of the elder's health, he should probably appraise the items before bringing them in from now on. Unaware of what Mu Yuan was thinking, Elder Lu remained immersed in the pure joy of finishing the appraisals. Well, these pieces are all quite good, but it's a pity none of them have special effects. How about 100,000 per piece? Deal. Mu Yuan thought for a moment this was the same price as the Death Knight's quenched long spear he had sold last time. Finally finished identifying them. Elder Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead, let out a long sigh of relief, and took a large gulp of tea from the table. There are 3 more pieces. I wonder if Elder Lu is interested. You brat, why didn't you take them all out at once? Bring them out. He grumbled a bit, and though somewhat reluctant, he still agreed to Mu Yuan's request. All right. Mu Yuan then took out the 3 unidentifiable common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic pieces of equipment he had obtained from the dungeon, a greatsword, a hammer, and a shield. Could this be? The moment Elder Lu saw these 3 pieces of equipment, his eyes were completely glued to them, and he even began to stutter. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Whoosh! Good lad, you really look after this old man's business. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's response, he exhaled deeply and hurriedly pulled a bottle of mysterious liquid shimmering with a purple glow from his backpack space. Then, he solemnly put on a pair of silk gloves with intricate patterns and gently began to stroke the 3 items Mu Yuan had produced. As he felt them, he exclaimed in admiration, "Good, very good." Seeing this, Mu Yuan felt a bit of a chill, wondering if all professional appraisers had such eccentric tastes. Young friend, I shall begin the identification now. Since the process is quite complex, I must ask you to wait a moment. Having said that, Elder Lu impatiently picked up the greatsword, poured some of the purple liquid onto his hands, and slowly began to wipe the blade. As he wiped, he chanted syllables that Mu Yuan could not understand. As time passed, sweat kept dripping from Elder Lu's head, and he looked to be under a great deal of strain. Before long, the longsword emitted an enchanting orange glow, and its overall shape began to transform. Only then did he stop, hurriedly handing the equipment to Mu Yuan. He vigorously wiped the sweat from his forehead and said while panting heavily, "Let me rest for a moment." Mu Yuan took the longsword and supported Elder Lu for a moment. Looking at the old man's weakened expression, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "I'm fine. Take a look first, it will definitely satisfy you." Perhaps sensing Mu Yuan's thoughts, Elder Lu smiled and waved his hand. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Mu Yuan then looked down at the appraised longsword in his hand. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 15. Attack power plus 700. Armor penetration plus 1200. Critical strike chance plus 15%. Attack speed plus 15%. Fire attribute enhancement plus 120. Sky burning, every attack on an enemy adds a layer of flame mark, stacking up to 10 times. Once fully stacked, your next attack will detonate the marks, dealing fire damage equal to 3x physical attack. Item description: red flames can burn the heavens. This is a common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic piece of equipment crafted from red sunstones by a master craftsman of the Molten Dwarf clan. It contains extremely violent firepower, but due to corruption by an evil god, the level of this equipment has dropped significantly compared to its original state. Looking at the greatsword in his hand entirely crimson and radiating a dense power of the fire element, Mu Yuan was very satisfied. As expected of a professional specializing in equipment appraisal. Not only are the individual attribute values high, but it even triggered a special trait. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan looked at the old man who was still resting, unable to help but feel some admiration for his appraisal skills. "What kind of look is that, kid? I know you're impressed, but please don't fall in love with me." Looking at Mu Yuan, Elder Lu stroked his goatee with a smug expression. Hearing this, Mu Yuan's face twitched. He realized that as the two became more familiar, the old man was losing the refined air of a master he once had. "Alright, bring me the remaining 2 pieces of equipment." Elder Lu looked at Mu Yuan's strange expression, feeling somewhat confused. After finishing his cup of tea, he began the appraisal process again, which was much the same as before. Once the appraisal was complete, Mu Yuan looked at the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 15. Health plus 2000. Physical defense plus 800. Magic defense plus 800. Block chance plus 10%. Damage reduction plus 15%. Item description: this shield was once used by Aegis, a powerhouse of the Lava Clan. Holding it will give you a profound sense of security. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 15. Attack power plus 700. Armor penetration plus 1500. Ignore physical resistance plus 15%. Critical hit chance plus 20%. Charged attack damage plus 30%. Concussion: every attack you land on an enemy will carry a concussion effect, triggering a powerful shockwave that deals AoE damage equal to 1.5x your physical attack. Item description: the Berserker Hammer was once the weapon of Jerry, the greatest warrior of the Lava Dwarves. When disaster struck, he brandished this weapon and charged toward the gods. When you grasp the handle, you will feel the power of the vibrations. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King Tier, Emperor Tier, Divine Tier, God Tier. After reviewing the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment before him, Mu Yuan couldn't help but give Elder Lu a thumbs up. "Don't try to butter me up, kid. I'm old and useless now. Back in my day, I was quite the handsome young man looker than Panin and had incredible stamina." Mu Yuan. "Elder Lu, why don't you just tell me the price of these 3 items?" Listening to his rambling, Mu Yuan really couldn't stand the old man's narcissism any longer and quickly changed the subject. "Ugh, you really have no sense of timing." Elder Lu shot Mu Yuan a glare and then fell into deep thought with a frown. During this time, Mu Yuan didn't rush him, instead quietly browsing the auction house listings. "I'll give you a price of 500,000 for that shield, and 800,000 for the 2 trait-based items. Can you accept that, young friend?" Mu Yuan was quite satisfied with the prices Elder Lu offered, so he gave a slight nod. "Alright, it's a deal then. Let me do the math for you." Seeing that the staff nearby had finished counting the equipment Mu Yuan had pulled out earlier, he began quoting the total. 79 pieces of white equipment, 52 pieces of green equipment, totaling 183,000. 40 pieces of blue equipment. The total comes to 4,383,000. How about I round it down for you to 4,380,000? Mu Yuan's face darkened upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Elder Lu to be this kind of person. "Ha, I'm just pulling your leg. We here at the Huan Chamber of Commerce would never do such a thing." "Same as usual? I'll transfer the funds directly to you?" Mu Yuan nodded. Having finished selling the equipment, he didn't plan on lingering. After saying goodbye to the old man, he took the teleportation array directly to the assembly area for the Dark Labyrinth dungeon. Wasting no time, he entered the dungeon immediately. Ding! You have entered the Dark Labyrinth dungeon. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Calamity. Selection complete. Entering shortly. Dark Labyrinth Calamity. Entry level, 1530. Dungeon lore: within the boundless great world, the ancient gods once ruled this vast land until the Supreme fell, and all ancient gods were exiled and sealed. Later, the old gods were born into this world. The evil god Yinagu was one among them. This dark labyrinth was constructed by his priests to appease this deity. Clear condition: kill the evil priest, Thor. Darkness, endless darkness. Despair, endless despair. Mu Yuan stood at the entrance of the dungeon, looking at the faint, shimmering silhouette of the labyrinth in the distance. This was his most visceral impression of the place. Chi Tong. Iya, Iya. Chiton let out a response, her mana surging. A crimson cloak of flames materialized around her body, brightly illuminating the path ahead of them. Good, keep it like that. Iya, Iya. Chiton nodded and floated ahead of Mu Yuan. At the same time, he spread his spiritual power outward, sensing the blind spots that Chiton's light could not reach. Let's go, we're heading in. Iya. Mu Yuan led Chiton step by step toward the labyrinth entrance. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of his footsteps echoed through this dark void, lingering for a long time. Woo woo. A gust of wind blew past, causing Mu Yuan's hood to flutter loudly. He reached up to press it down before stepping into the dark labyrinth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The moment he entered, piercing screeches echoed from afar, followed by the rustling sound of rapid movement. Mu Yuan looked into the distance and saw a swarm of human-faced rats with blood-red glowing eyes. There were about 100 of them, charging toward them in a massive wave. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level, 20. HP, 12,000. Mana, 8,000. Attack power, 2,000. Physical defense, 1,800. Magic defense, 1,500. Monster skills, Dark Poison Claw, Screech. Monster description: this is the most common monster in the outer regions of the Dark Labyrinth. Do not allow yourself to be surrounded, or you will be devoured until nothing remains. Chiton, take care of them. This time, Mu Yuan did not strike immediately. Instead, he chose to let Chiton fight first, clearly intending to hone the little one's combat instincts. With your high talent, little one, you can't just be a mascot. Iya, Iya. Upon hearing this, a spark of starlight flashed in Chiton's eyes as she floated to the front of Mu Yuan. She then extended her hands, and dense surges of fire element power condensed within them, transforming into countless chains of fire that shot toward the approaching swarm of rats. Although these fire chains did not look particularly thick, the fire element power coating them was extremely violent. Swoosh! 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 They streaked through the air like trails of flame, blanketing the dark human-faced rats like a meteor shower of fire. Poochie, Poochie! The human-faced rats were skewered one after another by the fire chains, strung together in rows. Then, the intense heat of the chains ignited their bodies instantly. 28,000. 28,000. 28,000. Instant kills every single one. Though the swarm was numerous, they were utterly helpless against Chiton, who could manipulate the fire chains with such agility. As time passed, the last human-faced rat was finally slain by her. Little Chiton drifted down from the sky. Iya, Iya. Well done, Akame. You're truly amazing. Iya, Iya. Hearing Mu Yuan's praise, Akame's eyes curved into adorable little crescents. Let's go, we still have a long way to travel. Mu Yuan gently patted her small head before placing her back onto his shoulder. Along the way, they cleared wave after wave of mobs, with Akame handling the vast majority of the fighting. As they continued to battle, the little creature became increasingly adept at controlling her innate flame powers. Suddenly, Mu Yuan came to a halt. Seeing this, Akame looked up with a flash of confusion in her eyes. We should be entering the boss territory now, Mu Yuan explained. Upon hearing this, a fiery battle intent immediately surged within Akame's gaze. Sure enough, as they rounded the corner, they saw 3 massive coffins resting on the ground. The coffins were pitch black, etched with countless blood-red threads. Beneath them were 3 crimson magic circles, which occasionally emitted a foul, metallic stench of blood. Roar! Perhaps sensing their arrival, the coffins began to shake violently, followed by a terrifying roar. Bang! The lids were blown clean off as 3 eerie corpses floated up from within. The corpses were dressed in gold, silver, and bronze garments respectively, each with 3 black-red nails driven into their heads. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level, 20. HP, 80,000. Mana, 20,000. Attack power, 13,000. Physical defense, 21,000. Magic defense, 12,000. Monster skills, innate corpse poison, ruthless claw, leap attack, embrace of the earth, golden frenzy. Monster description: Noah was once the most promising genius of the spirit race, destined to reach the demigod realm and lead his people into the future. Unfortunately, when darkness descended that night, the spirit race was completely annihilated. He was slain by a high priest of the evil god and refined into a golden corpse. Beware this terrifying monster, it wields a power that does not belong to it. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level, 20. HP, 40,000 40,000. Mana, 50,000 50,000. Magic attack, 7,000. Physical defense, 5,000. Magic defense, 10,000. Monster skills: Silver Corpse Curse, Mana Burn, Life Drain, Weaken, Berserk Amplification. Monster description: She was once the most beloved little princess of the spirit race and the childhood sweetheart of the genius Noah. When the calamity of racial extermination descended, she was cruelly turned into a silver corpse, her soul sinking into eternal damnation here. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level, 20. Health points, 40,000 40,000. Mana, 30,000 30,000. Attack power, 6,500. Physical defense, 7,000. Magic defense, 4,000. Monster skills: Corpse Soul Contract, Heart of Darkness. Monster description: There is nothing more despicable in this world than the darkness originating from the depths of one's heart. ILS was once Noah's younger brother, who had always resented his older brother for being shrouded in the halo of a genius. During an operation to suppress a cult, he was unfortunately captured. Thus, the cowardly man not only sold his soul but even attempted to make the entire spirit race crawl at his master's feet, trying to cover up his own past in this way. Seems like another story of a traitorous lapdog. After reading the descriptions of the three monsters before him, Mu Yuan felt a slight pang of pity, though he had seen many such things over a long period of time. Qitong, be careful. Set them free. Iya, Iya. The iron corpse was the first to awaken. It had sharp fangs and blood-red eyes, with its entire body covered in thick black iron. Noah, Manling, my humble servants, awaken. Tear this hateful intruder to pieces for your master. As soon as it finished speaking, two red threads shot out from its body, instantly connecting to the nails on the heads of the gold and silver corpses. ILS, my brother, your soul has fallen. The moment the gold corpse was connected by the blood thread, a look of sadness flashed through its eyes before it was completely enveloped by darkness. It let out a great roar as its entire body shimmered with a blood-colored glow, and its frame began to slowly grow massive. Brother ILS, please turn back. The silver corpse only had time to say this one sentence before she was completely brought under control, as an eerie silver light appeared in the space. Qitong, attack the iron corpse first. Iya, Iya. Hearing Mu Yuan's words, the firepower within Qitong surged. Her fire element mantle became even more vibrant as she clenched her small hand, and streaks of crimson chains were summoned behind her. Then, with a series of whooshes, they shot toward the iron corpse. Hee, you will be torn to shreds by my servant. In an instant, the golden corpse appeared in front of the iron corpse, blocking Qitong's flaming chains for him. Seeing the iron corpse's maneuver, Mu Yuan muttered to himself, idiot. As the person who understood Qitong best, he knew that this little fellow's skills were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. With the bonuses from Flame Heart and Chaos Flame, every one of Qitong's skills possessed an inexplicable power, a power belonging to a higher level. Sure enough, as the three crimson flame chains pierced directly through the golden corpse's body, a strange gray energy emerged upon the chains. 16,000. 16,000. 16,000. The golden corpse's health bar instantly dropped by a large chunk. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This gray energy began to devour the golden corpse's power. The golden corpse offered no resistance, as if it had been sealed, it merely trembled incessantly. Stupid fool, let me wake you up. Seeing the golden corpse subdued by Qitong's chains in an instant, a ruthless expression appeared on the iron corpse's horrific face. He spat a mouthful of black blood onto the golden corpse. Zzzzzt. The black blood quickly seeped through the golden corpse's skin, and soon after, the golden corpse began to scream in agony. Before long, an even more violent aura emanated from the golden corpse's body. Simultaneously, a rich surge of earth elemental power welled up from its legs, causing its lower half to sink completely into the ground. Plus 2,000. Plus 2,000. Plus 2,000. Streaks of green light appeared on the golden corpse's body as its health points began to recover steadily. Once its health had recovered, its entire body emitted a blinding golden glow. This golden light occasionally revealed a sharp, tearing intent capable of shredding everything. Roar! The golden light on the golden corpse grew more intense, beginning to contend with the gray glow on Qitong's flaming chains. But even so, it struggled immensely to resist. The golden light was still being continuously devoured by the gray mystic characteristic of the former servant of Chaos's skill. This was a higher level of power, or rather, a power that transcended the physical world. The gray energy, accompanied by the flaming chains, tightly coiled around the golden corpse's massive frame. Absorb, and absorb more. The chains began to grow thicker and sturdier, radiating waves of high temperature, while the light on the golden corpse grew weaker and weaker. Roar! Just as Qitong's chaos flames continued to devour the golden corpse's energy, the silver corpse began to move, letting out a thunderous roar. A surge of eerie silver energy drifted from its body, swiftly boring into the golden corpse. In an instant, a blood-red light pulsed across the skin of the still struggling golden corpse. Its body began to swell rapidly, eventually expanding several times its original size until it loomed like a small mountain. Qitong, use your new skill. Iya. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's instruction, Qitong gave a slight nod of her small head, pressing her pale, delicate hands together. Pure flame energy continuously gathered around her, eventually forming a glaze-colored flame seed between her palms. Glazed lotus heart fire. The seed appeared as translucent as crystal glaze on the outside, containing a tiny, crimson flicker of flame within. The flame looked as though it might be extinguished by a mere breath, yet it exuded a jarring sense of power capable of destroying everything. Go! With a wave of her small hand, Qitong gently tossed the seed of the glazed lotus heart fire toward the golden corpse's position. The spark danced through the void before taking root in the ground. Then, with a flash of alternating red and green light, more seeds began to manifest across the earth. 1, 2, 3. They continued to multiply until they occupied the entire area. Bloom! A divine light flashed in Qitong's eyes as she activated the seeds. Amidst the surging energy, the seeds erupted with brilliant rays of light, so piercing that everyone found it difficult to keep their eyes open. As the light dissipated, the seeds had grown into lotus buds. Before the three corpses could even react, these buds began to bloom simultaneously. It truly lived up to the skill description: when the 1,000 lotuses bloom, all living beings shall face destruction. Under the iron corpse's terrified gaze, waves of destructive power surged forth from the lotus. Crimson flames flickered everywhere, completely transforming the area where the lotus bloomed into a sea of fire. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions erupted continuously. These glazed fire seeds, hailing from the endless sea of fire in the void elemental realm, revealed their fearsome power for the first time. 83,000. 88,000. 91,000. Waves of fire swept out in all directions, instantly illuminating this entire section of the dark labyrinth. No, how could I fail? The hideous iron corpse only had time to utter those final words before being vaporized by Qitong's flames, and the gold and silver corpses met the same fate. After a brief struggle, the blood-red nails embedded in the heads of the two corpses were incinerated into ash. At that moment, two souls drifted out from within their bodies. Warrior of the Void Realm, thank you for rescuing us from the clutches of the evil god. Please beware of that evil god priest. I can still feel the power of Yinagu lingering in this place. Mu Yuan watched the two souls quietly, seeing a handsome man and a sweet-looking woman. Holding hands, they bowed deeply toward Qitong and Mu Yuan before transforming into a beam of white light and vanishing. Afterward, a necklace dropped from the spot where they had died. Mu Yuan picked it up and appraised it. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Level requirement, 20. HP plus 1200. Mana plus 2000. Dodge chance plus 10%. Critical hit chance plus 15%. Item description: this was once a token of love given by the spirit race warrior Noah to Princess Manling. Sadly, time has passed and everything has changed. By wearing this to the ancestral lands of the spirit race, you will be able to learn the truth behind their extinction. Sigh, I'll go there if fate allows it. Let's go, Qitong. Iya. Are you asking why the Iron Corpse's soul didn't appear? Mu Yuan thought for a moment and then shared his guess with her. His soul was likely devoured by the evil god long ago. What inhabited that shell was nothing more than his former base desires. Iya. Qitong nodded half understandingly, and Mu Yuan smiled at the sight. Gently stroking her small head, the two of them headed deeper into the labyrinth. The dark labyrinth was truly vast. The two of them had walked for a long time since leaving the Three Corpses domain, yet they still hadn't reached the area where the next boss resided. They were, however, attacked by numerous eerie corpses. These corpses wore tattered armor and appeared to have been dead for a very long time. It seems too much evil is hidden within this dark labyrinth. As they walked along, Mu Yuan sighed at the sight of bones scattered everywhere on the ground and the mottled bloodstains on the walls that had long since turned black. Qitong, be careful. More monsters are coming. Within the range of his mental perception, a swarm of monsters radiating a dark aura rushed out from a corner not far away. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level, 20. HP, 20,000. Mana, 16,000. Attack power, 4,000. Physical defense, 3,400. Magic defense, 4,200. Monster skills, Dark Slash, Bloodlust, Charge. Monster description: a common monster found on the second floor of the Dark Labyrinth. They are loyal followers of the evil god Iago. Fanatical to the core, they will kill any enemy who dares to intrude upon this labyrinth. This time, Mu Yuan didn't just watch Qitong fight alone. Instead, he raised the Pillar of Frost in his hand and unleashed 3 consecutive Frost Nova spells toward the enemies ahead. 4,700. 4,700. 4,700. The labyrinth guards were momentarily stunned by the sudden damage they took, but were immediately frozen solid by a thick layer of ice. Little Qitong floated in front of Mu Yuan. With a slight clench of her small hand, waves of flaming arrows blanketed the enemies ahead. It was truly a volley of 10,000 arrows. Those flaming arrows were imbued with the power of the Flame Core passive and the characteristics of Chaos Flame. Upon striking the enemies, they instantly dealt irreversible damage. Under Mu Yuan's control and Qitong's damage, these labyrinth guards were instantly killed in a single encounter, falling in rows like wheat being harvested. Mu Yuan smiled with satisfaction at his and Qitong's experience bars. He believed that once they took down the next common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, or demon king boss, they would likely level up. As groups of labyrinth guards fell one after another, Mu Yuan guessed they were getting very close to the boss area, as he could already sense a violent, tyrannical aura. Sure enough, after eliminating the last batch of labyrinth guards and passing through a corridor, they saw a massive pit filled with the skeletal remains of various creatures. In the center of the giant pit stood a towering tree shrouded in an eerie black mist, radiating a terrifyingly violent aura. Behind the tree was a massive, blood-colored stone door. Mu Yuan fixed his gaze on the giant tree in the center of the pit, and the monster's attributes quickly surfaced. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level, 20. HP, 90,000. Mana, 50,000. Attack power, 14,000. Physical defense, 18,000. Magic defense, 18,000. Monster skills: corpse servant control, tyrannical assault, domain of the dead, tyrannical parasitism, soul self-detonation. Monster description: common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. The tyrannical tree is a terrifying mutant cultivated by the evil god priest, Thor, using god-bestowed artifacts. It possesses the ability to control the undead and devour living beings. Beware of its soul self-detonation. That is one massive tree. Mu Yuan searched his memory for every tree he had ever seen, only to realize that none of them could even begin to compare to this one. However, the tree was completely bare without a single leaf, making it look rather hideous. Its shape resembled a willow, but from its drooping branches hung clusters of eerie, unsettling fruits. Look, a new toy has arrived. Upon seeing Mu Yuan enter the giant crater, its branches flickered like whips, lashing the air with a sharp, echoing crack. Go, my servants! Capture him for me! Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Watching the giant tree actually speak, Mu Yuan couldn't help but recall a scene from a movie he had seen in his past life. As the tyrannical tree's raspy voice echoed out, the long, oblong fruits began to drop one by one from its trunk. The moment these fruits hit the ground, they began to squirm, emitting a sickening crunching and creaking sound. Then, like a swarming mass of insects, they began to crawl toward them in dense numbers. At first, their movements were stiff and jerky, but they quickly became fluid and agile. Red Eye, light up the path ahead for me. Iya, Iya. Red Eye nodded at the command, condensing a massive fireball in its hand and hurling it toward the center of the pit. Boom! The fireball exploded, illuminating the area below with a brilliant glare. By the light of the flames, Mu Yuan finally saw clearly what those crawling, elongated fruits actually were. They were, shockingly, rows of grotesque, humanoid creatures. Common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king. Level, 20. HP, 15,000. MP, 14,000. Attack power, 3,000. Physical defense, 2,800. Magic defense, 3,000. Monster skills: toxin corrosion, self-destruction, devour. Monster introduction: these were once members of the spirit race. After the evil god priest Thor wiped out the spirit race, he sacrificed their souls to Iago, while their bodies were cast into this giant pit of death, becoming servants of the tyrant tree. As soon as the corpses of these spirit race members in the distance caught sight of the blazing firelight, they grew increasingly restless, letting out constant, ear-piercing shrieks. Their bodies twisted as black liquid dripped continuously from the corners of their mouths, making a sizzling corrosive sound as it hit the ground. Seeing these monsters, Mu Yuan frowned. He then clapped his hands together, summoning 10 elemental thunder dragons. As soon as these behemoths appeared, they blocked the path in front of him and Qitong. Thunder elements condensed in their maws, and they abruptly spat out massive orbs of lightning toward the enslaved tree servants. The lightning orbs exploded repeatedly within the horde of corpses, splashing out clusters of plasma that left the surrounding bodies paralyzed by the electricity. Before long, the area where the horde stood had been transformed into a marsh of thunder. Qitong then joined the battlefield as well, similarly condensing flame arrows and firing them into the horde. Thus, the powers of thunder and fire began to converge. Mu Yuan watched as the lightning orbs and flames ahead continued to explode, the terrifying damage instantly killing these tree servants one by one. They didn't even have the chance to use their self-destruction skill before they were turned into experience points and absorbed by the two. Loathsome bugs. Death Tree Realm. Seeing Mu Yuan eliminate its tree servants so easily, the tyrant tree flew into a rage, its entire body pulsing with eerie red light. Then, its branches began to tremble and started growing upward continuously. They grew at an incredible speed, and in no time, they had enclosed the entire sky above the giant pit. Wishful thinking. Qitong, use the glazed lotus heartfire. Thunder dragons, entangle its main body for me. Mu Yuan reacted instantly. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's command, Qitong did not delay and began channeling the power of flames to summon lotus seeds. Meanwhile, the 10 thunder dragons let out a roar and charged directly toward the tyrannical tree. Seeing the thunder dragons rushing at it, the tyrannical tree reacted. New branches continuously sprouted from its trunk to entwine the thunder dragons. Unfortunately, as elemental lifeforms, the thunder dragons had extremely high resistance to such physical attack methods. Soon, the 10 thunder dragons reached the vicinity of the tyrannical tree. They either extended massive purple thunderclaws, spat out thunderballs, or coiled their bodies around it. Seeing that it couldn't shake off these thunder dragons for the time being, the tyrannical tree manipulated its surrounding trunk to form a thick wall, encasing itself within. Consequently, the thunder dragons were temporarily stymied after all. Both its physical and magical defense had reached 18,000. They could only continuously attack the wooden barrier to deplete its energy. Just as that death tree realm was forming, Shitong also summoned the seeds of the glazed lotus heartfire. She gently tossed the seeds from her hand. The seeds began to bloom across the entire giant crater, and subsequently, one glazed colored lotus after another erupted here. 77,000. The glazed lotus flames surged forward, and the thick wooden wall blocking its path was instantly incinerated to ash. Following this, the tyrannical tree let out a miserable scream. "Damn it, let the power of my master descend upon this place." "You won't have that chance." Watching the cracks continuously appearing on the body of the tyrannical tree and the black aura growing denser, Mu Yuan did not hold back. Pointing the frost pillar, 3 flame spirit curses shot rapidly toward it. 10,650. 10,650. 10,650. Terrifying fire damage numbers floated up from above its head, instantly emptying the tyrannical tree's health bar. "No, my master will avenge me." "Heh, your master? I'll send him to join you." Mu Yuan gave a disdainful smile upon hearing this, then absorbed the experience orbs dropped by this common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chieftain, lord, demon king monster. With a swish sound, both he and Shitong leveled up together. Not bad at all. Iya. Shitong transformed into a red fiery shadow, flew to the side of the tyrannical tree, and pulled an item from its mangled remains. A white light flashed in Mu Yuan's hand as he looked down at the item. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic. Item description: this is the core energy of the tyrannical tree, containing a trace of the evil god Iago's power. Please stay away from this object, or you will be corrupted by the old god. Oh? Interesting. Mu Yuan toyed with the heart of the tyrannical tree in his hand, a look of interest appearing on his face. Does it contain a trace of Iago's divinity inside? With this thought in mind, he placed the tree core against his forehead and began to sense it using his spiritual power. At first, Mu Yuan felt nothing except for a trace of coolness emanating from his forehead. As his spiritual power delved deeper, he suddenly detected an extremely tyrannical surge of mental energy rushing toward him. Kill. Destroy everything, obliterate everything before your eyes. Embrace tyranny, return to tyranny. Waves of terrifying murmurs echoed incessantly. They were ubiquitous, growing in number and drawing closer and closer to him. It seemed to be a terrifying mental force that began to erode Mu Yuan's spiritual world the moment he heard it. However, his eyes remained clear from beginning to end. The chaos talent had clearly taken effect. He carefully observed this tyrannical power that intended to assimilate him. Within his spiritual world, the original black mist of tyrannical intent began to transform into a hideous, giant face. "Ah, become my slave." The giant face roared and laughed frantically within Mu Yuan's spiritual world. "You're out of luck." Sure enough, just as the giant face prepared to invade further, a great tentacle suddenly shot out from the depths of his spiritual world. Rip! The chaos tentacle pierced straight through the giant black face, and then countless smaller tentacles began to sprout from it, tearing the face apart. No! The giant black face trembled violently, its expression filled with despair. Yet it did not dare to resist, right up until it was devoured bit by bit. Mu Yuan suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, the same feeling he had after devouring a sliver of divinity from the god Spawnaboth last time. As I thought, this is the right path. Seeking out things related to the gods is definitely the way to go. But it's not enough. This special power is too scarce, perhaps I need to devour more. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan hurriedly led Red Eye toward the next boss's territory, wanting to verify his hypothesis. Next, with 10 lightning dragons and Red Eye clearing the way with overwhelming firepower, Mu Yuan's grinding speed became faster and faster. Before long, he arrived at the final boss area, where the evil god priest Thor was located. It was this evil priest who, in order to please the deity he worshipped, had directly exterminated the entire spirit race. Mu Yuan looked up to see a massive altar. The evil god priest Thor stood atop it, watching him step by step as he ascended. Common, Rare, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Chieftain, Lord, Demon King. Level, 20. HP, 150,000 150,000. Mana, 200,000 200,000. Magic attack, 30,000. Physical defense, 31,000. Magic defense, 35,000. Monster skills, Tyrannical Curse, Tyrannical Fist, Servant Summoning, Tyrannical Fawn, Black Mist Incarnation, Psychic Shock, Tyrannical Avatar, Divine Descent. Monster description: the evil god Iago is one of the old gods. He wields the primordial power of tyranny and is thus known as the god of tyranny. When the divine calamity struck again, the old gods who had replaced the ancient gods met their doom as well. To preserve the divinity of the god he worshipped, priest Thor built this dark labyrinth, attempting to one day resurrect him here. Red Eye, go back first. After seeing the monster's stats, Mu Yuan immediately recalled Red Eye into the pet space. Outlander, your heart is filled with darkness. Believe in my god, and your soul shall be saved. The priest of the evil god wore a one-piece black robe and held a staff made of white bone and skull. His eye sockets were sunken, with strands of blackish-red aura swirling within his eyes. He stared fixedly at Mu Yuan and rasped out those two sentences. Darkness my ass. Eat 10 of these. With that, he immediately fired a 10-shot volley of frostbolt toward the monster. Heh, ignorant fool. How could you possibly know the power of a god? Watching Mu Yuan's frostbolt flying toward him, Thor, clad in his black robe, gave a sneer. He suddenly burst out of his robe, revealing bulging, powerful muscles. Are you kidding me? A dual cultivator of magic and martial arts? Looking at the monster's terrifying physique and then at his own thin frame, Mu Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. While he was still lost in thought, the priest of the evil god had already raised his fist, coated in a layer of black mist, to meet Mu Yuan's frostbolt. With a bang, the frostbolt exploded directly against his fist, and the cold current spread along his arm to his entire body. It was the slow effect attached to the skill. 7,050. 7,050. 7,050. 10 consecutive damage numbers appeared above the monster's head, instantly dazing him. Thor, the priest of the evil god, looked at the black mist swirling around his fist and fell into deep contemplation. Where exactly did it go wrong? Why can't a body covered in tyrannical power mitigate magic damage? Mu Yuan smiled at the sight and said, how was that? Feel good? Have a few more. With that, he instantly cast 10 more frostbolts, which whistled through the air toward the evil god priest, Thor. Seeing Mu Yuan use the same trick, Thor let out a cold snort and transformed into a cloud of black mist to dodge the attack. Mu Yuan wasn't surprised to see him evade the skill so easily. After all, a ruthless character capable of wiping out an entire clan was bound to have a few tricks up his sleeve. Thinking of this, he spread his fingers slightly, and small flickers of flame appeared on his fingertips before he flicked them forward. Let's see you dodge this time. This time, he didn't cast Frostbolt but rather the Flame Spirit Curse, which possessed a tracking function. These 10 curses flew straight toward the evil god priest. Thor wasn't particularly panicked when he saw the Flame Spirit Curses coming his way. With a wave of his skeletal staff, a surge of black smoke appeared again, enveloping him as he sped forward. However, he soon realized that no matter how he shifted his form, those 10 flames followed him relentlessly. The moment his speed faltered, he would be hit. God Servant summons. Seeing that he couldn't shake off Mu Yuan's spell, the black mist within the evil god priest's eye sockets flickered, and he seemed to devise a countermeasure in an instant. He waved his staff, mana surged, and 4 portals appeared around him. For monsters with grotesque physiques stepped out, their bodies were exceptionally burly. However, their heads were missing eyes, noses, mouths, and ears, respectively. As soon as these four god servants appeared, they surrounded the evil god priest like a fortress wall. Mu Yuan's flame spirit curses had no other choice but to plunge directly into the bodies of these servants. Roar! Once hit by the flame spirit curses, damage numbers began to pop up over the servants' heads. Their skin turned an unnatural crimson, and they let out continuous, agonizing screams. What a bizarre spell! What a vicious human! Accept divine punishment. After seeing the miserable state of his servants, the evil god priest no longer dared to underestimate Mu Yuan. Poochie! A look of madness flashed in his eyes as he violently plunged the skeletal staff into his own heart. Instantly, a surge of tyrannical power erupted from his body. Avatar of Tyranny. Mu Yuan watched as the priest's body began to swell to a massive size, looming like a mountain of flesh. At the same time, a dark red aura permeated his body, making him appear even more terrifying. Incarnation of Tyranny Heavy Strike. He charged directly toward Mu Yuan like a tank, his rapid sprint kicking up a violent storm in his wake. Then, thrusting both arms forward, a dark red current of energy surged over his fists, striking toward Mu Yuan with seemingly cataclysmic force. Interesting. Mu Yuan smiled with disdain at the sight. Do you really think that switching from a mage to a warrior and closing the distance is enough to defeat me? Upon hearing Mu Yuan's mockery, the evil god priest in his tyrannical incarnation roared in fury, pushing his speed even higher. Fast, it was incredibly fast. Only a blur could be seen flashing through the air. Then came a deafening metallic clang as the two collided violently. His fist was stopped dead by a crystalline, ice-blue shield. The corners of Mu Yuan's mouth curled upward as he looked at the stunned evil god priest and whispered, "Deep freeze." The evil god priest was utterly dazed. He could hardly fathom how his full-strength strike, delivered while in the state of tyrannical incarnation, could be blocked so effortlessly by this human with such a weak aura. How is this possible? Seizing the moment of his distraction, Mu Yuan resolutely triggered the second stage of his ice god shield. A void-born cold current appeared out of nowhere, locking onto the priest instantly. It's over. No. Damned human, you forced my hand. Seeing that he was about to be frozen solid, the evil god priest's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly slashed his finger through the air, and a black rift suddenly tore open, summoning a grotesque, eerie eyeball from within. The moment the eyeball appeared, it whipped up a dark red storm. As soon as Mu Yuan saw it, he felt a crushing suppression that made it difficult to even stand. What is this thing? Seeing Mu Yuan's restricted movement, the evil god priest's face filled with ecstatic joy. He grabbed the eyeball and swallowed it whole. Pulling a Xiahou Dun on me? Mu Yuan was somewhat blindsided by the priest's bizarre and desperate maneuver. After consuming that eerie eyeball, the evil god priest was instantly frozen solid. It's over. Looking at the ice sculpture before him, Mu Yuan thought to himself how difficult this had been. He then began to condense the flame spirit curse, preparing to deliver the final blow. But suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A surge of violent power erupted from within the ice sculpture. Mu Yuan hurriedly used flash to put some distance between them. Blackish red light began to pulse incessantly from the evil god priest inside the ice, clashing against the extreme cold of the ice god's shield. Mu Yuan watched the situation with a grim expression. This was the second time the ice god's shield had encountered a complication. The last time was against the abomination Iabos, who had escaped by discarding its physical body. The evil god priest before him seemed even more formidable, actually managing to contend with the sealing power of the ice god's shield through sheer strength. The blackish red light grew increasingly dense, and subsequently, the priest's tyrannical avatar began to swell. Bang! It broke free directly from the ice sculpture. Mu Yuan frowned slightly, staring at the bizarre monster in front of him. A ring of eyes had grown around its hideous head, 8 arms protruded from its mountain-like torso, and a thick tail trailed behind it. Its body was covered in scars, making it look exceptionally terrifying. Roar! I am finally out again. This familiar power, how nostalgic. Mu Yuan's expression turned sour as he realized the monster's attributes had completely transformed. Tyrannical avatar of Iago Ultimate Descent State. Level, 20. Health, 1,000,000. Mana, 2,000,000. Attack power, 200,000. Physical defense, 250,000. Magic defense, 420,000. Monster ability, tyrannical power. Monster description: the evil god Iago, one of the 72 pillar gods of the old gods, masters the power of tyranny in the world. Rumored to have fallen during the godly tribulation, but deities have always been the most enigmatic entities. Even if they fall, it is possible for them to return from the river of time. This is a divine incarnation summoned using its physical remains. Ding! Detected intrusion of void realm hyper-dimensional power. The dungeon has been closed. Are you kidding me? Is all this really necessary? Mu Yuan looked at the monster shrouded in black and red aura before him, unable to resist complaining. Is it Sarah's power? That damned bitch. It stared at Mu Yuan's ice god shield, then glanced at the frost spreading across its own body, speaking with intense resentment. How did you obtain her power? Has she been devoured as well? Ha 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 ha. At this point, it seemed to have thought of something incredibly hilarious. A god, devoured? Mu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this, and he hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by saying she was devoured?" Stupid insect. An ant-like existence such as you dares to seek the secrets of the gods? Next, allow me to bury you. The divine avatar did not answer Mu Yuan's question. Instead, tyrannical power surged through its body, emitting waves of black and red shockwaves. Then, its 8 arms merged into one, and a black-red triangular prism appeared in its hands. Become my servant. It held the triangular prism high. A terrifying intent of tyranny swirled around it, seemingly capable of robbing one of their sanity. Tyrannical cage. As soon as the words fell, the triangular prism instantly expanded, enveloping Mu Yuan. The moment he was inside, he felt a mysterious power eroding him. It was an ability that could not be expressed through data. It seemed to be a power from a much deeper level. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan immediately deployed a wind barrier around himself. He wanted to test a theory. Low-level illusory power, attempting to resist the power of a god. Seeing Mu Yuan's spell, the 8-armed monster laughed disdainfully. Inside the tyrannical cage, as the black-red light shone upon the barrier, it shattered with a soft pop. As I thought, the nature of this power is different. Just like the ice god's shield and the forbidden spell, Scorched Plains. The skill panel can't display the data at all? Is it that Gaia is incapable of displaying it, or is there some other reason? The avatar of the evil god seemed to see through his doubts, grinning as it laughed. Illusory power is not real, after all. Didn't Sarah ever tell you? Feel the grand power of a god. The black-red light began to continuously envelop Mu Yuan. This power was incredibly eerie. As time passed, it actually began to alienate everything in its surroundings. Mu Yuan felt the space twisting. The stones on the ground and the bones at the edge of the altar suddenly developed emotions, and they were expressing a sense of pure tyranny toward him. That's right, is it corruption? He felt as if the power of Iago's avatar carried an indescribable force of alienation. Like a contagion, anything or anyone that came into contact with his power would be twisted and assimilated. The frost god's shield was still draped around Mu Yuan, but he felt that this protection likely couldn't defend against mental corruption. He could only rely on his chaos talent. He could distrust forbidden spells, skills, or attributes, but he placed absolute faith in his talent. Because this was innate to him, it was Mu Yuan's ultimate trump card. Soon, the floor of the altar was alienated into a dark red swamp. Countless bloody hands reached out from within, slowly dragging Mu Yuan down. Be assimilated. Become my servant. The 8-armed evil god avatar watched Mu Yuan being slowly pulled down by the bloody hands, the ring of eerie eyes on its head occasionally shooting out streaks of divine red light. Once he is enslaved, I can uncover this man's secrets. How he, a mere mortal, wields the power of the gods. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan felt that as he continued to sink, the countless tyrannical wills within the swamp turned into dark red mist, infiltrating his mental world. It's up to you. As if hearing Mu Yuan's inner plea, gray tentacles suddenly burst forth from the depths of his mental world. These gray tentacles emitted a shimmering glow, immediately surrounding and intercepting the invading tyrannical wills. As they continued to devour the intrusion, the gray matter deep within Mu Yuan's consciousness grew more abundant. The evil god avatar looked at Mu Yuan, who had stopped sinking halfway, a look of confusion crossing its face. He felt his own power within that prison steadily diminishing, while something within Mu Yuan was beginning to awaken. This power. Iago's avatar stared blankly at Mu Yuan, as if searching through old memories. Just as he was pondering, a sudden mutation occurred. With a bang, Mu Yuan broke free from the bloody hands in the swamp and floated into mid-air. At this moment, his eyes were completely blanketed in silver white, and his entire body radiated a supreme aura. How is this possible? Could it be? Mu Yuan seemed to have lost his sanity at this moment, mechanically reaching out his right hand. He looked at the avatar of Iago with an expression of pure joy, the corners of his mouth curling upward in an unnervingly eerie smile. Eat. I want to eat. You are not that human from before. Who exactly are you? Looking at Mu Yuan's bizarre yet strangely familiar appearance, Iago's avatar couldn't help but take a step back. Feeling a sense of humiliation at his own retreat, he then barked out a harsh demand. Who am I? Mu Yuan clutched his head, trying to remember in visible agony. I don't know who I am, but you look delicious. Mu Yuan spoke the words slowly, his expression blank as he stared at the evil god. Then, several massive gray tentacles sprouted from his back, lunging directly toward Iago's avatar. No! You are breaking the rules. The moment the avatar of the evil god saw these terrifying tentacles, he shrieked in terror, his previous air of haughty superiority vanishing instantly. How can you break the rules? He could only mutter that single sentence repeatedly before being completely ensnared by the gray tentacles. As soon as they wrapped around him, they began to writhe and pulsate. Then, the most refined black-red filamentous essence within the body of the evil god Iago was forcibly extracted. Ah! Spare me, Grade 1. Iago begs for your forgiveness. As the extraction continued, the avatar's voice grew weaker and weaker, reduced to nothing but constant pleas for mercy. He could only watch helplessly as the divinity within his body was devoured bit by the tentacles, converted into gray matter, and channeled into Mu Yuan's body. Finally, after the tentacles had finished devouring the power of Iago's avatar, they retracted with a swift whoosh. I feel so full. Mu Yuan felt a throbbing pain in his head. He tried to recall what had just happened right as he was about to sink into oblivion. A mysterious power had suddenly surged within his body, and then he had lost consciousness. What on earth happened? When Mu Yuan looked at Iago's avatar now, he was instantly startled by what he saw. The opponent's original 8-armed Shura-like physique had now reverted to a human form. His face was pale, and there wasn't a flicker of light remaining in his pupils. You monster. One day, you will all be buried by the gods. Just like that damned master of yours. Mu Yuan watched with a grim expression as Iago disintegrated completely into ashes after uttering those final words. With a soft chime, he leveled up instantly. Yet, at this moment, he felt not a shred of joy from the level up. It seems there are many things involved here that I am unaware of. From now on, I must pay much closer attention to matters concerning the gods. Mu Yuan reflected on Iago's words, feeling increasingly that this world was not as simple as it appeared. From Blue Star to the Void Realm, from the ancient gods to the old gods, and that eerie race. Wait, it feels like I've overlooked something. Mu Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, tracing back through his journey as scene after scene flashed through his mind. Right, it's chaos. My talent is chaos, and the monster guarding the forbidden magic circle in the realm of the void was also called a servant of chaos. Could I be related to the race the observer mentioned? That doesn't make sense. If there were a connection, the servant of chaos and the observer couldn't possibly have failed to recognize me. The more Mu Yuan thought about it, the more complex it felt. With so few clues available, he simply decided to stop overthinking it. Finally, he turned his gaze to his attribute panel to see what gains he had made this time. He recalled that his chaos talent had leveled up after devouring Iabos's divinity last time. Chaos unknown, blessed by the Supreme God, you possess a miraculous destiny. You are immune to all negative status effects and cannot be detected by any detection-type spells. Upgrade Effect 1, you are now able to devour all divine substances in the world to strengthen yourself. Current part available for strengthening, right eye. Strengthen right eye. Mu Yuan did not hesitate and chose to strengthen it immediately. Just as he finished his selection, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his right eye, as if the eyeball itself were being gouged out alive. Ag! Mu Yuan clutched his right eye tightly, but strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Within his mental world, surges of gray airflow were continuously swarming toward his right eye. In this manner, an unknown amount of time passed. The pain in his right eye finally began to recede. When he opened it, he was instantly stunned. Everything before him had completely changed. His left and right eyes were seeing two entirely different worlds. His left eye saw the relatively realistic world, still in the form of the dark labyrinth. His right eye, however, saw nothing but a void, with only a massive chain extending out from the emptiness. Eerily, a single silken thread connected him to that chain. Chain of law, something created by a certain existence by fusing the origin of the void realm with the blue star. Seeing its true essence requires more chaos power. He then discovered another thread on his body, leading deep into the depths of the earth. Curious, he looked toward where it led. But suddenly, a sense of horror washed over him, followed by a consciousness transmitting a message into his mind. Inexplicable existence. Current threat level is too high. Related information has been automatically shielded. Forcing a glimpse will consume more chaos power. Mu Yuan was somewhat dazed. He didn't understand what this meant. Was he being forbidden from looking? Could it be that, like the old gods, it possesses intense assimilation and pollution properties? Immediately after, as if thinking of something, Mu Yuan waved his hand to set up a wind barrier. He wanted to see what a professional's skill looked like through his eyes. In his left eye, wind power surged, and a cyan barrier appeared. He opened his right eye again, only to see that the area was a void, with nothing but a tiny thread connecting deep into the earth. Hiss! Mu Yuan gasped. What was going on? He found it increasingly difficult to understand, his face filled with confusion. Common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, epic skills follow this hierarchy, but what about my own forbidden spells? At this thought, Mu Yuan swept the final boss's drops into his backpack and exited the dungeon. The area outside the dungeon remained bustling, with people forming parties and discussing dungeon information everywhere. Mu Yuan found a secluded spot and opened his right eye, observing the surrounding professionals. Dense clusters of threads filled his vision, attached to every single person. Though they varied in thickness, without exception, they all stretched down toward the depths of the earth. What exactly is beneath the ground? Why does everyone have these threads on them? Mu Yuan watched it all, his heart unable to settle for a long time. He restored his right eye to its normal state and chose to enter the dungeon once again. Standing at the entrance of the dark labyrinth once more, Mu Yuan opened his right eye and looked up above the maze. A massive chain extended from the void, and a thread had grown from his own body, connecting to it. Yet, when he closed his right eye and observed with only his left, the world changed back. The dark labyrinth was just the dark labyrinth. There were no chains, and there were no threads. This is far too eerie. Mu Yuan rubbed his head, then checked his talent, noticing a new entry had been added beneath it. Right Eye of Chaos Limit Break 1, you will be able to see the source of all power within the endless boundaries. The closer you get to the source, the more chaos power is required. Chaos power can be obtained by absorbing divine substances. What if I use the Eye of Chaos to look at my own attributes? With this thought, he opened his right eye again, only to find that all other attributes on his status panel had vanished. Where are my health and mana points? What is the meaning of this? And my skills? Mu Yuan hurriedly looked at his skills. He saw that all his skills had turned a seductive blood red and an ominous black. Phew, this is just too eerie. Why is this happening? What made Mu Yuan even more uneasy was that the appearance of the forbidden spell had also changed. The 4 words of the forbidden spell, scorched plains, were actually pitch black. Why is this happening? Skill enhancement system. Where is Qitong? Bloodshot veins filled Mu Yuan's left eye. He found it truly difficult to accept everything before him. He summoned Qitong directly. Ya. The moment the little fellow saw Mu Yuan in this state, it hurriedly rushed over to hug him. Mu Yuan kept his eyes wide open as he looked at Qitong. All he could see was a swirling mass of energy where gray and red intersected, along with the vibrancy of life. Seeing this, he breathed a massive sigh of relief. At least Qitong is fine. Enhancement points? Thinking of this, Mu Yuan looked at the very bottom of his panel. Sure enough, the enhancement points he had accumulated from leveling up had now turned completely black. The divine light in Mu Yuan's right eye converged as he stared at those black enhancement points. The power of chaos is insufficient to see its true essence clearly. Such a message transmitted into Mu Yuan's mind. Although he couldn't see it perfectly, it still provided him with some feedback. Enhancement points, power of the ancient gods. The more they are used, the deeper the degree of anchoring becomes. Please strip them away. Seeing this, Mu Yuan felt his hair stand on end as cold sweat poured down his face. It seems I can no longer use enhancement points to strengthen my skills from now on. As expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Does this mean Gaia is also compromised? It was he who bestowed classes upon the people of the Blue Star. Then what about talents? Mu Yuan suddenly remembered the most important thing and hurriedly looked at his own talent. He saw that the Lord of Elements talent remained completely unchanged. Lord of Elements, primal talent, non-deprivable, non-rewritable. Chaos, primal talent, non-deprivable, non-rewritable, undetectable. 2 streams of information naturally surfaced in his mind. Fortunately, my talents haven't changed. At this moment, he thought of what the mad Lich Dadars had once said to him in the Lich Castle: don't let yourself level up too fast. Could there really be something wrong with Gaia? The thought popped into Mu Yuan's head, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. It seemed he had to figure these things out, especially since the threads on his body were still connected to that unknown existence. If that existence is Gaia, then I must find a way to cut it off. How can I sever the connection between myself and him? Mu Yuan looked at the silk thread and silently recited his thought. Insufficient chaos power. 10 portions of divine substance are required to view relevant information. Mu Yuan was overjoyed upon seeing this. As long as there was a way, he was satisfied. He didn't fear difficulties, he only feared being unable to see where the problem lay. Therefore, the next priority was to accumulate divine substance and strengthen himself. And until everything was resolved, he had to avoid leveling up and using enhancement points as much as possible, otherwise, his connection with them would only grow closer. Sigh, fate truly plays tricks on people. Mu Yuan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He needed to pay another visit to the Mad Lich. The Lich likely knew something, and Mu Yuan needed to gather more information. Thus, without delay, Mu Yuan immediately teleported back to Jiang City. On the way, he looked up a vast amount of information regarding the Bone Throne. The Bone Throne was one of the most difficult primordial dungeons on Blue Star. It had never been conquered since its arrival and was located in the far north of the Huaxia Federation. To get there, he first had to take a teleportation array to Lin City. Lin City was different from Jiang City. The place was noticeably much larger. Mu Yuan was in no mood to admire the local scenery. Without stopping, he teleported directly to the camp closest to the Bone Throne dungeon. A legion was stationed around the Bone Throne, constantly monitoring the dungeon for any unusual movements while blocking anyone without a pass. Mu Yuan only learned this news after arriving near the camp. He heard that the order had been issued by the high-level authorities 20 years ago. At this moment, he couldn't care less about any prohibitions. Consulting the map he had purchased, Mu Yuan pressed forward and soon arrived near the Throne of Bones dungeon. The first thing that caught his eye was a barrier radiating terrifying fluctuations of magical energy. Inside the barrier stood a massive, blood-red dungeon portal, while outside lay a heavily fortified camp of the Professional Legion. There was no other way he would have to force his way in. With this thought, he took out a mask and put it on, then activated his elemental shield, charging toward the camp below with a series of continuous flashes. Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Mu Yuan was immediately spotted by the high-level professionals below. He opened his right eye and discovered that the area beneath him was filled with a dense web of silk like threads. These people looked like puppets being manipulated. The sight made Mu Yuan's skin crawl, but he steeled himself and charged straight ahead. In an instant, countless spells and attacks rained down upon him. However, an ice-blue shield appeared just in time, blocking all the incoming assaults. He did not trigger the secondary freezing effect of the Ice God's shield and quickly flashed his way to the front of the barrier. How is this possible? Who on earth is this person? Seeing Mu Yuan reach the barrier while tanking everyone's damage, the professionals stationed below all wore expressions of terror. Mu Yuan didn't care what they thought. He raised his right hand, his entire body's mana surging as he rapidly condensed a ball of compressed flame spirit fireball. Stop! Seeing that the barrier was about to be attacked, a sudden roar echoed from the distance. Mu Yuan turned his head and saw a golden armored warrior with energy wings on his back. His speed was incredible, like a streak of polar light. Ignoring him, Mu Yuan switched his right eye to chaos form, and instantly, the entire nature of the barrier was revealed before him. He found the weakest point and slammed the flame spirit fireball directly into it. Sizzle! In an instant, the entire magical barrier began to shake violently. The area struck by the flame spirit fireball was incinerated into a massive hole in the blink of an eye, and the cavity continued to expand rapidly. Mu Yuan seized the opportunity, flickering his body as he dove through the breach. Commander, someone has broken in. What should we do? How should I know what to do? That person could withstand the combined output of so many of us and still force his way in. That proves his strength far exceeds ours. It seems he only wanted to get inside, otherwise, there's no way we would have come out of this without a single casualty. Report it to the superiors. The gold-armored warrior sighed, speaking with a tone of helplessness. Meanwhile, the moment Mu Yuan entered the barrier, he stepped straight into the Crimson Dungeon portal. Ding! You have entered the Throne of Skeletons Primordial. Clear condition, slay the Bone Emperor, Daniel true form. Standing at the dungeon entrance, Mu Yuan looked down. Just like the former land of Gore, the vista stretched out endlessly as far as the eye could see. He slowly descended the hillside. The ground was covered in layers of bleached white bones, which emitted rhythmic clicking and snapping sounds as he walked upon them. The place was eerily silent, only the sound of his own footsteps echoed across this wilderness of white bone. Mu Yuan activated the right eye of chaos to observe this realm, only to discover to his surprise that this world was not a void, but a physical reality. However, a thin chain also extended from the void in the sky above. Compared to the dark labyrinth, this one was significantly thinner. How am I supposed to find the Mad Lich? At the time, it only told me to come to the Throne of Skeletons. Mu Yuan felt a slight sense of aimlessness at this moment. Should I just unleash a forbidden spell? No, that's too reckless. I should explore first. Hopefully, I can find an intelligent creature capable of communication. With that thought, Mu Yuan picked a direction and began his exploration. After walking for about half an hour, he finally encountered his first creature, a skeletal frame covered in sharp spikes. Its body stood over 20 meters tall, and it held a white bone blade in its hand as it wandered aimlessly across the wilderness. Mu Yuan first checked it using appraisal. Skeletal Guard true form. Level? HP? As expected of the most difficult primordial dungeon. The level must be too high. Mu Yuan was already mentally prepared for this. Next, he tried looking at the skeletal monster in the distance with his right eye. He silently focused on the monster's attributes in his mind. Suddenly, a mysterious ripple emanated from his right eye, and Mu Yuan felt a sliver of the chaos power stored within his body vanish. Skeletal Guard True Form. Race, Undead. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King Tier, Emperor Tier, Divine Tier, God Tier. Weakness, the soulfire within its skull. I can see it clearly now, as expected. All the monster's information was displayed, including its weaknesses. Furthermore, Mu Yuan noticed a thread attached to the skeletal guard, stretching out into the distance. Could it be the same as the one on me? No, that's not right. If it were the same, it should be connected to the ground. Mu Yuan couldn't quite figure it out, so he focused his right eye on the thread. Thread of origin, a mysterious thread projected from the source of the necrotic realm. Interesting. It's just like the thread on me, except I was born on the blue star. And this undead creature was born in the necrotic realm, so the thread connects to the source of its world. In that case, the thread behind me is most likely connected to Gaia. Mu Yuan quickly understood the distinction. Time to have a talk with this undead creature. He used several consecutive blinks to arrive in front of the skeletal guard, then transmitted his thoughts to it using spiritual power. Soon, he received a response. Weak human, why have you appeared here? I am here looking for the Lich Daedalus. Can you tell me his location? Lord Daedalus is not someone you can meet just because you wish to. Let me send you to your death. The skeletal guard was clearly hostile toward Mu Yuan, or perhaps it was the innate hatred that undead creatures harbor for the living. It raised the bone longsword in its hand, which flickered with a cold, eerie soulfire, and slashed down fiercely at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan did not dodge, he simply watched it quietly. The longsword soon struck his ice god shield, and immediately, the second stage freezing effect was triggered. A wave of azure, frigid aura swept along the longsword toward the skeletal guard's entire body. The soulfire on its blade was extinguished the moment it came into contact with this cold aura. Mercy! Mu Yuan gave a cold smile, controlling the ice to freeze the skeletal guard's lower body. Then, the flame spirit curse manifested in his hand as he prepared to press it down upon the creature. Respected human powerhouse, Moore was blind. Please forgive me. I will lead you to Lord Daedalus the Lich. It would have been better if you had acted like this from the start. Hearing this, Mu Yuan let out a sneer and dissipated the flames in his hand. With a wave of his right hand, the extreme ice began to melt slowly. The skeletal guard, Moore, was severely affected by the cold, shivering uncontrollably on the spot, its entire skeletal frame wobbling. Although only its lower body had been frozen, it felt as though its entire soul had been encased in ice. From that point on, it no longer dared to underestimate Mu Yuan. Respected human powerhouse, how should I address you? Just call me Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan stated his name directly. Having grown to his current level, there was no longer any need for constant secrecy. Understood, Lord Mu Yuan. I am Moore, a patrol guard of the skeletal plains in the western border of the necrotic realm. The skeletal plains of the western border of the necrotic realm? Isn't this the Bone Throne? A flicker of curiosity flashed in Mu Yuan's eyes as he couldn't help but ask. Lord Mu Yuan, the Bone Throne is actually the Bone Plains of the Necro Realm. Oh? Then how did you descend upon Blue Star? This was something Mu Yuan had been trying to figure out all along. I don't know the specifics of how we got here, I only know that on that day, a rain of blood fell across the entire Bone Plains. Then the ground collapsed into a massive pit. When we woke up again, we were right here in this place. The Bone Emperor established a new royal court here and forbade the creatures of this land from inquiring about anything regarding the outside world. Mu Yuan fell into silent reflection after hearing the Bone Guard's words. It seems this Bone Emperor must know something. Otherwise, he would never have issued such an order. Let's go. Take me to find Daedalus. These thoughts flashed through his mind before he gave the order to the Bone Guard. The guard nodded immediately upon hearing this, then prostrated itself on the ground, allowing Mu Yuan to sit on its shoulder. More, what is the strength of the Bone Emperor? The Bone Emperor is one of the 4 great emperors of the western territory of the Necro realm. I heard he is only 1 step away from entering the God realm. However, for some reason, he hasn't been promoted for many years. Mu Yuan looked at Moore, who had a face full of pride whenever the Bone Emperor was mentioned, and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, King Tier, Emperor Tier, Divine Tier, God Tier. As long as he isn't a true deity, taking care of him shouldn't be a problem, though it would be best if we could sit down and talk. Otherwise, if I clear this dungeon directly, I won't be the one benefiting. Mu Yuan was very clear about these stakes. More, tell me more about the Lich Daedals. I don't know much about Lord Daedals. I only know that he arrived at the Bone Plains before that great upheaval occurred. The soul fire within Moore's skull flickered as if he were pondering Mu Yuan's question, before he finally responded. Oh? After hearing his answer, Mu Yuan still had many lingering doubts in his mind. It seems I'll have to find the Lich to get a clear answer after all. This Moore is only at the beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier level. There are naturally many secrets that he wouldn't understand very clearly. With this thought, Mu Yuan stopped questioning him. Roughly how long will it take for us to see Daedals? Lord Mu Yuan, Lord Daedals is in the Bone Castle of the Skeleton Court. It will take about a day to get there. Fine, wake me when we arrive. After saying that, Mu Yuan closed his eyes and began to meditate directly on Moore's shoulder. Seeing Mu Yuan so full of confidence, Moore abandoned the little schemes he had been harboring and headed straight toward the Skeleton Court. Although the journey was long, with Moore being familiar with the terrain, they naturally encountered no danger along the way. The night passed in silence. Lord Mu Yuan, the Skeleton Court is just ahead. Should I go in first to announce your arrival? No need, step aside. With those words, Mu Yuan clapped his hands together and summoned a lightning element dragon hundreds of meters long. Daedals, an old friend has arrived, aren't you going to come out and greet me? Standing atop the dragon's head, his body surging with terrifying magic power, he shouted toward the city of the undead ahead. Daedals! Mu Yuan's voice echoed over the city, immediately startling countless terrifying entities as powerful auras began to rise one after another from within the city. What audacity, to dare break into our skeleton court all alone! Tear his bones apart and let his soul burn eternally in the fires of the undead. There's even a traitor? Numerous divine senses swept toward the 2 of them. Feeling these auras, Moore the skeletal guard was so terrified that he collapsed onto the ground, not daring to get up. Upon hearing the beings inside call him a traitor, Moore felt his vision go dark and actually fainted. Seeing this situation, the corner of Mu Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch, thinking to himself that the guy was quite the actor. What's the matter, Daedars? I've arrived. Aren't you coming out to greet your old friend? Just as Mu Yuan finished speaking, a towering surge of black aura suddenly appeared in the sky, eventually transforming into a massive human face. The face looked toward Mu Yuan, who was standing atop the thunder dragon, and Mu Yuan met its gaze. My friend, I did not expect that after such a short period of time, you would have grown to such a level. Dismissed. This is my friend. As you command, Lord Daedars. Upon hearing Daedar's words, the numerous presences retracted their auras. The city fell into silence once more, and Namor hurriedly woke up. Seeing that his performance was over, Mu Yuan paid him no more attention and ordered him to return the way he came. Just then, the city gates ahead suddenly creaked open. Clack, clack, clack. A squad of skeletal guards swarmed out, laboriously carrying a massive throne made of white bone. Respected Lord, please take your seat. We shall escort you to see Lord Daedars. Without hesitation, Mu Yuan flew directly from the head of the Thunder Dragon onto the Bone Throne. Seeing Mu Yuan seated, the leading skeletal guard immediately commanded the undead to carry him inside. It wasn't until he entered the city that Mu Yuan realized this place was much like a human city, except that undead creatures were everywhere. Seeing Mu Yuan seated upon the throne, these undead creatures knelt on the ground in unison as he was carried all the way to a massive white bone castle. Respected Lord, Lord Daedars is inside. Hearing this, Mu Yuan jumped down from the bone throne. He looked at the castle before him, which reminded him of the one in the undead graveyard, and of the mad lich dadars within. My friend, I didn't expect you to come looking for me so soon. The castle doors in front of Mu Yuan slowly opened on their own, followed by a voice drifting out from within. Accompanying the voice was a human man. He looked like a human noble of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic status, roughly 30 years old, pale-faced, and thin-framed. Mu Yuan was stunned by the sight, not expecting the other party to look like this. My friend, there is no need for surprise. Humans are a very interesting race that I have discovered. It's just a minor polymorph spell, intended to help you adjust to my appearance. Hello, Daedals. I am Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan nodded after hearing this and introduced himself in passing. My friend, have you encountered some difficulty that brings you here to find me? Daedals sized Mu Yuan up and smiled thoughtfully. Daedals, I think we should be frank with each other. Mu Yuan looked at him with a solemn expression. He was desperate to understand everything that was happening to him. Very well, my friend. It seems you prefer a direct approach. Ask whatever you wish to ask, and I will tell you everything I know. Daedal spread his hands, speaking with a hint of resignation. Oh? And why is that? Mu Yuan stared intently at the lich before him, his heart filled with suspicion. He didn't understand why this lich was treating him this way. Unwarranted kindness always hides a hidden motive. This had always been the motto Mu Yuan lived by. Why? Because of hope. Daedals was not surprised by Mu Yuan's question. He reflected for a moment before slowly uttering that single word. Hope? Yes, hope. The hope for our survival, and the hope of regaining our freedom. Daedals nodded emphatically. What kind of hope could I possibly bring you? You must realize I am merely a caster who hasn't even reached level 20. No. Even if you cannot do it now, it doesn't mean you won't be able to in the future. My friend, if you grant me one request, I will tell you everything I know. Daedals looked at Mu Yuan with eyes full of hope. Fine. As long as it is within my power and does not go against my will, I have no problem with it. My friend, I will not put you in a difficult position. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's reply, Daedals was instantly relieved. After all, they had waited far too long for this day. After listening to Daedals, Mu Yuan already had some suspicions in his heart. He then asked, "Can you tell me why you wouldn't let me level up quickly back then?" Although he had an answer in his mind now, he still needed to get confirmation from the lich to cross-reference the information. That is, of course, because of the rules of this world. Daedals smiled after hearing this and looked at Mu Yuan. The rules of the world? Yes, the rules of the world, especially the rules of your world. The current blue star reminds me of the former Great Universe world. Mu Yuan was stunned. He hadn't expected that the Great Universe world would be involved in this. What is the connection between our world and the Great Universe world? There is no direct connection, but I suspect that a certain deity in Blue Star is very similar to a being that once existed in the Great Universe world. As soon as Daedals mentioned him, his expression immediately became exceptionally solemn. Are you talking about Gaia? Mu Yuan asked back immediately. Yes, but perhaps he is no longer the Gaia you think he is. Daedal's body couldn't help but tremble as he spoke, clearly showing great fear of him. Could it be that our world's consciousness has been possessed? Mu Yuan's pupils constricted upon hearing Daedal's words, and he felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Possessed? I mean, replaced. Seeing that the lich was somewhat confused, Mu Yuan immediately explained. Oh, it's something like that. It's just my speculation, because the abilities Gaia is currently displaying are very similar to those of the Void Archduke Yasar, who was ranked second among the former 72 pillar gods. The Void Archduke Yasar? Yes, he wielded the power of the Void. I heard that during the second divine tribulation, this being fell. The Lich Daedal's voice was quite magnetic as he mentioned these past events. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of history. He fell? but the fall of a god is different from that of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, or epic beings. They are all trans-dimensional existences. As long as someone can gather certain divine elements, for instance, divinity, or the remains of a divine corpse, it is possible for them to be resurrected once more. And it is highly likely that your world's Gaia has been devoured by Yasar. Because only he possesses such power, and only he could manifest so many different power attributes for the purpose of hurting. Daedalus looked at Mu Yuan and voiced his thoughts. What do you mean by hurting? That involves the secrets of ascending to godhood. At this point, a blazing fire ignited in his eyes. It was the yearning that every transcendent being holds for the divine rank. The secrets of ascending to godhood? That's right. Do you know how gods are born? Mu Yuan shook his head. He naturally had no access to such knowledge, so he looked at the lich with curiosity. Seeing this, Daedalus didn't beat around the bush and said directly, although the path to godhood is different for every deity. In essence, it is always about hurting, refining, and devouring. Hurting, refining, and devouring? Mu Yuan silently pondered the other's words when a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. Could it be that all the professionals on Blue Star are the objects of Gaia's hurting? Just like how people sow crops, planting seeds one by one and eating them once they've matured. Exactly. It's just that he was once a god, and can now be considered a god-like existence. Unlike others, he doesn't require a vast amount of time. Lich Dadars spoke to Mu Yuan. Ever since his arrival, he had noticed the anomalies within the entire Blue Star professional system. Haven't you noticed? The power of a professional is remarkably similar to that of the monsters from the Void Realm. This is the power of the Void, the ability to turn the ethereal into reality, and to invert truth and falsehood. Among the ranks of common, uncommon, elite, rare, legendary, mythic, and epic, this power is wielded by Yasa, the Void Archduke, who ranks second among the 72 pillar gods. That is why I suspect that the will of your world may have been devoured by him. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan felt a sudden sense of clarity. It seemed highly probable that the threads behind him were connected to this old god. So, when will he begin the devouring? Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, god tier. Every time he devours a powerhouse of beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, king tier, emperor tier, divine tier, or god tier rank, his own power grows stronger. Until the final moment of ascending to godhood, he will devour all the professionals who have been pastured. Dadars thought it over carefully, and after ensuring nothing was missed, he relayed everything he knew to Mu Yuan. Now, tell me about the divine tribulation. I'm quite interested in this. Blue Star, after all, is merely a ranch for that Void Archduke. Naturally, it wouldn't allow such secrets to be revealed. Even if there are any, they are mostly trivial details. Mu Yuan was well aware of this. The great universal world has undergone 2 divine calamities in total. It is the primordial world. The first divine calamity saw the disappearance of the ancient gods, and the second saw the fall of the old gods. As for why the divine calamities occurred, I'm not sure. I suspect only the gods themselves would have access to that information. Daedalus looked equally bewildered when mentioning the divine calamities. Then how did you go mad? Mu Yuan asked curiously. From the looks of it now, the other party had clearly been feigning madness at the time. That's because I discovered a terrifying secret in the Sea of Death. All of us undead creatures have been anchored. Similar to Blue Star? Exactly, but the necrotic realm is not like Blue Star, where the extraordinary has only just been born. There are several gods there alone. Furthermore, since the second divine calamity, no gods have been allowed to pasture or ascend within the true realm. When Daedalus said this, his tone became slightly sluggish and confused. The true realm? Yes, the real world. Then is Blue Star an illusory world? Mu Yuan was stunned upon hearing this. The idea was simply too inconceivable. Not exactly. Your world belongs to the non-magical worlds, which are permitted to serve as places for gods to ascend. This rule was established by the 5 supremes of the great universal world after the second divine calamity. When Daedalus mentioned the 5 supreme gods, an expression of reverence appeared on his face. Can you tell me who the 5 supreme gods are? Their names cannot be spoken directly. You only need to know that their respective authorities are death, life, elements, fate, and spacetime. Daedalus listed their authorities in one breath. Then, do you know of chaos? Mu Yuan pondered for a moment before asking the question. He was now desperate to know exactly what his connection was to that particular clan. Chaos. When Daedalus softly uttered those 2 words, Mu Yuan's entire world fell silent. Mu Yuan felt a destructive aura completely freeze the surrounding time and space. Following his intuition, he looked at Daedalus, only to see countless swirls of gray mist within the other's eyes. His body was trembling incessantly, as if he were enduring immense agony. This is bad. Witnessing this, Mu Yuan immediately sensed something was wrong. Daedalus, what's happening to you? Mu Yuan hurriedly opened his right eye of chaos to observe him. He saw that Daedalus was currently shrouded in a supreme aura. Mu Yuan found this power somewhat familiar. It seemed similar to the gray mist within his own mental world. He tentatively placed his right hand on Daedalus' shoulder. As expected, triggered by the other's presence, a mysterious gray energy emerged within his own body. This gray mist flowed along his arm and into the lich's body. Through his right eye, he saw the gray matter within the lich begin to be absorbed by his own power. As Mu Yuan watched the strands of gray aura being continuously drawn out of Daedalus' body, he felt a satisfying sense of fullness. Soon, the gray matter within the other's body was completely drained. Mu Yuan then withdrew his hand and waited quietly for the other to wake up. Ugh, what just happened? Daedalus rubbed his head, feeling a slight headache and a sensation as if his entire being had been sucked dry. It's nothing. Mu Yuan did not tell him what had just occurred. After all, this clan was far too eerie. If I hadn't stepped in, Daedalus would likely have been finished. Daedalus was no fool. Seeing that Mu Yuan remained tight-lipped, he guessed that something terrible must have happened to him just now. However, he was certain that Mu Yuan was not the one who had attacked him. Recalling that moment, it was a power of utter annihilation. He felt as though his entire being was about to be erased. Destruction? Could it be? At this thought, Daedalus suddenly remembered a forbidden existence his mentor had once mentioned. He collapsed to the ground in terror, cold sweat pouring down his face incessantly. I can't believe I survived after coming into contact with something like that. Mu Yuan couldn't help but be taken aback, seeing Daedalus in such a pathetic state. But on second thought, he realized the man might have guessed something. It seems I should avoid showing such things in the future. Daedalus, do you know anything about divinity? Mu Yuan decided he had to ask. This was something he desperately needed to collect at his current stage. Divinity?